Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. On the beautiful island, the scenery here is no different from before. The people living here have always followed their own decisions and led a busy life. In this small island that usually remains unchanged, today an uninvited guest came. This is. On the beach, a handsome young man was looking around him blankly and asked himself. His face is very young, even childish. Generally speaking, this kind of people are found only among students who have never been out in society. And this young man is no exception. He is indeed a freshman who has just entered university. This year, I am just 18 years old. He is an absolute little boy, and you should protect your little boy well when you go out. I remember that I was playing games in the dormitory just now. Why did I come to this, the beach in just a blink of an eye? The young man turned around and looked at the ocean in front of him, his whole body filled with excitement. Confused. Is this the legendary time travel? The young man felt the sea breeze around him and the sand on his feet, and muttered with some uncertainty. Ding! World background loading. Loading completed. The sudden change in the world background makes you feel particularly uneasy. Please find out the truth of this world. Along with a crisp sound, a row of message text suddenly appeared in front of the young man's eyes. After checking it carefully, he discovered that this was not the game he was playing before traveling through time. Exploring the truth of the world, a small game with words and some pictures. It is about a game that allows players to find clues to the truth within the specified time of each mission, learn a little bit about the world, and then receive rewards. The game is very simple and doesn't seem to have much use. But in fact, when the young man learned that he could use the skills in this game, he was ecstatic. Because the 4 skills in this game are enough for him to survive in any world. Slow, avoid death, search, prompt. Among the above 4 skills, the one that young people desperately want is to avoid death. Don't look at it. This death avoidance skill seems to be only immune to death once. But it can indeed be accumulated. If you could accumulate hundreds or thousands of times, would you still be afraid of death? Thinking of this, the young man couldn't help but call out, attributes. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a virtual attribute panel appeared in his sight. Explorer, Nie Wenbai. Level, LV1, 0/10. World Exploration Progress, 0/100, Surface. Truth Points, 0. Skill Points, 1. Money, 0, Withdrawal. Backpack, Newbie Gift Pack, not opened. Strange Items. Skill. Nie Wenbai looked at the virtual panel in front of him and found that he didn't have much experience playing the game with him. This also made him relieved. In this strange world, a familiar thing will always make people feel at ease. Apart from other attributes, the only one that has changed is money. Withdraw cash? Is it possible to take out the money in the game? Nie Wenbai guessed with some surprise. He wanted to test it, but he was penniless and couldn't do it at all. I can only put it down temporarily and wait until I have money to experiment again. In addition to the attribute panel, there are several sections in the game. They are tasks, records, and strange object mall. Nie Wenbai clicked to view. Tasks. Various tasks of varying difficulty will appear according to the progress of exploration. After completion, you can obtain rewards such as money, truth points, rare objects, and items. Record. Record the information introduction after exploring the world. Strange Object Mall, not open. The Strange Object Mall has not been opened, and the records have not yet been explored. The world is empty, but the tasks are always there. Task. Please confirm your location. Reward. Money 10,000, truth points 10, socks *1. This seems like a simple task, and that's saying something. There are people on this island. Nie Wenbai turned his head and looked into the depths of the island and said firmly. He didn't think he would guess wrong, because according to his understanding, a reward as shabby as 10 truth points in a pair of socks would definitely not be high. However, what puzzled Nie Wenbai was that there was something wrong with the monetary reward. When I was playing the game, this kind of reward of 100 money was already top-notch, and now the system wants to give me 10,000 money. I'm afraid, in this world, the purchasing power of money is not high. Nie Wenbai shook his head and put the matter aside for the time being. No matter how much the currency is worth, the most important thing now is to have the ability to protect yourself. Open it, a gift package for newbies. Ding! The novice gift package is opened, and you will get rewards, money 100,000, strange item fire pill 1, hat *1. Nie Wenbai simply ignored the very ordinary novice gift package, money, and hats, but was quite satisfied with the fact that he was able to get the magic item of Fire Blast Pill. This one can also attack, unlike the spider silk he shot in the previous game, which is really useless. Fire Bakugan, after being thrown, it turns into a ball of flame, burns, and then explodes. However, for this little thing, don't talk about a big gift package for newbies. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to just call it a novice gift package? Fortunately, Nie Wenbai doesn't care about this kind of free gift. His focus has always been on skills. He now has 1 skill point, which is a good thing to use to learn skills. However, there is only 1 skill point. But he has 4 skills. Obviously it is impossible to learn them all. If he were playing games instead, Nie Wenbai would never hesitate and directly choose the slow skill. After all, time is the most important thing in this game. 1 level of slowness can slow down time by 30 seconds, which is a magical skill. However, the place he is in now is reality, and it is still a world where dangers are unknown, so he cannot choose the first skill casually. Moreover, there is a more important question here. The highest level of these 4 skills is level 5, but his level can only be upgraded to level 9. That is, you can get up to 9 skill points plus the skill points gained while exploring the world. According to his estimate, it is only 12 o'clock at most. You can only click on 2 skills, and the other 2 skills can only be clicked on one at a time. Is this good? Chapter 2. Of course this is not good. The 4 skills are all mediocre in the first 3 levels. Once upgraded to levels 4 and 5, 2 super jumps will appear. That is the gap between heaven and earth, that is the gap between the beginning and the end. It is precisely because of this that Nie Wenbai's idea has always been to maximize 2 skills. Rather than the mediocre bonus points of 3 points for each skill. Most importantly, the game becomes the system manifesting itself in reality. That skill must have been mutated, otherwise it would be useless. He didn't know how good or bad the final mutation was, so he could only look at the introduction of these skills in confusion. Slowness slows down the time it takes to lock onto a target, 30. Avoid death, immune to 1 death, recovery time, 1 year. Search the target location set by yourself, 50 meters. Hint, gives hints on the solution, puzzle. To be honest, the changes are outrageous. The recovery time to avoid death has changed from 10 minutes to 1 year, which is a huge pitfall. You can't choose this thing. If you can kill me once in a place like this, it means you can kill me a second time. Absolutely not. Slowness is the ability to slow down the time rate of locking on a target, 30 times in 30 seconds. Isn't this the fruit of slowness? It's just that it's not in the form of emitting light, but is locked directly. It's already much stronger than the slowness fruit. From this point of view, neither search nor prompt is more appropriate than slowness. Search is to search the location of the target you have set. This skill is a good choice for finding people, finding things, or even avoiding dangers. As for the prompts, there seems to be no change. Level 1 still requires guessing puzzles. In this emergency situation, this kind of guessing skill will not be considered for the time being. It's not that Nie Wenbai wants to give up this skill. On the contrary, this skill is one of the skills that he must reach level 5. Not for anything else, just because after it reaches level 4, the answers it gives are extremely accurate, so you can't let it go. This is equivalent to divination with perfect accuracy. How could he be willing to give up such a skill? He even said that among the 4 skills, he was unwilling to give up any one. To complete this achievement, you can only find rare objects that can increase skill points from the rare object mall. At least, there are 8 more to find, which is difficult, but there is still a chance. Of course, now is not the time to talk about this. Roar. Just when Nie Wenbai was struggling to choose between the 2 skills of slowness and search, a loud roar resounded through the forest in the direction of the island forest. After hearing this, Nie Wenbai also knew what his most important skill was. Of course, choose the one with the best self-protection ability. Although the search can also obtain the location of the dangerous source, the scope of the search is too small. 50-meter radius, if this is discovered. Can a contemporary college student like him, who represents the indifference of body and mind and indifference to grain, outrun the predatory beast in this forest? Without any hesitation, Nie Wenbai directly added skill points to the slowness skill. Nie Wenbai seemed to be enlightened and instantly understood how to use the slow skill. It's very simple. You only need to use your sight or other methods to lock an object and you can use the slowness skill. There are no restrictions on this object, as long as Nie Wenbai can lock it. After learning this, Nie Wenbai once again took a breath of cold air at the power of slowness. This shows that the use of slowness skills is only limited by Nie Wenbai himself. After all, this skill has no cooldown time. If you focus on an object and use it, I'm afraid the thing will never produce a slow effect. This made him sigh that the system's skills were simply too strong. Great, keep it up. It would be even better if you could directly give me a few skill points to max out all the skills. System, I really don't want to work hard. With emotion, Nie Wenbai opened the Properties panel again. Explorer, Nie Wenbai. Level, LV1, 0/10. World Exploration Progress, 0/100, Surface. Truth Points, 0. Skill Points, 0. Money, 0, Withdrawal. Backpack, Hat *1. Rare Item, Fire Blast Pill *1. Skill, Slowness LV1. Something was missing from the Properties panel, and then something was added. After one glance, Nie Wenbai stopped paying attention. The most urgent thing is to leave here as soon as possible and find out where this place is. Roar. At this moment, the wolf-like beast that had been hiding in the darkness of the forest just now took advantage of Nie Wenbai to look around for a way to leave. Suddenly, he rushed towards Nie Wenbai from a distance. It only took 1 second to go from the roar to a distance of less than 5 meters from Nie Wenbai. You know, the distance in between is more than 30 meters. In other words, this wolf-like beast spanned 26 meters in 1 second. This was an astonishing speed. At this time, it was already jumping high and rushing towards Nie Wenbai quickly. This kind of attack, once close, will cause a huge impact, coupled with the sharp teeth. There are almost not many creatures that can cope with it. It is even said that even species stronger than this wolf-like beast are like this. On Nie Wenbai's side, it would have been like that in the past. He can already lie down on his own. Resistance can only happen in dreams. However, Nie Wenbai is no longer the same person as before. I see you. Slow. As Nie Wenbai thought silently in his mind, the wolf-like beast flying in the air seemed to have entered a slow-motion state, and its speed suddenly slowed down 30 times. The speed of tens of meters per second instantly weakened to a speed of less than 1 meter per second. The wolf-like beast that should have been able to pounce in front of him soon was now slowly moving towards him. If you still want to eat me, I'll kill you. Nie Wenbai was overjoyed and hurried to the side of the wolf-like beast. Audadadadai. Nie Wenbai waved his fist and landed on the wolf-like beast. The punches hit the flesh and looked very fierce. Sorry. Isn't it said that wolves are all copper-headed and iron-boned tofu waist? It looks similar to a wolf. Why is its waist so hard? Waving his hands, Nie Wenbai moved away from the wolf-like beast still in the air. After relieving the pain in his fist, Nie Wenbai waited for the passage of time. The next second, the impact of Nie Wenbai's landing on the wolf-like beast began to react. I saw the wolf-like beast that was about to land, rising slowly. In a matter of seconds, he rose to 5 meters in the air. Chapter 3. The wolf-like beast hovered in the air for a while before slowly falling down. 30 seconds have passed. Bang! The wolf-like beast fell heavily to the ground with a muffled sound. Tang! The next second, the wolf-like beast turned over and looked at Nie Wenbai warily. Is my power so weak? Tisk! Although the first level of slowness is very strong, it is not as good as One Piece's slowness fruit. I'm afraid only level 2 or 3 will have the effect of exploding all the impact in an instant. Slow. Facing the wolf-like beast that was about to pounce, Nie Wenbai made another slow move. In an instant, the speed of the wolf-like beast changed to a state where it could not run more than 1 meter in 1 second. The distance of just 3 meters between Nie Wenbai and the wolf-like beast is enough for it to run for nearly 4 seconds. Beat up the drowned dog. Since fists are useless, then use weapons and props. Now Nie Wenbai still has a fire blast pill on his body, he just needs to use it. The wolf-like beast in front of me is bound to die. However, Nie Wenbai didn't want to waste it like this. He chose his weapon. For example, the sharp stone next to it is very easy to grab. Pfft! The stone was inserted heavily into the eye of the wolf-like beast, causing it to spurt out blood. Easily dodging the splattered blood, Nie Wenbai picked up a larger stone from the ground. Then he hit the stone stuck in the eye of the wolf-like beast hard. Once, twice, 3 times. After 3 hits, Nie Wenbai thought it was enough, so he threw the stone aside. As time passed, the stone stuck in the eye of the wolf-like beast. It was like receiving force out of thin air, and it stabbed into the eye socket of the wolf-like beast piece by piece. Then, it sank directly into its brain and froze in place motionless. After a 30-second delay time. Phew! The wolf-like beast slowly fell to the ground. It's already dead. This skill is so powerful. If it were me before, I would be waiting for death by now. But now, even this kind of beast is much larger than the ordinary wolves in the previous life, and it is also strange. I actually killed a man easily. If I say this back, I'm afraid it will be regarded as bragging. The excited Nie Wenbai came to the side of the wolf-like beast. He raised his hand and put it into his backpack. Hey, who are you? Just after doing this, another voice came to Nie Wenbai's ear. This time, it seemed to be a person. Turning his head to look over, Nie Wenbai found a young man in green clothes with a spiky haircut standing under the tree in the forest. The boy held a fishing rod in his right hand and was looking at Nie Wenbai curiously. This guy is a naughty kid. When Nie Wenbai saw this prickly-headed boy, he immediately had such an impression in his mind. At the same time, he also felt that the appearance of the young man in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. Nie Wenbai, eh? At this point, Nie Wenbai paused. He looked at the virtual panel that appeared next to the perspective, and then said, Traveler. When you first come here, it is very important to find a suitable career for yourself. Strangely, the language spoken by the naughty kid in front of me is definitely not the language of flower growers. Why can I understand it? Moreover, it seems that I can still say it. Could it be possible? It's all thanks to the system. It should be the case. The only thing in me that can be said to be magical is the system. If it weren't for it, my situation would be unjustifiable. Hello, I'm J Freaks. If you are a traveler, you should have been to many places. What are those places like? The naughty kid, also known as Gon, looked at Nie Wenbei's curious eyes with bright eyes. Asked. Instead of paying attention to Gon's curiosity, Nie Wenbai focused all his attention on Gon and his name that didn't seem magical. He has a spiky head, a green suit, and a strange fishing rod on his hand, and his name is J Freaks. All this information points to the willful naughty kid in my impression. What if this is Whale Island? I have just started traveling, and this is my first stop. May I ask, is this Whale Island? Nie Wenbai looked at Gon and said slowly. Like this. Gon looked disappointed, then turned around and regained his strength and said, the magic of the world, it's best to witness this kind of thing yourself. After saying that, Gon said to Nie Wenbai, this is Whale Island. Nie Wenbai, you came from the sea, why didn't you see your ship? While speaking, Gon also looked towards the sea, trying to find the ship driven by Nie Wenbai. However, how could Nie Wenbai have a boat here? He is just an outsider who has just traveled through time, bringing nothing with him except himself. Faced with Gon's inquiry, Nie Wenbai smiled perfunctorily and said, there is no boat. I used some special methods to get here. Hey, system, I know what this world is. This is the world of Hunter x Hunter, and I have found out the truth about the world. Check out quickly. System? System? Please submit the task props required for settlement. There are no props, did I say it? This is the world of Hunter x Hunter. I already know what the world is like. Settlement. Please submit the task props required for settlement. Madre's mentally retarded system. He knows what the settlement function of the system is all about. That requires an introduction to the region and some relatively representative things. I thought that after traveling through time with myself, the system would be smarter. But I didn't expect it to be so retarded. But that's okay, he actually doesn't want to have an intelligent thing talking in his head. Special method? What is that? Gon asked curiously. Nie Wenbai grinned and said, you can't say this casually. You won't know until you obtain certain conditions. A certain condition? What is that condition? Gon asked hurriedly. Become a hunter, or go to the 200th floor of Sky Arena. Let's not talk about this for now. I think I went in the wrong direction. Can you take me to the town here? Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Hunter? Ah, the king of the swamp. At this point, Gon suddenly remembered something, exclaimed and rushed back into the forest. Chapter 4. I go. Running so fast, how can I catch up? Looking at Gon who disappeared in the blink of an eye, Nie Wenbai looked confused. Although he has some abilities now, when he is not using this ability, he is just an ordinary person. How could he chase Gon who was faster than an ape in the forest? Use sluggishness on Gon? Isn't this a joke? He wanted to hurry up and leave quickly, not stay where he was. Shaking his head slightly, Nie Wenbai retracted his gaze and then looked at the sea behind him. Perhaps, I can use the slowness skill to assist, walk on the sea, and go along the edge of the island. Well, it should be possible, some buoyant things like wooden blocks and branches. If I run faster, I probably won't fall into the sea. Even if I didn't worry about falling, I should still be able to run in the sky. Okay, that's it. Can you follow me quickly? Gon, who had left long ago, ran back again and called to Nie Wenbai. Okay. Without any hesitation, Nie Wenbai turned around and trotted over to Gon. Run along the coast? Run from the sky? Forget it, there is a better way, why take the risk? Come this way. Gon led the way, running and jumping vigorously in the forest where there was no flat ground. Gon, can you slow down? Nie Wenbai, who was walking behind Gon and was a little out of breath, had to ask aloud. There is no way, the road in the forest is too difficult to walk. Especially this kind of island forest on the sea is full of water vapor, making the ground here very slippery. Nie Wenbai made a mistake just now. If he hadn't directly imposed a delay on himself and given himself some time to think, he would have fallen to the ground. Good guy, if you fall down in a place like this, I'm afraid it won't be easy. However, because of this, Nie Wenbai discovered another effect of slowness skills. This skill can actually be used on himself without slowing down his thinking speed. The most important thing is that he can remove the slowness effect on himself at any time. The obvious manifestation of this thing is that Nie Wenbai's ability to stay in the air is so strong that it explodes. Of course, the ability to stay in the air is the ability to stay in the air. That doesn't allow him to fly. It's not like I have to go on my own honestly. It's strange, Nie Wenbai, how come your physical strength is so poor? Aunt Mito has better physical strength than you. Gon looked at Nie Wenbai with a puzzled expression and said. It's not very harmful, it's very insulting. But Nie Wenbai couldn't help it, and he didn't want to do it. As an intellectual, is it a disadvantage to be physically weak? Of course not, he is a brain guy after all. Well, I haven't done any work since I was a child. I have been studying, so I haven't exercised. Nie Wenbai explained. I heard Aunt Mito say, Nie Wenbai, you seem to be a college student, you are so awesome. Gon looked at Nie Wenbai with admiration and said. Nie Wenbai twitched his lips and said, not all college students are so good. Well, in that case, let's slow down. The Swamp King should be fine. Gon nodded and said. Nie Wenbai breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to follow Gon in the forest where he could fall down at any time. The people in this world are really monsters. Gon is only 12 years old now, but he is already so strong. So wouldn't Killua's situation scare someone to death? It seems that I have to think of ways to make myself stronger. Otherwise, based on the urinary properties of the mentally retarded system, the hunter test would be in big trouble. However, it may be too late to start exercising now. The only opportunities for me to become stronger quickly are the strange object Mal and Nan in this world. Nan is temporarily unavailable. Then only the strange objects Mal can look forward to it. However, the strange objects Mal has not been opened yet, which is a troublesome thing. Is it because I don't have money, so I don't open it? Well, quite possibly. Just finish the first task quickly to make sure. Neither strange objects nor Nan have any effect on Nie Wenbai's current situation. Therefore, Nie Wenbai still has to find other ways to make walking in the forest easier. For this reason, he picked a lot of leaves and put them in his backpack. When he encountered something high that needed to be climbed, he would use leaves to build stairs for climbing. When you encounter a pit or cliff that needs to be crossed over a long distance, use leaves to build a bridge in the air. He tested it, and as long as he didn't stand still on those leaves, he could still walk up and down. Because the falling speed of leaves is also the gravitational acceleration of the planet. It's still 9.8 meters per second, which is close to 10 meters per second. This speed is slowed down by 30 times, which is about 0.33 meters per second. If he is only in contact with a leaf for 0.5 seconds at a time, he can jump out when the leaf drops 16.5 centimeters. Although it is still a bit dangerous, after trying it a few times. Nie Wenbai is also skilled. It can be seen that he still has some athletic ability and good balance. I haven't discovered it for so many years, and it's just been buried by the study life in the city. Of course, after these experiments, Nie Wenbai didn't dare to just run into the sky. Because it is really not stable enough. Perhaps after the slowness skill reaches level 3, the power of the slowness skill will be fully demonstrated. This miraculous performance made Gon very curious, and he also knew why Nie Wenbai was so weak and still able to travel alone. He wanted to ask, but Nie Wenbai dismissed him by saying that it was natural. This is not a lie. Although it is not innate, it is obtained after traveling to this world. After all, he doesn't know how to nan himself, let alone teach others. Soon, the two came to the location where Gon dropped the Swamp King. It was on the edge of a large lake, and a large fish several meters long was jumping around helplessly. It seemed as if he wanted to stand up and run back to the lake. Yes, run back, because there are 2 rows of shrimp legs on the belly of this Swamp King. Although it looks very slender. But according to the magic of this world, Nie Wenbai feels. As long as the Swamp King straightens his body, he will definitely be able to walk. Great, nothing happened to the Swamp King. Gon looked at the situation of the Swamp King and said with a happy smile. Then, he quickly ran to the side of the Swamp King and raised the Swamp King to his head with a push of his hands. Chapter 5. Gan. This thing weighs several hundred kilograms at least. This little kid like Gon lifted it up when he asked. He looked at Gon's little arms and legs, and then at his own arms and thighs. It's true that people's physiques cannot be generalized. Forget it, I'm a brain person and I don't want to compare myself with these fools. Nie Wenbai comforted himself and felt much better. Nie Wenbai, can you speed up a little bit? Gon held up the Swamp King and asked Nie Wenbai. Yes. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. Although it consumes a lot of physical strength, after this period of adaptation, there are still some tips for applying slow skills. Nie Wenbai feels that he should not be unable to keep up with the current Gon. Thinking of this, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but look at the Swamp King held by Gon in his hands. He nodded his head firmly. Sure enough, even a little monster like Gon was lifting hundreds of kilograms of things. The running speed still dropped a lot. In addition, Nie Wenbai has adapted to running in the forest and is assisted by slow skills. The speed of the 2 people was indeed consistent. Time passed slowly, and the 2 of them ran in the forest for a while. Finally, they left the complicated section of the forest and came to a relatively smooth path. Aunt Mito, Aunt Mito. As soon as he left the forest, Gon shouted loudly and ran wildly. Nie Wenbai, who was standing on the path to catch his breath and regain his strength, looked at Gon's quickly disappearing back with a wry smile. This little brat. Can it actually speed up? What the hell kind of physical strength is this? Gon is already at this level, what about those people who are among the strongest in the world? These monsters. Hey, retarded system, can't you just give me some skill points? No need for more. Just let me fill up the slowness skill. Tisk, he is indeed mentally retarded. Seeing that his request did not receive a response from the system, Nie Wenbai secretly cursed his system a few more times. Then I wiped my sweat and walked slowly along the path. Now that he can see the road, he won't run away. If he continues running, Nie Wenbai is worried that he will become dehydrated. Trouble, if you do this, I won't be able to pass the first level of the hunter test. Nie Wenbai muttered, fanning himself with his hands. Then I felt that the wind was not strong enough, so I took out another big leaf from my backpack. Fluttering and fluttering, fanning the wind. The cool breeze blowing on his steaming face made Nie Wenbai calm down involuntarily. Forget it, just take it one step at a time. After the system mutation, it seems that my tasks have no time limit. If it really doesn't work, I'll wait a few years before I start exploring the world again. Thinking like this, Nie Wenbai already saw the roofs of houses appearing in front of him. With anticipation in his heart, he also quickened his pace. Soon, the appearance of the small town of Whale Island appeared before his eyes. Very peculiar appearance. The houses are built on the hill. This makes the whole town look surprisingly messy. But amidst the chaos, there is also something exotic. As a person who lives in the city, he is used to seeing neat streets. Facing this exotic building, I couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Until he saw the introduction board of Whale Island. Without any hesitation, Nie Wenbai trotted to the introduction board of Whale Island and stood in front of it. Retarded system, complete the task settlement. When he said this, Nie Wenbai was already a little impatient. Please submit the task props required for settlement. As the system pops up such a query again, Nie Wenbai didn't hesitate and clicked directly on the Whale Island introduction board in front of him. The task props were selected successfully. Do you want to submit it? Nonsense, you've already made your choice. What else will you do if you don't submit? Submit, Nie Wenbai said angrily. Hey! In an instant, the Whale Island introduction board that was standing firmly in front of Nie Wenbai disappeared in an instant. Only 2 wooden strips used to secure the introduction board were left in place. The mission props are submitted successfully and the mission is completed. Reward, money 10,000, truth points 10, socks *1. While exploring Whale Island, you learned that there is a hunter profession in the world. You found that this profession was very helpful in exploring the world, and decided to take a closer look at the hunter profession. Task: learn about the hunter profession. Reward: money 50,000, truth points 50, identity certificate *1. A lot of messages pop up in the system, and then they all disappear. However, Nie Wenbai had no time to care about this. He was currently looking at the introduction board that had disappeared out of thin air in front of him in confusion. Gan. As expected, it is a retarded system. You will remove the mission props. You should have told me earlier. After swallowing, Nie Wenbai looked around. Well, no one. Safety. After clearing up the expression on his face and tidying up his clothes, Nie Wenbai walked towards the dock as if nothing was wrong. While walking, Nie Wenbai looked at the information on the virtual panel in front of him. Then he saw the system saying that when he was exploring Whale Island, he learned about the hunter profession in the world, and then found that this profession was very helpful in exploring the world, so he decided to take a closer look at the information about the hunter profession. I can screw your retarded system. This damn information about the hunter profession is from me. Did you just use it as a mission? Why don't you reward me with knowing most of the truth about the world? Really retarded. Grass. If it weren't for your mission and reward, you see, I would ignore you. Just as Nie Wenbai thought, if there were no rewards, who would care about this? However, although the retarded system is stupid, but the rewards are still very good, so it's better not to waste them if they are very important. For example, now, he has received money 10,000, truth points 10, and socks *1. Of these 3 rewards, money and socks are small things. The most important thing is those 10 truth points. This is Nie Wenbai's experience in upgrading, and it is also the key to refreshing rare items in the Strange Object Mall. Even though there are only 10 truth points, it seems like very little. But this can upgrade Nie Wenbai from LV1 to LV2. You can also refresh the rare items in the Strange Item Mall. Speaking of the Strange Objects Mall, Nie Wenbai discovered that the Strange Objects Mall had been opened. When he opened it, he saw that the board was empty, with only a few item compartments, and the top one displayed a strange item called Physical Candy. Chapter 6. Physical Candy. After eating it, your physical strength can be restored to its healthiest state. A very simple introduction, but with extraordinary effects. For ordinary people to use it, it may only be used for recovery from work. But in the hands of those martial arts experts, it can become a super treasure that determines success or failure. And for Nie Wenbai now, definitely one of the most urgently needed items. With it, Nie Wenbai no longer worries about his lack of physical strength. However, this thing is worth 10,000 money, which is not a small sum for Nie Wenbai now. If it weren't for this, he would have eaten the energy candy he bought right now. After looking at this item grid for a few seconds, 2 options will pop up next to the item grid. Refresh. Save. You don't need to guess the word refresh to know that this thing is used to refresh rare items. And once, 10 truth points are needed. For Nie Wenbai now, this is a no-brainer. With these truths in mind, wouldn't it be better for him to save up for upgrades? If you don't refresh, you have to wait for the refresh time after early morning every day. Refreshing it once a day is actually pretty good. Of course, the premise depends on whether Nie Wenbai is a European emperor or a non-chief. Refresh cannot be used, but saving can be used. After looking at it for a few seconds, the right to purchase the strange item of physical energy candy appeared in the 3 arranged item grids at the bottom of the panel. The strange object that appears here is equivalent to Nie Wenbai temporarily retaining the right to purchase it. No matter how the rare items are refreshed, as long as Nie Wenbai doesn't lose the right to purchase them, then he can keep buying. This is good, when a strange thing like physical candy is in the game. It may not be of much use. However, when it comes to reality, its usefulness is endless. Therefore, he has planned to regard this rare item as his own regular item. After buying a physical candy, Nie Wenbai exited the strange object mall. It's really boring to visit a place like this without money. If he had money, he would like to buy a lot of physical candies and take one right now. He had just finished running, so he was very tired. Well, speaking of recovering physical fitness, I wonder if we can recover together afterward? Thinking about it, Nie Wenbai opened his properties panel. Then directly add all the truth points that were just obtained to the level. Ding! Level LV1 LV2, skill point +1. After getting new skill points, Nie Wenbai started to get entangled again. Because he has difficulty choosing again. In the game, he would only consider continuing to improve after he has mastered every skill. However, now is the reality, the first level of prompt is really weak. It's not suitable for his current situation at all, and it's just a drag on himself. Therefore, in Nie Wenbai's mind, the prompt skill is a skill that he must fully equip. But at this stage, it is not what Nie Wenbai wants to order. Therefore, the only choices he had were to delay, avoid death, and search. Now, the choice lies before Nie Wenbai. One is to save his life first and choose to avoid death, so that he can at least avoid death once and have multiple lives. The second is to continue to become stronger and enhance one's combat capabilities. Nie Wenbai thought carefully about these two situations. In the end, he chose to continue to become stronger. Because, for now, he is not in much danger yet. Therefore, it is a good choice to continue to become stronger. The most important thing is that as he becomes stronger, the dangers to his life will become much less. After all, this world is still a world where strength speaks for itself. There are actually two options for continuing to become stronger. First, he continued to strengthen the slowness skill. He checked the effect of level 2 of the slowness skill. That is a powerful effect that can slow down a locked target 60 times for up to 60 seconds. The disadvantage is that once he encounters an opponent whose eyesight and reaction cannot keep up with him, no matter how strong the slowing effect is, it is in vain. The second is to learn search skills and use the effect that can image a 50-meter range in the mind. He can have more reaction time. As long as the speed of that person or thing is not faster than Nie Wenbai's reaction speed, it can be caught by him and then slowed down. This speed is 500 meters per second. Don't think this is a bragging number, think how could Nie Wenbai's reaction speed be faster than that of athletes? In fact, when it comes to the time from reaction to action, Nie Wenbai is certainly not faster than an athlete. The time it takes him to complete these actions is 0.3 seconds. The time it takes for most athletes to complete their starting movements is less than 0.2 seconds. But does Nie Wenbai need to move? No, he doesn't need to, he only needs to sense it in 0.1 seconds, and then directly think about it. He doesn't need to act, he just needs to feel it mentally. When a dangerous object enters his 50-meter range, its speed does not exceed 500 meters per second. He can avoid these dangers and even fight back. In other words, as long as he learned to search, and then supplemented it with slowness, he has been able to ignore a lot of people. There are only those who have the strange Nen, the super long-range rapid strike, and the strong ones who can ignore 30 times the slowness. That's what he needs to care about most. And guns are included in this list. Most bullets break the speed of sound. Especially the rifle can reach about 1000 meters per second. Even if Nie Wenbai imposes a delay, the bullet still has a speed of tens of meters per second. Even the pistol has a speed of about 10 meters per second. Therefore, he is still quite afraid of hidden guns, but he is not so afraid of close combat. The advantages and disadvantages of both are clear at a glance. Of course Nie Wenbai knows which one he wants to choose. Explorer, Nie Wenbai. Level, LV2, 0/100. World Exploration Progress, 0/100, Surface. Truth Points, 0. Skill Points, 0. Money, 0, Withdrawal. Backpack, Hat 1, Socks 1, Some Leaves. Rare Items, Fire Blast Pill 1, Physical Candy 1. Skills, Slowness LV1, Search LV1. Sure enough, the truth behind upgrading to level 3 has not changed. Each time you level up, add a 0, which means you have to upgrade to the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Let's upgrade the slowness skill first for the time being. Otherwise, the skill points will simply not be enough. If you can use the European Emperor's Hand, you can refresh a rare item that adds skill points. No matter how much money you have, it's just a small thing. Chapter 7. Nie Wenbai felt a little melancholy, and that was all he could think. After all, most people don't have such a thing as luck. He is just one of them. However, in the final analysis, Nie Wenbai now has some ability to protect himself. At least, Nie Wenbai knew that there was no way that Killua could get close to him when he was 30 times slower. After walking for a while, Nie Wenbai began to hear voices in his ears. Looking around, I saw a dock appearing in the distance. When he walked in again, Nie Wenbai found that many fishermen at the pier had stopped what they were doing. Almost everyone gathered in one place, looking at the Swamp King who could be seen from a distance. They were talking among themselves, seemingly praising Gon among the crowd. In front of Gon, there was a woman staring at the Swamp King with a not very pretty face. She is Gon's Aunt Mito, who adopted a woman whom Gon has not married for many years. No way, her heart was already taken away by Gon's father when she was young. Even over the years, people have often expressed their desire to pursue it. They were all rejected by Mito. In addition to taking care of Gon, she also couldn't forget Gon's father, Kim Freaks. As a woman who was harmed by Jin, she started when Gon was a child. I always wanted Gon to live as an ordinary person. He has everything that ordinary people have, becoming a college student, a successful big boss, and living a peaceful life. But things turned out to be the opposite, something Mito didn't even expect. A few days ago, Gon would have suggested to her the idea of signing up for the hunter test. How could this be possible? She was worried that Gon would be like Kim Freaks and never come back. Not dead, but like dead. Although he is still alive, he has no contact at all. All of a sudden he ran back, just put a kid down, and then left again. Such an irresponsible, complete scumbag. However, in the face of Gon's insistence, she still gave him a chance. The chance is that Gon has to catch the Swamp King before the registration deadline, so she agrees to sign. This is a bet. Now, Gon successfully caught the Swamp King and she lost the bet. She wanted to go back on her word, but with so many people watching, she really didn't want to leave a bad impression on Gon. As a last resort, she could only agree on Gon's hunter application card. When Nie Wenbai was about to reach the pier, he saw Gon rushing towards him with his head buried in the ground. Hey, Gon, do you know where you can buy the hunter application card? When Gon was about to approach, Nie Wenbai raised his hand and asked with a smile. Nie Wenbai, are you also going to take the hunter test? Hearing Nie Wenbai's question, Gon stopped and asked curiously. Nie Wenbai nodded and said, yes, because there are many places. It will be more convenient if you have a hunter ID. Great, we happen to have a team. If you want to buy a hunter application card, I will take you there. Gon said happily. Thank you for your work. I'll treat you to a drink later. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Come this way. Gon greeted Nie Wenbai loudly and said. Then trotted off in the other direction. Ah! Are you going to run again? Please do not. Very tired. Nie Wenbai looked at the back of Gon, who was full of energy, and felt a headache. Maybe I shouldn't ask Gon for directions. Nie Wenbai, this way, come quickly. Gon, who ran some distance away, saw that Nie Wenbai did not follow, turned around and waved to him and shouted. Nie Wenbai sighed and said, coming, coming. What else can I do? I can only trot. Fortunately, I took a rest during this period, otherwise he couldn't run anymore. My feet, if I don't press them tonight, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but think of his legs that were so painful that he had to cry for help after finishing military training some time ago. At that time, his legs ached even when going down the stairs, and he felt like a zombie. He was limping, walking as if he could fall to the ground at any time. With every step I took, my thighs felt sore. Let him breathe in the cold air and make a huge contribution to global warming. The place where I purchased the hunter application card is not too far from where I was just now. Soon, Nie Wenbai and Gon arrived at the door of a small department store. Due to time constraints, there are not many people here, most of them are children staying here. If anyone has some money on him, he can still buy some snacks. This kid is definitely the most handsome among the group of kids. Supported by many fans. Gon is quite familiar with these kids, but he doesn't play much with them. The main reason is that Gon is too strong and there is no fun in playing with him. So, after saying hello, I took Nie Wenbai into the small department store. A large part of the products here are daily necessities. On the contrary, when Hunter applied for a card, the supply was really low. There were only 5 pieces in total, and only one was bought by Gon. The price. It's not expensive, it only costs 1000 Ni. As for Nie Wenbai, you have to buy it all when you open your mouth, which costs 4000 ring nip. Why for? It's all because Nie Wenbai has finally understood the situation of the mentally retarded system. When you complete the task in a while, you absolutely need to upload one. Then he needs one when he applies for registration. Then he guessed that he would most likely sign up for the hunter test and be tasked with leaving Whale Island. Most likely one more will be needed. Keep the last one as a spare, who knows if you will need it again. Be prepared for a rainy day, you have to buy them anyway, it doesn't matter if you buy them all together. Ding! Side task, confirm the world monetary system, completed, the currency unit has been modified. Reward, ring none * 10,000. Suddenly, such a message popped up in the system. Then there was silence again. What the hell, is there such a side mission? Forget it, just make money if you can. I originally planned to borrow some money from Gon, but now I no longer need it. Withdraw. Please select the amount. No, let's just say 5000. Ding. Withdrawal completed, please take it out from your backpack. As the system information appeared, Nie Wenbai indeed discovered that there were 5 more 1000 face value rings in his backpack. He took out 4 of them and handed them to the haberdashery shop owner. Give me another bottle of this energy drink. I want it iced. Thank you. Gon, what do you want? Nie Wenbai said with a smile. I want a bottle of orange juice. Gon did not refuse Nie Wenbai's invitation and asked for a drink of his choice. Chapter 8. Tons. Haha, cool. Nie Wenbai put down the empty bottle in his hand and said with a lively expression on his face. Gon, who was walking next to Nie Wenbai, looked at him and asked in confusion, Nie Wenbai, why did you buy so many hunter application cards? It's okay. I'm afraid I'll fill it in wrong. It's not a big deal anyway, so I don't have to go back and buy it again if I fill it in wrong. Nie Wenbai said casually. Although it was a lie, Gon thought about it and nodded in agreement with this statement. Indeed, it's easy to fill in the wrong form if you're not careful. Right. Nie Wenbai paused and said, by the way, Gon, how far is it to the bookstore? Almost, but Nie Wenbai, why do you want to go to the bookstore? Gon asked curiously. Nie Wenbai said casually, find a place to fill out the hunter application card and buy a few books by the way. You think I do, but I want to submit the task directly. But the mentally retarded system still requires me to submit a hunter introduction. Nie Wenbai complained about the judgment rules and rigidity of the mentally retarded system. Under Gon's guidance, he quickly bought the hunter introduction books he needed from the bookstore. By the way, I also bought a fantasy book called Journey to the New World. Nie Wenbai is said to be a fantasy book and can learn a lot about the world. But I know that this is not a fantasy book at all. But Gon's ancestor, Dong Freaks, recorded the introduction of the records of the Dark Continent. According to the urinary nature of the mentally retarded system, he must make a trip to the Dark Continent. Therefore, he planned to understand the situation on the Dark Continent first. He hasn't read the book yet, and he has more important things to do now. That's getting the job done. The mentally retarded system performs task settlement. Because Gon is here, Nie Wenbai's dialogue with the system is all based on imagination. Please submit the task props required for settlement. As the system pops up such a query again, Nie Wenbai rolled his eyes and directly clicked on the hunter application card and hunter introduction book in front of him. The task props were selected successfully. Do you want to submit it? Submit. The mission props are submitted successfully and the mission is completed. Reward, None 50,000, Truth Points 50, Identity Certificate *1. After understanding Hunter's information, you decide to register for the Hunter test and become a hunter. The world is very big. You plan to leave Whale Island and go to other areas to explore the truth of the world. Task: successfully sign up for the Hunter test. Reward: None 10,000, Truth Point 10. Task: leave Whale Island and reach the next area. Rewards: None 200,000, Truth Points 200, Death Free Order *1. The last task was completed, and Nie Wenbai received a lot of rewards. 50,000 nuns, 50 truth points, and an identity certificate that is very important in this world. Of course, these are small things, and that's all the money is anyway. 50 truth points will not allow Nie Wenbai to upgrade, so the identity certificate will provide an additional guarantee. At least he will no longer be an undocumented person. These things are not as important as the 2 tasks he just obtained. The main thing is to leave Whale Island to resist the tasks in the next area. Because the reward is actually a death-free order, which is very cool. If he learns death avoidance skills at the next level, it will be equivalent to having 2 lives. Of course, this may be a good thing that allows Nie Wenbai to use a more relaxed plan to add points. For example, improve your own strength first. If you have hope, of course you will have enough motivation. Nie Wenbai hurriedly took out a hunter application card and started filling it out. Don't worry, Nie Wenbai can't write, even though the system is mentally retarded. But at this point, it's still pretty cool. He seems to have been blessed with the ability to understand the universal language of this world. Very easily, Nie Wenbai filled out a hunter application card. Just when I was about to stop and sign up with Gon, he paused, then took out another hunter application card and filled it out. Nie Wenbai, haven't you already filled it out? Why do you have to fill out another one? Gon asked in confusion. I don't think the last one I filled out was very good, so I'll fill it out again. Nie Wenbai said casually. Gon looked at Nie Wenbai nodding his head strangely. Nie Wenbai didn't pay attention to this and filled out the hunter application card carefully. Then, he got up and went to the place where Hunter signed up with Gon. Signing up is easy, just submit your completed Hunter application card. Soon, the two successfully completed the registration. However, Nie Wenbai's mission remained silent. Seeing this, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but show an expression that was indeed true. Mud, the mentally retarded system. Then I submitted another completed Hunter application card to the system. The mission props are submitted successfully and the mission is completed. Reward, Ring Nun 10,000, Truth Point 10. Although there are 10 more truth points if you want to upgrade to LV3, you are still short of 40 truth points. Therefore, Nie Wenbai just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Okay, now we just have to wait for the ship to pick us up on January 4th, which is next Monday. Gon said with a smile. I only set off on January 4th, but now it's December 30th, which means I still need to stay on the island for a few more days. Well, Gon, do you know where I can rent? If not, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep on the street, Nie Wenbai asked Gon helplessly. Gon responded and said, Nie Wenbai, if you don't mind, you can sleep over at my house first, and then we can board the ship together. I don't mind, but, can you decide this matter yourself? Don't you need to discuss it with your family? Nie Wenbai shook his head lightly and said. Forget it, I'll just live outside. Gon, just tell me where there is a hotel. After thinking about it, Nie Wenbai still thought it would be better not to live at Gon's house. He and Gon had only known each other for a short time, and they rashly went to live in someone else's house. It's really not a good thing. Hey, okay then. Gon said with some pity. After saying that, Gon took Nie Wenbai to a hotel in the town of Whale Island. The hotel is not too good, but it is not too bad either. The log-style rooms have a unique flavor. Without hesitation, Nie Wenbai paid the fee for a few days directly. This lasted until the day the Hunter test shuttle arrived. Nie Wenbai, where are you going soon? Gon asked again after Nie Wenbai found a place to live. Chapter 9. Nie Wenbai looked at Gon strangely, shook his head slightly and said, let me look around the island and find a place to eat. Then do you want to come to my house for dinner? Tell me about Hunter. Gon looked at Nie Wenbai expectantly and said. Nie Wenbai thought for a moment and nodded, okay, but won't your family mind? He remembered that Gon's family owned a tavern, so eating at Gon's house was also a meal. It's okay to eat outside. Don't worry, Aunt Mito won't mind, they are very enthusiastic. Gon said with a smile. Really, they are all very enthusiastic. Hot you big-headed ghost, little brat, naughty kid. Does this look like a passionate expression? I'm afraid he didn't want to bury me enthusiastically. At this time, Nie Wenbai, who believed Gon's lies, sat at the table with a dry smile. And sitting in front of him was the enthusiastic Aunt Mito that Gon said. To be honest, at the beginning, I just said that Nie Wenbai would stay at Whale Island for a few days and needed to eat at their house. Mito is indeed very warm and hospitable. However, when I learned that Nie Wenbai was also going to take the Hunter test and become a hunter, everything has changed. Good guy, he's smiling but not smiling. Nie Wenbai was particularly embarrassed. Well, this feels like the time before he traveled through time, when he had to lead other people's children to learn bad things. Then the situation is the same when someone else's parents catch him in the act. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. The most important thing is that this guy Gon wants to take the Hunter test, he is not the one who instigated it. Well, it's getting late, so I won't interrupt. Nie Wenbai decided not to stay anymore and planned to use the time to slip away. Hey, Nie Wenbai, don't you want to eat? Gon asked strangely. This little kid seems like he can't understand the atmosphere. Well, I'm full. I'm a little tired today. Let's go back to bed first. Nie Wenbai gestured to Gon with his eyes and Mito said. With that said, Nie Wenbai walked outside. Well, Grandma, the dinner you cooked is really great. Thank you for your hospitality. When Nie Wenbai walked to the door, he turned to the smiling old woman and said with a smile. I'll get the fruit. Mito suddenly stood up, left a word and walked to the kitchen. No need to work, I'm leaving now. Nie Wenbai has made up his mind to leave here now. After that, he didn't wait for Mito and Gon to speak, left a smile, closed the door and left. Oh my god, this situation brings back the embarrassment I felt when I was in high school visiting my classmates' houses. I really miss it. However, I still don't want to experience it again. Well, speaking of tired, I am indeed a little sleepy, so I'd better go back to sleep. As he muttered, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but yawned. It can be seen that today's run in the forest really made him very tired. And just when Nie Wenbai left Gon's house. The atmosphere at Gon's house is a bit solemn. Because they didn't expect that Nie Wenbai would leave so quickly. It's like running away. This kind of thing is so rude and goes against their family education. Gon, go and say sorry to your friend. Granny Gon said with a calm expression. Gon looked at Mito and said, Aunt Mito. Go. Mito was also a little at a loss. This was the first time she encountered this situation. Because most of the people she came into contact with before were acquaintances, and these acquaintances knew her situation. So, most of the time, they know it's just a joke. The residents of the island are very tolerant of Mito, a woman who raises Gon alone and also supports her own mother. Although Nie Wenbai knew this, he didn't feel the same way about it. After all, I only learned a little bit of information from an anime. It was hard to make him feel anything about it. Therefore, when he sees that others seem to dislike him, he really doesn't want to get close to them. Faced with Gon's apology, Nie Wenbai didn't care. After smiling and telling Gon to go home, he continued walking towards the hotel. Back at the hotel, Nie Wenbai took a hot bath and fell asleep. The next day, the sun came in through the window and hit his eyes. He just woke up with a look of discomfort on his face. So sore, so painful. Although Nie Wenbai gave his thighs a relaxing massage yesterday. However, judging from his current situation, his strength is obviously too low. Sorry, it seems I have to stay quietly these days. Nie Wenbai sat up, frowning and pressing his thighs and calves. He could feel it every time he pressed it. The soreness of the pressed muscles. Even if he exerts more force, he himself will take a breath of cold air. Of course, it's not possible to stay completely silent. His muscle soreness was caused by not exercising his limbs for a long time and then suddenly engaging in excessive intensity exercise. Now, his muscles are full of lactic acid. It was this lactic acid that was stimulating his muscles, giving him this sore feeling. And if you want to get better quickly, you need massage and hot compress. Promote blood circulation and disperse lactic acid. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Nie Wenbai gritted his teeth and massaged himself hard a few times, his face twisted in pain. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Nie Wenbai, I heard your voice, Aunt Mito asked me to bring you breakfast. Gon's voice came from outside the door. Nie Wenbai got off the ground and moved slowly to the door. Opening the door and facing Gon outside, he said, Gon, it seems I won't be able to visit your place these days. Well, if you want breakfast, you don't need to bring it to me. I'll just eat a little bit around here. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why don't you stop shopping? Gon said strangely. Aunt Mito said she was too rude last night, so she decided to be responsible for your breakfast these days. My muscles are sore. It will take a few days to get better. As for breakfast, I really don't need it. I didn't take it to heart last night. Nie Wenbai said with a chuckle. That's it. Then Nie Wenbai, you should have a good rest. I'll go back and talk to Aunt Mito. Gon nodded and said, Hey, this is breakfast. Looking at the breakfast handed to him, Nie Wenbai paused for a moment, then reached out and took it. It's not a good idea to let others take it back after it has been delivered to you. Chapter 10. After sending Gon off, Nie Wenbai took a long time to wash up, and then ate the breakfast brought by Gon. The breakfast is very nutritious and exquisite, and it seems that some time has been spent on it. Although I don't really care about Mito's attitude last night. However, if it can change for the better, Nie Wenbai will not refuse it. After all, no one wants to take someone else's anger. Mito's apology was very good, and he was very helpful. After finishing today's breakfast happily, Nie Wenbai sat on the chair in the room. It was impossible to go out for a walk, although he could still walk. This side of Whale Island town was mountainous. If he accidentally fell, he would probably fall from the mountainside to the bottom of the mountain. So, practice using the slow skill. With this idea in mind, Nie Wenbai found some paper. Then he raised it casually into the air. Wow! Paper instantly covered his head. Search, lock paper. Buzz. The moment the search skill was activated, in Nie Wenbai's mind, the papers within a 50-meter range were displayed in red one by one. In a flash of thought, Nie Wenbai placed a slow motion on the papers flying and falling above his head. The paper, which was already very slow, now seemed to be fixed in the air. The pairing of the two skills of search and slow is a perfect fit. Nie Wenbai looked at the almost motionless papers in the sky with great joy. He has confirmed that he did not choose the wrong skill this time. This is also the first time I know that my slowness skill can be applied to multiple targets at the same time. The premise is that he can notice these targets in an instant. When he locked eyes with each other before, he didn't feel this way, he just thought he could choose one. 30 seconds later. Wow! The paper, which was almost suspended in the air, finally returned to its normal speed. But it slowly fell to the ground. Picking up one of the sheets, Nie Wenbai tore it into a large number of small pieces of paper. Then another handful was sprinkled into the air. Search. Slow. In an instant, he completed several larger target slow application tests. From this, he has been able to determine that he has almost no delay in imposing delay. This discovery is excellent and means that Nie Wenbai does not actually need to train this skill. You just need to work hard to improve your reflexes. Perhaps, I can use the slowness skill to defend. Nie Wenbai muttered, looking at the small piece of paper floating in the air that was almost motionless. After finishing speaking, Nie Wenbai picked up a piece of paper and placed it in front of him. Then apply retardation. Let go of your hand and let the piece of paper float in the air. He walked aside, picked up a chair, and then smashed the paper hard. Nie Wenbai could feel that he had hit something. However, the chair in his hand did not move at all. It wasn't until 1 second later that the paper suspended in the air slowly flew out as if it had been smashed. It works. Nie Wenbai looked at the paper slowly flying out in front of him with bright eyes, and he was completely surprised. The performance of the paper is enough to show that he would use this method to defend himself. He will have 1 second to dodge the attack. Moreover, as slowness skills become stronger, Nie Wenbai believes he can even resist any attack with a piece of paper. It's just paper, how much does it cost? You don't need to just use paper, any kind of items can be used. Wait, maybe I don't need to dodge. I have a backpack. Can't I put away the items that block attacks? Nie Wenbai paused, as if he had discovered a huge secret. Without any hesitation, he reached out and put the slowly flying paper into his backpack. Gan. That said, as long as my speed allows. Can't I block all physical and energy attacks? Incredible! Besides my attack power, what else is wrong with me? This mentally retarded system looks pretty cool. Love it, love it. After realizing that his life safety was well guaranteed, Nie Wenbai's whole body relaxed. When it comes to training, just integrating it into your life is enough. He found that he didn't need to practice at all. Thinking of this, the lazy temperament unique to peacetime suddenly returned to Nie Wenbai. He sat back on the chair and took out the book Journey to the New World he had bought earlier. I flipped through it casually. Ding! Discover a new map, please go explore it as soon as possible. As the book was opened, the system joined in the fun again. However, Nie Wenbai, who had met him once before when buying books, ignored him at all. Come on, that's the Dark Continent. Going there to explore in his current situation? Even with the skills of slow and search, he wouldn't dare go there and mess around, okay? You know, on the Dark Continent, the most dangerous things are not the various large creatures. Instead, there are endless poisonous insects and various strange creatures with strange abilities. If he enters it unprepared, the various strange creatures, poisonous insects, and plants in the book Journey to the New World will definitely teach him how to behave. Nie Wenbai, who ignored the system's information, was immersed in the fantasy introduction of Journey to the New World. This is not a novel, but a book that introduces some of the animals, plants, insects, minerals, water sources, ruins, etc. on the Dark Continent. It can be regarded as an incomplete encyclopedia of the Dark Continent. On it, there are various pictures and texts. Nie Wenbai doesn't know whether it's the weird animals and plants on the Dark Continent, or it's a problem with Dong Freaks' style of painting. Anyway, in this Journey to the New World, he seemed to have seen the old Crusoe style. Weird and bluffing. Perhaps, it couldn't be that there really is crucifix in the Dark Continent. This may not be surprising, the world of Hunter x Hunter is a very fantasy world. And also has all kinds of weirdness. In the New Continent chapter of Hunter, this style is very similar to Crusoe style. Hey, this magical world is so wonderful. Nie Wenbai casually closed the book in his hand and said with emotion. The book Journey to the New World is not too thick, and most of it has pictures, so it doesn't take long to read it. Chapter 11. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several days have passed. In the past few days, Nie Wenbai's muscle soreness has finally recovered. Some money was spent on accommodation and some more on shopping. Fortunately, Nie Wenbai has the mission reward, otherwise, Nie Wenbai would probably be in some trouble. There are many places to spend money, but it is on food. Nie Wenbai has surprisingly not spent money these days. Although he said he didn't care, Mito felt very sorry for it. So, breakfast, lunch, dinner these days. Gon sent them all over. Nie Wenbai accepted these kindnesses, so he didn't worry too much about food. For backpack items, apply slowness and then assist yourself in doing various things. Because of his casual use these days, Nie Wenbai has become a lot more proficient. For example, slow descent at high altitude and crossing an area without a focus point. He is already very handy. Items can be stored and stored freely. Often when he steps forward, the object will appear where his feet landed, and then be exerted a slowing effect. Although the slowness effect is only 30 times, the focus of self created is not yet safe. Make it look like he's jumping in the air. But, that's pretty good. Of course, when he first practiced this kind of thing, Nie Wenbai did not practice directly at high altitude. Instead, practice between two chairs in the room. It wasn't until he was sure that he could adapt to this kind of action that he started practicing crossing trees. At this time, he was not worried that he would fall to death. Because he has mastered the technique of slow descent. After a few days passed, today happened to be the day for Nie Wenbai and Gon to participate in the hunter test. Because of this, Nie Wenbai woke up early today. After washing up, I checked out directly from the hotel. Then, after finding some breakfast, we walked towards the pier. Arriving at the pier, Nie Wenbai found that there was no action by fishermen on the pier today. It should be because today is the start day of the hunter test, so I stopped in order not to affect the progress of the exam. Of course, this should not be a spontaneous stop by the fishermen. After all, we all have to live, so how can we not work because of other people's affairs? He's not a rich man. If he stops fishing for a day, who knows how much he will lose. It allows fishermen to stop work and rest during this period when they can fish. That can only be due to interests. The Hunter Association, in order to allow the hunter test to proceed smoothly, will provide financial subsidies to places where you can log in. Whale Island, as one of the frequent landing sites for hunter tests, has this benefit. And the reason why it can become one of the landing places. This is only possible if one of the following conditions is met. The population density is high. Bustling area. A powerful hunter appeared. Dangerous area. Chairman Netaro's arbitrary request. These days, Whale Island meets two conditions. One is the emergence of a powerful hunter, Gon's father, Jin Freaks, who is currently the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, Haizhu. The second is dangerous areas and poisonous islands in the sea. It seems that many candidates can be eliminated in this place. The time spent at the landing site is only 15 minutes each time. If you are unable to board the ship during this time, you will be directly disqualified as a candidate. It's just so strict. But think about it, millions of candidates apply for the hunter test every year. If we don't do some preliminary screening activities, how can we have so much time and space to conduct the same exam? You know, in the Hunter x Hunter plot, when Gon and the others went to the hunter testing site, there were only 406 candidates on site. Of course, although the fishermen no longer work, it does not mean that they will not come to join in the fun. Today is the day for Gon to take part in the hunter test. As a member of Whale Island, they had to come over to witness it. Of course, this matter has little to do with Nie Wenbai, he is just an outsider after all. Although I am relatively familiar with Gon and the others. But after all, he didn't have much contact with the residents of the island. So, people waiting here for Gon. I just watched Nie Wenbai appear, and then slowly walked towards the test ship where Hunter was testing. As soon as he boarded the ship, Nie Wenbai was stared at by a group of people on the deck. All the guys looked fierce. Everyone is very confident and complacent, as if they are determined to win the hunter test. These people looked at Nie Wenbai with empty eyes, all looking at him. And when they saw Nie Wenbai's student aura that had not been beaten by society, many people even smiled disdainfully. Then, Nie Wenbai was placed in the ranks of people who would definitely not be able to pass the first level. Belong to that kind of non-threatening group of people. Since there is no threat, of course the candidates on the ship will not spend any more time paying attention. He turned around and continued to do his own thing. Completely when Nie Wenbai is air. In this regard, Nie Wenbai was also happy and went directly to the edge of the boat and looked in the direction of the dock. Within a few minutes, I saw the pier becoming lively. Gon is really popular on Whale Island. Although this guy is very willful, he is indeed a good boy as long as he is not in danger. Nie Wenbai looked at Gon who was talking to the people seeing him off. Said with great emotion. Of course, this is without touching the danger. Once the safety of relatives, friends, or people he respects is touched, this little kid will rush in regardless of the danger. This is difficult to do, and it is done recklessly. This is indeed a common problem among Enhancernan people. From this point of view, I should not be an enhancer. Conjurer probably has nothing to do with me, after all, I don't really like lying. Ah, Nie Wenbai, you have boarded the ship. As soon as he boarded the ship, Gon greeted Nie Wenbai and said. Well, I just got on the boat. Nie Wenbai waved his hand casually and said. Gon smiled, walked to Nie Wenbai's side, and then shouted to the dock under the boat, "Take care. I will definitely come back as a great hunter." The sound was so loud that Nie Wenbai on the side had to cover his ears. "Gon, why don't you come up after talking to Mito about this kind of thing when you are down there?" Nie Wenbai rubbed his ears and complained. "Ah, sorry. Gon looked at Nie Wenbai's movements and couldn't help but apologize. Chapter 12. He excellent hunter. Children really love to talk big, and they say it so easily. On this ship alone, there are more than a dozen experts who have the possibility to become hunters. There are hundreds of thousands of experts from all over the country gathered here, but only 1 out of 10,000 is selected. Boy, your words really make people angry." Gon's words obviously caused dissatisfaction among many people on the ship. These people uttered cold words and looked at Gon and Nie Wenbai next to Gon with malicious eyes. No way, although Nie Wenbai seems to know Gon. "Gon, leave them alone, they will never pass the first level." Nie Wenbai stretched and said while walking towards the middle of the boat. "Boy, what did you say?" Nie Wenbai's words immediately aroused the anger of many candidates. Nie Wenbai spread his hands and said, "If you are deaf, go to the doctor. Do you think you can still become a hunter if you are deaf?" Nie Wenbai looked like he was making me laugh. The candidates who were already angry became even more angry. Some candidates even took out their weapons. "Tisk, let's make a bet on whether you can pass the first level. The bet will be all the money you have. If you win, then I will pay you the same amount of money. And if I win, then you have to give me your money. How about it, do you want to bet or not?" Nie Wenbai curled his lips and said. He admitted that he was short of money. Although when he arrives at the next location, after completing the mission, he will receive 200,000 guineas. But, he has no money now. Before, it was rent, books, clothes, and shoes. After spending all kinds of money, he has already spent almost all his money. Fortunately, he didn't need to spend money on food, otherwise, he would have to buy one less set of clothes. "Boy, since you want to give us money, I won't be polite. Look, I am now carrying 530,000 kainai. Wait a minute, the money in the bank card doesn't count. Who knows whether you will admit it later or not? Moreover, when the time comes when you ask someone to transfer money to your bank card, how will I calculate it?" Before he finished speaking, Nie Wenbai interrupted the man and said. "Damn it, then it's 30,000 kani. You can see clearly." The candidate said very unhappily. "It's clear. Anyway, just complete the gambling transaction before disembarking." Nie Wenbai glanced at it casually, and then didn't care. Anyway, the money is all his in the end. "Me, 40,000. 20,000. Damn, I only brought 4,000. Ha ha ha, I brought 200,000, originally just for convenience, but I didn't expect that I would make a lot of money in vain this time." As gambling began on the ship, it soon spread throughout the ship. When the candidates heard about this good thing, they expressed their intention to participate. They waved their money and came to Nie Wenbai to sign up. It seems that he has already thought of the good thing of making a lot of money. Soon, dozens of candidates on board signed up at Nie Wenbai. Even Leorio is the same. He only brought 10,000 ordination nuns, so Nie Wenbai also suffered. "Even if I know that this one will lose in the end, I don't care. As long as the other candidates lose, he has no problem at all." In the end, among the candidates, only Gon and Karapika did not participate. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting candidate this year. He is going to make a lot of money." After learning the news, the captain laughed and decided on the final result. "Yes, I should have known I would be the banker," the sailor on the side said angrily. The captain glanced at the sailor and said, "The Hunter Association will have something to say." The sailor who was getting into making a lot of money couldn't help but shudder when he heard the captain's words. Only those who have been in contact with Hunter know. The difference between Hunter and ordinary people is something that ordinary people cannot imagine in their lifetime. Therefore, the sailor who had just had an idea immediately gave up his idea. You say it's the candidate's own attention, but that's not a problem. However, what if they, the test assistants, also do these things and interfere with the Hunter test? There is absolutely no way to please these people. Putting away his thoughts, he could only carry out the work of sailing the ship with envy. Ah! Damn it, why didn't I think of this easy way to make money? Leorio suddenly shouted while holding his head. You can come back next year to open a bank. Nie Wenbai said casually. Because Gon is too active, and Nie Wenbai doesn't want to move. Therefore, Nie Wenbai did not stay with Gon, but found a place to sit down. This position happened to be close to Leorio's position, which was why he could hear Leorio's dissatisfaction. After listening to Nie Wenbai's words, Leorio couldn't help but rub his chin and start thinking. It seems that he is thinking about the feasibility of this matter. The elimination rate of the Hunter test is well known, so as long as you open the banker, you can almost make a lot of money. Unless you meet most candidates who don't bring any money. Or maybe you met a group of candidates who were so perverted that they were able to pass the test. Leorio didn't think his luck would be so bad, so he was a little tempted. However, in the end, after he thought about his ultimate goal, he shook his head. His participation in the Hunter test this time was not entirely for money. He studied medicine in order to be recommended by the Hunter Association. Leorio's behavior made Kurapika, who was waiting quietly by the side, couldn't help but take a second look. I thought I was just a money addict, but I didn't want to have such persistence. Compared with this money, the money you can earn after becoming a hunter will be even more. Leorio hid the sadness in his eyes, and said as if he was a money man. I take back my previous thoughts, this is an irredeemable guy. Kurapika withdrew her gaze, and then glanced at Nie Wenbai again. So is he. Oh, you're not too stupid. It's true. Compared with these millions of nuns, the money you can earn after becoming a hunter is definitely 100 times 1,000 times more than here. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Ha ha ha, comrade. Leorio laughed and stretched out his palm. Pa! Just like that, Leorio slapped his palm, and Nie Wenbai also laughed and said, a close friend. At this moment, flocks of seagulls appeared in the sky. There was a cry that most people could hear. Chapter 13. Boom! There was a sudden thunder outside the ship. Ho-ho! The wind picked up, and the originally calm sea suddenly stirred up waves. The ship's sailing steadily began to move up and down due to the influence of these waves. The speed of ascent and descent is too fast, causing items and people in the ship to change due to space. The change in gravity also followed the movement. However, everyone knows that if the contents of the bottle are shaken together with the bottle, then the items in the bottle must be due to inertia and hit the bottle wall. Obviously, the situation in the ship at this time is also the same. Gyulu gyulu! Bang bang bang! Wow! Objects tumbled and collided, and people staggered here and there. One moment he hit the left wall, and the next moment he hit the top of his head. The pain was so painful that it made him grit his teeth, make him dizzy, and make him feel sick to his stomach. In short, it is not a good phenomenon. For a moment, the stench of stomach acid mixed with food residue spread throughout the cabin. At this time, those figures who can ignore the wind and waves and walk steadily on the boat are seen. It seems particularly conspicuous. Gon and Leorio and Kurapika and the sailors, too. Of course, Nie Wenbai is not included in this list. When the ship started to rock, he knew that without this kind of training, he would definitely be the kind of person who was going to vomit. In order not to let myself fall into this kind of footsteps. After hearing Gon say that a storm was coming, Nie Wenbai found a hammock and lay down on it as soon as the ship shook. Even this was not enough to prevent him from feeling dizzy and nauseated. However, as long as Nie Wenbai exerts a slow effect on the hammock he is lying on from time to time, then all the problems will be solved. The shaking speed slowed down by 30 times, which was not enough to cause him to suffer from the bad situation of those candidates. Lying in the hammock, Nie Wenbai even watched Gon busy with interest, running around passing water and hot towels to the candidates who were feeling very uncomfortable. This good boy who is willing to help others seems to be really good now. People like Gon, if they lived in that peaceful era, would not want to take risks. In fact, he is a really good person. Wow! Ah! Ugh! Once again, a large number of people in the cabin were unable to stand at this sudden tilt angle. It rolled like a ping-pong ball in the lottery machine. One of them, vomiting, rolled over Nie Wenbai's head. I go! Looking at the vomit coming towards his face, Nie Wenbai's eyes widened. Without thinking much, he directly applied the slowing effect on the vomit, preventing them from getting close to him for the time being. So far so good. I always have the search skill turned on, otherwise. A pile of foul-smelling vomit hit me in the face. Even if I don't vomit, I'm going to be so disgusted that I do. Paying careful attention to the condition of the vomit, Nie Wenbai's thoughts moved again. A piece of paper appeared out of thin air in front of the vomit, blocked the vomit one by one. Seeing this, Nie Wenbai breathed a sigh of relief. The wind and waves continued, and the ship was particularly helpless on this undulating sea. If it weren't for the captain's powerful driving skills, Nie Wenbai believes that he is already walking on the sea. Compared to walking in the air, walking on the sea is more stable. After all, sea water is much more buoyant than air. Time passed slowly, and the wind and waves were slowly getting smaller. By now, the fluctuations in the sea surface caused by wind and waves no longer caused the people in the cabin to roll. Therefore, those candidates who have vomited just now, I finally felt a lot better. Many people had hot towels covering their faces and were sitting leaning against things in discomfort. There are even many people lying directly on the ground. After the ship's rocking frequency became lower, Nie Wenbai also cancelled the slowness effect on himself. This time, I passed the first level. Now, let me collect my reward properly. GGG. Nie Wenbai smiled strangely, took out a piece of paper with his name written on it, and jumped down from the hammock. Bang bang! Nie Wenbai flicked the paper in his hand twice with his fingers and said with a smile, "Everyone, the happy time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, our bet is over. Now, brothers, if you can still move, please take out your gambling funds. If you can't move it, don't blame me for a moment. I'll take it myself. Thank you everyone for your cooperation." After saying that, Nie Wenbai started his happy time of collecting gambling funds. 1, 2. Hey, brother, the gambling capital you wrote before was 53,420. Now you only give me 53,000. What's going on? Nie Wenbai held several rings and said to the candidate who was already uncomfortable and unwilling to move. You are really a vampire. You won't even let go of 420 ringgits. They are in my back pocket. You can get them yourself. The candidate said weakly and sarcastically. Back pocket. Nie Wenbai glanced at the back of the candidate in front of him. You are very honest. In that case, I will leave the 420 ring for you to buy drinks. After finishing speaking, Nie Wenbai turned around and walked towards the next candidate. Until the end, he already held millions of ring nuns in his hands. Looking at the ring on Nie Wenbai's hand, Liorio's eyes turned red. Although it is said that if the ring nun is exchanged for soft girl coins, it will only be about 20,000. But the problem is that the time it took for Nie Wenbai to earn these millions of nuns was less than a few hours. Isn't this speed of making money enough for him to envy? If you earn 1 million ordained nuns per day, that means you can earn 30 million ordained nuns per month. This conversion is equivalent to a monthly income of 600,000 soft sister coins. Let me ask, who cannot envy this kind of income? After a while, the storm outside became calmer. You guys, come to the captain's cabin. At this moment, the captain walked into the cabin and shouted. The people who were called were the 4 Nie Wenbai who are in good condition now. Without any delay, Nie Wenbai, who knew what was going on, raised his feet and walked out. Followed closely by Gon and Leorio and Karapika who didn't know why. After arriving at the captain's cabin, the captain slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Then he asked, "What are your names?" Chapter 14. Nie Wenbai. Gon. Leorio. Karapika. After the captain finished asking questions, Nie Wenbai and the other 4 people directly spoke out about their reputation. Why do you want to take part in the hunter test? The captain asked, holding the pipe in his left hand and looking at Nie Wenbai and the others seriously. Nie Wenbai didn't wait for Leorio and the others to question him, and said directly, I want to travel around the world, and some areas require hunter documents to enter. Hey! Nie Wenbai, do you have to answer when people ask you? Leorio said loudly to Nie Wenbai, and you, why are you pretending to ask these questions? He is the examiner. Nie Wenbai said with a joking smile. Sure enough, as Nie Wenbai said these words, Leorio's expression froze. Ha ha ha, he is the examiner. Hello, I took the hunter exam because of money. Money? As long as you have money, you can buy anything. Big house, fancy cars, fine wine. Leorio laughed a few times, and then declared with excitement why he participated in the hunter test. Tisk tisk tisk, Leorio, in fact, there are many things in this world that money can't buy. Nie Wenbai smacked his lips and said. Leorio curled his lips in displeasure and said, of course I know, but in this world, money can really buy most of the things I want most of the time. How about you, do you want to change your purpose and make a fortune with me? Oh, if you want, Nie Wenbai said with a smile as he narrowed his eyes. Of course he didn't believe that Leorio would really think this way. Even if he wanted to save those poor families who were unable to treat him. In fact, the better way is for him to turn himself into a doctor who can treat any disease. Only in this way will he not be able to save his loved ones even if he has no money in the future. Ha ha ha, I thought about it and decided not to stop your dream of traveling around the world. I will earn the money by myself. Leorio laughed a few times and then said righteously. Okay. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. I want to know what is going on with my dad's favorite career, and then find my dad. Gon said with his hands raised in the air. Karapika then said, I am a descendant of the Koluda tribe. The reason why I became a hunter is to avenge the phantom troop. A-class murderers, even the experienced hunter is unwilling to take action against them, as if they are willing to die. The captain picked up a bottle of wine and took a sip. I'm not afraid of death, I'm just worried that the anger that will bury them will gradually fade away. Karapika's eyes became scary. There seemed to be an aura rising from him, which made Nie Wenbai experience this for the first time. Especially novel. At this point, the plot has changed. In the original plot, Karapika and Leorio almost started martial arts due to a verbal dispute. But now, because of Nie Wenbai's influence, these things have not happened. However, Nie Wenbai doesn't care at all. In his own mind, his whole being was present here. How could the so-called plot still proceed as it originally developed? Could it be possible that he just stayed aside and watched others interact, pretending that he was invisible? It's obviously impossible. The so-called butterfly effect. It's because of a trivial matter that has nothing to do with it, and then it develops into something big. A small butterfly just flapped its wings and evolved into a large storm. Can you explain the relationship clearly? Nie Wenbai himself couldn't explain clearly. He even suspected that even if he did nothing, he was just seen by these so-called protagonists. It will all turn into a weird plot in the end. If that's the case, then he has something to worry about. Besides, he came here for a trip, not to participate in the plot, so what the hell does the plot have to do with him? Of course, it is quite interesting to get to know these protagonists and see their development during the trip. Ha ha ha, these are all very good reasons. You four have passed the test. Now I will send you to the nearest inspection point. The captain said with a laugh. Listening to the captain's words, Nie Wenbai and the four of them also laughed. The first level of the hunter test has finally passed. Nie Wenbai shook his head lightly and sighed. Then I wanted to go back to the cabin. No, forget it, just wait here. Nie Wenbai thought about the stench in the cabin and decided not to go back. Pa! At this moment, a palm fell on Nie Wenbai's shoulder. During the search vision, Nie Wenbai could see clearly that this was Liorio's hand, so he did not use the slowing skill. What are you doing? Nie Wenbai turned to look at Liorio and said angrily. I won. Liorio's eyes seemed to have turned into coins, and he rubbed his right thumb and index finger together several times and said. Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Liorio is talking about the previous gambling issue. As expected of you, Nie Wenbai said with emotion. After saying that, he also took out the money from his backpack and gave it to Liorio. Liorio didn't pay attention, he just took the money and smiled proudly. So many people lost their bets, but he was the only one who won. This means that his luck is extremely good. It is very likely that in this hunter test, he will become a hunter in one fell swoop. Well, absolutely yes. The happy Liorio was caught up in the fantasy of a better life after becoming a hunter. Seeing Liorio like this, Nie Wenbai decided not to disturb him. He walked to the wall of the captain's room and sat down on the spot. Seeing this, Karapika had no intention of returning to the smelly cabin. Seeing that the captain had no objection, he found a seat and sat down on his own. Gon didn't do it, he went to learn to sail with the captain. This captain is obviously someone who knows Jin freaks. Befriending Gon is like investing in advance. Well, that's such a dark thought. I'll think so next time. Time flew by and soon the ship docked. This is a port full of people. Before they even got off the ship, Nie Wenbai and the others were speechless. Each of them, at first glance, is not an easy character to get along with. Although they didn't succeed in the end, so. Would you like to open a banker again? Liorio looked at the people in front of him, quietly approached Nie Wenbai and whispered. Chapter 15. If you pass by, don't miss it. Now let's make a bet. The question is whether you can reach the real hunter test site. Come on, don't miss it. If you want to participate, just sign up here. In the towering Duni port, a huge sound suddenly erupted. For a time, a large number of people's attention was attracted. Hey, what did they say? It seems like a bet is being made on whether we can go to the final location of Hunter's test. Oh, interesting. It seems like I should make a fortune. Yes, let's go together, Let's go, no matter what these farces are, the most important thing is to rush to Kent City now. Brother, that's money. With our methods, we can definitely win. Why not bet? What are you betting on? We don't even have 3,000 gots in our body now, so what can we do if we make money? But, you can also buy a lot of bread. Bread, you just know how to eat it. After you become a hunter, you can eat it as much as you want. We had plenty of money at that time. Yes, brother is right. As Nie Wenbai and Liorio started gambling, the order in Duni port was disrupted for a while. Time passed slowly, and there were not a few people who came to Nie Wenbai and the others to sign up. Stupid. Seeing this kind of thing, Karapika couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Obviously, Kurapika also believes that few of these people will be able to reach the final hunter test location. In fact, he himself didn't even know if he could reach the final hunter test location. "Aren't we leaving yet?" Gon asked, squatting aside in boredom. "Gon, be patient, believe me, we will reach our final destination in the end." Nie Wenbai smiled and comforted Gon and said. Gon nodded heavily and said, "Well, I believe you, Nie Wenbai." "Hey, Nie Wenbai, do you have a way?" Leorio asked softly. "A little bit, keep your voice down and don't make any noise," Nie Wenbai said with raised eyebrows. Leorio was overjoyed, made an okay gesture with his right hand and said, "Understood. Okay, everyone who should sign up has already signed up, and it's time for us to set off." Nie Wenbai casually threw out the piece of paper filled with the names and funds of each bettor. Kurapika frowned and took the piece of paper and said, "Nie Wenbai, since the banker has been opened, why do you throw away the list of these gamblers? Do you want to cheat?" "Kurapika's words are what I want to say, Nie Wenbai. Although I don't think they will all go to the hunter to test the final test location, but there will always be some people who can arrive. It would be inappropriate to throw away the list like this." Although Leorio also wanted to make money, he still said very principledly. "In fact, I just took a look and none of those guys were able to go to the final location of the hunter test." Nie Wenbai spread his hands and said with an expression like "Don't accuse me wrongly." Gon asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" "Because they all got on the so-called buses that can go to Kent City. In fact, those buses all wanted to leave in a direction away from Kent City. Once the candidates sit on it, this year's hunter test will be completely out of the question." Nie Wenbai said with a smile. "Ah, so that's what happened. No wonder the captain said that the big tree on the mountain is the shortcut." Gon said with an expression like that. "Yeah, luckily we didn't go up, right, Leorio?" Kurapika nodded and said. Leorio had cold sweat on his forehead and said with a dry smile, "Yes, yes, you can tell it's fake at a glance. How can it be possible for candidates to reach their final destination so easily? Leorio, you don't want to go up there, right?" Nie Wenbai narrowed his eyes and said faintly. "How is it possible? I saw through those buses early on," Leorio said rather forcefully. Of course, it would be more like it if he could stop his eyes from wandering around. "Okay, let's go. You go to the foot of the mountain first. I have to do something." Nie Wenbai stopped teasing Leorio. There really is nothing to tease about a grown man, and he is not a beauty. "What are you going to do? Why are you doing it alone?" Leorio looked at the thick pile of Nie Wenbai and had good reason to believe that Nie Wenbai was planning to escape with the money. After all, that pile of nuns amounted to tens of millions. Following Leorio's gaze, Nie Wenbai almost laughed angrily. "Okay, since you want to come together, let's do it together," Nie Wenbai said slowly. After finishing speaking, Nie Wenbai turned around and left with a smile on his lips. The attentive Kurapika discovered this and kept an eye on it. A group of 4 people took the money they just got and walked towards the port introduction sign of Duni Port. Not far, just next to it. It is mainly used to introduce the human face of Duni Port. As for the value, it's not expensive at all. It's mainly a matter of honor. This introduction sign has been here for more than 10 years, except for cleaning and replacement repairs. No one has touched it yet. But today, someone is paying attention to it. These people are none other than Nie Wenbai and the 4 of them. Nie Wenbai, what are you doing here? Leorio looked around strangely and asked in confusion. You'll know in a moment. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Perform task settlement. Please submit the task props required for settlement. The system asked again. Nie Wenbai looked at the few unclear young men around him and smiled jokingly. Then, he directly clicked on the Duni Port introduction board in front of him. The task props were selected successfully. Do you want to submit it? The Duniport introduction board, which was standing firmly in front of the four Nie Wenbai people, disappeared in an instant. Only 2 wooden strips used to secure the introduction board were left in place. Just like before Whale Island. The mission props are submitted successfully and the mission is completed. Rewards: None 200000, Truth Points 200, Death Free Order *1. When you arrived at Duniport, you learned that if you wanted to pass the test, you had to climb the big tree on the top of the mountain. You decided to seriously explore the truth on the mountain. Mission: explore the secrets of the mountain and arrive at the hunter testing site. Rewards: Money 500000, Truth Points 500, Flying Shoes *1. Run. Chapter 16. The system sent out a lot of information and even sent him another task. But now Nie Wenbai doesn't have any time to see it. Because he is busy running away now. Following closely behind him were Karapika and Gon. Karapika knew something was in trouble when she saw the introduction board at Duniport disappear. If you get caught here, don't expect the hunter test. So, he ran out immediately. Gon was even simpler. He heard Nie Wenbai shouting and ran away, and he reacted immediately. He didn't think Nie Wenbai would harm him, so he ran without hesitation. There was only Leorio, who was looking dumbly at the introduction board that disappeared in front of him. It wasn't until Nie Wenbai and the others had run a long way that they came back to their senses. A whole Nie Wenbai, if you want to do something like this, you should have told me. Leorio shouted angrily. But there was no delay at the feat. He spread his legs and ran with great joy. As he ran, Nie Wenbai found that he had already been overtaken by him at the front. There is no way, just look at the basic attributes of the body. Compared with Karapika and Gon, he is far behind. Leorio started too slowly, so he is still behind him now. However, if his speed is still so slow, it will definitely not take long for Leorio to surpass him. Knowing this, Nie Wenbai bought an overtime ticket directly from the system. Then he attached it directly to his body. In an instant, his time was doubled. Extra time sticker: stick it on your body to double your time, 1 hour. The price is 50,000 kainai and the duration is 1 hour. Inexpensive and easy to use. Nie Wenbai's speed himself has not changed, but his time has been sped up. Therefore, to the outside world, it was Nie Wenbai who suddenly accelerated. Didn't I tell you earlier? I told you to go to the foot of the mountain first, and then I'll go over there to do some errands. You must not listen. Nie Wenbai retorted very rudely. The few people moved very quickly and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. When I came here, I probably thought that there would be no more pursuers. Nie Wenbai and others also slowed down their speed. From running quickly to walking. Only then did Nie Wenbai have time to check his dashboard. I discovered that I had something extra, an important points of truth. The income of 200 truth points does not include the previous 60 points. He can also level himself up. Of course there is no need to hesitate to upgrade. He directly added 100 truth points to his level. After leveling up, I gained a few more skill points. Nie Wenbai, who had already thought about where to add it, focused his skills on death avoidance skills. After that, his attributes became like this. Explorer, Nie Wenbai. Level, LV3, 0/1000. World Exploration Progress, 1/100, Surface. Truth Points, 160. Skill Points, 0. Money, 155,000 ring ni, cash withdrawal. Avoid death, 1. Backpack, clothes set 2, ID card 1, hunter application card 1, some leaves, new world journey 1, some nuns. Rare items, fire blast pill 1, energy candy 1, death free order *1. Skills, slowness LV1, search LV1, death avoidance LV1. Suddenly, Nie Wenbai seems to have a lot more items, and he also has an extra attribute that prevents death. With a death-free warrant, he now has 3 lives. Now when the death avoidance skill is only at level 1, one can accumulate 1 death avoidance skill in 1 year. In other words, avoiding death does not mean increasing lifespan. Otherwise, Nie Wenbai can say that he is immortal. Of course, although you have more lives and may not die, it is better not to die. We have to leave quickly. If we can't reach the top of the mountain before dawn, we will really miss this hunter test. Nie Wenbai opened the panel and looked at the other 3 people. We don't know anything about the mountain in front of us. It's unwise to waste our energy rashly. Kurapika said seriously what he was worried about now. Leorio nodded and said, I think so too. Damn, if I had known this, I wouldn't have opened the bank. Leorio was a little annoyed, and suddenly felt that the money he had just received was no longer good. Nie Wenbai, you should still have some ideas. Gon suddenly said clearly. Gon's words stunned Kurapika, and then she thought about what Nie Wenbai did during this time. Indeed, he discovered that Nie Wenbai was not worried at all about whether he could reach the big tree on the top of the mountain before dawn. He has such calm confidence and is convinced that he can achieve it. Kurapika thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out why he was so sure about Nie Wenbai. However, although it is not clear why, but he was certain that Nie Wenbai really had a solution. Do you have a way? Then hurry up, otherwise we will be really late. Leorio said anxiously. Do you know under what circumstances, you can quickly go to another location? Nie Wenbai did not start taking action directly, but asked with a smile. Leorio said suspiciously, it should be by car, but in this kind of mountain forest, we can't take a car. No, Leorio, I think Nie Wenbai's question is, what is the shortest route between 2 points? The answer should be a straight line. Strictly speaking, it should be a folded space. Kurapika is indeed a well-read talent. It's so profound. Gon looked at Nie Wenbai and Kurapika in confusion and said. Leorio said angrily, don't worry about linear space. I don't understand this. Just tell us how we can get to the top of the mountain quickly. Leorio knows a lot about common sense in life and medicine, but he doesn't know anything about this knowledge that has nothing to do with making money in life. Of course, I won't care. Kurapika is right. If we want to get to the top of the mountain as quickly as possible, except for the ability of space transfer, which we don't have, the only thing that can provide us with choices is straight lines. Nie Wenbai ignored Leorio's madness and said slowly with a smile. Seeing Nie Wenbai's unhurried performance, Leorio was even more crazy. Then, do we have to fly up the mountain? Leorio said sullenly. Day. Nie Wenbai smiled and snapped his fingers and said, yes, we are going to pass through the air, but we will not fly, but run. Chapter 17. Run. Leorio and the other 3 looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise and exclaimed. Then, Leorio shouted loudly, how to run? Step on the air. Why are you yelling so loudly? Your saliva almost splashed on me. Nie Wenbai said angrily, also, it's not about stepping on the air, but I'm giving you a leverage point. As he spoke, Nie Wenbai threw out a piece of paper and applied a slowing effect. A piece of white paper? How can this be used for stepping on? This kind of thing is simply. Leorio shouted angrily, and while shouting back, he grabbed the white paper with his hand, and then wanted to go to pull it back into your hand and grab it into a ball. However, as soon as he touched the paper, Leorio noticed something was wrong. It was obvious that he had exerted a lot of force, but the speed at which the paper moved towards him was extremely slow. So slow? What's going on? Leorio let go of his hand and let the paper stop in the air, moving slowly. Yes, Nie Wenbai, is this the kind of ability you said you can learn after becoming a hunter? Gon said curiously as he looked at the slowly moving paper in front of him. After thinking about it, he jumped onto the paper with one force. Then the paper slowly fell. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting. If we start running, we can really run in the air. Gon said with a laugh. Indeed, Kurapika was also just curious about this, and at the same time she was even more curious about what Gon said about the abilities that can only be learned by becoming a hunter. This was information he had heard for the first time, and it was an important key to his previous miscalculations. If only every hunter had this magical ability. That kept dealing with Hunter, and even Hunter was so scared that he didn't want to mess with the phantom troop. You will definitely have these magical abilities too. Kurapika frowned when she thought of this. He wanted to become a hunter before so that he could collect information about the phantom troop. Even if it doesn't succeed, there is no rush. I think I can still collect this information through some methods. But now, it seems like he has to become hunter. Otherwise, he would not even be qualified to take revenge on phantom troop. Nie Wenbai had already been mentally prepared for the fact that he suddenly aroused the interest of 3 people. Therefore, he was not confused at all about it. The reason why I didn't answer Liorio's words was just because Nie Wenbai discovered that if the paper is given a lateral force before the retardation effect is applied to it, after the paper enters the slow effect, the time it provides people with the force will become much longer. In other words, he could only move by jumping before. After using this method, he can use running. Even if the time accelerating effect of the overtime sticker is added. He can also use walking. That's interesting. Want to try? Okay, without further ado, let's set off. Remember, don't leave me 30 meters away. Nie Wenbai clumsily reduced his control range by 20 meters. Seeing this, it becomes clear the scope of release and collection of Nie Wenbai's backpack. That's right, it's linked to the range of search skills. He had no search skills before, so he could only release and collect them by touching them with his hands. With the search skill, he can collect and release at will within 50 meters. If this thing is assisted by explosives, the unexpected attack can scare people to death. In other words, Duneport does not sell guns or bombs. Otherwise, they definitely have a place among Nie Wenbai's backpacks. Now, he only has one fire blast pill to achieve this method. After giving instructions to everyone, Nie Wenbai took the lead and started running towards the sky. As he ran, a piece of white paper appeared steadily under his feet, providing him with a point of leverage. After he borrowed his strength, the white paper just started to fall and was put into his backpack. By repeating this process, the effect of allowing people to run in the air is achieved. Hurry up and catch up. As he ran, Nie Wenbai didn't forget to turn around and remind Gon and the other 3. This time, Gon and the other 3 were not wasting time. At first, they just tried to step on the air in front of them. Unexpectedly, a piece of white paper immediately appeared at their feet and caught their feet. Seeing this, several people smiled and stepped forward, chasing after Nie Wenbai. Oh, this is so amazing! Is hunter such a magical profession? Leorio cheered and shouted. I understand better the appeal of the career my dad chose. No wonder he is so obsessed with hunter. Gon said with eyes shining. Kurapika answered, yes, only hunter can learn the ability. How long will it take me to learn this ability? How long will it take to catch up with Phantom Troop and the others? Damn it, I'm so far behind. Now if you want to catch up with Phantom Troop's achievements over the years, you can only seriously study this magical ability. Hunter, I have to be. However, since this ability can only be learned after becoming a hunter, then why does Nie Wenbai do the same? Perhaps this ability only needs to be learned after becoming a hunter. But after learning this ability, you don't have to become a hunter. Then, can I? Thinking of this, Kurapika couldn't help but look at Nie Wenbai's back in front of her. That's not right. Since it's an ability that can only be learned by becoming a hunter, why can't you also learn it if you're not a hunter? Leorio also discovered this. His temperament is much more eager than Kurapika's, and he will ask directly if something comes to mind. Whether you can ask anything is another matter. I know this. Nie Wenbai's ability is innate. He doesn't seem to know how to practice. Gon raised his hand and answered first. I see. Gon's words immediately made Kurapika and Leorio understand. At the same time, my heart is craving for the profession of hunter even more. Chapter 18. Beeb. You guys, come down immediately, otherwise I will disqualify you from the test. Just when Nie Wenbai and the others were about to rush to the top of the mountain in one go. Passing by a deserted residential area, I suddenly heard such a sound. What should I do? Leorio looked at the residential area below him very unhappy and asked. What else can we do? We can only go down. Nie Wenbai also replied very unhappily. He just didn't want to deal with these supplementary exams, so he decided to go straight to the top of the mountain. Unexpectedly, he was still stopped. While Nie Wenbai and the others were descending slowly, the exam assistants below were whispering. Compared with the old woman who took the lead, she was knowledgeable and knew some information. The information they know is not much. The wise people in this world have invariably concealed the practice of mind energy. This is true even for criminals. It is precisely because of this that the number of disabled people is very small in this world. The same goes for the number of hunters. Regardless of the plot, in this issue of the hunter test, several hunters appeared at once. I think the hunter test is easy to pass. You know, the 3 times before this, there was not even a single qualified person. The weak one. Boy, don't think that just because you are a nin, you will definitely be able to become a hunter. There are too many bad people in this world. There are not so many weak people who cannot become hunters. If you want to continue taking the hunter test, you have to pass my old lady's level. With this idea in mind, the old woman watched quietly as the 4 Nie Wenbai descended in front of her. A terrifying multiple-choice test. As soon as she saw Nie Wenbai and the others coming down, the old woman yelled. Bang bang! For a moment, Nie Wenbai and others were in a daze, except for a group of assistant exam assistants behind the old woman who started applauding. The applause was just like the scale of a large-scale performance. Look, the palms of those exam assistants are all red. I will ask a question, and you only have 5 seconds to answer. If you answer incorrectly, I will determine that you will lose the qualifications for this year's hunter test. The old woman calmed down her expression and said seriously. According to what you said, are we considered together? Leorio asked, pointing to himself and the 3 people around him. The old woman nodded and said, that's right. If they answer the wrong question, it will hurt me too. Leorio pointed at Kurapika and Nie Wenbai and said. Absolutely not possible. Kurapika said with disgust. Nie Wenbai directly put his hand on Leorio's shoulder, patted him and said, Leorio, in order for us to pass the level, you'd better not answer the questions for a while. What do you mean? Why do you think I can't answer it? Just watch and I will answer it for you. Leorio said very unhappy. Please, don't do this, thank you. Kurapika said even more disgustedly. Nie Wenbai nodded and continued, yes, I still want a hunter certificate now. The implication is that he is also very optimistic about Leorio's ability to answer questions. The attitude of the 2 made Leorio even more unhappy. Pouring his lips, he secretly made up his mind to answer quickly. Seeing Leorio's expression, Nie Wenbai and Kurapika couldn't help but look at each other. Then he stood next to Leorio calmly. You can only choose from 1 or 2. Ambiguous answers are also regarded as wrong answers. The old woman twitched her eyes and continued to speak seriously. Okay, let's come up with the question quickly. Leorio couldn't wait to show off. Please listen to the question. In the future, if your child is abducted by human traffickers, if you can save one, who will you save? 1 is a daughter and 2 is a son. The old woman didn't hesitate and started asking questions directly. Leorio, who originally wanted to answer, froze. Karapika and Gon, on the other hand, were lost in thought, obviously stumped by this question. Although they do not have children, it is difficult to imagine a life with children in the future. However, this issue is indeed not limited to sons and daughters. Such as Gon. If one day Mito and his mother-in-law were caught, he could only save one of them. What choice should he make at that time? This conversion can be achieved by both Leorio and Karapika. Even Nie Wenbai, a time traveler, still has a few special relatives. Stop joking, how could there be such a stupid question? Leorio suddenly roared and yelled at the old woman extremely angrily. The question is not stupid, it's just very realistic. The reality is hard for people to accept, and they often subconsciously ignore it. Nie Wenbai said slowly. Leorio said angrily, I don't agree with this kind of test. I'm leaving and going to Kent City in my own way. With that said, Leorio wanted to leave so as not to do these irritating tests here. It's too late. If you give up, you'll be out. Answer my question within 5 seconds. The old woman looked at Leorio and said seriously. You guy. Leorio looked at the calm old woman in front of him with veins popping out on his face. It seems that there is already the intention to take action. We can't let Leorio ruin the test now. Nie Wenbai said calmly, okay, let's start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, the old woman counted down slowly, trying to put some psychological pressure on Nie Wenbai. However, facing this countdown, Nie Wenbai showed no sign of being anxious at all. On the other hand, Leorio on the side was so angry that he started to roll up his sleeves. It seemed that the two boys had completely figured it out, while the child was deep in thought. Regardless, they almost certainly passed. Only the oldest one is the one who can't understand it the most. However, although he is not smart, this kind of character is rare. I didn't think that any random answer would be the best answer. Relatives are not goods, nothing that can be measured by value. If you face such a difficult problem, you just want to find the one with the highest value to rescue. This is undoubtedly trampling on family ties. It seems that this year's Hunter test has indeed produced a lot of good seeds. Chapter 19. Nie Wenbai and others passed the old lady's test, although at the last moment, Leorio still wanted to beat her up. But it was stopped by a slow effect from Nie Wenbai. When they saw this, Karapika and the others realized that Nie Wenbai's ability could be used on people. Seeing Leorio's snail-like movements, Karapika and Gon realized the magic of this ability. They almost certainly would, if Nie Wenbai wanted to. No one present could avoid his ability. This discovery made Karapika even more worried about Phantom Troop's strength level. 4 people who answered the questions correctly and passed the test. It is also possible to leave here. Gon, wake up Gon, we are leaving. Nie Wenbai looked at Gon who was still thinking and greeted him. Gon folded his arms and said in deep thought, well, no, I can't answer anything. Gon's words stunned Leorio and Karapika, and then they laughed. Even Nie Wenbai, who had known this for a long time, found it funny. It's just that this is Gon now. Once Gon encounters the death of someone he respects, there will definitely be all kinds of willful and crazy behaviors. Thinking of this, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but sigh. Gon, you are really only suitable for living in peaceful areas. Otherwise, become the strongest, so strong that you won't let those things happen. Otherwise, you will hurt a lot of people. Okay, we should go. Nie Wenbai stepped directly into the air and ran. He didn't want to walk slowly on that mountain, it was too slow. Seeing this, Kurapika quickly followed Nie Wenbai's footsteps and chased after him. Although she knew the correct route, the old woman also said that it only took 2 hours to walk to the big tree on the top of the mountain. However, Nie Wenbai, who has watched anime, knows it. This is all bullshit. It is absolutely a lie to say that you can walk to the top of the mountain in 2 hours. It takes at least 4 hours, or even 5 hours, to reach the top of the mountain. But now it's almost dusk. By the time they reach the top of the mountain, they may not be able to reach the final entry point for the hunter test. Therefore, Nie Wenbai chose to take the heavenly route. Seeing the 4 people running into the sky again, the exam assistants could not help but click their tongues in envy. Then, they welcomed another candidate who heard the conversation between the captain and Gon. Originally, this candidate wanted to follow Nie Wenbai and the others and let Nie Wenbai and the others avoid the thunder. However, Wan didn't expect that Nie Wenbai and the others would actually fly into the sky. This magical situation forced him to give up his thoughts. Then after some ideological struggle, he decided to go to the big tree on the mountain. Just because he was walking on the ground, his speed was much slower than Nie Wenbai and the others. Only now have I arrived at the testing location. His answer was quick, and he answered the old woman's question in one fell swoop, making her move out of the way behind him. But he didn't know that the so-called road was a dangerous road filled with a large number of magical beasts. Taking this path, if you are not strong enough, is equivalent to committing suicide. That road must be the wrong one. Leorio looked at the route taken by the candidate below, and the route they took after answering the question correctly were completely different. In this regard, I couldn't help but ask. Also, Gon, we've already answered this question and don't need to think about it anymore. Leorio doesn't care at all what path other candidates take. What he cared about was that Gon was still in a trance while running in the air, and he was also very worried. But if such a day really comes, what will you choose? Gon asked doubtfully. Gon's words made Kurapika and Leorio fall silent. This is a very real problem. It's not that if they don't think about it, there won't be any problems. Several people have taken this hunter path. All of them can imagine that this kind of dilemma will definitely arise in the days to come. Don't think about it. If you don't want to encounter this kind of dilemma, then work hard to become stronger. If someone is kidnapped, then destroy all the gangs that kidnapped them and rescue them all. If it falls into the river, drain the water directly and no one will drown. If you are hanging on a cliff and are about to fall at any time, then learn to fly. Aren't I the same as knowing how to fly? Someone must die, so why not wait until he is dead and then revive the person? Nie Wenbai, who was walking in front, said directly. Shocked. Nie Wenbai's words made the 3 of them think about what to do when they encounter dilemmas in the future. At this time, he was stunned for a while. Wait a minute, I don't think there's anything wrong with killing all the people and then rescuing them. Leorio thought it was ridiculous. But what's the point of draining the river and waiting for people to die before rescuing them? Could it be that the ability Hunter has learned can even do this kind of thing? Kurapika asked with bright eyes. Nie Wenbai spread his hands and said, then before you saw me, did you think there could still be someone like me with this kind of ability in this world? But, your ability only slows down our speed. Is it really possible to revive the dead? Leorio still felt a little unbelievable and asked. In this world, who doesn't have an important person? Some are still alive and well, while others are long dead. Just like Leorio's friends and Kurapika's people. No, Nie Wenbai's ability not only slows down your speed, but also slows down time. If those abilities can really affect time, can they send people back to the past? Kurapika refuted Leorio's statement and said. By the end, Kurapika was confused. He doesn't know that his current goal is to retain his original idea of revenge against Phantom Troop. Let's change it and aim to resurrect our own people. Can it really be done? Leorio looked at Nie Wenbai and asked. In response, Nie Wenbai could only shake his head and said, I don't know about this kind of thing, but Nan does have a variety of strange abilities. I can only say that it is possible. Chapter 20. After Nie Wenbai said that it was possible for Nan to resurrect the four, the atmosphere in the Nie Wenbai quartet fell into a kind of silence. Leorio and Karapika fell into a strange contemplation. There are so many things on my mind that even running is a bit absent-minded. If it weren't for Nie Wenbai being more proficient in this kind of air running technique, they were both able to fall several times. This situation continued until they reached the big tree on the top of the mountain. It was already dark at this time, and Nie Wenbai, the four of them who had not eaten dinner, all felt a little hungry. Under the big tree in front, an original wooden house is sitting quietly against the trunk of the big tree. It was extremely quiet here, not even the sounds of animals were heard. This really unreasonable situation made Karapika, Leorio, and Gon alert. Only Nie Wenbai himself knows the situation of the plot. So he also knew clearly that the owner of this wooden house belonged to a family of vicious foxes. In order to test the candidates, the fierce fox of this family will also perform a drama for a while. To be honest, the drama about the vicious fox family has not changed for several years. Of course, because the candidates who come are all newcomers, there is no need to change the script frequently. The play is the same, for an insider like Nie Wenbai. What happened for a while was just a formality. By the way, let the fierce fox test Gon and the others, so Nie Wenbai cannot take action directly. After all, if they don't pass the test, Gon and the others are likely to be judged as losing the hunter test qualifications. Thinking about this, Nie Wenbai did not stop. Following Leorio and the others, they walked to the door of the cabin. It's quiet here, at least for Leorio. But for Karapika and Gon, the sounds in the wooden house are not low, and there are many. Heartbeats, breathing sounds, and smells can all provide Karapika and Gon with a lot of information. What Nie Wenbai saw was even clearer. The 50-meter search range allowed him to easily see the scene in the wooden house. Just because he saw it, Nie Wenbai wanted to complain even more. You said these ferocious foxes, even if you have to act, you can do the whole thing. What the hell is it like just posing inside and waiting for someone to open the door? Anyway, you have to act first, and then when the candidates come over, you will act out the scene you want to act. If it weren't for the fact that there were people next to him, he would have really wanted to suggest that he sit here for an hour first. Then let's see what those fierce foxes inside are going to do. Although he thought so, Leorio moved very quickly. Dong dong dong. Leorio raised his hand and knocked on the door. Suddenly, the knock on the door rang suddenly in the silent night. Dong dong dong. The sound that spread far away rebounded and echoed. The sound is so quiet that it sounds particularly penetrating. Mud, that is, knowing that this is the world of Hunter x Hunter. If this were placed in a supernatural world, wouldn't it be a good time for supernatural beings to appear? However, consider the case of the vicious fox. It seems that even if it is not a supernatural incident, it is still a thrilling incident. Well, it's okay, it's not an event that can make people happy. Well, is there no one? Leorio muttered strangely, then I'm coming in. Squeak. The wooden door made a sound, but it seemed like it was missing the lubrication of grease. As the wooden door opened, the scene in the wooden house was also presented to Nie Wenbai and the others. A tall, fierce fox, holding a woman in one hand, was facing the door with a sinister look on his face. And right at the feet of the fierce fox, there was a man, looking injured, stretching out his hand and shouting no. Well, it looked like a monster breaking into the house and wreaking havoc, grabbing the woman and seriously injuring the man. No matter how you looked at it, you felt like your intelligence was being pushed to the ground and rubbed hard by the three guys in front of you. They were all standing in front of the gate before. But not even a sound appeared. But now, listening to this loud voice, it is absolutely full of energy. Gulu gulu gulu. The fierce fox made a strange noise and looked at the four intruders Nie Wenbai fiercely. Seeing this, Karapika and the other three immediately entered a fighting state. There is only Nie Wenbai, who is still enjoying himself there. He even took a few steps to the side. This subtle movement was seen by several fierce foxes in the wooden house. There was something strange in his eyes. I was almost certain that this person would be disqualified from the hunter test. After all, when faced with injustice, he actually chose to watch. This is not in line with their preferences. Although Hunter does not have to be a warm-hearted person, the fierce fox family always likes this kind of person. After all, if it weren't for the existence of such people, they wouldn't be able to stay here and live peacefully. He even became a hunter assistant examiner, a career with a good salary. Of course, now is not the time to talk about this. The fierce fox's eyes widened, and then he rushed straight towards the door. Oh, he is beyond my attack range. Nie Wenbai looked at the back of the fierce fox that was far away, holding his head and shouting. His tone was very excited and his expression was very sad, as if it was not someone else's wife who had been arrested, but his wife. This guy. I will never let him pass. Seeing Nie Wenbai's acting skills that were even more fake than a bad movie, the man who fell to the ground thought angrily in his heart. Help, my wife. However, acting still has to be done. There are still 3 candidates to be evaluated. I'm going to save people. I'm going to help. Gon and Karapika disappeared into the forest one after another. Sir, please don't get excited. Your injury is serious and needs to be treated quickly. Leorio rushed to the man's side eagerly and began emergency treatment. Nie Wenbai was not to be outdone. He used his infuriating acting skills and his greasy tone to say, "That's right, lie down quickly. My companion will definitely save your wife." Chapter 21. Listening to Nie Wenbai's words and watching Nie Wenbai's performance, Leorio just felt that Nie Wenbai was a little strange, and the Taoist priest didn't say anything. But the man who fell to the ground was very angry, but he had to endure it. It's broken. I don't have some medicine. At this moment, Leorio suddenly exclaimed and stood up quickly, Nie Wenbai, take care of him, I'll pick some herbs. After finishing speaking, Leorio had already ran out of the wooden house and ran towards the herbs he saw on the way here. Ale, they're all gone. Nie Wenbai looked at Leorio's disappearing figure and no longer maintained the self-satisfied acting he had just done. Sir, I can't move now, can you move me over there? The man lying on the floor said in a pleading tone. Nie Wenbai looked at the dedicated fierce fox in front of him and couldn't help but clicked his tongue. You're so dedicated. How many times have you performed this scene? Nie Wenbai squatted down and looked at the surprised man in front of him. Sir, what are you talking about? The fierce fox man asked in confusion. Did he see it? No, it's impossible. How could he tell that in his situation? But if you hadn't seen it, what would be the situation now? Nie Wenbai pondered for a moment, then grinned and said, actually, before I came in, I saw you guys waiting for us to come in. Ha ha ha, no wonder your performance was so strange just now. You should stop acting in the future. Your acting can make people explode. Several times, I wanted to jump up and beat you up, and then declare that you have lost the hunter test qualification, the fierce fox man said with a smile. What? My acting skills are poor? Actually, I am playing a person with very poor acting skills. Nie Wenbai said with an expression like you can't understand my acting skills. No, I'm sure, you just have poor acting skills. As a veteran actor who has been immersed in acting for many years, how could the fierce fox man fail to recognize Nie Wenbai's acting skills? However, confirmation is confirmation, it depends on Nie Wenbai's situation. The fierce fox man also knew that it was indeed inappropriate to point it out now. Okay, since you have seen it, then you have passed. Now, I have work to do, so I won't talk to you. The fierce fox man said, and then stood up lively. Nie Wenbai nodded and gestured to the door with his hand and said, "You're welcome." Looking at the disappearing figure of the fierce fox man, and then looking at the messy scene around him, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but sigh at the dedication of the fierce fox family. "Well, they're all gone," Nie Wenbai said softly. As he spoke, he had already walked to an empty floor. I gently swept away any wood chips that might be on it with my feet, and then sat down directly. "I don't know when they will come back," Nie Wenbai muttered as he took out various things from his backpack. "Mainly for eating, and some for heating. Although there is no display in the backpack on the panel, there are still these things for eating." However, it was classified into the miscellaneous items. From this point of view, the system's backpack is actually quite capable of holding it. Instant noodles, an excellent must-have food for home and travel. Fresh water is the most needed resource for the human body. Lime is mainly used to boil fresh water when there is no fire source. It is also a good thing for fighting yin people. Chopsticks, iron bowls, and big basins, the guy who eats. The above is what Nie Wenbai brought out. The method is very simple: first fill the water in a big basin, and then fill the water in an iron bowl. Put various ingredients packages in the iron bowl, and then put the lime into the large basin. Put the iron bowl with the lid back into the large basin. Zitsizi. The lime began to heat up instantly when it came into contact with water, and the water in the large basin quickly began to boil. And this heat is also transferred to the fresh water in the iron bowl. After a while, the water in the iron bowl started to boil. That's it. Nie Wenbai put the noodles directly into the iron bowl. Smelling the aroma that spread throughout the wooden house, Nie Wenbai also felt salivating. He swallowed and waited for 3 full minutes. Then, let's eat. This is the benefit of instant noodles. If this is cooked noodles, it won't be as delicious, and it will take a long time. Suck it. Suck it. When Lioreo came back with the fierce fox man, he saw Nie Wenbai frantically sucking in the pasta in his hand. "You guy, since you knew they were taking the supplementary exam, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lioreo walked up to Nie Wenbai angrily and asked. Nie Wenbai said strangely while sucking the noodles, "I said, you will lose the qualifications for the hunter test. Moreover, I have given you hints. You can't blame me if you don't guess." "Where's the hint?" Lioreo said in disbelief. "No? My attitude has become so obvious since I came here, don't you have any suspicion?" Nie Wenbai said with an expression that said I overestimated your IQ. Looking at Nie Wenbai's expression and tone of voice, Lioreo couldn't help but laugh. "Who said no? I just didn't expect that he was also a tutor," Lioreo said stiffly. "Oh, really?" Nie Wenbai looked at Lioreo with empty eyes and smiled. Lioreo waved his hand and said in an attempt to change the subject, "Okay, you brought instant noodles. Do you have any more?" "Yes, but the water has cooled down. You need to boil it again." Nie Wenbai stopped worrying about this matter and casually took out a few buckets of instant noodles, as well as some water and lime. Gon and Karapika will be back soon, and they haven't had dinner yet. These instant noodles are prepared for them to save them from having to take them out later. By the way, do you want to eat? Suddenly, Nie Wenbai thought of the fierce fox man beside him, turned around and asked. "I don't need it, we're already past dinner time." "That's okay. Since others don't eat it, Nie Wenbai can't force others to eat it." After helping Lioreo heat up the water, he poured it directly into the cup of noodles in front of Lioreo. There is no way, iron bowl Nie Wenbai didn't prepare much, if Lioreo and the others were left alone. Almost impossible. Therefore, cup noodles is their best choice now. Later, Nie Wenbai made himself another instant noodles. Chapter 22. That's the bad thing about instant noodles. 1 bag is not enough, and 2 bags is too much. However, if you don't drink soup. In fact, Nie Wenbai can still eat 2 bags of instant noodles. Eating and drinking, time passed slowly. Soon, I saw Karapika returning with the fierce fox woman. Hey, I'm back. I've made hot water for you. If you want to eat, just make it yourself. Nie Wenbai greeted with a smile. You guys are really idle. Karapika looked at Nie Wenbai and Leorio, who still had oil stains on the corners of their mouths, and couldn't help but sigh. While talking, he came to Nie Wenbai and the others and picked up a bucket of instant noodles. He hasn't eaten anything all afternoon, and if he could eat something, he wouldn't refuse. After all, instant noodles taste better than dry food. Suck it. Phew, I'm full, you can do what you want. Nie Wenbai exhaled, patted his stomach, and said with a satisfied look. After eating for a while, they waited until Gon came back with a vicious fox. While Gon was eating instant noodles, he introduced Nie Wenbai to the others. He even taught Nie Wenbai how to tell the difference between a husband and a wife among fierce foxes. Obviously, Nie Wenbai was confused. In their opinion, the fierce fox couple looked exactly the same, so there was no difference between men and women. If you can't tell the difference, you have to look at it when the fierce fox couple looks over. He smiled dryly and nodded in response. But no matter what, in the end they all passed the test of the fierce fox family. After cleaning up, the vicious fox family flew into the sky one by one. The destination is none other than Kent. The distance is a bit far, even if they are flying high in the sky, when the group of people comes to Kent City. It's already morning. Block 10, Number 5, Section 2, Camellia Tree Street. This is what is written on the note held in the hands of the fierce fox husband. If I remember correctly, it should be a barbecue restaurant. Well, since it's a barbecue restaurant, there should be cold drinks too. We have to run for at least 10 hours at a time, so it seems necessary to prepare something to eat and drink. Moreover, if those candidates still have money, I will sell cold drinks at high prices. Earn a little bit, prepare some extra money, and when you need it urgently, you can use it well. When it was confirmed that Nie Wenbai could recharge into the system, Nie Wenbai knew that he would be inseparable from money in this life. Unless he has no interest in the strange objects in the system at all. However, this is almost impossible. The strange objects in the system are all consumables. This means that he can only make expenditures here in the strange object mall, but cannot have any income. In this case, of course, the more nuns the better. And his racial characteristic is that he likes to store various materials. It is his nature to prepare for a rainy day. He had already bought most of the genie that he had just bought before, and he had purchased various rare items. Among them, he bought many of the most important time stickers. I even planned to buy a bunch of energy candies as a regular supply. Because of these 2 rare items, Nie Wenbai's funds instantly shrank by several million. However, this is all a good thing. These 2 things ensure that his strength can have a high-quality improvement. At least, in the next marathon run, he will not fail because of the drag on his physical fitness and running speed. To be honest, the best way to go through the tunnel at this level is to find a means of transportation. Anyway, the examiner just said to keep up with him, not to let him run away by himself, right? However, Nie Wenbai thought about it and gave up this approach. In his opinion, among a bunch of candidates running on their own, it would be too eye-catching if he was the only one driving the car. After a long time, tired candidates will definitely feel unbalanced. As long as this kind of mentality appears, then the idea of robbing will definitely appear. Once more people have this idea, that would be even more troublesome. At that time, would he keep the car or give it away? Perhaps there are problems with both approaches. Getting off the bus means taking action against these candidates who take action. Once you do it, the slow skill must be used. Well, the final result should be that Hisoka's pervert will be targeted. And give it away to those candidates who can't grab the car. He'll probably take it out on him, and eventually he'll take action, and then get targeted by Hisoka. Well, Nie Wenbai really doesn't want to be targeted by Hisoka. At least until he can finish beating Hisoka, he doesn't want to conflict with dangerous people. So, just give it a try. Nie Wenbai thought like this and was soon taken to a huge square. There are huge high-rise buildings here, which look particularly luxurious. At this time, Leorio and the three of them were standing in front of the tall building, talking with emotion on their faces. It is said that there are brave men from all over the world who want to become hunters gathered here. Nie Wenbai couldn't help laughing. Leorio and the others looked at him in confusion. Hey, it's not over there, it's here. At this moment, the fierce fox husband stopped them and pointed to the side. The three of them were confused and turned to look over. Suddenly, a small-looking barbecue restaurant appeared in front of them. Compared with the tall building next to it, there is no way to compare this barbecue restaurant. Leorio and others were dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, your expressions are so funny at this time, Nie Wenbai couldn't help laughing. Don't laugh, it's your first time to take part in the hunter test, why weren't you fooled? Leorio asked in annoyance. Nie Wenbai wiped away the tears from laughter, then pointed to the house number next to the door of the barbecue restaurant and said, I saw the house number on it. You didn't tell me earlier when I saw it. Moreover, this kind of barbecue restaurant is so small, how can it possibly accommodate so many candidates? Leorio said loudly. Yeah, it's impossible that we are the only candidates, right? Gon also said in confusion. Kurapika said thoughtfully, no, it may not fit on the ground, but underground, it's more than enough. Yes, people can be housed underground, Gon said suddenly. Chapter 23. As the ferocious fox husband walked into the bustling barbecue restaurant, Leorio still couldn't tell that this would be the location for Hunter's test. I had to scan around and listen to the fierce fox husband's order. Please go inside. It looks like ordering food, but in fact, after giving the code, a waitress wants to guide Nie Wenbai and others to the private room inside. Wait a minute, in addition to what you just had, bring me some more food, what you have on hand, and some cold drinks, give me some too. Pack it up and send it to our private room. Remember, be quick. I haven't seen these things yet since I got down there. Here, this is money, it should be enough. Just when the waitress was about to lead the way to the private room, Nie Wenbai suddenly spoke to the boss who was cooking. Clam. What's happening here? After seeing that the code was correct, the barbecue boss stopped paying attention. But now, he is interjecting again, does this still count? The barbecue boss glanced at the fierce fox husband who was leading the team, his eyes asking for confirmation. Then she got a nod from the fierce fox husband. No problem, please wait inside for a while. The barbecue owner accepted the money Nie Wenbai handed over, nodded and said with a smile. Then, he signaled the waitress again to take Nie Wenbai and the others to the private room inside. Nie Wenbai, why do you want so much food? Can you finish it? Leorio asked in confusion. This is to store food. Seeing so many people here, you know the food here must be delicious. We need to stock up anyway, so wouldn't it be more convenient to just stock up here? Nie Wenbai replied with a smile. Soon, several people were taken to an empty private room. Some food has been placed here to provide candidates with energy. Seeing this, several people, who had not eaten anything all night, sat down unceremoniously. After saying hello to the fierce fox husband, I ate while waiting for the barbecue restaurant to deliver Nie Wenbai's order. Fortunately, this time did not wait long. After all, what Nie Wenbai ordered was already prepared food and cold drinks, so it didn't take much time to prepare. As soon as the fierce fox husband left, he came over to the barbecue restaurant with these things. After waving goodbye to the waiter, the four of them felt that they were descending rapidly. Judging from this, their previous guesses were correct. Without hesitation, after leaving 4 bottles of cold drinks, Nie Wenbai put the rest of the extra food and cold drinks directly into his backpack. I did it in front of Lioryo and the 3 of them. No matter how many times I watch it, I still think Nie Wenbai's abilities are amazing. Lioryo said with emotion as he held a piece of steak in his mouth. Karapika looked at Lioryo with disgust and said, "Don't talk while eating." According to Nie Wenbai, as long as we become hunters, we can also learn these abilities. Gon said with confidence. That's right, as long as you become a hunter, everything will be easy. That fierce fox just spoke so rudely, why are you willing to bring us here next year? Doesn't this mean that we have no way to pass the customs this year? Lioryo said angrily. Karapika lowered his head, cut the steak in front of him gracefully and said, "1 every 3 years. What do you mean?" Lioryo asked confused. That's the passing rate of Hunter's test. Karapika said, also worried about this. Nie Wenbai joined the conversation while chewing steak and said, 1 for 3 years, maybe not even yet, because hunter is a profession with great power and danger. Therefore, the Hunter Association has always been recruiting people with the idea of preferring to have fewer people than too many. The words of Karapika and Nie Wenbai made Lioryo break out in a cold sweat. He felt that his idea of becoming a hunter this year was a bit on the line. It's strange. If hunters are so dangerous, why do so many people want to be hunters? Gon asked unclearly while taking a mouthful of food. Gon, did you really come to take the hunter test without knowing anything? Lioryo asked in disbelief. Gon nodded and replied, Yet. Hearing this, Karapika and Lioryo couldn't help but look at each other. Hunter is the most free profession in the world. Before the 2 of them could speak, Nie Wenbai on the side said it secretly. All of a sudden, Karapika and Lioryo felt extremely uncomfortable. No, hunter is the most profitable/noble profession in the world. Lioryo and Karapika both shouted out their knowledge of the hunter profession. However, it is obvious that their 2 perceptions are different. Now, the 2 dislike each other even more. Lioryo thinks Karapika is pretentious. Karapika thinks Lioryo is a Philistine. As for Nie Wenbai, because he knows that his ideal is to travel around the world. Therefore, Nie Wenbai's view that the hunter profession is the relatively freest profession is not contradicted by them. The 2 men have particularly different views on hunter's license. One is seeing its free and money-making capabilities. One is to see its ability to maintain the world. There must be an explanation. In fact, both people's views are correct. You can even watch the 2 together. How about it, Gon, which kind of hunter do you want to be? They couldn't argue, so they chose to pull the other person to the side. Compared with Nie Wenbai, who already has clear ideas, they don't feel that they can win into their camp. Only free men like Gon are their choice. Facing the 2 eager companions in front of him, Gon had no choice but to say something that would not offend either of them. Nie Wenbai, who didn't want the flames of war to spread to him, lowered his head and ate fiercely. It was as if he had been hungry for several days. Ding! At this moment, the elevator stopped directly on the 100th floor underground. Well, it just shows the 100th floor, but that doesn't mean it's at the -100th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, the 4 people in the elevator immediately felt a rush of pressure. The atmosphere was very solemn and depressing. It's like being put into a microwave oven, feeling uneasy everywhere. Chapter 24. Then, the 4 of them saw the group of candidates standing closely together in front of them. These candidates really have all kinds of faces. Tall, short, fat, and thin, all white, black and copper gray. But there is no intention of discounting the fierceness in his body. These people were looking at them, as if they were sizing up something. As for what? Of course, it's their characteristics that determine whether they can serve as opponents. Then, pretty soon almost all the candidates agreed. Nie Wenbai and the others are not people worthy of attention and will not be their opponents. The candidates who came to this view withdrew their gazes one after another. Don't blame these candidates for thinking this way. Here's a look at Nie Wenbai's group of 4, if you don't know them. I'm afraid they all think so. A little child. A weak boy who looks like a girl. A middle-aged man like an office worker. You can tell at a glance that he is a student who has not left school yet. How can this make people wary of extracting them? They even suspected that Nie Wenbai and the others were able to get here just because of good luck. After getting out of the elevator, Lioryo couldn't help but swallowed. This place is not comparable to before. Their level is too different from the people they met before. Is this the world's top expert? It's really stressful. Not only Lioryo thinks so, but Kurapika also thinks so. Now, only Heartless Gon doesn't feel amiss. And Nie Wenbai, who knows the plot and has confidence in his current strength, can treat it calmly. This is the number plate for you. Please keep it in front of you. When Nie Wenbai stepped out of the elevator, a bean-faced man who had been waiting for a long time came up and handed out the number plate. Nie Wenbai took the number 406 because he walked out at the very end. Nie Wenbai, who got the number plate, couldn't help but become fascinated. Then, the system performs task settlement. Please submit the task props required for settlement. Nie Wenbai directly clicked on the number plate in front of him, as well as the introduction information about the vicious fox family that he had prepared in Duni Port. The task props were selected successfully. Do you want to submit it? Submit. Hey! In an instant, the thing that was placed firmly in Nie Wenbai's hand disappeared again. The mission props are submitted successfully and the mission is completed. Reward: Ring Nun 500000, Truth Point 500, Flying Shoe *1. You entered the Hunter test and learned about Nun's magical ability. You decided to obtain a Hunter license and become a Hunter. Task: Pass the first Hunter test and resist the second test site. Reward: Nun 100000, Truth Point 100, Overtime Sticker *1. Nie Wenbai didn't pay much attention to the system information, but reached out to Du Mianren. Where is my number plate? Nie Wenbai asked seriously. The bean-faced man was stunned for a moment, and then said doubtfully, Didn't I already give you a number plate? No, I don't have a number plate on my body. Nie Wenbai shook his head seriously and said. Impossible, I remember I gave it to you, the bean-faced man said in confusion. Nie Wenbai shook his clothes and pants, with an expression like, Look, I really don't have a number plate. Looking at Nie Wenbai's situation, the bean-faced man scratched his head in confusion. Then he hesitated and handed over a new number plate. That was a number plate of 407. 406 was gone, as if this person was no longer there. Afterwards, Nie Wenbai quietly pinned the number plate in front of himself. What are you looking at? Let's go, he then calmly urged Kurapika and others, who had already known about it, to move forward. Hey, Nie Wenbai, why do you collect everything? Is there any use in collecting this stuff? Lioryo leaned next to Nie Wenbai and asked in a low voice. Nie Wenbai smiled and said, It's useless, but I like it. Nie Wenbai's words made Lioryo furious. When you do this kind of thing again in the future, remember to tell us in advance so that we can go away. Lioryo suggested. Lioryo's words made Kurapika and Gon on the side nod in agreement. Yes, but I can't guarantee that I can speak in time every time. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. You guy! I really don't know why you have such a habit. Forget it, looking at your number 407, it should be 406 people, including you. Before Lioryo finished speaking, a voice interrupted his guess and accurately stated the number of candidates here. Nie Wenbai and others looked for a voice and saw a short middle-aged man sitting on a pipe on the side of the tunnel. This person had a friendly face and raised his hands, greeting Nie Wenbai and the others. This guy, Nie Wenbai, is very impressive. Great God Tonpa, a man who is praised by many netizens as being unique in heaven and earth. Some people even boast that this guy is dong freaks. Oh my god, damn if that's the case. Hello, my name is Tonpa. Tonpa jumped off the pipe and walked next to Nie Wenbai and the others. While introducing himself, he wanted to shake hands with Nie Wenbai and the others. However, faced with this stranger's enthusiasm, both Karapika and Leorio were alert and ignored it. Nie Wenbai was worried that Tonpa had smeared poison on his hands. If he was held back here, he could just complete the hunter test if he wanted to. Although he could also die with Tonpa, leaving him unable to take the exam. But compared with his own tasks and his own rewards, what does Tonpa mean? Moreover, if you can't become a hunter or perform well in the hunter test, it will definitely be much more difficult to learn to read qi. After all, this stuff really can't be learned just by having money. Hunter will not teach indiscriminately. The criminals will probably just steal money and kill people. If they find someone to force them to open their doors, they will most likely run out of energy and die. Chapter 25. Tonpa saw that 3 people ignored his enthusiasm, but he was not annoyed. After all, he has met countless candidates over the years. There are too many people like Nie Wenbai. He continued to look for topics and said, "You are newcomers." At this moment, even Karapika and Leorio were attracted. "Can you tell?" Gon asked doubtfully. "Well, after all, I have taken the hunter test 35 times. I still know the situation of the candidates here very well," Tonpa said with a proud smile. Gon and others looked at Tonpa in surprise and exclaimed 35 times. Later, Karapika and Leorio murmured with shame on their faces, "This is not something to show off." "Maybe he is proud of this kind of thing," Nie Wenbai said casually from the side. "It is indeed possible." Nie Wenbai's words were agreed by Karapika and Leorio. The mutterings of the 3 people made Tonpa very secretly annoyed. But for the sake of his own plan, he decided to endure it. "You newcomers, I'll let you be proud of yourself now. I'll see how you die later." Tonpa used the Forrest Gump strategy, which made him feel much better. "Then do you know all the candidates here?" Gon asked in surprise. "Of course, let me introduce it to you," Tonpa said proudly. As he spoke, Tonpa, Nie Wenbai and others turned their gazes in the direction of a group of candidates. Number 103, Ba Peng, a snake charmer. However, before Tonpa started speaking, Nie Wenbai on the side had already spoken first. As soon as he finished speaking, Leorio and others looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise. "You know." "Of course, it's not a big secret," Nie Wenbai said with a shrug. "Well, Mr. Tonpa, do you have any information about other candidates?" Gon nodded and asked the embarrassed Tonpa again. After hearing this, Tonpa adjusted his posture, continued to maintain a friendly smile, and led Nie Wenbai and others to look at another candidate. Number 76, King Gli, martial artist. Once again, Nie Wenbai said before Tonpa could speak. Tonpa, who was choked twice and had nothing to say, could not help but feel his heart twitching and his chest felt very stuffy. "BD, I don't believe you know them all. I transfer." Number 225, Duodun, a boxer. Numbers 197, 198, and 199 are the 3 Mori brothers. They seem to know a combination of hitting styles. Number 384, Greta, the dart player. No matter how Tonpa turned around, in the end, the candidate information he wanted to tell was told by Nie Wenbai in advance. Tonpa still refused to give up and kept spinning. This time, he wanted to speak out first. In order to prevent Nie Wenbai from interrupting again, when he turned around, he glanced at it from the corner of his eye and started to say directly, "Number 44, Hisoka, is an extremely dangerous, Danger! As he spoke, Tanpa, who was still very proud, suddenly froze. For a moment, Nie Wenbai and the others even saw him breaking out in cold sweat. Tanpa looked over stiffly, only to see Hisoka narrowing her eyes and smiling at him. Pa! Tanpa, who had a strong desire to survive, put his hands together, then knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Seeing this, Hisoka put away his smile without interest, turned around and continued walking towards where he was going. Tanpa, who watched this scene carefully, lay down on the ground with a sigh of relief. At this time, he was already like a sweaty man fished out of the water. Wow! At this moment, a huge scream suddenly erupted from the group of candidates in the distance. This made Tanpa, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, involuntarily tighten his body, then jumped off the ground and stood up. Nie Wenbai and others looked towards the source of the sound, only to see Hisoka smiling and saying something incredible with a squinted look on his face. But standing in front of him was a candidate whose hands were broken like petals. Be careful! If you bump into someone, you have to apologize, Hisoka said seriously, teaching the candidates with broken arms how to ask polite questions. However, the candidate with a broken arm has already suffered a major blow from losing his arms, and is no longer able to cope with the interaction with the outside world. Who is this? Doesn't it matter if he is so unscrupulous? Leorio pointed at Hisoka and asked. Hisoka, number 44 this year, was the most likely candidate to become hunter last year, but in the end he failed because he didn't like the examiner and beat the examiner half to death. It's rare for Tanpa to find someone who can talk, even if it's no matter how scared he was. He gritted his teeth and said it. Of course, his voice was very low, so low that only Nie Wenbai could hear it. Can such a person also participate in the hunter test? Leorio thought it was ridiculous and asked. This is inevitable. The examiner will be changed every year for the hunter test. As long as the examiner agrees, even a bad person can take the test. Tanpa continued. Like me. At this time, Nie Wenbai did not listen anymore. He was observing Hisoka and Yeermi. It's just that his vision was too fair and he was discovered immediately. I had to withdraw my gaze. Even if Nie Wenbai thinks that he is very secretive, in the eyes of Hisoka and others who have amazing fighting awareness, he is very secretive. Nie Wenbai's observation is almost like holding a camera in front of them. So, it's better to stay away from him. Tanpa continued. Yes, he is the same type of person as me, and he is stronger than many hunters. You have no chance of winning against him. Nie Wenbai interjected. What? Leorio said in horror, you mean, he too? Yes, that's right. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. A few people who originally only felt that Hisoka was a bit threatening now feel that it is becoming more difficult. Now it seems that it is better to stay away from Hisoka. Of course, if the situation is unavoidable, they will still rise up to resist. After all, they are all people with their own principles, bottom lines, and dreams. It is absolutely impossible to be scared away directly by someone in an unknown situation. If this is the case, it would be the greatest insult to their deceased relatives and friends. Chapter 26. Hey, what are you talking about? Why can't you understand? Tanpa found that he couldn't get a word in, which was very embarrassing. He decided to change the subject again. Ah, by the way, you are all thirsty, I have. Chi chi chi. Tanpa, who had just taken out 4 bottles of drinks, looked at the cold drinks in Nie Wenbai's and others' hands dumbfounded. I had never seen it before, but now it suddenly appeared. It's really embarrassing. Ah, you also have drinks, so I won't give you this bottle. After all, we are also candidates now. Seeing that you have brought so many drinks, I know that you are probably not used to drinking other people's drinks. Nie Wenbai said as he put a bottle of cold drink back into his backpack. Tanpa smiled dryly and said, yes, yes. Then let me tell you about the information about the candidates here. No, no, I won't waste your time, Uncle Tonpa. I can take care of this kind of thing. Nie Wenbai waved his hands and said as if he was embarrassed to bother you. No delay, I don't have anything else to do anyway. Tonpa still wanted to continue working hard. Leorio said a little irritably, we are very tired now, can you let us take a rest? Or are you trying to hold us back, not letting us rest, and then lose the qualification for the hunter test? Sorry, I didn't know you were in this situation, I'm leaving now. I'm leaving now. Tonpa said with an apologetic expression. As he spoke, he walked away slowly. Ha ha ha, are you tired? I heard some good news, that BD is so cool. We'll see how I deal with you later. After Tonpa left, Karapika turned to look at Nie Wenbai and asked, who is that person? Have you been targeting him since he came here? Yeah, that's so weird. Leorio asked in confusion. Gon persuaded and said, Nie Wenbai, this is so rude. Tonpa, known as the newcomer killer, is a guy who is willing to destroy newcomers' tests and harm newcomers physically and mentally. Nie Wenbai shrugged and said. This is too bad. Karapika said in disbelief. That guy planned to attack us. Damn it, I almost fell into his trap. Leorio said angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was still in the hunter test, Leorio would have gone to Tonpa for trouble. Okay, Tonpa just needs to pay a little attention. Please listen carefully to the next words. Nie Wenbai waved his hands and said seriously. Looking at Nie Wenbai's expression, the three Leorios also nodded seriously. Besides Hisoka, there are a few people you need to pay attention to. Have you seen the guy with needles all over his head? Nie Wenbai said softly. Listening to Nie Wenbai's words, Leorio and the others couldn't help but want to look over. Don't look. However, they were stopped directly by Nie Wenbai, which made their necks freeze. Number 301, Gitaracker, is in the same situation as Hisoka. Once you encounter it, just avoid it. Number 294, Hanzo, if your opponent is him, you must avoid him. Number 246, Peng Si, is a bee controller. It is very poisonous. If you are not sure, you can avoid it temporarily or fight in a roundabout way. Nie Wenbai told a lot of information about the candidates, which made Leorio and others stunned. On the contrary, Gon's eyes became brighter and brighter. It seemed like he was excited to compete with so many strong people. He told a lot of information about candidates, but Nie Wenbai didn't tell him about Killua. Because he didn't know if Gon would get to know Killua after telling him this information. But I think we should still know each other. In this case, it doesn't really matter whether you say it or not. Mad, I originally thought that this hunter test was too rare, but now that I hear what you say, I'm a little discouraged. Leorio said melancholy. Leorio, please be polite, there are children here. Karapika looked at Leorio very dissatisfied and said. Leorio was stunned for a moment, and then said with an apologetic look, sorry, I'll pay attention. Ring 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 ring. At this moment, a series of harsh bells rang in the tunnel. It's so noisy. Nie Wenbai covered his ears and looked in the direction of the sound source in displeasure. There, a man who looked like he had no mouth was holding a strange alarm clock with a prominent shape on the pipe. After seeing everyone's attention turned to him, he slowly turned off the alarm clock. The ringing just now means that the registration time has ended. The examiner said slowly. Although the sound was small, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears in this peaceful tunnel where the heartbeat could be heard. However, among the group of people who listened carefully to the test questions, there was another person who seemed to be in a daze. This person is none other than Nie Wenbai himself. At this time, he was checking his panel and looking at the information on it. Explorer, Nie Wenbai. Level, LV3, 0/1000. World Exploration Progress, 1/100, Surface. Truth Points, 660. Skill Points, 0. Money, 555,000 ring nip, cash withdrawal. Avoid death, 1. Backpack, clothes set 2, ID card 1, hunter application card 1, some miscellaneous items, new world trip 1, some nuns. Rare items, explosive pill 1, energy candy 1, death free order 1, flying shoes 1. Skills, slowness LV1, search LV1, death avoidance LV1. Although there are many rewards, Nie Wenbai still cannot be directly upgraded to level 4. This is very speechless. Moreover, the strange items refreshed in the strange object mall are still the spider silk that appeared before. For him, it is not a good thing at all. Of course, maybe it will be of some use in the future. Therefore, Nie Wenbai still bought some to prepare for emergencies. Oh, they've started running. Nie Wenbai withdrew his gaze and found that the team had already started running. Chapter 27. The speed is getting faster and faster. Karapika said when she realized something was wrong. No way, why did the person in front start running? Leorio said in surprise. It seems like the examiner has started to speed up. Gon noticed the situation ahead with his sharp eyes. It doesn't have to be like that, it's just the examiner speeding up. Nie Wenbai said, shaking his head. In Nie Wenbai's opinion, the basic strength of most people present is stronger than him. Hey, wait a minute, there seems to be another guy whose basic strength is weaker than Nie Wenbai. There is also a little fat guy. Although he still looks confident now, Nie Wenbai can feel that this guy is much weaker than him. At least he's not that heavy, so it's not a big burden. Pooh! What am I thinking, that I am comparing myself to the weakest person? Nie Wenbai secretly despised himself. I haven't introduced you yet. I am Satsuki, the examiner of the first test. I will lead you to the second test venue. Satsuki straddled the front, but his voice reached everyone very gently. In the ears. Satsu's words made many candidates confused. Why did you go to the second test venue? What about the first test? After Sassy's explanation, all the candidates came to their senses. It turns out that the so-called first test is actually very simple. Just follow Sassy to the second test venue. This seems like a pretty simple follow-through test. However, relatively smart people know it. This kind of running test without knowing the time or location is actually the most torturous. Fortunately, Nie Wenbai is no longer on this list. He knew how long this test lasted and where the location was. What he is most worried about now is his physical strength and speed. Obviously, his physical strength was more than made up for by the physical candy. As for speed, it is made up for by overtime stickers. He had food and drink, so what did he have to worry about? Therefore, even though he knew that he would get tired soon, Nie Wenbai still ran very easily and happily. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure quickly passed by Nie Wenbai and the four people. Hey, you're so mean, that's a foul. Leorio pointed at the skateboard under Killua's feet and shouted. Why? Killua looked at Leorio in confusion and asked. Ask why, it's a matter of endurance. Leorio, this is not an endurance race. As long as the candidates can keep up, it's fine. In fact, if we have a car, we can still drive to follow. Nie Wenbai interrupted Leorio's stupidity and said. Yes, the examiner said that as long as you can keep up with him, it will be fine. Gon nodded and said. Leorio looked at Nie Wenbai and Gon angrily and shouted, Ah, I know, just keep up with the examiner. Damn it, if I had known this was the case, I would have brought a motorcycle over here. Yelling and yelling will only waste energy, you are too noisy, Karapika said calmly. The tone was very calm, but the meaning behind the words made Leorio even more angry. It's too abominable, I want to break up with you. Leorio shouted angrily. Isn't it? Gon looked at Leorio in horror, obviously frightened. Faced with this farce, Nie Wenbai didn't have much involvement. He was already adjusting his breathing. It had only been a few minutes, but now, Nie Wenbai felt that he was starting to feel a little tired. The most important thing that Nie Wenbai couldn't ignore was that the fat man he thought was extremely weak in physical strength was actually in a state of ease. In a few minutes, Nie Wenbai would know. He underestimated the physical constitution of humans in this world. Even someone like Fatty, who doesn't seem to have exercised much, is much stronger physically than the human in his previous life. In fact, Nie Wenbai suddenly remembered. In that plot, the fat man's elimination time seemed to be that he fell behind after running for 6 hours. But Nie Wenbai knows that in his previous life, ordinary people would be exhausted after running a marathon for an hour. Only those who have trained can complete the race. Now, they are running a marathon. It's still a big marathon that lasts for more than 10 hours. Even, in the end, the marathon will become faster and faster. For a visitor from another world like Nie Wenbai, this is simply a life-threatening situation. So, after an hour. Hey, who mad, I'm so tired. Nie Wenbai held his knees with both hands, wiped the sweat from his face with his hands, and said with a smile. Nie Wenbai. Gon stopped and looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise and shouted. Why are you so weak? Leorio ran back and helped Nie Wenbai and asked. Kurapika also stopped and looked at Nie Wenbai with a confused look on his face. It's so strange. He is obviously an adult, but his physical strength is not as good as that of a child? Gon, leave him alone, this is just the beginning, you can't help him. Killua persuaded him from the side. Killua is right, you can't help me, so I have to cheat. Nie Wenbai gasped. What? Cheating? Leorio and others looked at Nie Wenbai in confusion. Then I saw Nie Wenbai take out an ordinary-looking candy and throw it into his mouth casually. That's it. Is this cheating? Everyone looked at Nie Wenbai in confusion, thinking that Nie Wenbai might be joking. Teng teng. However, at this time, Nie Wenbai suddenly jumped a few times. Did a few more stretches. He started running again. What are you doing here? Run quickly. They are already far away. Nie Wenbai turned around to greet the stunned Leorio and his group as he ran. What's the situation? Hey, why aren't you tired again? Leorio ran to Nie Wenbai in shock and asked. Not only Leorio was shocked, but Kurapika and others on the side were also stunned by Nie Wenbai's current performance. They are not people with poor eyesight, they can all see it. Nie Wenbai's previous state of being physically exhausted and unable to run at all was not a performance at all. But just after seeing it, they were so shocked. Chapter 28. A person who is almost certain to be unable to run. Surprisingly, just after eating a candy, he was able to run vigorously again? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. In order to understand clearly, several people couldn't help but follow Nie Wenbai and pay attention to Nie Wenbai's situation. What are you looking at me for? Nie Wenbai asked with raised eyebrows. Well, after an extreme physical exertion and then recovery. My body seems to have adapted a lot. Maybe, I can be in this big marathon. Strengthen your body to a certain level. This change, coupled with the use of extra time stickers. My strength will definitely increase a lot. I'm just wondering why you suddenly recovered again. Leorio continued to ask without giving up. Didn't I say, I'm cheating? Nie Wenbai said casually. Leorio had veins popping out on his forehead. You mean, with your ability, you can still do such a thing? Kurapika said in surprise. Nie Wenbai smiled and said, yes, it's awesome. Looking at the complacent Nie Wenbai, Kurapika was in a state of shock. This is not only awesome, it is simply unreasonable. Once again, Karapika realized how big the gap was between ordinary people and hunters. Although Nie Wenbai did not elaborate, Leorio and others understood it clearly. Killua was the only one who was confused. Gon, what are you talking about? Killua leaned next to Gon and asked softly. Although he knew that this might be someone else's secret, he was just curious. Gon was very confused and had to turn his head to look at Nie Wenbai. It's okay, he will know it later anyway. Nie Wenbai waved his hand casually and said. With Nie Wenbai's consent, Gon immediately told Killua some information about the abilities that Hunter could learn. This surprised Killua, who was hearing about such a thing for the first time. Especially when I heard that all ability users have different abilities, I was even more surprised. In this way, more than an hour passed. The people following Nie Wenbai once again found themselves as tired as if they had fought for hundreds of rounds. But after swallowing a small candy, Nie Wenbai started running vigorously again. This time, they finally knew what Nie Wenbai meant by cheating. I just want to rely on this candy to force myself through this level. As long as these candies continue, no matter how far the examiner travels, there will be no problem at all. But the question is, does Nie Wenbai have so many candies? Nie Wenbai, you won't be able to use up all the candy, right? Leorio looked at Nie Wenbai and asked seriously. Theoretically, it should be. Nie Wenbai shrugged. Hearing this, Leorio and the others were even more shocked. Theory? In other words, there are conditions for your candy to appear. What is it? Could it be the things you collected before? Karapika guessed. Gan. These guys really can't be looked at with ordinary people's eyes. I've only seen it twice, but I immediately thought of it. It's amazing. Although Nie Wenbai did not elaborate, Karapika saw the change in the expression on Nie Wenbai's face. I knew that my guess was not wrong. However, now he is even more curious about Nen, who Nie Wenbai said that he can learn by becoming a hunter. Judging from Nie Wenbai's performance, he found out. These Nen seem to need to exchange conditions for effects. More than an hour has passed. At this point, I have been running for more than 3 hours. However, among all the candidates present, no one was left behind. If this were in my previous life, the marathon distance of 42 kilometers would have been completed long ago. Time continues, and running has no intention of stopping at all. The most important thing is that the examiner running in front seems to be speeding up. This speed is equivalent to Nie Wenbai running at full speed. But looking at the people next to Nie Wenbai, they still followed easily and did not feel that the speed was too fast. Faced with running at this speed, Nie Wenbai's physical strength has improved. His physical strength is consumed faster, and he can persist for less time. This situation is not difficult to imagine. There is a difference between jogging, sprinting, and running at full speed. Jogging, if you know some breathing and skills, you can run for a few hours without any problem. Sprinting, which is what Nie Wenbai did just now, even if he knows some breathing and techniques, try to adjust his breathing. In an hour, or even less than an hour, he would be sweating profusely and panting like an old dog. As for running at full speed, anyone who has tried it knows this. Running at full strength, few people can last more than 40 seconds. And the running distance is only within 100 meters. If he only has this speed, then it will be useless no matter how much candy he has. Killua looked at Nie Wenbai's situation and said clearly. Although what Killua said was unpleasant, looking at Nie Wenbai's current situation, Leorio knew that there was nothing wrong with what Killua said. Even Nie Wenbai himself knows this. Because he knows that his physical sugar cannot be supplied to him in unlimited amounts. The money he had earned before did not allow him to do such a thing. Calculated according to the calculation, he will consume one energy candy in 10 seconds. It takes 4 to 5 pills a minute. Then you need about 240 pills per hour. A physical candy costs 10,000 dinais, and 1 hour of Nie Wenbai costs 2.4 million denais. But the first test will take at least 10 hours. There are tens of millions of ordained nuns, but Nie Wenbai has none. Hey, it seems I have to cheat. Nie Wenbai looked up at the team that was about to disappear in front of him, and said with a melancholy smile. He never understood why in the novels he had read before. After the protagonist traveled to the past, he immediately overcame various problems of the gap between the two worlds. Chapter 29. Especially the protagonist who lives in the past is obviously just an ordinary person in his own world. After traveling through time, he immediately became powerful and talented. What if you said you brought some magic golden fingers? That's okay, it's a golden finger after all, it's very unreasonable. But if you don't even have a golden finger and just directly transcend all realities domineeringly, that would be too strong. Nie Wenbai feels that he is not such a gifted person, but fortunately, he seems to have come here with a golden finger. Among the golden fingers, he also fixed the overtime sticker once or twice, which was extremely useful to him. There is no hesitation, and while there are still many people who are recovering, using the overtime patch is much better than using energy candy. Under the watchful eyes of Li Orio and his team, Nie Wenbai directly put an overtime sticker on himself. Later, Killua was surprised to find that Nie Wenbai's speed had become faster. That's twice as fast. Hurry up and catch up. If the examiner suddenly changes the test questions, you will cry, Nie Wenbai shouted and greeted him as he ran. After he completely caught up with the main force, he slowed down and took another stamina candy. With the assistance of overtime stickers, he only needs to use jogging speed to keep up with the current speed of the large team. Therefore, in terms of physical strength, there is no need to worry too much. It's almost like eating once an hour as before. No matter how you look at it, your ability is too bullying. After I become a hunter, can I also learn this ability? Li Orio said with emotion. As the most ordinary person in this group of people except Nie Wenbai. After running for more than 3 hours, Li Orio also found that his physical strength was beginning to fail him. If this continued, it would only take another 1 to 2 hours, and he felt that he would reach his psychological limit. Who knows, as far as I know, so far, no hunter's nin is the same. Nie Wenbai said with a casual shrug. Hey, Nie Wenbai, I want to ask, is there a kind of nin that will make people run away without fighting? Killua asked seemingly casually. But for Nie Wenbai, who knew Killua's information, he knew that Killua might be thinking of his brother's situation. Nie Wenbai said slowly, yes, and it seems to be very common. Yes, it's very common. Killua muttered thoughtfully. What's wrong, Killua? Gon asked in confusion. It's okay, I just thought of something. Killua waved his hand casually and said. Pa. Nie Wenbai suddenly clapped his palm with his hand and said with an expression on his face that he had just woken up. By the way, if you feel like you can't hold on, I can provide you with energy candy, do you want it? At this time, Nie Wenbai's expression was very joking, which made Li Orio's teeth itch for a while. I want it. Gon raised his hand and shouted, not paying attention to Nie Wenbai's joking expression. I want it too, thank you. Killua also raised his hand and said very politely. As he spoke, his eyes were full of curiosity. Kurapika raised her hand calmly and said, if there is any extra, give me one. The three people's complete indifference made Nie Wenbai freeze involuntarily. Then they each threw a physical candy over with a wry smile. Afterwards, Nie Wenbai looked at the tangled Li Orio and couldn't help but put on a joking smile again. Hey, Li Orio, do you need this kind of energy candy? Nie Wenbai said leisurely. Hey, since Gon and the others have taken it, it would be very unsociable if I didn't take it. Give me one too. Li Orio said with a dry smile. After estimating his physical strength, Li Orio found that if he didn't explode, he really wouldn't be able to keep up. Seeing Li Orio's appearance, Nie Wenbai gave up the idea of continuing to hold on to this matter. Playing is about playing, making trouble is about making trouble. Don't play with your friend's self-esteem and bottom line. It's strange, how can such a small piece of candy restore a person's physical strength? Gon said, looking at the energy candy in his hand strangely. Killua tried to bite the energy candy with his teeth. After tasting the sweetness, he licked it with bright eyes. Then, he threw it into his mouth and started eating. Delicious. It tastes better than the candies I've eaten before. Ah, you little brat, you're not tired, what did you do with that candy? That's for you to eat when you're weak in the future. Leorio had just put away the energy candy, and then he saw Killua's action. I was angry at that time. Even though he was treating it with such care, Killua ate such a good thing so easily. This made Leorio find it difficult to calm down for a moment. Let's put aside this, Nie Wenbai, do you sell candies like this? Killua raised his hand to signal Leorio to stop talking, and then asked Nie Wenbai eagerly with a cat-like look on his face. Although Leorio wanted to continue talking, after hearing Killua's words, he also wanted to hear Nie Wenbai's side of the story. Sell it, why don't you sell it? I'll give you a friendly price, 99,800, not 100,000, nor 99,900, just 99,800. If others want to buy it, I will charge them at least 1 million. Nie Wenbai said casually. He is not opposed to selling things like physical candies, because he is more willing to make more money. As for whether he will be targeted by other forces, it's hard to say this kind of thing. However, according to Nie Wenbai's own estimation, this will happen sooner or later. Unless he doesn't use these wonders from the beginning. But how is this possible? Without these rare items, he wouldn't even be able to pass the hunter test this time. Hide it and wait until you become stronger to do the mission again? This may be a way. However, Nie Wenbai discovered that he did not actually need to do this. When I discovered that search skills and slow skills are a perfect match, he doesn't need to worry about his own strength. Although my basic ability is very poor, my cheating ability is very strong. Moreover, as long as you can pass this hunter test and learn to read Qi, his basic abilities will be made up for. Chapter 30. Once Nie Wenbai's basic abilities are improved, Nie Wenbai believes that at that time, he can do it even with Netero. As long as his nerve reactions can keep up with Netero's attack speed, he can easily defend against it. It is with this idea that Nie Wenbai will issue tasks when the system releases them. I really took part in this hunter test. Is it 99,800? It is indeed worthy of this price. Killua narrowed his eyes and said, I don't have money now. I will buy it after Hunter completes the test. Is this delicious? Gon looked at the candy in his hand very strangely and asked. When Killua heard this, he immediately recommended with a cat-like face, yes, it's more delicious than any candy I've ever eaten before. Try it now. Hey, okay then. Gon looked at the candy in his hand in surprise and said. Then, he threw the candy directly into his mouth. Hey, Gon, what's wrong with you? Leorio pointed at Gon and yelled. He felt that among all the people present, he was the only one who particularly cared about this candy. Delicious! Gon suddenly shouted, what does this taste like? I want to say it but I can't. Yeah, right. Killua said with a smile. Moreover, it seems like it can restore all my energy consumption. Gon looked at Nie Wenbai in confusion and said. Nie Wenbai smiled and nodded and said, yes, it has only one effect, to restore the eater's physical strength. All? Killua asked solemnly. All. Nie Wenbai nodded and smiled. Suck. Nie Wenbai's words made people take a deep breath. Millions of Buddhist nuns. Maybe even if there are tens of millions of nuns, some people will buy them. This kind of thing that can restore a person's full physical strength, the more powerful the person uses it, the more difficult it will be. For a moment, Leorio was a little confused as to whether he should take his current energy candy. If you tell us so clearly, is there no problem? Killua suddenly asked. Don't worry, there's no problem at all. Nie Wenbai said confidently, giving a thumbs up. Seeing Nie Wenbai's appearance, no one said anything. It is enough for them to know these things themselves. Until Nie Wenbai announces it to the outside world, they just have to keep it a secret. Time passed again. Running and running, Nie Wenbai and the others are no longer in the last group. They passed the fat man whom Nie Wenbai had compared before, and the 3 Mori brothers who were surrounding the fat man. Compared with Fatty's panting state, the 3 Mori brothers were in much better condition. After running for so long, they still didn't feel tired. Idiot, idiot, idiot. As they passed this strange team, Nie Wenbai and the others heard these insulting words. It sounded like Leorio and Gon were very dissatisfied. Leorio even yelled at the 3 Mori brothers. It's just, that's all. The fat man's condition was already in dire straits, and even driving away the 3 Mori brothers would not help. Unless, you give the fat man Nie Wenbai's energy candy. Nie Wenbai has also thought about this kind of thing. He knew that Fatty definitely had a lot of assets, if he could sell him 1 or 2 fitness candies. Nie Wenbai believes that he may even be able to sell tens of millions. Just look at the fat man's condition. Nie Wenbai felt that even if the fat man regained his strength, he could successfully keep up with the large army. Maybe he will die in the forest marathon later. So, Nie Wenbai thought about it and gave up this approach. Those 3 bastards, competition is competition, and they actually use this kind of psychological attack on others. Leorio said very unhappy. This is the hunter test. Not all candidates are like us and just want to pass the test. Nie Wenbai said slowly. If he didn't have all kinds of cheating magic items, I'm afraid he would be one of the ones being psychologically attacked by now. Kurapika then said, in this hunter test, candidates become hunters in order to pass the test. In addition to passing the test, this is also a good way to exclude other candidates. Ha, I like this method. The current test is too boring. Killua interjected. Kid, are you planning to use this insidious method? Leorio pointed at Killua and yelled. Killua spread his hands helplessly and said, please, if you want to eliminate others, you don't need to use any psychological offensive. You only need to tap their ankles twice. There is no need to smash it, the pain of swelling can make many candidates give up taking the test. Yes, this method is very good. If the ankle is injured, once these candidates try to grit their teeth and persevere, it is very likely that the injury will be irreparable. In order to avoid this situation, they had no choice but to give up the test. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. Well, I think. Gon looked at the discussion between Killua and Nie Wenbai, as well as Leorio's angry expression, and Kurapika's expression that was covered in cold sweat but was listening intently. I couldn't help but want to persuade him. Do you want to do it? Killua asked. What do you think? Nie Wenbai replied. It's very troublesome. Killua said with a shrug. Then forget it. Nie Wenbai waved his hand indifferently and said. That's fine. Killua nodded and said, what's wrong? Gon. Gon was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's okay. Oh, let's run to the front and take a look first. Killua suggested. Okay. Gon nodded and replied. Okay, let's see who is faster. Killua said with narrowed eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already accelerated and ran several meters away. Ah, Killua, you jumped the gun, that doesn't count. Gon shouted, and quickly chased after him. Looking at the 2 little kids in front of him who were slowly disappearing, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but sigh. Time passes again. Nie Wenbai and the others also ran for dozens of minutes. Ga ga ga, I really underestimated this hunter test. At this time, Lioryo had also entered his fatigue period. He was panting like a bellows and sweating like Nie Wenbai before. He has reached his limit. Chapter 31. Without hesitation or pretentiousness, Lioryo directly ate the energy candy. In an instant, Lioryo, who had already reached his limit. I found that my physical strength seemed to have never been lost, and I had regained my peak level. If it weren't for the sweat on his body, Lioryo would have thought so. His previous state of panting like an ox was just his hallucination. I had only heard and seen Nie Wenbai's situation before. Lioryo actually has no imagination at all for this phenomenon. But now, he knows how powerful this physical candy is. The deliciousness is just incidental, but it is so powerful that it can directly restore all the physical strength of the eater. On this point, he now also thinks that selling it for just 1 million renminbi is too cheap. Without physical limitations, Lioryo started running again. Nie Wenbai, are you really not worried about others knowing this kind of candy? Lioryo asked worriedly as he ran. Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't worry. After I become a hunter, I won't need to worry anymore. Once this magical treasure is known to the outside world, it will probably attract a lot of people to snatch it. Can you handle it?" Lioryo asked worriedly. "I think I should be able to bear it," Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Nie Wenbai's confidence silenced Lioryo. Also silent was Karapika on the side. "Okay, if you need help, contact me. This is my contact information." Lioryo nodded and said. Taking the piece of paper handed over by Lioryo, Nie Wenbai took a look at it. Written on it was Lioryo's email and phone number. Putting the piece of paper into his backpack, Nie Wenbai smiled and said, "I haven't prepared a mobile phone yet, and I have forgotten the password for my email address because I don't use it frequently. After Hunter completes the test, I will give you my contact information. Look. Ah! Isn't it?" At this moment, there was some commotion in the team of candidates in front. Nie Wenbai and the other three looked at each other, and their expressions changed. "How long does this staircase have to be?" Lioryo said in horror. "I don't know, but depending on the number of floors we go down to the tunnel, plus the angle of the stairs, it should be several kilometers." Karapika said, shaking his head slightly. Nie Wenbai didn't want to talk anymore. Climbing stairs was the last thing he wanted to do. In his previous life, he would have to take the elevator even if it was only on the second floor. Therefore, seeing this several kilometers long staircase in front of him made his eyes dizzy. That examiner started to speed up again. Lioryo noticed that the examiner's speed was wrong and couldn't help but remind him. Nie Wenbai didn't speak, just ran around. Lioryo suddenly noticed that many candidates around him began to slow down when climbing the stairs. Nie Wenbai, Karapika, if you want to get ahead, you have to take advantage of this opportunity. Lioryo shouted excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he also started to speed up. Seeing this, Nie Wenbai had no choice but to speed up and keep up. "Lioryo, you didn't take the hunter test just for money, right? Although I've only known you for a few days, you don't seem like a person who would do anything for money." Karapika ran next to Lioryo. Asked. Nie Wenbai didn't want to pay any attention to the two people's discussion about their childhood stories. Because he is really powerless. Several times, Nie Wenbai almost couldn't help it and was slow to use it on the examiner Sassy who was running in front. Fortunately, reason prevailed in the end. Otherwise, it would be so much fun. While he was climbing the stairs, Nie Wenbai finally saw the exit of the tunnel. It's finally come to an end for now. With emotion, Nie Wenbai quickly walked out of the tunnel exit. Then he began to look at the scene in front of him. Lumen Wetland, also known as the Nest of Deception, is a place where various rare beasts and beasts live by trapping and hunting. For this venue that does not appear much in the plot. There are still many impressions of Nie Wenbai. Of course, the biggest impression is the scene of Hisoka playing the examiner game here and wreaking havoc. So, after a while, I ran directly behind the examiner. With this idea in mind, Nie Wenbai quietly pushed Leorio and Kurapika closer to Satsuki. By the way, while still on the way, he gave Killua and Gon a follow-up look and action. Well, the look was not successfully received. Fortunately, the action is relatively simple and easy to understand. After approaching Satsuki, Leorio asked in confusion, "What's wrong? This forest is very dangerous. There is no way to safely pass through the sky, so I followed closely behind the examiner," Nie Wenbai said seriously. Regarding this point, several people think it is not a big problem. Of course, the most important thing is to stay away from Hisoka from now on. That guy has looked at me no less than 5 times since the beginning, Nie Wenbai said seriously. As he finished speaking, he felt something else. Is the situation here really wrong? He obviously didn't do anything to attract Hisoka's attention, so why was he still being targeted? This made Nie Wenbai feel really fed up. Hisoka probably doesn't know about the energy candy. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would come up and ask now. I don't even know about physical sugar, let alone overtime stickers. As for the slowness skills, he had never used any of them during the test. This is even less likely to be known. But apart from these points, he really couldn't figure out what else could happen to him that Hisoka would target, etc. I seem to have overlooked something. Hisoka seems to be planning to play the examiner game midway this time. Mud. Could this guy think that I am not qualified to participate in the hunter test? So are you going to exclude me here? Gan. I never expected that I would be targeted for this reason. Well, I must follow Sassy closely to avoid getting entangled with this pervert. Hey, is there any? Leorio asked with a confused look on his face. Chapter 32. Yes, I have been paying attention to him since Nie Wenbai said he was very dangerous. Among the candidates present, there are many who have been watched by him more than 3 times, including you. Kurapika said slowly. Hearing this, Leorio was even more confused. What's this? Of course, once those of us who have been seen by him more than 3 times are left alone, we have to play the examiner game with him. Nie Wenbai said while pressing his temples. Just play, it's not a big deal. Leorio said, still confused. Nie Wenbai glanced at Leorio and said angrily, what a joke. Are you going to risk your life to play with him? Killua only then did Leorio understand why Nie Wenbai had always suggested following the examiner closely. Liar. He is lying, don't believe what he says. At this moment, Satsuki had just finished introducing some information about Rumanai wetland, and a seriously injured person jumped out from the other side. He is a fake, I am the examiner. The person shouted loudly in an attempt to alert the candidates. In order to make his words more credible, the visitor also pulled out an ape-like monster that also looked seriously injured. Look at this, this is the human-faced ape in Rumanai wetland. He is lying to you. The visitor continued to shout loudly. Leorio looked at Satsuki in surprise and said, ah, he is actually a fake. Hey, Leorio, can you please stop making trouble? He already said that the man-faced ape is a monster with slender and weak limbs that can only pretend to be a human and use sweet words to deceive people. Do you think that a being who can lead so many candidates in the tunnel would be a human-faced ape? Nie Wenbai covered his forehead and said helplessly. Hearing this, Leorio laughed dryly and covered the back of his head. Whoosh whoosh. Several cards, like blades, rushed towards Satsuki and the man who said he was the examiner. Chi chi chi. The card cut into the head of the guy pretending to be the examiner without hesitation. The strength is great and the cards are sharp. It forcefully penetrated more than half of the head of the pretending examiner. With just a little more force, it seemed like he could cut open the entire head. It is so powerful that it is completely unlike what ordinary playing cards can do. Looking at this, many candidates swallowed involuntarily. I see, these are the real examiners. Hisoka took action, narrowing his eyes and saying with a smile. Everyone followed Hisoka's pointing and happened to see the cards in Satsuki's hands. Catching this kind of card that can go into the head with his bare hands is enough to prove that Saji is very strong. Is this his ability? Leorio asked softly. Obviously, not, Nie Wenbai said, shaking his head. Sure enough, how could it be so simple? Leorio said solemnly. The procession marched again. With Nie Wenbai's reminder, the group of people ran directly behind Saci. However, as soon as they entered Lumini wetland, the muddy ground gave them a problem. Especially Nie Wenbai, this slowed him down a lot and required more effort. It's okay in the short term, but over the long term, it's definitely not a good thing. It seems that I need to continue cheating. As Nie Wenbai's thoughts fell, papers blessed with slowness began to appear under his feet. Nie Wenbai plans to use paper as a stepping stone to get rid of the drag of the mud. The effect of this approach is very good. The exertion during running is suddenly restored. Search and discover the source of danger. Just using paper as a stepping stone is not enough. In this dangerous Lumini wetland, the dangerous things are not just the ground beneath your feet. There are also those endless rare and exotic beasts that he needs to pay attention to. With Nie Wenbai's search completed the setting. In an instant, Nie Wenbai's mind clearly understood the locations of the deceitful creatures within a 50-meter radius. Suddenly, fog began to fill the surroundings. As soon as this fog with extremely low visibility appeared, it caused commotion among the candidates. Candidates running after the middle section all know that they will lose sight of the team in front once here. Then the dangers they will encounter will greatly increase. It's even easy to lose your life here. In order not to lose the qualifications for the hunter test so easily, the candidates after the middle section all accelerated. They intended to catch up with the candidates in the previous section. However, they were doomed to fail. Because Hisoka couldn't bear it anymore. When the fog rose, he started his own examiner hunting plan. It's started. Leorio said with a frown, listening to the screams coming from behind him. Nie Wenbai nodded and said, it doesn't matter so much. Take 3 steps to the left here. As he spoke, Nie Wenbai moved 3 steps to the left. After hearing Nie Wenbai's words, the other people followed suit without stopping. Ah! Just when Nie Wenbai and the others crossed that area safely, the candidates followed closely behind them. Not bad, he stepped directly on the thunder mushroom. The spores erupted from the thunder mushroom multiplied on the candidate's body in an instant. In an instant, the candidate lost his life. Killua Leorio couldn't help but swallowed as he heard the screams close to his ears. How many abilities do you have? Isn't it true that most nin only have one kind? Killua asked curiously. Nie Wenbai said slowly, how do you know my nin is not the same? Jump 5 meters here. Nie Wenbai said he would jump 5 meters. But he didn't take off, but ran directly up to 1 meter in the air. After crossing 5 meters, it fell to the ground. Beside him, Leorio and the others followed suit. The candidates following them closely, although I don't know how Nie Wenbai and others avoided these traps. But it doesn't delay them from following along. It's also a jump off. Ah! One of the candidates jumped short, which immediately aroused the ambush of giant frogs waiting under the ground, and entered the giant frog's stomach together with a piece of soil. Chapter 33. Along the way, walking, jumping, turning left and right, Nie Wenbai and his party finally followed the examiner to the second test venue. Okay, I'm going to take a good rest before the second test starts. Nie Wenbai breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hands. After saying that, he walked directly to a big tree and sat down against the trunk. When he said rest, he didn't just say it casually. although my body is not tired because of the energy sugar. However, his spirit was very tired. Of course, there is such a thing as mental exhaustion. In fact, that's it. After all, their generation, especially college students, have extra time. Just cultivating immortals until daylight is nothing more than an extremely ordinary and trivial matter. Compared with physical fatigue, mental fatigue is simply impossible for a cultivator to give up the idea of staying up all night. The decisive battle until dawn is not just a matter of words. The reason why he wanted to take a rest was just to take advantage of this time to submit the system tasks and then start the next task. If you miss the submission opportunity, you will waste a lot of rewards. Without wasting time, Nie Wenbai called out the panel and started busy. While Nie Wenbai was submitting the task, Sassy, not far away, was watching the time and waiting. At the same time, we are also observing the situation of this year's candidates. Of course, for old students who have participated before. Sassy just glanced at it casually. What he paid attention to was the freshmen of this class. Obviously, Nie Wenbai is also within the scope of his attention. However, compared to talented teenagers like Killua and Gon, no matter how you look at it, Nie Wenbai is just an ordinary person, even less than ordinary people. In fact, Sassy is not optimistic about it. Of course, he is also very curious as to why Nie Wenbai can keep up with him. It is precisely because of this that Nie Wenbai was paid attention to by Sassy. Although it is not as good as those seed characters with great potential, it is not low. During this inspection, Satsuki was attracted by what he saw. Is that a mind beast? Sassy looked at Nie Wenbai's condition and suddenly had such an idea. At this time, it was the time period when Nie Wenbai called out the panel. Unlike the situation where Nie Wenbai seemed to be able to see only one panel, Sassy couldn't see the panel that Nie Wenbai saw. The reason why Saci came up with such a guess about Neon Beast. It's entirely because there is a very small disc-shaped object behind Nie Wenbai's head. The diameter of this object is only 5 centimeters. There is also a strange planet pattern on it. At this time, this disc is connected to the back of Nie Wenbai's neck by a thin wire, as if it is controlling Nie Wenbai. The disc is very small, and it is almost close to the back of Nie Wenbai's head. Therefore, it is not that easy to spot if you don't look carefully. Even Satsuki, he changed positions several times. Only then did I gradually see this clearly. The moment he saw the Neon Beast, Sassy thought that Nie Wenbai was also an. However, when he looked at the life energy slowly floating on the surface of Nie Wenbai's body, there was no attempt to control it. Satsuki dismissed this view. A natural non-user. For this kind of person who can't read Qi, but can use Nen. Sats is no stranger. Because in this world, such people are not uncommon. However, this type of people are not familiar with Neon Qi. So they often call themselves superpowers. This kind of existence actually has a very high talent for reading energy. Generally speaking, if found. As long as there is no power, most people will win over their own power. Just as Sassy was deep in thought, Nie Wenbai also noticed Sassy's gaze. What's going on with this guy? Could it be that you saw my panel? No, it shouldn't be. His eyes are looking at my back? What could be behind me? Isn't it just a tree? Nie Wenbai, who had been puzzled for a long time, noticed that Sassy turned away. He also withdrew his gaze. Task: pass the second hunter test and resist the third test site. Reward: None 100000, Truth Point 100, Overtime Sticker *1. There is not much difference between the new task and the old task, it is just to let Nie Wenbai pass the second test. Putting away the panel, Nie Wenbai closed his eyes and rested. Time passed slowly, during which Hisoka came to the second test venue full of vitality. After a while, Saji announced directly that the first test had passed. Gilualu. Hearing this roar again that seemed to shake the air, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Boera, one of the examiners for the second test, is a tall, fat man. The characteristic is that it is especially edible. The roar that shook the air was the growl of this man's stomach. That is to say, he knows the condition of the door in that large warehouse. Otherwise, now is the time to guess, like Leorio, whether there is a dangerous monster inside, as a condition for passing the second test. Ding dong! As the clock rang at 12 noon, the closed warehouse door opened. What caught the eyes of all the candidates were two people, one big and one small, one boy and one girl. The woman is quite normal. Although her clothes are very revealing, she still looks like a human being after all. But that man was outrageous. Even if he was sitting on the ground, he was worse than the woman sitting on the sofa. At least 1 to 2 heights taller. Even just sitting there gives people the feeling of facing a mountain rock. Oh my god, is this really a human being? Leorio said in surprise. Nie Wenbai said softly, aren't you a doctor? I know he is a human, but I didn't expect someone to grow so big. This is against common sense. Leorio turned to look at Nie Wenbai and said. Indeed, he is not a warcraft. Nie Wenbai nodded and said, but he is a hunter. Although he didn't say it clearly, Leorio and the others understood what Nie Wenbai meant. Because he is a hunter, he knows how to Nen. Since he knows Nen, it means that it is not incomprehensible that this person can grow so big. Chapter 34. Cooking, the second test. You have to prepare food that satisfies us. The woman with 5 braids sitting on the sofa said casually with her legs crossed. Others don't know who she is, but Nie Wenbai does. Menchi, a food hunter, is extremely picky. That is to say, it is easy to become a person who likes to carry others. If you want to pass her level, even if you have already prepared the food, just use the ready-made food. It is estimated that it may fail. It was with this consideration in mind that even though Nie Wenbai had known about this situation for a long time, he did not prepare any nigiri sushi. Okay, I knew this was false as soon as I heard it. First of all, my designated dish is roasted whole pig. Any pig can be used. Boera said with drooling eyes. Only those who pass the test can continue to take my test. The qualifying criterion was tastes and the deadline for testing was until we were full. Menchi said following Boera's words. At this moment, Leorio suddenly laughed for some reason. What's wrong? You laughed because the question was too ridiculous. Killua looked at Leorio in confusion and said. Leorio held back his laughter for a while, and finally took a deep breath. No, I'm just thinking that they shouldn't be able to eat much. In this case, the number of candidates who pass will be very small. Leorio said as if he was trying his best to endure something. Wow! As Leorio finished speaking, all the candidates rushed out. Oh, they're all gone. It's all your fault. Leorio, you should keep your voice down. Gone, let's leave too. Killua despised Leorio for a moment, and then wanted to go find a pig to roast with Gon. However, Gon did not move, but looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise. Gon! Killua shouted in confusion. It's amazing. Can you know such a thing? Gon said in surprise. Same before, I prepared food and water for the marathon in advance. Kurapika also looked at Nie Wenbai in shock and said. Leorio sighed and continued, on the way, I can always know the location of various dangers in advance. Running all the way is like cheating. Wait, are you? Killua thought of something and looked at Nie Wenbai in shock. After receiving Gon's confirmation, he was even more horrified. Almost all the candidates present set out to catch pigs, but only Nie Wenbai and 5 people stayed in place without any movement. This immediately attracted the attention of the 3 hunters present. What are you talking about? Do you want to give up the hunter test qualification? Menchi shouted loudly. Nie Wenbai trotted over in a hurry and said, "Nothing, it's just that we have prepared the roast pig." With that said, Nie Wenbai took out a small roast pig directly from his backpack. Then he placed it in front of Boera under the gaze of Boera's shining eyes. "Roasted whole pig, please try it." Nie Wenbai stretched out his hand and gestured. Click, click, click. Without any hesitation, Boera directly grabbed the roasted whole pig, which was not even half the size of Menchi, and ate it. "It's delicious," Boera said after a few seconds. "Success." Nie Wenbai laughed contentedly in his heart. Then he walked towards Lioreo and the others. "Ha ha ha, passed the level easily." "Wait. This doesn't count." At this moment, Menchi suddenly shouted with an unhappy look on his face. "Why, he said it was delicious, why doesn't it count?" Before Nie Wenbai could speak, Lioreo shouted first. "There is no way, this is related to their next clearance issue. Now, a few of them have fallen so far behind the others. Now if it weren't for the roasted whole pig they had prepared, the fun would really be over." "Is that the pig here? There is only one kind of pig coming and going here. How can there be such a domestic pig?" Menchi roared loudly. Lioreo also roared and shouted, "Why is it not the pig here? I picked it up here, then it is the pig here." "Picked it up? You said you picked up a roasted whole pig in a place like this, and it was a domestic pig." Menchi said with veins popping out of his forehead. "Whether it was picked up or not, we followed the examiner's instructions and brought any kind of roasted whole pig to him, and he also said it was delicious." Nie Wenbai said slowly. Boera nodded and said, "That's true, you passed." "Boera!" Menchi shouted angrily. "Menchi, what does it matter?" "No matter what, he completed my exam questions," Boera comforted Menchi and said. Menchi gritted his teeth and looked at the triumphant Lioreo, and then said with an angry smile, "Boera is easy to talk to, but I can't. If you can't really complete my exam questions in a while, none of you will be able to pass." After saying the cruel words, Menchi sat down on the sofa with a look of displeasure. "Oh, this is troublesome. However, it's not a big problem." Nie Wenbai looked at the angry Menchi and walked back to Lioreo and his party without caring at all. Then he took out several roasted whole pigs and distributed them one by one. "Hey! Me too!" This time, Killua was even more surprised. All. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Watching Nie Wenbai distribute the roasted whole pig, Menchi couldn't help but feel itchy teeth again. But at the same time, we began to speculate on the size of the space held by Nie Wenbai. In fact, this is a guess. There is also Sats hidden in the distance. At the same time, Sassy finds Menchi's current emotional problems even more troublesome. There are a lot of seedlings this year, but Menchi doesn't care about any seedlings. Based on his understanding of Menchi, it is estimated that Menchi can speak. Want to become a hunter? Can. Next year. I won't be an examiner next year. For this type of thing, Saji can think of dozens of types. However, it is not yet time to report. We still have to see how Menchi handles it. Satsuki, who was thinking like this, secretly observed again. Chapter 35 1,2 3 Whoosh. As the three sounds fell, Gon and Killua quickly ran into the forest park. "They are really active," Lioreo said very tiredly. "Yeah, I've passed all the levels, what kind of competition do I still have to play? I'm still a young man." Nie Wenbai said with emotion as if he was old and useless. Kurapika didn't speak, but closed her eyes and rested. Nie Wenbai and Lioreo looked at each other, then closed their eyes and continued to rest. Just when Nie Wenbai and the others were resting with their eyes closed, Menchi, who was still angry, was staring at them fiercely. It seems that he wants to beat Nie Wenbai and the others here. However, while having such thoughts, Menchi was also very concerned about one thing. This matter is nothing else. That is, why did Nie Wenbai prepare roasted whole pig in advance? First, this guy has a lot of space and stores a lot of food in it. Among them, there happens to be roasted whole pig. This is not impossible. For example, she happened to know that there was such a person, whose huge space was unrivaled in the past and present. Therefore, if Nie Wenbai is also in the same situation, that's also very possible. Second, did this guy know the test questions they would ask in advance? It's an idea that Menchi himself keeps to himself. Because, in fact, there are many things like divination in the Hunter Association. But it can predict these things accurately. She didn't think it would be easy. Therefore, compared to the second thinking, Menchi believes that the first scenario is more likely. I couldn't believe it, he even prepared the food I wanted in his space. When Menchi thought about the test questions he was going to ask later, his originally angry mood was relieved. However, this just lightened the mood. Soon, Menchi was thrown into some nook and cranny. Nothing else, just because the group of candidates who went hunting came back. None of the candidates is a chef. Facing the wild boar they had just returned from hunting, the way they dealt with it was simply a disaster. If the pig's hair is not removed, then forget about it. It will be burned when exposed to fire. But the whole pig is not even treated with the internal organs? No seasoning or sauce. Don't you make a few more cuts on the pig body to facilitate the flavoring, and don't make cuts to allow the heat to spread throughout the pig body more easily. Can this kind of pig be roasted? Can it be eaten? Angry, Menchi was extremely angry now. To say that Nie Wenbai and others are opportunistic. These guys treated her completely like a fool. The most annoying thing is that Boera actually ate every one of them. In the end, he actually gave a delicious evaluation. Menchi rolled his eyes at Boera before announcing the number of people who had cleared the level this time. The roasted whole pig assessment is over, 74 people passed the level. Menchi announced loudly. It said a numerical value that was slightly different from that of the plot. But think about it, the roasted whole pig prepared by Nie Wenbai is so small that the portion for 5 people is equivalent to a big-nosed wild pig. A rice bucket like Boera, which can eat 70 whole pigs, really shocked the candidates. Of course, Menchi was very unhappy about this. She felt Boera was too lenient. If it were her, she wouldn't be so merciless. In particular. Thinking of this, Menchi couldn't help but glance at Nie Wenbai and the others with itchy teeth. In the second half of the second test, I want to eat sushi. Menchi was not polite and directly stated her test questions. As soon as this question comes out, my dear. Except for a few people who already knew, everyone else was confused. Faced with this kind of dish that they knew nothing about, everyone started talking about it for a while. Seeing this, Menchi started to introduce the origin of sushi with a proud look on his face. At the same time, he was also paying attention to Nie Wenbai and the others. Hehe, my claws are numb now. How can you, with this kind of food? Menchi, who was about to smile proudly, saw Nie Wenbai's expression at this time. I couldn't help but be stunned. He is laughing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he know about this food? Could it be that he is even ready for this? No, I don't believe it. Menchi didn't believe such a ridiculous thing could happen. So. I only accept nigiri sushi, so now the test begins. Menchi stared at Nie Wenbai and said. The time limit is until I'm full. As Menchi's test instructions were issued, all the candidates ran to the kitchen table in the warehouse and began to think hard. Sushi? What on earth is that? Does it use rice? Killua said in confusion. Then, let me try it first. Nie Wenbai suddenly said. After saying that, Leorio and the others looked serious, Killua was suspicious, and all the candidates looked confused. He walked over to Menchi, who sat down with a plate. Hello? Isn't he already done? Impossible, the examiner has just announced the test questions, unless he knows the test questions in advance. For a time, the candidates started talking about it. Nie Wenbai, he has already prepared that sushi, right? Killua felt a little ridiculous now. It even feels a bit absurd. If this level of prediction is accurate, doesn't that mean no matter who wants to deal with Nie Wenbai, will he eventually fall into Nie Wenbai's trap? When he thought of this, Killua couldn't help but take a breath. Then I thought this was super cool. Fortunately, Nie Wenbai still doesn't know what Killua is thinking now. Otherwise, he would definitely express it. I didn't, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Such a trio. At least he has to go on until he reaches level 4 or above in his prompting skills. As for why it is considered level 4, this is entirely because, according to Nie Wenbai's own estimation, level 4 should be the watershed among all his skills. Of course, this can only be determined after determining the level 3 growth value. Chapter 36. Click. Nie Wenbai came to Menchi and gently opened the cover in his hand under everyone's attention. As the lid on the dish was lifted, what appeared in everyone's sight were 2 small pieces of food no more than the size of 2 thumbs. Below is a square piece of rice, and on top of the rice is a layer of fresh fish of moderate thickness. Is this sushi? The candidates who don't know why are very confused. How does he know about sushi? A bald man looked at the sushi in Nie Wenbai's hand in surprise. It's really sushi. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai in horror, not daring to think, did Nie Wenbai really know her test questions a long time ago? Menchi opened his mouth in shock and finally asked. Did you already know my test questions, or did you just store a lot of food? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and asked seriously. Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Guess. Guess your size. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai's expression and frowned in displeasure. Then, his eyes rolled. Menchi showed a smile and said with a smile, Sushi is sushi, but the test has to be made by your own hands, which has been prepared in advance. So, if you fail, go back and do it again. Tisk. Nie Wenbai smacked his lips, then casually picked up the 2 pieces of sushi and threw them into his mouth. He chewed and walked back to his kitchen table under Menchi's angry eyes. That chick is definitely targeting me. Nie Wenbai said, looking at Leorio and the others who looked at him with questioning eyes. As he spoke, Nie Wenbai took out a few fresh sea fish from his backpack. He handed one to each of Leorio and the others. In this case, we can only make another one. Nie Wenbai said with a helpless shrug. Hey, I'm just making it again. Let's show it to her. Leorio said with a smile. All of a sudden, several people started to work again. Judging from their actions, it was obvious that Nie Wenbai had already made sushi before this. Moreover, Leorio and the others watched from the sidelines. As for why you want to make your own sushi, it's entirely because there is no such thing as sushi for sale in Port Dooney and Kent City. You guys can do it. Killua looked at Gon in surprise and asked. Yeah, I'll teach you. Gon said with a smile. And just when Nie Wenbai and the others started making sushi with enthusiasm, Menchi had already confirmed it. Nie Wenbai is not a variety of food that has been prepared in advance. But he really knew her test questions a long time ago. Otherwise, even if Nie Wenbai really stored a lot of food, and one of these foods happens to include sushi, but there shouldn't be fresh sea fish. And, most importantly, Nie Wenbai actually knows how to make sushi? Swearing as a gourmet hunter, Nie Wenbai is definitely not a chef. She could completely confirm this. Because, Nie Wenbai does not have the same aura as her. However, it was after learning this that Menchi was even more surprised. Compared with the large storage space for food, this kind of divination can predict the situation in advance, and it is so accurate. It's really shocking. This kind of person did not participate in the hunter test that time, but he participated in this hunter test. Menchi can even think so. This is exactly what Nie Wenbai has seen after he can become a hunter in this hunter test. Then I came to participate. Watching Nie Wenbai skillfully make 2 pieces of sushi. The same was true for several people around him, and Menchi couldn't help but frowned. And when he saw the other candidates running out to look for fish, his brows furrowed even more. Should I insist on taste? Thinking of this, Menchi couldn't help but get entangled. However, after a few seconds, Menchi's eyes hardened. No matter what your situation is, I must stick to my own principles. Come on, let me see, after I knock you all out here. How do you become a hunter? Time passes slowly. It doesn't take long to make 2 pieces of sushi. Before other candidates came back, Nie Wenbai had already made the sushi and served it in front of Menchi. Let me see. As long as the taste of your cooking is even worse, I will declare you unqualified and go back and make it again. With this thought in mind, Menchi stretched his chopsticks toward the stack of sushi on the table. The taste is just. What's this? Does it taste different? What's going on with this strange feeling? Although it is not delicious, but do I really want to bury this innovative flavor? How can it be? This is my gourmet hunter's way. If you really are yours, can you even handle such a thing? I'm convinced. It's delicious. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and said solemnly. After saying that, she picked up the remaining piece of sushi and put it in her mouth. Thank you very much. Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Let me go, what is going on? I thought I would definitely fail and wait for Netero to come to the rescue. I didn't expect it to be successful all of a sudden. Could it be possible that I am the only one who will pass this time? Nie Wenbai walked back, thinking happily. Ha ha ha, Killua, you are still using lemon juice. No, Nie Wenbai has already used it first. It's better to take advantage of the fact that not many people are using others. You should think of other ways. At this time, Leorio laughed and said. After saying that, he walked over to Menchi with his carefully crafted sushi. However, the voice he just made was so loud that it had already been heard by the candidates who ran back as fast as possible. Alas! It seems that my idea of completing the level with just a few of us was in vain. With Leorio's big mouth, it's really hard to deal with. However, the problem is actually not big. If more candidates are not allowed to pass this test, it is estimated that Netero will still interfere with the test. Chapter 37. After thinking about the key, Nie Wenbai felt relieved. He returned to his kitchen table, found a seat, and sat down. Next, it is a time to wait quietly. Outside the warehouse where the second test was held, Sassy was in a very complicated mood. Oh, it seems that Menchi's level has been solved. Well, looking at it this way, I don't need to be so anxious to contact President Netero. However, that candidate can calculate everything accurately. This kind of existence is very dangerous. Yes, it's dangerous. As a lawful good person, Nie Wenbai can always learn about various disaster events in advance. Then let people respond in advance. As a side of chaotic evil, Nie Wenbai can also create a series of disasters that no one in the world can crack. Then destroy human civilization. No matter which side you are on, you will become the target of public criticism from the other side. Even if it is neutral, it is extremely troublesome. Unless Nie Wenbai himself is extremely powerful, or this method of accurate prediction is not discovered. However, this method has been discovered by many people. Therefore, if you want to hide it anymore, I'm afraid it's impossible. Then, Nie Wenbai can only make himself extremely powerful. Nie Wenbai is not worried at all about how his safety is being speculated. Because, he can guarantee that his growth rate will be faster than the speed of those who spy on him. And he is not the only one who has the ability to predict. There are many people in this world who do. The most accurate one is probably Niang's prophetic poem. However, after Niang has lived for so long, who would take action against her? Not at all. It's just that I lost my ability after arriving. For so long during this period, Niang didn't think about the tragedy that would result from becoming stronger. Obviously, this kind of thing cannot happen to Nie Wenbai. After all, even now, Nie Wenbai is much stronger than many people. In other words, his poor physical fitness is simply too much. When a huge gong sounded, indicating the end of the second test. In the second half of the second test, 47 people qualified. Menchi announced loudly. The development of the plot has become different from Nie Wenbai's own understanding. There is no more part of jumping off a cliff to get eggs. Nie Wenbai was only slightly surprised by this. Then I didn't care anymore. In short, it's enough that he successfully cleared the second game. In this case, the airship transports the candidates to the third test site. Following Menchi's report, he slowly arrived in front of the warehouse and landed. Then, the 47 qualified people were caught up in the airship by Menchi. Because of the changes in the plot, there was no trace of Netero on the airship that day. Facing the crowd, there was only one bean-faced man and some staff on the airship. Hello everyone, we will arrive at our next destination at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Before I contact you, you can move around freely on the airship. The bean-faced man said with a professional smile. Gone, let's go explore on the airship. The bean-faced man just finished speaking. Killua suggested to Gon with a happy face. He is obviously a guy who is proficient in airship flying, but he is interested in the adventure of airship. It's probably because he met friends of his own age that he behaved like this. Looking at the two little kids disappearing quickly, Nie Wenbai shook his head lightly and then yawned. Tired. So tired. That's not how you cultivate immortality. I want to have a good sleep. No one should wake me up before that bean-faced man speaks. Nie Wenbai waved his hand and walked away. As he walked, he never stopped yawning. It can be seen that even with the support of physical candy, he is still exhausted after cultivating immortality now. Looking at his condition, I think my worries just now were in vain, Kurapika said with a sigh of relief as she looked at Nie Wenbai's disappearing back. Leorio asked confused, what were you worried about just now? There are still a few rounds of tests to come. Will there be a sudden start of the test to test our alertness or something like that? Kurapika said slowly. That. Leorio was shocked, he had never thought about this at all. Kurapika shook his head and said, Nie Wenbai, he has to say not to call the bean-faced man before he speaks. This means that things like surprise tests will not happen. That's good, I'm going to sleep too. I envy Gon and the others, they are full of energy. Leorio also said with a yawn. Me too, Kurapika answered. I said, it's better not to let down your guard. After all, this is the hunter test. At this moment, Tonpa came over and interjected. However, the two people who believed in Nie Wenbai completely ignored Tonpa's warning and left silently. Looking at this, Tonpa couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes, and then he could only sulk secretly. I plan to find another opportunity to harass and influence. Of course, the task of the second test is completed, and the new task is to pass the third test. The rewards are still the same, there's really nothing to say about them. Anyway, I still can't let him upgrade. Therefore, after Nie Wenbai glanced at his panel, he fell asleep directly. Of course, for safety's sake, he slept with the search skill turned on. After setting up a source of danger, the problem is not big. During this sleep, Nie Wenbai fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. Without Netero's instructions, the airship's timing was exceptionally punctual. Everyone, I've been waiting for a long time. We have arrived at the destination. Candidates, please go to the exit and wait. The voice of the bean-faced man rang out on the airship's broadcast. Amidst this sound, all the candidates opened their eyes and woke up. Then, I couldn't wait to come to the window and check out the next test site. That's right, they want to record the general topography of the test site from high altitude. Chapter 38. Want to capture the landscape of the third test from above? This is undoubtedly an impossible thing. If they really succeed, then the examiner of the third test. Wouldn't he be laughed to death by other hunters? Everyone could only watch helplessly as the airship landed on a high tower. After stepping off the airship, all that could be seen was the ground made of stones. In a place like this, writing down the so-called landforms is of no use at all. Hello everyone, this is the top of the tower called the trap tower, and the test content this time is very simple. Make it to the surface alive, you have a time limit of 72 hours. The bean-faced man said the test content calmly. It seems really simple. Then, let's start now, please work hard. The bean-faced man shouted, and he had already boarded the airship and left. As the bean-faced people and the airship left, everyone began to become active. However, in a place that looks like there is no way out, it is not easy to get down to the ground. For this reason, some candidates felt that they might need to climb down from the cliff of the trap tower. This person is none other than candidate number 86. He is a highly skilled rock climber. Trap tower, a vertical cliff that seems to have no gaps, but in fact does have many gaps, is not really difficult for him. No, after just a short while, he had already climbed down 1/10 of the height. As long as he is given a little more time, it is not impossible to be the first person to get to the bottom of the tower. However, as the examiner of the third test, how could it be possible for the candidates to pass it so easily? When candidate number 86 got down to a certain distance, from far away on the horizon, several strange-looking monsters flew quickly. In this position where you can't go up or get down. Faced with the attack of this kind of flying monster, candidate number 86 had no power to resist. After seeing this situation, most of the candidates gave up their ideas and started looking for the hidden entrance on the top of the trap tower. To be honest, the method of descending from the cliff to the ground is actually not a big problem for Nie Wenbai himself. The slowness ability he exerts on himself can be lifted at any time. Therefore, he was able to completely control his speed as he descended to the bottom of the tower. During the attack by those flying monsters, with their slow skills, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to get close to Nie Wenbai. However, even knowing this, Nie Wenbai did not dare to use this method. It's not because he is worried about his ability being exposed. After all, his ability has been exposed a long time ago. He was worried about the arrangements made by the examiner on the cliff for the third test. Not only this, there may be other arrangements. To be honest, Nie Wenbai is not willing to gamble on the mistakes of an examiner with a bad taste. So, let's take this unknown risk. He might as well take a trip on that familiar route with Leorio and the others. Everything is to become a hunter, to learn and make your basic strength stronger. Withdrawing his gaze, Nie Wenbai began to walk around on the top of the tower. When the search skill is turned on, he has a clear view of the scene within a 50-meter radius of him. If the top of the tower wasn't too big, he wouldn't even need to walk around here. 1. Here are 2. There's one over there. Nie Wenbai walks slowly, as if shopping in a supermarket. After seeing it, you can clearly understand it. Because of this, in his eyes, wherever he walked, the hidden entrances around them were like goods placed in front of him waiting to be selected. So, after walking for a few minutes. Oh, I found it. 5. Now that he's found it, Nie Wenbai won't waste any more time. I walked over and found Leorio and Karapika, and then picked up Gon and Killua. A group of 5 people, under Tonpa's gaze, came to the 5 hidden entrances that Nie Wenbai just found. You found 5 at once. Lioreo looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise and said. No, it's 17, but these 5 are what I want. Nie Wenbai slowly corrected Lioreo's words. Killua asked strangely, why do you say that? Because these 5 entrances are connected, that is to say, when we enter from here, we will walk on the same route. Nie Wenbai pointed to the hidden entrance at his feet and said. These words made Kurapika and Killua fall silent, while Lioreo and Gon looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise. This route should be more difficult, right? Killua said strangely. The implication is, why choose this route? Yes, the difficulty will increase, but it is not a problem for us. The most troublesome thing about this route is probably the choice. We are already acquaintances, so we should be able to handle things like selection better. Nie Wenbai nodded lightly and said. Nie Wenbai's words made Lioreo and others couldn't help but nod, agreeing with this statement. Seeing that the others had agreed, Killua joined in without refusing. For him, it may be more difficult. That's what he wants too. After all, I have been participating in the hunter test until now. The tests he had experienced along the way were really boring. If only Gon, a peer of his age, hadn't been here and knew about Nan's situation. I'm afraid Killua has now withdrawn from the hunter test. No, not even if Gon wasn't around. Even if he knew that he could learn to read Qi by becoming a hunter, Killua would still quit. Because Killua felt that he could learn to read Qi in a more convenient way. As someone who has lived among dark forces for so many years, don't think Killua has nothing to do. He didn't do this before, just because the Zaldik family protected him very well and he didn't encounter any nemesis. Otherwise, even if the aura nodes is forced open by the Nen, he can easily survive. Then counterattack at will. Chapter 39. Click. Because they knew the conditions of this road in advance, no one was pretentious. He stepped directly through the hidden entrance and landed in an empty room. This kind of sealed room feels very depressing. If it weren't for being able to feel the flow of air, Nie Wenbai would feel like he was suffocating now. Standing up from the ground, everyone looked at each other. In addition to letting Lioreo and the others understand the magic of Nie Wenbai better, there is no more feeling. The room was empty and all objects were clearly visible. Therefore, the holding table placed alone by the wall suddenly caught the attention of Nie Wenbai and others. Looking at this, Nie Wenbai and his party walked over. Road to the vote. From now on, until the end, the 5 of you must obey the principle of the minority obeying the majority. This so-called choice was long before Nie Wenbai and the others came in. It had already been explained, so Lioreo and the others didn't feel any surprise. Put it on. If we start earlier, we can pass the level earlier. Nie Wenbai picked up a countdown wristband and put it on his left wrist. The other 4 people did not hesitate, this was something that had to be done. Unless they planned to abandon testing. Rumble. As the 5 people put on the wristbands, a wall suddenly rose up in the closed room without a door, revealing the iron door behind it. Do you want to open this door? O/X. When you come to the iron gate, a question option appears on the display screen on the iron gate. Faced with this option, there is no need to think much at all. Nie Wenbai and the others directly pressed the O button on their wrist guards. Beep beep. After the 5 people selected their options, the iron door opened. No more Tonpa making trouble from it. The choices of 5 people are the same. The same choice makes the overall atmosphere very relaxed and happy. Ha ha ha, the examiner never thought that 5 people we knew would come in together. This choice is not difficult for us at all, Lioreo said with a proud smile. Lioreo's words were recognized by everyone. However, this recognition loses its effect on the second choice. Because there are differences between people. The living environment is different, the families are different, the people and things they come into contact with are different, and the personalities are also different. Many different factors make each person unique. Because of this, there are often differences in some choices. Just like now. It's just a matter of choosing to go left or right. There was a slight disagreement. Of course, the final decision was to go to the right. Because, Nie Wenbai, his purpose is very clear. I came here to become a hunter. Therefore, when there is a familiar route, he will not choose other unknown routes. Hey, shouldn't I choose the left side in this situation? Leorio asked in confusion. Karapika explained seriously, no, from a behavioral perspective, when people choose directions, most people will choose the left. I think if the examiner had understood this, he would have placed the more difficult test on the left. Yes, I've heard of it too. Killua pointed at himself and nodded. Obviously, I also chose the right side. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Leorio was very confused and said, if you want to choose the right, you should have told me earlier. It's not necessary. Among the people present, only you and Gon would make this choice. Nie Wenbai waved his hand and said. How can you be so sure? Leorio said suspiciously. Hehe, you guessed it. Nie Wenbai didn't elaborate, he just smiled and made a fuss. Several people walked towards the passage on the right with a smile. Not long after walking, the road ahead was cut off. It was a bottomless abyss, with a large arena standing in the middle. On the opposite side, there is another passage. In that passage, there were 5 prisoners wearing prison uniforms, waiting for them quietly. We are hired trial officers, and if you want to continue passing the level, you must engage in battle with us. The form of combat is one-on-one, the order is decided by you, and the method of combat is decided by the combatants themselves. There is no draw, only surrender or death. Now, you can decide whether you want to participate in this test. Press O to accept or X to reject. While Nie Wenbai and the others were looking at the prisoners, a prisoner took off his hood and loudly announced the content of the test here. It's very simple, it's just a battle. The vote must be carried out, otherwise they will be trapped here. Beep beep. As Nie Wenbai's 5 people started voting, a few seconds later, all 5 votes passed. That guy is coming up. He looks like a mercenary or something. Do you want to go up? Killua asked. Different from Tonpa's trouble, they plan to discuss the order in which Nie Wenbai and others will play. Let's fight quickly, I'm on board. Nie Wenbai said before Leorio. The reason why Nie Wenbai is so proactive is not because he knows the plot. Instead, he analyzed their current member composition. Finally, it was discovered that he seemed to be the only one who could take action. Yes, only Nie Wenbai himself. For the strong mercenary on the opposite side, the battle choice will definitely be a fight to the death. In terms of combat, Leorio is no match for the opponent. If you go up there, you will probably be restrained by the neck and then tortured. Although Karapika kept saying that he wanted to seek revenge from the spider, when he actually took action, there will always be reservations. He may not directly kill people at the beginning, but will think of letting the other party admit defeat. This will cause a lot of trouble and just waste time. Both of them are not suitable, so can Gon and Killua be allowed to go up? Obviously, Leorio wouldn't watch the 2 of them go up. Even if he had to hold on, Leorio would beat him to it first. In this case, the final choice will definitely fall on Nie Wenbai. Because Nie Wenbai didn't want Leorio to be dragged up until the end of time after he went up. Chapter 40. Nie Wenbai, can you? Killua looked at Nie Wenbai and said. Although he knew that Nie Wenbai had some magical abilities, from his perspective, Nie Wenbai's body is really too weak. It was hard for him to imagine how such a person could use his abilities to defeat a powerful mercenary. Yes, Nie Wenbai, if it doesn't work, let me do it. Leorio persuaded from the side. Don't worry, I won't fight an unprepared battle. Nie Wenbai waved his hands with a smile, and then walked onto the extended stone path. He walked slowly, but quickly reached the stage. Nie Wenbai's confidence gave Li Orio a lot of confidence. Since contacting Nie Wenbai, it has been in their impression. Nie Wenbai has never made a mistake in anything he has done. Let's have a competition. I propose a death match. The real name of the mercenary in front of him is Batut. He is a long-term prisoner, a robber and murderer who was sentenced to 199 years. The guy in front of me would do anything to reduce his sentence. Except, Nie Wenbai said slowly. Batut originally thought that Nie Wenbai would delay this choice for some more time. He was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "In that case, then, let the war begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Batut launched a rapid charge towards Nie Wenbai. The aura was so powerful that it could frighten a coward and then allow him to do whatever he wanted. Facing the Batut rushing towards him, Nie Wenbai remained indifferent. He didn't even mean to take a step, he just stood there casually. "Are you scared out of your wits?" Batut thought to himself. "This is just right. It seems that I can reduce my sentence by a lot this year. Ha ha ha, boy, it's just weird." Laugh. "What? What did that feel like just now? I think I saw a knife. Strange, why did a knife suddenly appear in front of me? Where did the knife come from? Hey, who does that headless body belong to? Why are you on my stage?" "Ah, right. That seems to be my body. I am dead." Phew. Batut's neatly severed head hit the ground heavily. Pfft. The next moment, the headless body that had not yet fallen limp sprayed out a large amount of blood. "Pa! I think I won." Nie Wenbai patted his palms lightly and said to attract attention. "Beep." On the digital display above the passage on Nie Wenbai's side, the numbers jumped, changing from 0 to 1. "Hey, what's going on? Why did that person die suddenly?" Li Orio asked in confusion before he could react. "One knife kills," Killua said solemnly. "And it's caused by the opponent's speed plus the weight of the body. In terms of power, it's related to the opponent's strength." Kurapika also said solemnly. Li Orio was still confused and asked, "What are you talking about? Nie Wenbai, where does he have a knife?" "No, Nie Wenbai used it. Just now, he put a knife in front of the man's neck. After the man rushed over, he put it away again. Just like those papers that suddenly appear at our feet and then disappear." Gon looked at Li Orio and explained to him. Killua calmed down his expression and said, "This kind of attack is hard to guard against. When attacking, you have to be distracted by whether there will be any deadly objects on your offensive route. It's very difficult. Moreover, this kind of attack is all-round. As long as it cannot break through Nie Wenbai's defense circle, it will be difficult to effectively attack him." Kurapika continued. Gon's eyes were bright and he felt his body trembling. Nen is so magical. After hearing this, Li Orio finally knew what happened in the battle just now. However, so many things happened, but he didn't notice at all. From this point of view, his strength is far behind the 4 of Nie Wenbai. "Come on, as long as you become a hunter, you can learn Nen," Nie Wenbai said to cheer Li Orio and others. When talking about this, Li Orio and the others became even more excited. "Hey, hurry up and start the next game!" Li Orio shouted to the prisoner. "Tisk, you are so arrogant, but you can't even hold on for 1 minute, you loser. In this way, if we want to get the amnesty in 1972, we can only rely on our efforts. Hey, don't lose for a while, otherwise." There was some commotion among the prisoners because of Batut's death. A bad start is really disappointing. The second prisoner appears, a thin man with long hair. On Nie Wenbai's side, Gon plays. Originally, Li Orio's idea was to win the 3 battles first and let him play. However, in several people's own votes, Gon had higher votes than him, so why don't you let me go? If I go, see if I don't beat him to a pulp. Leorio said angrily. Leorio, please stop for a moment. This competition is not a fight. Nie Wenbai said angrily. Ah. That's it. Leorio was stunned. Then I heard Sezah's suggestion, let's see whose candle burns longer. Nie Wenbai's words were once again accurately fulfilled, and Leorio and the others were even more impressed. There were not many changes in Gon's game. Relying on Gon's quick wit, he successfully won this game. At this point, Nie Wenbai's side is already 2-0. As long as they win one game, they will be able to pass this small test. As for the prisoners, their sentences cannot be reduced. Bang! At this moment, a small situation occurred on the prisoners' side. Sai Jia, who had just walked back, was suddenly hit against the wall beside him and let out a miserable cry of pain. I'll be in the next game, Johnny said without question. Faced with this request, the remaining two prisoners who had not yet appeared were immediately intimidated. Chapter 41. I suggest that we abstain from voting in this game. Leorio looked at Johnny, who had lifted his blouse, and said with an extremely ugly expression. I agree. Karapika, who has not experienced the spider incident yet, said calmly. Both of them knew the terror of Johnny in front of them. They have now won 2 games in a row. Even if they lose one game now, they still have 2 chances. They think it's worth it for safety. Killua put his hands in his belt and said casually, oh, if you don't come on, then I'll do it. Killua. Now is not the time to show off. Leorio shouted to stop Killua and shouted. Showing off. Killua said calmly, I never show off. With that said, he walked onto the stone path, and Leorio couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Damn it, I propose a vote. Leorio said loudly. Nie Wenbai helplessly patted Leorio on the shoulder and said, this is not a test content and will not trigger a vote for us. Also, what are you worried about? Do you think the other party is a murderous maniac and powerful? Then do you think, compared with the members of the Zaldik family, is the other party's weight enough? Zaldik. Leorio was stunned for a moment. What, you want to say that Killua is from the Zaldik family? Nie Wenbai shrugged casually and said. Sugh. Leorio gasped. But, he doesn't look like him. Leorio said confusedly. In his opinion, Zaldik, a member of the killer family, should be the kind of guy who is deeply sinister. But in Killua's case, there is obviously no such feeling. Because of this, Leorio was shocked by this. However, something even more shocking happened. Unlike Nie Wenbai's method of using Nen to skillfully kill his opponent, Killua directly performed a quick kill. That speed, in Leorio's opinion, was like a flash. But just like that, he discovered it. The Johnny who was so scared just now has now become a dead Johnny. Killua. Leorio couldn't help but swallowed when he saw this. He never expected that the little kid who had so much fun with him before would be so strong. Pa. No one stipulates that the killer must be ruthless. Nie Wenbai patted Leorio on the shoulder and said. Indeed, but what kind of stunt is that move? Karapika agreed. Killua didn't hide much and casually changed the shape of his palm. It's not a stunt, it's just taking out the heart. Killua waved. A scene of 3 wins out of 5 games, with 2 games left to go, it is already over. However, at this time, the 2 prisoners who were unable to compete did not dare to say anything. He got out of the way behind him and let Nie Wenbai and the others walk past. 2 guys who couldn't even see what was going on when they were killing people, even if it wasn't a combat match. They all felt scared. Instead of losing 50 hours as in the impression, Nie Wenbai's time is extremely relaxed. In this pleasant atmosphere, several people continued to walk forward. On the way, they passed a room that was meant for them to rest. Leorio expressed his dissatisfaction with this. I feel like the examiners here underestimated them. When Leorio expressed this kind of thing, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but rolled his eyes. This guy has the nerve to say, if I hadn't decided to fight quickly, you might have lost 50 hours. No, maybe not just 50 hours. This guy Leorio, if he is around. Feeling lucky, I decided that the next trap was not surprising. It's possible to lose 60 hours in a big way. After all, they had only spent less than half an hour now. Even if they lose 60 hours, they still have more than 10 hours. Fortunately, this guy was not given a chance. Nie Wenbai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This lucky expression made Leorio very unhappy. Nie Wenbai asked, but was fooled into changing the subject. During the fight, several people came to another choice. There are two roads ahead, one is up and the other is down. Is there a new choice so soon? Leorio said unhappily, looking at the two roads in front of him. So, is it up or down? Killua followed Gon to the two up and down stairs and asked while looking at them. Kurapika guessed and said, if I were the examiner, I think we should go down. No, I think we should go up, just like we did on the right side before. Leorio said with determination. But, this method has been used once before, so I think we should choose to go down. Killua shook his head and said. Leorio said loudly, how do you know that the examiner will not use this method a second time? Leorio is right. The examiner can also do the opposite. When we think we have thought of his idea, it is possible to reverse it again. The chance of going up will be greater. Kurapika, after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said slowly. Nie Wenbai, what do you think? Killua still felt that the probability of going down was higher, but he was not sure, so he asked Nie Wenbai for confirmation. Go down. Nie Wenbai pointed to the downward stairs and said, because I don't want to walk back again. Walk back? Gon asked confused. Nie Wenbai said, that is to say, that road will go back to the arena where we just competed. Ah! Is that so? Leorio was stunned, and then laughed dryly again. I thought I could be handsome, but unexpectedly, I almost ran away again in vain. This time, no one planned to choose to go up. Everyone chose to go down. Sure enough, the downward route was indeed chosen correctly. At least they encountered normal traps. Like rolling stones in the passage, electric current test, mine array, and so on. Too many to count. Chapter 42. From Nie Wenbai's current feeling, he believed that the examiner of the third test was completely focused on setting up traps. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many different types of traps. However, the examiner's trap met its nemesis. The trap established by concealment and quick activation is not a crisis at all for Nie Wenbai, a person with search and delay abilities. The search ability allows Nie Wenbai to easily find traps around him and avoid them. Even if he couldn't avoid it, he could still use his slowness ability to block the activation speed of the trap. Once the activation speed of the trap is blocked, it is almost equivalent to being useless. After all, the trap will not really be released until someone has walked far away. How could this possibly cause harm to others? Moreover, in addition to the slowness ability, it can break various traps. Nie Wenbai, who has a backpack, can collect the trap directly when he discovers it. In this way, in fact, Nie Wenbai's experience of going down the tower. It's really not too dangerous. At least it's much better than the situation encountered in the plot. In this way, Nie Wenbai and others soon came to the last selection organ. One is a long and difficult route that takes at least 45 hours and can be done by 5 people. One is a route that only takes 3 minutes and can only be used by 3 people. And now, Nie Wenbai and the others still have 69 hours left. This time was enough for Nie Wenbai and others to choose the path that could pass 5 people without even thinking. As for, it's difficult? Please, in the situation they encountered just now, where did you see the word difficulty? The rolling stone was immediately slowed down, that slow speed. I can't even catch up with him when I'm walking around. All kinds of traps disappeared before any achievements were made. Even if it is an arrow shot from a distance, it will be 50 meters behind. They all had to slow down obediently, so how could any harm be done to them? As expected. The next route is nothing but boring walking. There's really not much danger. Even if you have to cross a long-distance cliff. That is the simplest. Don't worry, just walk over. As long as he doesn't jump too far, Nie Wenbai can quickly deliver the paper to Lioryo and the others. During these dozens of hours, Nie Wenbai sharpened his abilities. If there is such a thing as levels. His proficiency in searching and slowing is at least several levels higher now. When they arrived at the bottom of the tower, Nie Wenbai and the others were in excellent spirits. It was impossible to tell that they had just undergone a test that should have been difficult. At this point, the third test ended. Through the number of people, it is the same as the plot. Only 24 people passed. There was also a guy among them. Although he reached the bottom of the tower, he lost his life. The current situation is that the emergence of Nie Wenbai has squeezed out Tonpa's quota. Those who passed the level walked out of the trap tower one by one under the guidance of the examiner. After leaving the tower, all you can see is the endless sea. It looks extremely clean. Congratulations to everyone for getting out of the trap tower. Now, only the fourth test and the final test are left. When the candidates came in front of them, the examiner of the third test, Libo, said directly. There are still 2 games left, and time really doesn't stop at all. Fortunately, there were no major problems along the way. And, also got enough sleep. Otherwise, the fourth test will start directly now. My body and spirit may not be able to bear it. The bodies of ordinary people and the leaders of human beings who have gone through various exercises in front of them. The gap is really too big. Nie Wenbai secretly thought about these things. I am also glad that I am not the example of a bad start. At least, he still has different abilities. While Nie Wenbai was thinking, Nie Wenbai also finished talking about the fourth test. Very simple test content. To put it bluntly, it is a kind of battle royale. However, the content of this test is relatively targeted, and the priority is only the number plates drawn. As for whether to kill or not, it all depends on the candidate's own choice. In this box, there are 24 cards with your candidate's numbers written on them. The number you draw is your hunting target. So, each of you draw one. Li Bo said with a dark smile. Ask a question, if your number is drawn, how do you calculate it? At this moment, Nie Wenbai narrowed his eyes and asked. Li Bo smiled nonchalantly and said, luck is also a kind of test. As long as you can draw your own number, you will be equal to one number and it will count as 6 points. Oops, even if I drew my number, I was among the candidates on the scene. There are also many people who want to collect 3 number cards to achieve their goal. There is still a lot of danger, but it has been reduced a lot. Of course, this is also part of luck. Oh, I understand. Nie Wenbai narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then, his thoughts were placed directly into the box being held. With Nie Wenbai's visit, there were 24 number plates in the box that were originally unclear. Now, they are all presented in Nie Wenbai's mind one by one. 407, 405, 404, 403, and number 99. 5 numbers were found by Nie Wenbai in an instant. Then, brush. In an instant, the 5 number plates disappeared directly into the box. It was already received by Nie Wenbai in his backpack. Ho 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 ho, drawing your own number plate is part of luck. Then I won't be polite. Nie Wenbai narrowed his eyes and smiled silently, with that cheerful expression. It made many candidates around me very uncomfortable. Even Li Bo took a few more glances at Nie Wenbai, a man with natural kindness. Now come up and draw lots in the order of resisting the bottom of the tower. Li Bo said. The examiners said so, and the candidates certainly didn't say much. One by one, they stepped forward to select the objects they wanted to hunt. Nie Wenbai and the others are no exception. Chapter 43. Nie Wenbai and the others, the first one to step forward to draw was Gon. With a solemn expression, Gon walked to the box and reached into the box. As soon as he inserted it, Gon's expression changed. Because a number plate appeared in his hand out of thin air. This strange behavior made Gon couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction behind him. But I saw Nie Wenbai smiling over there. Could it be? Gon took out the number plate and looked at it. Everyone was stunned. Then he quietly walked back to the candidates. Then, Kurapika and Leorio stepped forward one by one. Then everyone was stunned as their expressions changed. What's wrong? Killua looked at the expressions of the three people and couldn't help but wonder. However, Gon did not answer his words. Instead, he shook his head and remained silent. Killua, who was not sure why, also stepped forward and began to draw his number plate. The moment he reached into the box, he paused. Then I realized why Gon and the others had such strange expressions. Sure enough, when I took out the number plate and looked at it, I saw a number 99 printed on it. He didn't even need to guess, he knew that this was definitely Nie Wenbai's handiwork. Calming his expression, Killua left the box with a cat-like expression. After that, it's time for Nie Wenbai's draw. It was obvious that this draw was already doomed. He must have drawn number 407. If not, then someone must be causing trouble. After understanding the rules of snatching, the candidates were taken to a coastal edge. And here, there is a ship waiting for them. Needless to say, all the candidates boarded the boat one by one under the guidance of the boat guide. Then they each found a seat and sat down. But at this time, Nie Wenbai and the 5 people gathered together. Everyone is very lucky. It seems that after we land on the island, we only need to find a place to live well for 7 days. Nie Wenbai said with an expression on our face that we are really lucky. Didn't you do this, Nie Wenbai? Gon asked strangely. Such innocent words made Nie Wenbai and others pause for a moment. How is it possible? This is definitely a matter of luck. Nie Wenbai stared at Gon and said with a smile. But... Gon, let's go on an adventure on the ship. Before Gon could finish his words, he was interrupted by Killua. Then he was pulled and ran wildly on the boat. Well, then I'll take a good rest. Leorio yawned, always feeling relieved after being nervous, which was particularly tiring. Kurapika did not rest, but nodded to Nie Wenbai. He took out the book and sat down against the wall of the ship. As for Nie Wenbai, he is not tired at all. He was very energetic and couldn't let himself fall asleep. In this case, it is best to find something to do for yourself. For example, tease the boat guide in front of you. From the moment they boarded the boat, this little girl was chattering away. The implication of these words is that they are not optimistic about their ability to pass the 4th test. What do you mean after coming here? You can be unconditionally invited to participate in the hunter test next year. Please also ask them not to be discouraged after losing the election and come back next year. What are you doing? The game hasn't even started yet, and you're here to badmouth me? No one would look good on her for doing this. Miss, what you said is easy to get beaten, Nie Wenbai said slowly, touching his chin under the embarrassing expression of the boat guide. You think I think it's all requested by the association? The boat guide said helplessly. Seeing someone respond to her, the boat guide lady immediately said angrily that the association was wrong. Nie Wenbai nodded and said, I see, but you can also just not say it, or wait until they fail. If you don't say no, your money will be deducted, and you will wait until the candidate fails, the boat guide said, shaking his head, then he will be beaten. Yes, it seems that you are also working very hard, Nie Wenbai said with emotion. The boat guide narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, it's not hard work, the salary is really good. Forward. Well, teasing is not possible at all. The boat guide in front of me is probably used to this feeling of being ignored by candidates. Anyway, she wouldn't lose a piece of meat, so she didn't care too much at all. But that's it, there's nothing to do anyway. Leorio fell asleep again, Karapika was reading a book, and Gon and Killua were running around the ship. They are all candidates and it is difficult to find someone to talk to. It just so happens that the boat guide is also a person with nothing to do and can be used as a tool man. The most important thing is that the boat guide is a good-looking young woman. That's pretty good, isn't it? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this time, the ship was also approaching the venue of the 4th Test Glasses Island. How's it going? Have you got it? Leorio, who already knew what Nie Wenbai was doing, approached Nie Wenbai and asked with a knowing expression on his face. Don't mention it, I'm getting married next month. Nie Wenbai said with a confused look on his face. Fortunately, he was just looking for someone to talk to and didn't really want to chase the boat guide. Ha ha ha, Leorio laughed. Nie Wenbai said angrily, you're laughing your off. If you go up there, they won't even talk to you. You're looking down on people, aren't you? Let me tell you, if I go up there, I can definitely make her forget about her fiancé. Leorio said unconvinced. Yes, you hit her with a stick and she lost her memory. Not to mention her fiancé, even her parents can forget it. Nie Wenbai said with contempt. Looking at Nie Wenbai's expression, Leorio was very angry and wanted to express himself at that time. However, at this moment, the ship guide had finished explaining the landing rules. At this point, the first person to arrive at the trap tower, Hisoka, had already set off. There was no hurried action, and the whole person's pace was very normal. It didn't take long before he slowly walked into the forest and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Then comes the second login. Chapter 44. 1 in 2 minutes. When it was Nie Wenbai's turn, it was already 40 minutes later. Because of the atmosphere at the scene, Leorio did not really harass the boat guide. Instead, he secretly chuckled in this heavy atmosphere. Although the hunter test is a test of personal ability, Leorio and the others all want to successfully obtain a hunter license on their own. Even if they fail in the end, they will not be too sad about it, they will only feel annoyed. And this idea, until you learn that you can learn and after becoming a hunter. Now, they all want to become hunter first. As for what method they used, it wasn't actually cheating. It's just more convenient than other candidates. However, the world is an unfair world. It is a kind of luck that they can know Nie Wenbai and have a good relationship with Nie Wenbai. Luck is also strength, so, in other words, it is their own strength. Even Gon thinks so. Otherwise, with Gon's temperament, he would have refused Nie Wenbai's help and said he would take the test himself. After waiting and waiting, it was finally time for Nie Wenbai to log in. Let's go. Nie Wenbai waved his hands, said goodbye to the boat guide, and then jumped onto the land. It doesn't matter if you can't pass. The most important thing is to save your life and keep working hard next year, the boat guide kindly suggested. Gan, find time to beat your husband up. Nie Wenbai thought unhappily, then strolled into the forest. Nie Wenbai and the others had discussed this before. Because they don't need to grab the number plate, they don't want to attract the prying eyes of the candidates. A few people decided that when they were on the island, they would just spread out and not get together. Find a place to live by yourself for a week and then return to the coast. Therefore, after Nie Wenbai landed on the island, he did not look for Leorio and the others. Instead, he looked in a certain direction and strolled over. He was going to find a place with water and dryness to live. He had no shortage of food and drink, but he lacked bath water and a place to sleep. If possible, Nie Wenbai doesn't want to sleep outdoors directly, because that will attract ants and mosquitoes. One red envelope after another, the feeling is not pleasant. Walking on the land in the forest, in Nie Wenbai's mind. On a tree branch 12 meters away from him, he found a man in black. Nie Wenbai can easily kill him if necessary. However, Nie Wenbai did not do this. Because this man in black has been following him since he arrived on the island. It's a staff member from the Hunter Association. The purpose is to monitor the movements of candidates. Just ignore this kind of person. Along the way, Nie Wenbai was also very bored. Among the people present, no one could be within 50 meters of him without being informed by him. After there is no such test that tests physical fitness. Nie Wenbai felt relaxed. It feels like going shopping. In this boring situation, Nie Wenbai decided to find something to do. For example, take a look at your own dashboard. The information on the panel is still the same, except after completing the previous task. In addition to the 100,000 extra nuns and 100 truth points, there is also an overtime sticker. There's really nothing to look at this point. After all, his current truth points are only 960, which is 40 points short of being able to upgrade. It's really uncomfortable. Therefore, Nie Wenbai focused his attention on the Strange Objects Mall. After the emergence of this Strange Object Mall, new strange objects are updated every day. However, those strange objects have either appeared before or have been solidified by Nie Wenbai. Among the strange objects that are now solidified by Nie Wenbai, in addition to the previous physical candies, there are also overtime patches. The last one is the temporary skill level improvement tattoo, which sells for tens of millions of gold and can increase the skill level by 1 level. This is a rare item that Nie Wenbai particularly wants, but it is limited by current funds. He can't afford any of them. This is very embarrassing. Therefore, after Hunter's test is over, he will definitely go to the Sky Arena to make a fortune. Keep a few of these rare items on hand to make yourself more error tolerant. In addition to these, there are also 2 rare items, fire explosive pills and spider silk. Nie Wenbai also bought a lot of them when they appeared. But, until now, he has never used it. It's not that he doesn't use it, it's that he doesn't have the chance to use it. I bought these 2 rare items so that I would have more ways to deal with things when I encounter them. Hey, Backpack Fragment Level 1. A strange item that can expand the size of a backpack? Selling for 1 million ringgit. It's strange, how come there is such a strange thing? Until now, I have never felt that my backpack was insufficient. Is expansion really needed? He was looking at the strange items that had recently appeared in the Strange Objects Mall, but had never paid attention to them. Nie Wenbai also looked puzzled. Just like he thought, he didn't feel that his backpack capacity was insufficient. You know, he put down a lot of things in his backpack. In addition to his personal belongings, there is also a large amount of food and clean water. But the supplies that could fill a minivan showed no signs of overflowing. It seems to be telling Nie Wenbai that it can still be fake. But if the capacity of your backpack is really large, there should be no rare items like backpack fragments that can expand the capacity of a backpack. Therefore, his backpack must have a capacity limit. It's just that, for a while, Nie Wenbai hasn't discovered it yet. Maybe, I should try it out. With this idea in mind, Nie Wenbai accelerated his progress. Stopping and stopping along the way, wasted a little time. He finally found a good spot near a river. After scanning the surroundings, Nie Wenbai directly cast a slow effect on the man in black who was monitoring him. Chapter 45. Don't get me wrong, Nie Wenbai didn't want to take action against the man in black. He was just thinking about using his slowness ability to slow down the senses of the man in black. Slowing down 30 times is enough for the man in black to ignore a lot of things. But because he didn't take action, Nie Wenbai didn't take action either. Therefore, the chance of the man in black discovering what happened to him is low. This just allows Nie Wenbai to experiment with the size of his backpack. The method is very simple. Nie Wenbai first empties the items in his backpack and puts them out. Then directly put the soil below 1 meter under your feet into the backpack. Next, you only need to see how much soil you can collect to know the capacity of your backpack. To be honest, why doesn't this mentally retarded system just mark it out? And let him take the test himself. 100 cubic meters. Is that all there is to it? Doesn't that mean that if I pack more of the supplies I had before, I can fill them up? Release the soil and reclaim your belongings. Nie Wenbai just stood there, feeling very glad that he had taken the test. 100 cubic meters seems like a lot. But it was only 5x 10x 2 meters in size. How big is this? Just a little more than 2 minivans. No need to think too much, what backpack fragments must be bought? Fortunately, Nie Wenbai's previous ordination has not been used up yet. So, if it's just one piece, it's not a problem. The next second, the 1 million ring Ni disappeared from Nie Wenbai's backpack. In its place was a small fragment of a backpack. No hesitation, just use it. With the use of backpack fragments, Nie Wenbai could only feel that his backpack had been expanded. As for how much it has been expanded, he doesn't know yet. All it takes is another test to find out, though. So, another slow effect was thrown out. The man in black didn't do anything and just received 2 slow blows. If this were during the battle, I don't know how many times I would have died. Repeat the previous test steps. Soon, Nie Wenbai learned how much capacity his backpack had at this time. 1000 cubic meters, a full expansion of 10 times. It's so worth it. This capacity is roughly equivalent to a 60 square meter, 5-story house. This is already a large space capacity. Nie Wenbai couldn't help but feel happy that he no longer had to worry about the space in his backpack. Then, he felt that building a small tree house could relieve his happy mood. Just when Nie Wenbai happily started to build the small tree house where he would live for the next 7 days, the man in black stood on another tree. At this moment, he was stunned for a moment. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? What happened just now? Why is that guy so fast all of a sudden? This is impossible. Obviously, based on my experience, this guy is just an ordinary person. I had doubts as to how he ended up in the 4th test. Now. No, this is very wrong, this guy definitely has something I don't know about. Nie Wenbai didn't care about the man in black's confusion. Even though his backpack ability was known, he didn't care. Now that his slow ability was known, he didn't even care. Because even if these abilities are known, they are difficult to target. As long as you don't let others know your limits so easily, that's fine. Time passes slowly. Although Nie Wenbai himself has poor physical fitness, with the help of his various abilities, he still successfully built a stable tree house. The tree house is not very nice, but it is enough for a few days. Now that we have a place to stay, it's time to have something to eat and drink. Where did the food come from? Spatial ability? A born none. Damn it, it's so enviable. However, even if you are a natural nun, it is not that easy to become a hunter. Now is the time when the hunt has just begun, don't you waste the time to find your prey. But here they build a tree house and eat. When your prey hides, I'll see how you get his number plate. It seems that you are destined to fail. The man in black thought maliciously. Little did he know that Nie Wenbai's prey was himself. However, the man in black was right, when Nie Wenbai was so casual. There was indeed a storm on the island. Every candidate is looking for his own prey, but every candidate is wary of becoming prey. Being able to be as casual as Nie Wenbai. Except for lucky people like Nie Wenbai, there are only those candidates who are fully confident in their own abilities. At this time, Leorio was hiding in a tree hole, carefully hiding his body. Even if you don't need to hunt, you still have to prevent yourself from becoming the prey of those headless flies. Just hide yourself well these days. Lioreo muttered. The little food provided by Nie Wenbai before this could only get me through the first 3 days, after which I would need to go out to find food and drink. However, after 3 days, the candidate's hunting activities should have ended. If you go out to look for food at that time, you probably won't be targeted. Fortunately, during this hunter test, I met Nie Wenbai, a powerful aide. Also hiding like Lioreo is Kurapika. Yes, only Kurapika. Because Gon and Killua are 2 guys who are not hiding at all. Gon wanted to see the hunting skills of other candidates. Killua is looking for fun because hiding is too boring. He felt that it was already the 4th test anyway. Being idle is also idle, it is better to eliminate some people. With this idea in mind, Killua wandered around the Glasses Island. Nie Wenbai, who knew nothing about this, was still in his small tree house, looking at the sky leisurely. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, enjoying the breeze blowing on my face. Nie Wenbai slowly took a sip of the cold drink and exhaled leisurely. Ah, comfortable, Nie Wenbai said with emotion. Chapter 46. Compare it to the exhausting and breathless test before. This test won Nie Wenbai's heart. Wouldn't it be nice to find a place to sit down and enjoy some afternoon tea? Why fight to the death? This idea is not known to other candidates. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be angry with Nie Wenbai. Well, I'm a little oily. Let's go take a shower. Nie Wenbai touched his greasy skin and frowned. Speaking of taking a bath, Nie Wenbai realized that he hadn't taken a bath for several days. The last time I took a shower was on the airship after the 2nd test. I just took a shower when I woke up at night. And now, after testing at the trap tower, he has not taken a shower for 3 days. Now, even if he smells it gently, he can smell the sour smell of sweat. I didn't feel anything before, but it was just because there were too many candidates and they smelled it for a long time, so his sense of smell became a little habitual. This is not a good thing. Taking out the shampoo and shower gel, Nie Wenbai casually applied a slow effect on the man in black. Then he walked to the river calmly. Take off your clothes and get into the water. During this period, the slowing effect on the man in black never stopped. 30x rate slowdown, plus 30 seconds. The senses and speed have shrunk so much. What others can think about for 1 second, the man in black can only think about for 0.034 seconds. Even if it takes the whole 30 seconds. I can only think about things for 1 second. The rate is so slow. When the man in black noticed that Nie Wenbai disappeared in front of him, he planned to look for him. 30 seconds have passed. Before he could recover, Nie Wenbai applied a slowing effect on him. Because you can't know in advance what Nie Wenbai is going to do. So, when looking for Nie Wenbai, the man in black spent about 3 seconds in his senses. But this time, according to the photoreceptor of a normal creature, has passed about 90 seconds. A total of 120 seconds before and after. Nie Wenbai had already washed his body in the water. When? Why don't I feel anything? The man in black was horrified, even a little scared. Such speed! He had only seen it in those truly powerful hunters. But those hunters are undoubtedly the strongest people in the world. The candidate in front of me is just a candidate. It's really incredible for him to have such speed. Nie Wenbai didn't know what the man in black was thinking. And even if he knew it, he would just smile and pass it by. There is really no need for others to say whether you are strong or not. If he is really strong, no matter how others say he is weak, no one will believe him. And if he is not strong, no matter how others brag that he is strong, something will easily happen. Therefore, bathing is the most important thing. I don't know if there will be people drinking water downstream. If so, well, I'm sorry then. Someone was peeking nearby. There is no way for me to fetch water directly to the shore for a bath. I feel sorry for you. Nie Wenbai didn't know that when he was taking a bath, there was a person near the river, slowly crawling towards the river with an unwilling look on his face. This man was not hunting, nor was there any prey in front of him. The reason why this is the case. It was entirely because he had just been tricked. They had obviously dodged the opponent's arrows. But that despicable guy actually put poison on the arrow. He didn't notice, and now he is like this. It's been a while since I crawled because I didn't know how long this venom would last. Therefore, even if my hands and feet are weak now, I still have to climb to the river as soon as possible. Nothing else, just because I don't know what the poison is made of. He is extremely thirsty now. Finally, after climbing for a while, Chief number 105, who had been tricked by Baku, climbed to the river bank. Then, without thinking too much, he stretched his head close to the river and drank quickly. After finally quenching his thirst, the chief returned to the shore. Then he looked quietly at the river in front of him. Silent. Ah, damn it, I lost my hunter test qualification because of this mistake, the chief shouted angrily. It's obviously the fourth test. He only needs to pass this test and another, and he will be able to become a privileged hunter. Now, everything is gone. Well, what is that? Foam? Strange, how can there be bubbles like this? The angry chief suddenly saw a group of foam floating on the water. I was very confused and felt a little uneasy at the same time. When the bubble approached, the chief's eyes suddenly widened. UBD, who on earth is taking a bath upstream? The chief roared crazily. However, although the voice was loud, it was nothing more than impotent rage. Because no one heard him. Except for the association staff who was monitoring the chief. And this staff member is now lamenting the chief's luck. I just got bitten, and now I'm drinking someone else's bath water. Although it has been diluted an unknown number of times, it may not even have been drunk. But the psychological impact of this is probably going to be a psychological shadow for the chieftain. I seem to hear someone shouting. Nie Wenbai, who was wiping his wet hair, looked at the direction downstream in confusion. Then he didn't find anything, so he turned his head back and continued cleaning his body. After washing his body, Nie Wenbai did not go ashore directly. After all, there is a man in black staring at him. Conveniently, another slow effect was thrown. Wait until the man in black finds Nie Wenbai again. At this time, Nie Wenbai had returned to his treehouse and sat on the hanging chair. It is very pleasant to sit and watch the clouds rolling and relaxing in the sky. Forget it, that's it for me, I can't keep an eye on you anyway. The man in black began to give up on himself. Chapter 47. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During this period, most of the candidates on the island had succeeded and then hid themselves. Only a small number of people are still confused. In addition, there is another group of people who have just started to take action. These people were none other than Hisoka, Leorio, and Kurapika, the candidates who sat in meditation and hid themselves as soon as they came to the island. On the contrary, it was Killua and Gon who stopped because of the activities of the candidates. Hisoka is preparing to hunt, while Leorio and the others are planning to go out to find food. It doesn't need to be much, it just needs to be able to sustain food for the next few days. It has been hidden now. This doesn't seem to be a big deal. After all, it's just looking for some food. However, if Leorio knew, he would go out to find food this time. If he meets Hisoka, I'm afraid he will continue to hide. However, Leorio does not have the ability to predict things after all. So, he ran out of his hiding place. In order to avoid the candidates he might encounter, Leorio deliberately chose to set out at night. Choosing to set off during the day with Kurapika was completely based on two considerations. Because Kurapika knows that during this period, most of the candidates' tests have ended. Therefore, at this time, it will be safer to set off during the day than at night. He was right. He didn't meet any candidates throughout the day. After hastily collecting some food, Kurapika hid again. And Leorio's luck is terrible. Less than 15 minutes after leaving the hiding place, he saw Hisoka appearing in front of him. Hisoka! Damn it, why did you meet him at this time? According to his strength, he should have found his prey long ago, right? Leorio's face was extremely solemn at this time, and he also knew that he would have to fight Hisoka this time. However, based on Leorio's understanding of Nen during this time, he thought his chances of winning were almost non-existent. But, so what? Even if you are going to die, is it possible that you have to die as a coward? No, even if he wanted to die, he would forcefully eat a piece of Hisoka's flesh. With this idea in mind, Leorio had no intention of backing down. He immediately assumed a fighting stance and took out his dagger. Ah! He directly assumed a fighting stance. It seems that he still has some qualifications. Okay, let's test it. Hisoka originally just wanted to get the 2-point number plate. In his opinion, people who are still able to move should have 2 number plates on them. But now, the other party has invited a fight. He suddenly became interested. Obviously, it is different from the development of the plot. Hisoka did not meet Leorio and the others during the examiner test. Don't know anything about these interesting apples like Leorio and Kurapika and Gon. This also led to Hisoka feeling really boring in this hunter test. If nothing changes next. In order to be able to continue the hunter test and look for more interesting apples, Hisoka is afraid that he will attack the examiner directly like he did in the last hunter test, and then wait until the next hunter test starts before taking part again. This is almost certain. Very good, then let's give it a try, Hisoka said with a smile as she narrowed her eyes. Oops, is this just for fun? Looking at Hisoka who looked like this, Leorio also frowned. Whoosh! Don't hold back when you strike. Leorio swung the dagger in his hand quickly towards Hisoka with a strong swing. The target was pointed directly at Hisoka's head. In fact, the other party is not someone he can keep his hands on. Therefore, Leorio did not think that he could achieve great feats with a dagger. The moment the dagger was thrown out, he followed closely and rushed towards Hisoka. Sure enough, Hisoka easily dodged the rapidly shooting dagger. Then he easily dodged Leorio's fist. Hisoka and Leorio sidled past. When he saw it from the corner of his eye, he smiled. The moment he landed, Leorio grabbed the dagger stuck on the ground with his right hand. Swinging at Hisoka again. The target chose Hisoka's neck. However, he has a lot of fighting experience. Hisoka's basic strength is much stronger than Leorio's. Facing this cut that went straight to his neck, he just leaned back slightly. He easily avoided Leorio's series of attacks. Then he punched Leorio on the cheek. If this punch was hit, Leorio will probably be in a daze for the next few days. And, most importantly, his number plate will most likely be taken away. Lost the number plate, that means Leorio is destined to lose the qualification for this hunter test. Don't say anything like grabbing someone else's number plate. A few of them drew their own number cards. Although I say lucky. However, it also has a minor shortcoming. As long as the number plate is snatched, they want to be qualified. You have to grab 6 number plates from time to time. However, the total is a test of 24 people. Where did they get so many number plates for them to grab? Yes, Leorio has already thought that he will lose the hunter test qualification. Because he couldn't avoid Hisoka's fast fist. Well, why so slow? While Leorio was waiting for Hisoka's fist to fall on his face. However, he discovered that Hisoka's fist started to slow down at some point. That speed is at least 30 times slower. Well, 30 times. I'm familiar with this. Is Nie Wenbai nearby? Leorio avoided Hisoka's fist and looked around. But there was no trace of Nie Wenbai. Helpless, Leorio had to turn his attention to Hisoka in front of him again. Then, he picked up the dagger, pointed it at Hisoka, who was 30 times slower, and thrust it straight into Hisoka's neck. Chapter 48. Leorio's movement caused Nie Wenbai, who was still hundreds of meters away. He couldn't help but shook his head. Then, he quickened his pace and ran quickly in the air, thinking about Leorio. Before, he was admiring the moon in a treehouse. Unexpectedly, I saw a guy with an obvious presence on the cliff in the distance. Nie Wenbai was not going to pay attention. But he saw that the person being targeted turned out to be Leorio. This is difficult to do. At that time, he cursed Leorio, and then ran into the sky. Leorio is his friend after all, he can't just leave him alone. Most importantly, because of the changes he made to the plot. It is very likely that Hisoka will no longer be optimistic about the plot of Leorio. As long as Hisoka didn't feel sorry for him, Leorio would probably die tragically on the spot. Therefore, he is going to save people now. At first, he didn't use his slow ability directly on Hisoka. But looking at the situation just now, if he hadn't used it, who knows whether Leorio's head would have been blown open. Just as Nie Wenbai was on his way, the dagger in Leorio's hand finally caught Hisoka's puzzled look. It landed hard on Hisoka's neck. Ding! The dagger did not sink into Hisoka's neck as Leorio thought, but made a crisp sound. He couldn't even make Hisoka's skin dent. Seeing this, Leorio's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. How so? He was obviously injured. Leorio looked at Hisoka's shoulder out of the corner of his eye. There was still a strong smell of blood there. However, how did Leorio know that the reason Hisoka was injured was just because Hisoka met a hunter? Only a hunter who can read chi can hurt him. He, Leorio, is just an ordinary person, and he doesn't know how to read chi at all. Want to rely on the sharpness of a dagger to kill a nin who can read chi? Please, this is simply impossible. It's not that ordinary people can't do it at all, but Leorio's attack can't break through the nin's mind energy defense. Just when Leorio was shocked by Hisoka's defensive power. At this time, Hisoka's doubts did not diminish, but instead became even deeper. He reached out and grabbed Leorio. Then, I saw Leorio dodge quickly. Has it become faster? Hisoka thought to herself. Then from the corner of his eye, he saw the surrounding leaves dancing faster than ever before. No, I should be slowing down. Ha, interesting. Is this his ability? No, probably not. He couldn't read chi, and he didn't use nin's coordination during the battle. There are people around. Hisoka thought with determination. During this period, he dealt with several more attacks that Leorio was unwilling to accept. Just because Hisoka only felt that she thought about it for 1 second. But in the outside world, 30 seconds have passed. This time was enough for Nie Wenbai to rush to the scene and add a slow effect to Hisoka. What are you doing? Do you still think you can kill him? As soon as Nie Wenbai came over, he said angrily to Leorio. Leorio said reluctantly, I can't do anything but just run away without doing anything. Then you have to wait until you have the same ability as him. Now you can't even break through the defenses of these people. Nie Wenbai said and casually placed a few copies of the strange object spider on Hisoka's body. Silk. Then the spider threads were activated, allowing these spider threads to instantly extend to rocks within 10 to 20 meters. Then, the spider silk suddenly retracted. Powerful power, if it were an ordinary person. I'm afraid it will be divided into several pieces. However, Hisoka is not an ordinary person and has the protection of Nian Chi. He won't be torn apart by the force of a few tons. Since Hisoka was not torn apart, the powerful force was of course acting on those stones. 1 cubic meter of these can contain large rocks weighing several tons. Carrying strong kinetic energy, it quickly smashed towards Hisoka. The speed was so fast that Hisoka couldn't easily avoid it even if he wasn't affected by the slow effect. What about the current Hisoka? Bang bang bang! The stone hit Hisoka hard. However, there is no stone with mind energy attached, even if it weighs several tons. But it didn't cause much damage to Hisoka. This is like when Killua faced this Zoisai in the Sky Arena. It was obvious that Zoisai only knew one move, Tangle, but his defense was able to withstand Killua's multi-ton punch. You see, he's fine with my attack like this, but you still want to kill him with your little dagger. Nie Wenbai pointed at Hisoka who was not far away and said nothing. This. Leorio was also stunned. Although he knew that Nen was very strong, he had not used Nen before. He really didn't expect it to have such a strong defense. Stop this and let's go. Nie Wenbai waved his hands and took the lead to leave the scene. For safety's sake, he never took his eyes off Hisoka. Faced with Nie Wenbai's attack, the person involved, Hisoka, was not angry. On the contrary, he was very excited now. Of course, because of the slow effect, when he was excited, he didn't know which way Nie Wenbai and the others left. All he knew was that this effect on him seemed to last for 3 seconds. Ah, the swinging speed of the leaves has slowed down, or it has recovered. Hisoka stood straight on the spot and diverted his attention by observing the swing of the leaves. Because he was worried that if he didn't divert his attention, he could no longer suppress his murderous intention. It would be a shame to kill those 2 people now. Be patient. Oh, it's 30 times slower. Interesting ability, Hisoka said lightly. With that said, he started walking, intending to find other prey. He's still 2 points short. The interesting apple has been found and he doesn't want to play here anymore. Buzz. At this moment, the air pressure around Hisoka suddenly increased, and a feeling of fear caused the surrounding insects and ants to flee quickly. Chapter 49. That's that. Leorio, who had already run away, felt the oppression in the distance behind him, and couldn't help but look behind him in horror. Stop that, tell me about you. Why did Hisoka encounter you? Nie Wenbai asked speechlessly. Leorio scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I've finished my food. I thought it would be safer if I went out to look for it at night. I saw Kurapika during the day. Nie Wenbai said with raised eyebrows. The implication is that you see Kurapika, a smart person, chose daytime. Why were you the only one who chose to go out at night? Hey, why did you choose daytime? It should be night. When collecting food at night, it will be less likely to meet other candidates. Leorio said in surprise. Nie Wenbai rolled his eyes and said, then you met Hisoka. Forward. This time, Leorio was even more embarrassed. He smiled dryly and followed Nie Wenbai. Along the way, the 2 of them talked very little. Thank you. Suddenly, Leorio, who was silent, awkwardly thanked Nie Wenbai and said. Well, it's a bit disgusting. Nie Wenbai said with a don't do this expression on his face. In order to show that he was not lying, Nie Wenbai was still under Leorio's expression where veins were starting to appear. He rubbed his arms to show that he was getting goosebumps. Ahole, your behavior is too hurtful. Leorio shouted angrily. Really, then don't be disgusting, Nie Wenbai said angrily. Leorio said angrily, no more. That's best, Nie Wenbai said with a shrug. Along the way, Nie Wenbai and Leorio said nothing and concentrated on their way. Soon, they returned to the place where Nie Wenbai had built his tree house. You guys actually built a tree house? Leorio looked at the tree house in front of him and said with a very unbalanced mind. Does it say in the rules that you can't build it? Nie Wenbai said nonchalantly. Looking at Nie Wenbai's normal expression, Leorio couldn't help but feel his teeth itch. But he also knows that this kind of thing can only be done by people like Nie Wenbai who are capable and pursue daily enjoyment. He also wants daily enjoyment. But his strength doesn't allow it. Therefore, even he wants to build such a shelter. But he won't actually build it. Because they only live here for 7 days. It has been 3 days now. We'll be able to leave soon. There is really no need to build another tree house. So, the idea of sticking with him suddenly appeared in Leorio's mind. With this idea in mind, Leorio smiled strangely and followed Nie Wenbai into the tree house. Wait, you can't come in now. However, before approaching the tree house, Leorio was seriously intercepted by Nie Wenbai. Before Leorio could think about it, the 2 bottles were thrown from Nie Wenbai's hand. He reached out and took it, and took a closer look. Shampoo? Body wash? What does it mean? Leorio looked at the 2 cleaning supplies in his hands in confusion. Didn't you notice that your whole body stinks? Nie Wenbai pointed at Leorio's clothes and said. This is not normal. Leorio really wanted to say that this was normal, but suddenly he thought, wait, don't tell me, you take a shower every day. Nonsense, how can a person survive without taking a shower for a day? Nie Wenbai said matter-of-factly. Although he is not the kind of person who loves to be extremely clean. However, when conditions permit, he is still very willing to maintain this clean state. After all, that greasy feeling after sweating is too uncomfortable. Seeing this, Leorio also took shampoo and shower gel and ran to take a shower. Looking at Leorio's back, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but glance at the man in black who left with Leorio. Should I remind him? Forget it, a grown man. I don't think Leorio would care that he was looked at by another grown man. Well, probably. At this point, Leorio and Nie Wenbai met. In the next few days, everything seemed calm. On the 6th day, Nie Wenbai and Leorio packed their things. He moved towards the coast. Woo! A ship whistle sounded. The sound was so loud that it almost resounded throughout the entire Spectacle Island. The 4th test is officially over. Candidates are asked to return to the coast within an hour. Candidates who have not returned after the time limit will be treated as failed. After the ship's call, a loud announcement sounded. Listening to this broadcast, the candidates who were hiding in the bushes came out one after another. 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12. A total of 12 candidates passed the test. This seems incredible because only 24 people participated in the 4th test. Normally speaking, only 12 people can pass the level. But Hisoka got 2 more number plates alone. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for 12 more people to pass. However, among the people present, there were 5 of them, Nie Wenbai. It was Do who drew his number plate. This is equivalent to leaving 5 number plates empty. In the plot, Hanzo, who would have been tricked by Killua, easily got his prey number. This is another 2 left. There are at least 7 more number plates. It is understandable that the number of qualified people is 3 more than at the time of the plot. And these 3 extra people. They are Nie Wenbai, Greta, and Pence. Yes, those 2 are Greta and Pence. There is no need to say more about Greta, he is quite capable, as long as he is not unlucky enough to meet Hisoka. He has a high chance of passing the level. As for Peng Si's words, she was able to pass the level thanks to Killua. Because Peng Si is looking for the number plate of the prey. It was one of the number plates that Killua randomly threw around after he got it. Peng Si may not be strong in combat, but if you are looking for something, with the help of a bee with her brain, she wants to find an ownerless number plate. The difficulty is really too low. Chapter 50. This plot change is indeed huge. There is one more me, but Greta is not it. Peng Si is also qualified? This is if she becomes a hunter and learns to read Qi. Will she still be killed easily? It's hard to say. But when it comes to Peng Si's death, it seems that Bakuer's death is even worse. Poor. Thinking of this, Nie Wenbai's eyes changed. This look was clearly seen by Kuer and Peng Si. Facing this weird look, they always felt like they were going to die. However, they are now in their prime and young. With a lot of future ahead, how could he possibly die? So, this guy is cursing them. When they thought of this, Baoker and Peng Si couldn't help but glared at Nie Wenbai. If he didn't want to keep a low profile, they would definitely question him. But now, Bakuer and Peng Si looked at the people around them. Decided to be timid. Looking at the two people glaring at him, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but nodded heavily to them. It sends a signal to refuel. For a moment, Bakuer and Peng Si were at a loss again. What's wrong? Do you know each other? Lioryo looked at Nie Wenbai, Bakuer, and Peng Si's eyes wide open and asked strangely. Nie Wenbai shook his head slightly and said, if we knew each other, I would have tested with them long ago. While talking, everyone boarded the approaching airship one by one. Because of the incident of boarding the boat, Nie Wenbai and Peng Si's staring activities ended here. And after Lioryo learned that Nie Wenbai and Peng Si were not familiar with them. But there is one more thought. Because Lioryo knew that Nie Wenbai would predict this domineering ability. In his opinion, not everyone will be paid attention to by Nie Wenbai. Only those who cause big troubles in the future will be paid attention to by Nie Wenbai. Well, if you put it that way. Then wouldn't I also be a powerful person in the future? Ha ha ha, as expected of me. I actually asked Nie Wenbai to start investing in me so early. Nie Wenbai, who was confused, looked at Lioryo who was snickering at the side. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that Lioryo was acting sick again. Shaking his head slightly, Nie Wenbai ignored Lioryo's situation and searched for usable electronic products on the airship. The last time he boarded the airship, he was too tired to touch the electronics of this world. Now that he is not tired, of course he needs to understand it well. Even if it means becoming a hunter, so what? After becoming a hunter, can't I play games? Can't we watch movies and TV shows? Can't we watch anime? Obviously not. He was particularly curious about the various spiritual entertainments in another world. To determine this, Nie Wenbai began to walk towards the area where the airship might have these electronic products. For example, a restaurant or a higher-end room. In this world where electronic products have become popular, Nie Wenbai believes that these places will definitely have what they want. With this idea in mind, Nie Wenbai went to the restaurant first. After all, in his mind, no one invited him. It is very impolite to enter these rooms rashly. Even that room. The most important thing is that he is no longer a kid like Gon and the others. There is no way to muddle through. After a while, Nie Wenbai came to the restaurant. Sure enough, after Nie Wenbai came to the restaurant, he immediately found the TV hanging on the wall. Great! With the thought in his mind, Nie Wenbai ran over in a hurry. Then, he didn't find the remote control. Damn it, where is the remote control? Where was it taken? After searching around, I even used my search skills to find it. He still hasn't found it. In other words, the remote control of the TV in front of me was hidden. Really f***ed up. Fortunately, there are buttons on the TV. Although it is a little troublesome, it does not delay the use of Nie Wenbai. Power on. While waiting, Nie Wenbai saw the TV first displaying a logo. Then there's a color TV show. Well, how should I say? Ancient. Because ordinary people in this world have no access to the wise. So, entertainment stuff. In fact, it is almost the same as what Nie Wenbai saw in his previous life. The only shortcomings are the actors and the plot. But Nie Wenbai is really not interested in these ancient things now. So, he started to change channels, looking for animation TV stations. Prepare to absorb the essence of imagination from another world. Then, Nie Wenbai discovered an interesting thing. This world exists because there are fantasy creatures such as Warcraft and rare beasts. So, in this world, no matter what type of story performance it is, the story of having a world of Warcraft is not considered a fantasy. Instead, it was classified as urban or adventurous. It is even said that there is no such thing as a supernatural movie in this world. Because there are such things as ghosts. Their abilities are not as dangerous as a powerful monster. After all, ghosts are also energy bodies and can be hurt by thought energy. Speaking of weirdness, don't you have enough? Therefore, supernatural stories in this world are classified into urban or documentary categories. After searching for a while, Nie Wenbai finally found the animation station he was looking for. On the TV, a battle scene was being played at this time. A young man was fighting with a magical beast brought by another young man. The battle scenes are particularly childish, and the style is similar to that of Pokémon. However, the Pokémon in Nie Wenbai's previous life was a fantasy anime. But in this world, the anime in front of us is an urban boy anime. Because the magical beasts commanded by the teenagers all really exist in this world. Hey, you're so old and you still like to watch these anime? It's impossible. Those monsters won't listen to people's orders. Chapter 51. There is no need to look back, Nie Wenbai can also know who is coming behind him. After all, his search skill is always on. How could he not be aware that someone was 50 meters away from him? However, Nie Wenbai really didn't expect that Menchi would come and laugh at him. A man is a boy until he dies. What's wrong with watching anime? Are you eating your rice? Nie Wenbai said angrily. Anyway, he has already passed the Menchi level, and now he is worried about being stuck in qualifications. You guy! Menchi was speechless and almost angry. However, how others view anime is their business. Although it is an unwritten saying in many places to despise adults watching anime. Besides, if you haven't watched this anime, how do you know what it's about? Nie Wenbai curled his lips and said with disdain. Menchi wanted to go crazy right then. Ahem, cough, cough, the president will now conduct the interview. Candidates who heard their number, please go to the first interview room on the second floor. At this moment, the airship's broadcast rang throughout the airship. Forget it, you'll be in a lot of trouble next, so I'll let you go for now. Menchi looked away and said with a magnanimous expression. It's really strange, why does number 44 pay so much attention to him? Was what happened in the fourth test enough to warrant him being targeted as number 44? Menchi left the restaurant, still confused about this. It was precisely because she saw that Hisoka had been paying attention to Nie Wenbai that she looked for opportunities to test it out. However, except for the natural Nen I knew before, she really couldn't see how high Nie Wenbai's fighting level was. Follow her several careful observations. She was almost certain. If Nie Wenbai didn't use Nen, he wouldn't be able to beat an ordinary martial arts student. No, maybe even an ordinary person with a little training. He can't even beat him. However, it is precisely because of this that she is so curious. After all, Menchi didn't want someone like Nie Wenbai, who had innovative ideas for cooking, to die like this. That's quite a pity. However, Menchi didn't know that. Even if Nie Wenbai becomes a hunter, he will not become a gourmet hunter. If I knew it, I guess it wouldn't be a pity. Without Menchi's interference, Nie Wenbai continued to watch the TV screen. Very good, very good. The fighting in this anime is much more realistic than when I watched Pokémon in my previous life. It is estimated that Warcraft Hunter, who is very familiar with Warcraft combat, was hired to be the action designer. Only in this way can the Warcraft in the anime be brought to life. The performance is more realistic. Nie Wenbai, who was watching the anime happily, was quickly called. After glancing at the animation in front of him for a while, Nie Wenbai slowly walked towards the reception room on the second floor. As soon as he entered the reception room, he saw an old man with a white beard sitting on the floor. The old man hadn't looked at him since he came in. Instead, he focused on the board in his hand. He is holding a writing brush in his right hand, writing and drawing on it. Although it is invisible to the eyes. However, Nie Wenbai easily learned what was written on the board through his search ability. Gan. Why is the order of this battle so messed up? Instead of fighting Hanzo, Gan transformed into Hisoka? On the contrary, it was me. It seemed that because there were so many people paying attention to me, I was put at the front. I am the one who wants to fight Hanzo. Well, this is also a good thing, at least we avoided Hisoka and Ilmi. That being said, my next question is actually optional. Although I thought so, when Netero asked. Nie Wenbai still answered Netero's inquiry seriously. The most prominent ones are Hisoka and the Ilmi, also known as Gitarakar. The two of them were the ones who least wanted to fight. After asking, Nie Wenbai was kicked out by Netero. That's quite rude. Seeing that the other party is so old, I won't care about him anymore. Facing the closed door, he secretly spat. Nie Wenbai returned to the restaurant again, ready to continue watching the animation channel. Very unhappy, the TV was occupied. The occupier is Peng Si. She is watching a bloody romance drama. Good guy, Nie Wenbai looked at it twice and almost vomited. I don't want to compete with a girl to watch TV, and I don't want to let my eyes and brain be polluted by that bloody love drama. Nie Wenbai decided to search on the airship to see if he could find other electronic products. Found it, and it was easy. But, he can't use it. Because these gadgets actually require a hunter license to activate. How about playing? Just because you are the leader of the Hunter Association, are you doing this? Do you want it? No one usually gets on your airship. Well, it could be because these computers contain some important information. That's why it's locked. The more I think about it, the more Nie Wenbai feels like this. At the same time, I became even more curious. He wants to know what the data stored in these computers is? It's just that curiosity is curiosity. But he didn't have much to do about it. Is it possible that he wants to steal a hunter license and use it? Obviously not. Even if he could successfully steal it. But as soon as he starts using it, I'm afraid he will be noticed. Nan is such a bug. As a last resort, Nie Wenbai had to give up the idea and prepare to go back to the restaurant. He planned to wait until Peng Si left before watching. But unexpectedly, at this time, he met Menchi. I suspect she is following me, but I have no proof. Otherwise, why would I be able to meet her every time I encounter something? Is something wrong? Nie Wenbai asked. Menchi said with a joking smile on his face, you want to play on the computer. The rain girl has no melon, Nie Wenbai said in a different tone. As he said that, he wanted to walk back to the restaurant. Listening to Nie Wenbai's change of tone, the veins on Menchi's forehead couldn't help but pop out. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Relax. Whatever I say today, I have to make this guy join the ranks of gourmet hunters. It would be a pity if Nan doesn't become a gourmet hunter. Chapter 52. Menchi calmed down, then took out a hunter's license and handed it to Nie Wenbai. Looking at this hunter license, Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi suspiciously. What, you want to taste something sweet? Nie Wenbai said with raised eyebrows. Although I don't know what Nie Wenbai means by sweetness, Menchi is sure. Then this is definitely not a good thing to say. Promise me a condition, I will lend you this hunter license. Menchi said through gritted teeth. Wow, you are so kind to me, you really want it. Nie Wenbai looked like a boy who needs to protect himself when he goes out. He hugged his arms and took a few steps back. This performance made Menchi very angry and yelled, no one wants to do anything with you, and this is not my condition. Ho, ho. After shouting, Menchi still couldn't calm down. Now, she knew what Nie Wenbai meant by sweetness. It is precisely because of this that Menchi is even more aggrieved. How about giving him a good beating first? Let's hear the terms and see if I'm interested. Nie Wenbai took a look at Menchi's expression and decided not to get too excited. However, Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai, who was now serious, and far from calming down. His attitude became even more unpleasant. After all, in Menchi's opinion, if Nie Wenbai hadn't started it, would she have been like this? I don't think so, so everything is Nie Wenbai's fault. With empty eyes, Menchi said slowly, your ability matches well with Food Hunter. As long as you promise me to act as a food hunter after becoming a hunter. Food hunter. Nie Wenbai suddenly understood. I finally know why Menchi pays so much attention to him. However, it seems from Menchi's words. It seems that in the Hunter Association, various hunters are also recruiting talents. It is estimated that there is some inexplicable competition between different hunters. Just like bounty hunters, most people look down on food hunters. The various hunters should despise each other. There is a chain of contempt among them. That's right, your storage ability should be able to keep things fresh. This ability is perfect for collecting ingredients. Menchi nodded and said. Nie Wenbai nodded and said, that's true, but I don't want to be a food hunter. My goal is a map hunter. Why? Now that the world map is complete, what will you do if you become a map hunter? You will never be a one-star hunter in your lifetime. Menchi persuaded. Damn it, map hunter, how could he have such a thought? Doesn't he even read maps? The world map has been around for so long and he just ignored it. Or is this just something he used to perfunctory me? Are you making me laugh? Is the world map complete? Have all those secret realms and ruins been drawn? Nie Wenbai didn't say anything about the Dark Continent, but took a look at the many secret realms and ruins that have not yet been found. Talk about things. This was a good excuse, at least Menchi was left speechless. After knowing that he had no way to win over Nie Wenbai, Menchi also recovered. Anyway, she knew that Nie Wenbai would not become another popular hunter. Just know this. Then how about helping me carry the ingredients once in the future? Menchi asked, changing the conditions. If it's his ability, I should be able to bring back those ingredients perfectly by then. Menchi's thoughts couldn't help but leap to that extremely cold place. I was very happy thinking that I had brought back an unprecedented ingredient and was awarded the title of 2-star hunter. The thought was so beautiful that she didn't even know that Nie Wenbai left with her hunter's license. But that doesn't matter. Nie Wenbai took away his hunter license, which means that their deal has been established. Menchi was in a happy mood and left humming a song. Nie Wenbai, on the other hand, is busy in front of a computer. He is checking out various animations and movies. I found some with high ratings and attractive names, clicked on them and started watching. As for the information that may be hidden in this computer? Well, I can't find it. Yes, he knew this computer had this hidden information. However, with his computer skills, he couldn't find it. After all, when he uses a computer, he can only look for some information, turn it on and off, watch movies and TV shows, and play games. Code? What's that? Nie Wenbai knew that this feeling was definitely not unique to him. In his previous life, anyone who was not in the computer field was almost the same as he is now. I watched movies, watched anime, and played games. In the past few days, Nie Wenbai spent most of his time here except eating, drinking, and sleeping. It was the first time I came into contact with these novel things that were different from the cultures of my previous life. Nie Wenbai is extremely attentive. Time seems to change very quickly for him. On the radio, the bean-faced man said that he was about to arrive at the final test venue. He just woke up, without even realizing it. Actually got addicted to it. Hateful. Evil heretics. Confusing my mind. I must save you all. While there was still time, Nie Wenbai clicked on the next episode again with excitement in his heart. Looking at that, I can't finish the animation in front of me. He won't give up. While Nie Wenbai was sitting and fighting with this evil heretic, the airship slowly landed on the tarmac of a luxury hotel. The final venue has been arrived. Candidates, please go out and gather outside as soon as possible. This is a council-run hotel, chartered by us until the final testing is over. Listen to the radio above your head ringing again. Nie Wenbai couldn't help but curled his lips. The evil apostle who helps the evildoers do evil. As a result, he was slightly defeated at such a critical moment. Don't be complacent. After the game, let's see how I deal with you. Close the web page, draw the card, and shut down the phone, all in one go. Nie Wenbai also stepped off the airship and gathered with other candidates. Chapter 53. After the candidates gathered together, the bean-faced man immediately led a group of people towards the hotel. Nie Wenbai, you've been sitting in front of the computer these days, are you really okay? Li Oreo walked next to Nie Wenbai and asked with a strange look in his eyes. Nie Wenbai said, I just watched anime for a while. What can this do? For a while? Is that for a while? You spend almost all your time on it these days. Even children don't have such an addiction as you. Is that kind of thing really good looking? Li Oreo looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise and said. You don't understand. Nie Wenbai waved his hand and said, whether it is animation or movies, they are the carrier of other people's thoughts. If you watch more, you can absorb more useful things from them. Absorb more useful things? Can you gain any abilities by looking at these? Kilo leaned over curiously and asked. Karapika said thoughtfully, Nie Wenbai said before that there are many types of nin. Perhaps when he looks at these things, he is absorbing the ideas of those people. Then develop your own nin usage skills. Ah! Is that what I thought? Yes, that's what I think. As expected of Karapika, she always discovers the truth of things for the first time. Nie Wenbai nodded solemnly, seeming to agree with what Karapika said. Seeing this, Li Oreo and Killua also started thinking. Do you want to watch more movies and anime? Looking at the expressions of the people around him, Nie Wenbai was not worried. Because, what Karapika said is indeed not wrong. Judging from the development of nin, absorb more ideas from other people. Maybe they can develop a more suitable and weirder nin. A few people walked into the luxurious hotel thoughtfully. Then, he was taken to a huge room. It doesn't matter if this room is called the lobby directly, because it is too big. This was originally a huge room used for banquets. If calculated correctly, at least 30 seats can be accommodated here. If the aisle space is reduced, 5 more seats can be added. Such a huge space is not even available for candidates to fight. Even running back and forth is no problem. But now, such a room has been completely vacated. All that was left was an obscured object standing in the middle of the room. The final test is conducted one-on-one, and the battle groups are as follows. Netero, as the examiner of the final test, opened the curtain while talking about the content of the test. As the curtain was lifted, all the candidates were stunned by the extremely unfair battle grouping in front of them. Nie Wenbai doesn't care about this. Because he already knew it. What he is more willing to focus on now is that his mission is completed. Reward, Ring Nun 100000, Truth Point 100, Overtime Sticker *1. It was a very common mission reward. He had seen this kind of reward more than once. However, Nie Wenbai can now ignore the test description. Instead, check this information. Of course there is a reason for this. He's upgraded. Yes. He already had 960 truth points and now he has added these 100 truth points. It's enough to get him to level 4, which means Nie Wenbai has some skill points again. Where to click? This is a problem. Is it to strengthen the slowing effect and increase the slowing rate from 30 times to 60 times? Or should we strengthen the search effect and increase the search range from 50 meters to 100 meters? Or is it possible to strengthen the death-free skills so that the accumulation speed of death-free is once a year instead of once every 200 days? Furthermore, is it to point out the prompt skills that have not yet been learned, so that one can truly have a certain prediction ability? Nie Wenbai checked back and forth among these 4 skills, and finally, he still chose the slow skill. For no other reason than if the slowing effect is stronger. This may be the most beneficial reinforcement for him at this stage. Compared with the early response enhancement of the search effect, it is more suitable for the current Nie Wenbai. As for death avoidance skills, the accumulation speed has changed from 1 year to 200 days. There really is no difference. With this time, he has already advanced several levels. And prompt this kind of prophetic ability. To be honest, if Nie Wenbai said he didn't want it, it would definitely be a lie. However, for the level 1 hint skill, its prophecy is given in the form of riddles. It's even more confusing than Niang's prophecy. Without hesitation, the skill points were placed on the slowness skill. Slowness LV2, slow down the locked target by 60 times, lasting 60 seconds. Note, at the next level, the target is slowed down by 90 times, and the duration is 90 seconds. At this point, Nie Wenbai's panel information has changed. Explorer, Nie Wenbai. Level, LV4, 0/10,000. World Exploration Progress, 2/100, Surface. Truth Points, 60. Skill Points, 0. Money, 955,000 ring nip, cash withdrawal. Avoid death, 1. Backpack, some miscellaneous items, New World Travel *1. Rare items, Fire Explosion Pill N, Spider Silk N, Energy Candy N, Death Warrant 1, Flying Shoe 1, Overtime Sticker N. Skills, Slowness LV2, Search LV1, Death Avoidance LV1. To reach level 5, you need 10,000 truth points. This span made Nie Wenbai's eyes twitch. After all the hardships, you have come to the final test of Hunter. You are determined to become a hunter no matter how difficult it is. Task: pass the final hunter test and become a hunter. Rewards: Nuns 1,000,000, Truth Points 1,000, Temporary Skill Level Improvement Tattoo *1. After seeing the rewards of the mission clearly, Nie Wenbai was finally convinced that it was not as difficult to upgrade as he thought. A&D. Temporary Skill Level Boost Tattoo. The mission this time turned out to be a gift of this thing. This is a good thing for 10 million nuns. I have it. At least my trump card can be much stronger. Lucky. Chapter 54. After Nie Wenbai closed the panel happily, the introduction of Netero over there also ended. Very simple introduction. But it just explained that you only need to win 1 game to qualify. The unfair groupings are all composed of physical points, mental ability points, and impression points. Weapons are not required, but killing an opponent is a disqualification. Simply, after the introduction. It's the beginning of the game. Then the final test begins, the first round, Hanzhou vs Nie Wenbai. Hearing his name being called, Nie Wenbai also stepped forward. When Nie Wenbai stood in the middle of the field, all the candidates looked puzzled. They really don't understand why Nie Wenbai is considered to have better potential than them. After all, the candidates are somewhat discerning. You can all see Nie Wenbai's physical strength. It's so weak that it makes people wonder, has this guy never exercised? Apparently, yes. You can clearly see it by looking at Nie Wenbai's walking posture. Shady story, huge shady story. I want to say it, but I don't dare. Because there were not many people here who wanted to refute this matter. There were only 4 people, Baku, Pence, Greta, and Baldro. When seeing this situation, Greta and Bakura wisely chose not to say anything. Pengxi was also stopped by Bakura. Only Baldro made a very unprescient statement. Then it was ignored. Then, let the game begin, the referee gave the order, which meant that Nie Wenbai and Hanzhou could take action. Of course, Hanzhou would not let go of this opportunity to take action first. A few seconds passed. You two, the game has already started. The referee looked at the two motionless candidates in front of him and reminded him again. Don't be so anxious. You don't win by knocking someone to the ground. Nie Wenbai waved his hand and said casually. As he spoke, Nie Wenbai took out a thick rope. Then he strolled towards Hanzhou. During this period, Hanzhou had no intention of moving. What's going on? Why doesn't that bald head move? Peng Si said very puzzled. Bodro said seriously, is it because you are forced by that guy's momentum that you can't move? Absolutely not. Hanzhou's situation doesn't look normal at all. No matter how straight he stands, it's absolutely impossible not to breathe. Bakura's observation skills are very strong, and he immediately discovered it. Something is wrong. This Hanzhou is so pitiful, he actually met Nie Wenbai. Lioryo said with emotion. Kurapika nodded and said, yes, Nie Wenbai's ability is too difficult to crack once he is hit. Yes, it has been slowed down by 30 times. No one can ignore it. Lioryo said seriously. No Killua suddenly interrupted and said, it's not just 30 times, Nie Wenbai's ability has become stronger. Gon also nodded seriously and said, 50, or 60. Tata tata. Ye Mai asked with a solemn expression. No, his ability was not so strong before. In other words, in just 3 days, he became stronger. Hisoka's eyes were narrowed and he seemed to be in a particularly agitated mood. This was the first time he saw an apple growing so fast. Is a threat. Stare. Tata tata. Yeermi said with an expression begging for mercy. He is my prey. Hisoka said seriously. In response, Ye Mai nodded to express his understanding. Ho 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 ho, I really found a treasure this time. If I also fall into the trap, I'm afraid I will have no choice but to be slaughtered, Netero said with a smile. However, no one believed his words. Menchi even glanced at Netero with contempt, and then looked cautiously at Nie Wenbai, who was tying Hanzhou with a rope. Slow down others, plus the storage ability to keep things fresh. What's the principle? How do you make two abilities with different effects appear together? Could it be that he was born with two awakened bodies? Nie Wenbai doesn't care at all about the discussions of people around him. He is busy now. It was not an easy task for Hanzhou to tie up his whole body with thick ropes. The thick rope is really heavy. Hey, how about giving me a hand? Nie Wenbai said invitingly to the referee on the side. This is your game, I'm not allowed to take any shots. The referee said solemnly. Okay, I'll do it myself. Nie Wenbai sighed and said. A few more minutes passed, and with the cooperation of Hanzhou, who had already discovered that something was wrong, Nie Wenbai successfully tied up Hanzhou. Yes, with Hanzhou's cooperation. Because Hanzhou noticed that Nie Wenbai came to him at a speed that he could not understand at all. He even tied him up halfway. Frightened and anxious, he couldn't help but want to retreat. Then, he fell, slowly falling to the ground. Taking advantage of this time, Nie Wenbai was finally able to tie up Hanzhou properly. Phew! The slowing effect passed, and Hanzhou hit the ground hard. Phew, thanks man, if you hadn't been so cooperative, it would have been really difficult for me to tie you up. Nie Wenbai breathed a big sigh of relief, and then said to Hanzhou with a grateful look on his face. Hanzhou stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling the restraints on his body, and he was completely dumbfounded. No, no, how did you tie me up? How could you be so fast? Hanzhou came back to his senses and asked Nie Wenbai with a loud roar. That's a good question. If I answer you, just admit defeat. How about it? It's a good deal. Nie Wenbai squatted next to Hanzhou and suggested seriously. Hanzhou shouted angrily, who would admit defeat? It's just a rope, let's see if I don't break it. Gritting his teeth and refusing to admit defeat, Hanzhou began to exert force all over his body, trying to break the rope around him. However, seconds passed. Nothing happened. How is it possible? I should be able to break this kind of rope. Hanzhou said in disbelief. Chapter 55. Bang bang. Nie Wenbai patted Hanzhou twice to signal him to come to his senses. Don't bother. Let's not say that you can't break this rope so easily. Even if you break, won't I tie you up again? Nie Wenbai looked like I'm really thinking about you. Said. This. Hanzhou knew what Nie Wenbai said was right. It doesn't matter how many ropes he broke before he cracked Nie Wenbai's strange speed. In the end, he will be tied up again. In other words, there was no way he could win this game with Nie Wenbai. Although I don't know if Nie Wenbai can hurt him. However, Hanzhou didn't want to gamble on the unknown. He can play multiple games, lose this one, and win the next one. The premise is that he is not injured enough to be unable to fight. He is not a stubborn person, he is a ninja with his own principles. But there are also choices to avoid mission failure. Now, he believes that admitting defeat is the best option. Of course, obtaining important information before admitting defeat is a necessary professional ethics for a ninja. I can admit defeat, but you have to tell me the secret of your speed. Hanzhou said seriously. Okay. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Hanzhou took a deep look at Nie Wenbai, and then said to the referee, I surrender. Winner, Nie Wenbai. As Hanzhou admitted defeat, the referee immediately announced loudly. Lucky, you win. Nie Wenbai said with a smile, I'll help you untie these ropes now. Nie Wenbai, who won the game, is extremely happy now. Squatting on the ground, he untied Hanzhou with a smile. A few seconds later. Well, can't you break these ropes? Just break them. I find that I can't seem to untie these ropes. Nie Wenbai said with a dry smile. Hanzhou was stunned for a moment, then roared loudly, if you don't know how to tie it up, how did you tie it up? Bang! With that, Hanzhou exerted all his strength, and Nie Wenbai lost the ability to slow down on the rope. The rope finally couldn't hold up Hanzhou's strength and broke. Let me be clear, tying the rope and untying the rope are two different things. Also, hurry up and don't block other people's competition here. Nie Wenbai raised his finger and explained seriously. After saying that, he had already retreated to the wall. This guy. Looking at Nie Wenbai's performance, Hanzhou couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then he walked over to Nie Wenbai angrily. Want him to go? Impossible, I have learned the secret of your speed today. Hey, it's time for you to say it. Hanzhou came to Nie Wenbai's side and asked. Nie Wenbai shrugged casually and said, it's very simple. It's not that my speed has become faster, but that you have been slowed down by me. Am I being slowed down? How can this be? What's going on? I want to know, okay. With your strength, you are destined to become a hunter. It doesn't matter if you know in advance. Nie Wenbai saw Hanzhou's doubts and said with a smile. Hanzhou did not speak, but looked at Nie Wenbai in shock. Nie Wenbai said slowly, Nan, an extraordinary ability that can be learned by becoming a hunter. It's enough to know this. After all, don't tell me that you will keep losing after listening to what I said. Nan. Extraordinary abilities that can be learned by becoming a hunter? What exactly is that? It seems that there are still many things in this world that I don't know. No wonder. That Hisoka is not much older than me, but he can bring such terrible pressure to me. Second round, Gon vs Hisoka. Just as Hanzhou was thinking, the referee once again called the candidates for the next round to enter. Yes, this one is Hisoka versus Gon. Gon, who was not looked upon favorably by Hisoka in the second test. When Hisoka was questioned, it was not included. At this point, Gon, a kid who also attracted a lot of attention, was assigned to fight Hisoka. This was completely beyond Nie Wenbai's expectation. But the good thing is, this is an immortal game, no need to worry about Gon getting killed. Of course, even if he is killed, Nie Wenbai is sure to save him directly. Use the death-free order in his backpack as his trump card. Game start. Whoosh. As the referee gave the order, Gon wanted to use his proud speed to distance himself. Then, before he could run out 5 meters, Hisoka followed directly and punched Gon in the stomach. Touch. The powerful force caused Gon to fly out and fall to the ground. The pain racked Gon's nerves crazily, making him bow to the ground in discomfort, like a cooked shrimp. The saliva flowed out uncontrollably because of the pain. This uncomfortable feeling was the first time Gon had ever experienced it. He had never thought before that the uncomfortable feeling could be so strong. Gon! Leorio shouted worriedly from the outside. Kurapika and Killua both frowned. Nie Wenbai wanted to persuade Gon to admit defeat. But then he thought about it and realized that this guy Gon was in this kind of game. He is the kind of being who will never give up even if he dies. Among all the people, the most difficult ones are people like Gon. Look, the gap between us is so big. Let's admit defeat. Hisoka slowly walked towards Gon and said with a smile. Fighting back the discomfort, Gon gritted his teeth, held his stomach, and stood up unsteadily. Who would admit defeat? Gon shouted loudly to Hisoka. There was an unyielding look in his eyes. Hey! This look! New apple! Ah, don't look at me like that! You can't kill anyone in this game. What should I do? I encountered so many apples at once. Good harvest, good harvest! Good chance! Although I don't know why Hisoka stayed still. But Gon won't miss this opportunity. Enduring the discomfort, Gon quickly rushed towards Hisoka. Bang! Gon, who punched out, never expected that he would actually knock Hisoka to the ground. This situation made Gon stare blankly at his fist. Then his expression changed and he quickly backed away. I give up. Chapter 56. Hey! Why do you admit defeat when you can still fight? Gon asked Hisoka loudly. Obviously, he couldn't believe Hisoka's easy resignation. Because, I've been knocked to the ground, so I lose. Hisoka sat up and said with a smile. No, I'm afraid if I keep fighting, I won't be able to bear it anymore. Green apples, not yet ripe. Be patient. How could Gon recognize this kind of victory? At that time, he shouted loudly, this doesn't count, we will compete again. Forward. It's more stubborn than I thought. It should be from Enhancer. Interesting, really interesting. If you want to compete with me again, then come to me after you have this kind of strength. Hisoka said with a smile. This kind of high-quality apples can be delivered to your doorstep by Apple without the need to find them yourself. It really makes him want to stop. I don't want it, right now. Gon said stubbornly. Leorio hurriedly interjected and shouted, Gon, if you win, you win. Come back quickly. I don't. Bang. Before Gon could finish his words, Hisoka's quick uppercut hit Gon's cheek. The powerful force made Gon fly out like a rag doll. Then Nie Wenbai used his slowness ability to stop him in the air 3 centimeters above the ground. Of course, even if this was the case, Gon had already passed out from the pain. Gon! Leorio shouted loudly and ran over. Don't worry, I stopped my strength, he was just unconscious. He with that, Hisoka happily returned to stand outside the court. The game is still going on, and I don't know what is happening with Killua. There are obviously many opportunities to win the game. But he always admits defeat as soon as he sees his opponent. 2 games in a row allowed Bakur and Greta to easily pass. The same is true for Yermi, who seems to be staring at Killua. Even though he had one more battle than the plot, he had a battle with Peng Si. He still gave in, allowing Peng Si to pass easily. This was difficult because, in the end, Killua really faced off with Yermi. This isn't some plot-correcting situation. But Yemai just wants to fight Killua. In addition, it's because I don't want Killua to become a hunter yet. As Yemai removed the nail on his face, a delicate face appeared in front of everyone. Afterwards, with Killua's horrified expression, he called out the word brother. The atmosphere changed. This is especially true when Yermi has a bad character. Okay, then I will kill Gon. After confirming that Gon had become friends with Killua, Yermi said directly. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Kill one and show me. Nie Wenbai looked at Yemai and said with a sneer. Whoosh! Several thought nails flew directly towards Nie Wenbai. However, Nie Wenbai directly exerted a slowing effect on the nail as soon as it left Yermi's hand. Even flying at the speed of sound is subject to a level 2 slowdown effect. Its speed will also be reduced to about 5.6 meters per second. At this speed, Nie Wenbai could easily dodge. What's more, Yermi's nail didn't break the speed of sound. Okay, Nie Wenbai kill him. Leorio shouted happily. Ignoring Leorio's clamor, Nie Wenbai knew his situation. Although he could hold back Yemai, it was still very difficult to kill him. Even if all of Nie Wenbai's current fire blast pills are used, they will not be able to kill him. In this case, Nie Wenbai would not pay such attention at all. Besides, it is now Yemai and Killua's family matter. If it hadn't been for Gon's side, Nie Wenbai might not have taken action. Ah, it seems I can't kill Gon anymore. I'm so upset. I have to get this hunter license again. If you don't admit defeat, then I'll be in trouble. Killua, are you going to fight me for your friends? Yemai took a deep look at Nie Wenbai and estimated the current situation. He found that it was almost impossible to cross Nie Wenbai to kill Gon. Unless Gon is alone. No way, you can't do it. You know that you are not strong enough to fight against my brother. Don't fight in uncertain battles. When you encounter a strong enemy, remember to retreat first. This is what I taught you. As Yermi's words rang in his ears, Killua's heart was shaken, and his whole body and mind were telling him. Run away, back away. However, the fear of his brother in his heart made Killua's body no matter how hard he exerted himself. He just stood there straight. Killua, as long as you speak, I will help you immobilize your brother, and then you tie him up. Nie Wenbai suddenly said. Candidate Nie Wenbai, even if you have qualified to become a hunter, if others interfere in the game, the candidate Killua will also lose the game. The referee quickly reminded Nie Wenbai. Nie Wenbai waved his hand and said, I know, even if you have to lose the game, it's still good to beat that guy up. That's right, don't be afraid Killua, it doesn't matter if you can't win. Anyway, this game is just about who can not admit defeat. Leorio shouted in support of Killua. I admit defeat, I lost. Faced with Leorio's support and Nie Wenbai's support, Killua failed to overcome his years of fear and the tiny needle in his head. Damn it! Leorio gritted his teeth and said angrily. Kurapika frowned and said, calm down Leorio. I know, this is Killua's choice, and I will respect it. Leorio said in a deep voice. Pa! Yemai smiled happily and said, great, then there's no need to fight. Ha ha ha, I lied to you, I won't kill Gon, I just want to try you. You are not qualified to make friends, and there is no need. By the way, I'm also Killua's friend. Nie Wenbai raised his hand and said casually. Chapter 57. Buzz. As Nie Wenbai finished speaking, Yermi's murderous aura suddenly released. However, Nie Wenbai, who has experienced such murderous stares several times, has long been used to it. Especially after he found out that with his current level, he couldn't even kill these powerful Nin people. But these weak people also have no good way to deal with him. His behavior became even more relaxed. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have saved people before, and he wouldn't be so provocative now. Of course, the most important thing is that he knows that he is about to learn to read Qi. This gave him more confidence. As long as you don't die, just do it as hard as you can and wave as hard as you can. Yermi's murderous aura broke out, causing the atmosphere at the scene to change a lot. Many people were looking at Yermi warily. Currently, I guess only Netero is the most relaxed. Nothing but strength. Although the murderous intention prevailed, Yermi analyzed the situation at the scene. He found that it was really impossible for him to successfully kill Nie Wenbai. After calculating the gains and losses, he looked at the lost Killua. Yermi felt that his goal had been achieved. He put away his murderous aura, kept a calm expression, and retreated to the sidelines with Killua. The game continues. Hey, Killua, you don't have to listen to your BD brother, Gon is your friend, we are all your friends, wake up, stop thinking about it. Leorio persuaded Killua loudly. Kurapika said seriously, Killua, friends don't mean they are not what others say they are. Friends are mutually recognized by both parties, and friends are not just words. Yes, after going through so much, we are already friends. It doesn't mean we are not friends just because others say we are not. Leorio continued. Killua, you are being affected like this now just because you feel that your strength is not good enough. In this case, then you become stronger, and become stronger than your brother. At that time, no one will interfere with who you make friends with, understand? Nie Wenbai also joined the ranks of persuasion. However, no matter how much they tried to persuade him, Killua remained indifferent. His mind has been so silent that he cannot hear the words from the outside world at all. It wasn't until the last scene, when Leorio faced off against Bodro, that something happened on the scene. Killua, who had been waiting quietly, suddenly jumped out, aiming directly at Balduro. If there were no accidents, then Balduro would definitely be killed just like in the plot. Slow. However, Nie Wenbai, who had been paying attention to Killua, directly exerted a slowing effect on Killua as soon as he took action. It's not that Nie Wenbai doesn't want Leorio to win. But because his own character did not allow him to use the lives of innocent people to win. Balduro didn't deserve to die, if he had died so casually as in the plot. In the end, there was no explanation at all. This is really not good. Of course, this is also the case when Nie Wenbai has extra strength. If Nie Wenbai couldn't protect himself, he would definitely not have the time to do such a thing. There are many kinds of human satisfaction. And among them, help others with whatever you can, even if they don't know it clearly. That can also make people self-satisfied. This is very strange. However, in normal times, many people do this. Of course, those who take other people's help for granted will probably not have this kind of satisfaction. It's okay, keep watching the game, keep going. Nie Wenbai smiled and said to everyone around him who noticed something was wrong here. Then, he greeted Kurapika and said, Kurapika, come and help me. As he spoke, he took out another rope and signaled Kurapika to help tie up Killua, who was doing slow motion at a speed of about 0.5 meters per second. After tying Killua, Nie Wenbai and Kurapika pulled it back hard. When Killua's subsequent power failed to rise, he slowly pushed Killua back to the original position. After that, the game between Leorio and Balduro was able to continue. However, facing a veteran like Balduro who has been immersed in martial arts for many years, Leorio's little tricks are no match for Balduro. There is no way, the overall strength gap is too big. As a last resort, Lioryo took out the overtime sticker given by Nie Wenbai before playing and stuck it on himself. The next moment, his speed doubled. Lioryo's sudden change shocked everyone around him. Then start analyzing Lioryo's situation. But it was discovered that Lioryo was not born in an. And I had contact with Lioryo before. That's Nie Wenbai and Kurapika and Killua and Gon. Gon is out of the question, already unconscious. Killua is even more impossible, he is still in despair. Kurapika? Menchi and the others looked over and saw that they were not born nemesis. In other words, this is still the work of Nie Wenbai. This is surprising. As far as Menchi knows, Nie Wenbai has shown 3 abilities. Although these abilities may be the same, she just hasn't found the pattern yet. But it was enough to shock her so much that she couldn't help herself. Ho ho ho, Netero laughed. The situation on the field changed again and again, but Lioryo gained an overwhelming advantage. At this time, Killua's slowing effect disappeared. What am I? Nie Wenbai, why are you tying me up? Killua asked in confusion. Of course I want to stop your ridiculous approach. Nie Wenbai said angrily. Killua said anxiously, but if I don't take action, Lioryo. Look over there, Nie Wenbai interrupted Killua and pointed to the situation on the field. Killua looked over without knowing why, but found that Lioryo had the advantage now. This? Oh, I remember, that should also be Nie Wenbai's ability. This is fine, this is fine. Chapter 58. Killua breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let me go, I won't attack again. Killua said slowly. Looking at Killua's situation, Nie Wenbai was also surprised. If you plant flowers intentionally, they will not bloom, but if you plant willows unintentionally, they will create shade. All the persuasion before was of no use, but now with this move, Killua actually recovered a little. This is pretty good. However, Nie Wenbai was unexpectedly early. After Killua was untied, he didn't take action. However, Killua left the hotel directly. He abstained. Because only one candidate will fail. Therefore, Lioryo and Baldro have not finished the game yet. All of them passed the hunter test directly. At this point, the hunter test has come to a successful conclusion. Ho ho ho, Netero stroked his beard and left without saying anything more. Dear candidates, please go back to your room and rest for the night. Tomorrow we will start some introductions about Hunter and the issuance of Hunter licenses. Seeing this, the bean-faced man hurriedly stepped forward to speak. As the bean-faced man finished speaking, everyone formed a team and walked towards their room. What to do now? What are Gon going to say? Lioryo said distressedly. What else can I say? I can only tell the truth. Nie Wenbai said. Lioryo hesitated and said, would Gon not be able to bear it? No, the most he can do is go find Killua by himself after getting the hunter's license. Nie Wenbai said firmly. Lioryo was stunned for a moment, and then said firmly, I will follow. It sounds like I won't go with you. Nie Wenbai said angrily. Killua's house, let me go and see it too. Kurapika said slowly. After the words fell, the 3 of them looked at each other. Ha ha ha, together the 3 of them laughed. Why are you so slow? I've been waiting for you for a while. At this moment, a female voice spoke from the side. Nie Wenbai didn't need to look to know that this was Menchi's voice. Why? Isn't it because he is familiar with this voice? Turning his eyes around, sure enough, he saw Menchi leaning on a wall, squinting at them. Are you waiting for me? Lioryo felt good about himself and pointed at himself. No, I'm looking for him. Menchi rolled his eyes and pointed at Nie Wenbai. Bang bang! Nie Wenbai patted Lioryo's shoulder with a helpless expression on his handsome face. Lioryo, you have to be aware of your appearance. Even if she comes to see Kurapika, I wouldn't be surprised. But why are you so confident? Nie Wenbai said with a helpless look. A hole, what's wrong with my appearance? I just look more mature. Leorio said angrily. Mature? Somewhat. Karapika looked at Leorio in disbelief and said. Seeing this, veins popped out on Leorio's forehead. I want to break up with you. If you're tired, go to bed. Leorio shouted angrily. Then he walked away angrily. Karapika glanced at Menchi, then nodded as a greeting. Leorio, you are going in the wrong direction, your room is not over there, Karapika shouted pointing to the right. Leorio was stunned for a moment, and then shouted angrily, I know, I just went to find the toilet. Leorio, there is a toilet in the room. Nie Wenbai interjected. Leorio roared and ran back, then ran to the right. Karapika left soon after. So, what do you want from me? Do you want to help you carry your things now? Nie Wenbai watched Leorio and the others leave, then turned to Menchi and asked. Menchi shook his head lightly and said, No, I just saw you being so arrogant and provoking Zaldik's people in the final test arena, in order to prevent you from dying before helping me carry my things. I plan to teach you now how to use the most important thing after becoming a hunter. Wow, you said it so well, you don't have confidence in me. Nie Wenbai said as if I am still good at it. Then, his expression changed and he continued, the most important thing after hunter, are you going to teach me how to activate Nian Qi now? As expected, you know, but also, how could you, who was born with awakened Nen, not understand this? But, why haven't I seen you study before? Menchi said with a serious expression. Nie Wenbai shrugged and said, No way, I have only been able to learn recently. Forget it, this kind of thing has nothing to do with me. Let's start teaching now. Are you okay? Menchi waved his hands and said nonchalantly. No. How could Nie Wenbai have a problem? He didn't know how long he had been longing for this scene. The two discussed it for a while, and then came to Nie Wenbai's hotel room. No intention of wasting any time. Upon entering, Menchi began to say, I don't know how much you know about Nen. Let me start from the beginning. Nen is actually divided into two concepts. One is Nian Qi, which is the energy composed of the human body's life energy and personal spiritual will. This is the root of it all, without which there is no way to develop a personal Nen. If ordinary people want to use Nian Qi, they need to activate their own aura nodes so that their life energy can flow out quickly, and then use their mental will to control it. The last step is to develop your own Nen, which are the abilities you use now. My ability is Nen. Nie Wenbai asked in surprise. Menchi was stunned for a moment, then said with a weird look, Of course, don't you feel that when you enter a state, a mind beast will appear behind your head? That's not true. I just feel some heat flowing through my body when I use my ability. Nie Wenbai touched his chin and said. That's right, that's the feeling of mind energy flowing through your body. Menchi nodded and said. Chapter 59. It's weird, my ability is actually Nen? Impossible, my Nen would be so strong? According to my estimation, if I can really raise the skill level to level 5. That is definitely not a simple number. Moreover, I have so many types of abilities all of a sudden. Is it possible? That's not to say it's impossible for Nen to do something like this. The only question is, can my mind power support me to do this kind of thing? It seems impossible even if you think about it. In other words, although my ability is also Nen, there is definitely a cheat that I don't know about. Or maybe, that golden finger was combined with my Nen after I traveled through time. It is precisely because of this that I can use so many abilities so easily. Nie Wenbai, who got this guess, couldn't help but nodded. Menchi glanced at Nie Wenbai strangely, and then continued, there are two ways to open aura nodes. One is to slowly activate your aura nodes through practice. The other is what we consider to be an evil way, using the mind energy of a ninner to forcefully blast away aura nodes. The reason why this is said to be an evil way is because this method is extremely dangerous and may kill people. Regardless of whether it was because of his poor control over his thoughts, his meridians were shattered, or because after forcibly opening the aura nodes, there was no way to control the loss of life energy in time. These are very dangerous things. Therefore, I am just reminding you about this kind of thing, and I don't intend to use it on you. In response, Nie Wenbai nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding me, I never thought about forcing the painting." Come on, he is just an ordinary college student from a peaceful era. It would be very irresponsible of me to think of forcing it to open. There are so many people who can't survive the forced opening, why does Nie Wenbai think he can? If anything, he is also a person who can pass his own power. If you directly enter the 200th floor character of Sky Arena, there is no need to say anything more. After all, this kind of people have cultivated themselves for many years. The spiritual will has already reached a good level. So, don't look at the 3 players who were threatened by Killua in the Sky Arena in the plot. They are so low. In fact, their spiritual will is still very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the 200th floor, right? Although you can't use forced activation, you don't need to worry too much about activating aura nodes. Aura nodes that ordinary people need 1 year or even 2 years to activate. For some geniuses, it may be activated within half a year, a month, or even a week. You were born with an awakened, which means that the aura nodes in you are actually in a semi-activated state. Just spend some time and you can easily activate your own aura nodes. So, are you ready? Menchi said slowly. Nie Wenbai grinned and said, "Of course." Listening to Nie Wenbai's words, Menchi was not surprised. After all, how could a person who could collect information about Nen not be looking forward to learning about Nen? Because of this, Menchi's previous inquiry was just a casual inquiry. There are 2 steps in learning Nen. The first is to strengthen one's spiritual will, which can be strengthened through meditation. The meditation method provided by Menchi is a heart flow meditation method. The second is to use specific movements to assist you in activating aura nodes, so that your life energy can flow out of your body in large quantities. The meditation method is very simple. As soon as Menchi explained it, Nie Wenbai knew what Menchi was talking about. However, keeping it simple, I really want to enter that meditative state. For Nie Wenbai, it is indeed a bit difficult. So, there's no rush for this. The most important thing for Menchi is to teach Nie Wenbai the auxiliary actions used to activate aura nodes. It was a series of postures, some of which looked like boxing, and some of which looked like dancing. In addition to this, there is a specific breathing rate. Although it looks like a lot. But ordinary people can activate aura nodes in 1 to 2 years of study, and you can see it from this. Actually, none of this is too difficult. Therefore, Menchi's teaching on this step ended after half an hour. Okay, these are the steps for activating aura nodes. After activating aura nodes, when life energy erupts, you need to combine your spiritual will with these life energies. Then form your thoughts and let them swirl around your body. There is no specific direction of rotation, as long as you can wrap them around your body. Remember, it must be the whole body. Don't miss any areas that are not surrounded, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. After Menchi watched Nie Wenbai really remember what he taught. This is also the beginning of the next step of teaching. The so-called next step of teaching is exactly the 4 major aspects of air conditioning that Nie Wenbai learned about in his previous life. That's right, Menchi only taught the 4 majors. It is even said that there is no teaching in Fa. Because according to Menchi, that is, Nie Wenbai's own Nen is Fa. In this case, for the teaching of Fa, we only need to talk about the situation. The most important teaching points of Menchi are still focused on the 3 aspects of Tang, Ju, and practice. Entanglement is what Menchi just said, the technique of integrating life energy with spiritual will, and then letting the mental energy revolve around oneself. Absolute is even more simple. In the final analysis, it is a technique to hide one's own aura. It just recycles the thought energy into the body so that it does not escape. Practice is to extract more thoughts and release them through some methods. It's simple to say, but it's really not easy to do. After teaching to this point, Menchi stopped teaching. But let Nie Wenbai practice on his own. Of course, Menchi did not leave. Instead, he sat aside, ate, and quietly watched Nie Wenbai's practice. How can it be? Although it is in a semi-activated state. But is this too fast? Time flies, and the night passes in the blink of an eye. The day after the final test, Menchi was looking at Nie Wenbai's practice status in shock. She looked at Nie Wenbai's body and the mental energy slowly surrounding him, showing great horror. Yes, Nie Wenbai activated his aura nodes. It only took less than 5 hours. Then he quickly maintained the tangled state, which made Menchi feel like he saw a freak. In fact, Menchi didn't know that Nie Wenbai could quickly activate aura nodes and then maintain entangle. It's not because of Nie Wenbai's talent, but because, after a few hours of exploration, Nie Wenbai, he discovered that his search skills could actually discover things like life energy. After discovering life energy, he tried to check the life energy around him. Not to mention, he really discovered it. Immediately afterwards, he tried to use the slowing effect on the life energy. Good guy, the success caught him off guard. The life energy added by the slowness was drained out of his body suddenly by 60 times. The life energy that should have disappeared soon is actually around Nie Wenbai, forced to stay for a while longer. It is precisely because of this little time that Nie Wenbai's spiritual will can more easily blend with the energy of life. Then, relying on these newly generated thoughts, Nie Wenbai tried to stimulate himself again. Although it was a large-scale stimulation, it suddenly made his aura nodes suddenly open. Yes, Nie Wenbai disguised himself and forced himself to open. Before, he would still worry about whether he would die because he could not control the loss of life energy. But now, Nie Wenbai has enough confidence. As expected, the erupted life energy was immediately slowed down. The reason why the disappearance rate has slowed down by 60 times is that the other life energy in his body has no place to go. He was literally bound to the surface of his body by Nie Wenbai. Taking advantage of this time, Nie Wenbai allowed his spiritual will and life energy to blend together to generate thought energy. 1 o'clock, day o'clock. Finally, he became proficient. Until it is possible to generate thought energy even without the aid of slowness. Nie Wenbai's Tang can be considered a beginner. Mang after getting started, everything else becomes not so difficult. Because, whether it is Ju, Lian, or Fast Factory, even those advanced techniques of reading qi are just the use and control of reading qi. This is a process that requires practice, and it cannot be mastered by just teaching it casually. Now that you have successfully started, then you can work hard on your own. I will tell you some advanced techniques of reading qi again. You just need to understand a little bit and add some. After you have become proficient in the 4 elements, you can try practicing again. If you have any questions, just give me a call. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai Shenzhou's air membrane, nodded and said. After that, he started to introduce the advanced techniques of reading qi. That is, Zhou, Lu, Jian, condensation, hidden, yuan and hard are some advanced applications of Nian qi. Of course, these gadgets are not available to Nie Wenbai now. Therefore, you only need to understand it temporarily. After introducing these, Menchi left Nie Wenbai's room directly. Nie Wenbai also left with her because the lecture about Hunter Association and Hunter License was about to begin. She. As soon as he went out, he happened to meet Li Oreo. When he saw Menchi come out of Nie Wenbai's room, Li Oreo said that he was just overthinking it. What are you thinking? I have no problem with her. Nie Wenbai said angrily. If you said it was relevant, then he would admit it. However, there is no sweetness at all, so let him admit it. Sorry, that's not possible. I should be the one who said this, right? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai blankly and said. How come she is just a flower in Gourmet Hunter, but when it comes to Nie Wenbai, she refutes it so quickly. She felt abandoned and angry. Nie Wenbai shrugged and said, didn't I see that you didn't refute it? We can never admit things we haven't done before. Isn't that right? This is the truth. Looking at Nie Wenbai's performance, Menchi couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, yes. After saying that, he walked away with a depressed expression. Otherwise, are they actually having an affair? Bad luck, if I didn't really need that guy's ability, I would definitely cut him up. Menchi thought fiercely. I couldn't help but laugh when I thought of this. You really don't? Lioreo said in a low voice as he approached Nie Wenbai with a secretive expression. He didn't say everything, but Lioreo used a raised eyebrow show to indicate what he meant. Seeing Lioreo's mean expression, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yes. Nie Wenbai said angrily. Lioreo screamed at that time and said, okay, let me tell you, how could it be possible that nothing happened? Please tell me in detail. Okay, let me tell you in detail. She taught me how to activate Nian Qi. Nie Wenbai said with a serious tone. No more. Lioreo looked at Nie Wenbai and asked suspiciously. The look on his face made Nie Wenbai speechless for a while. No more. Nie Wenbai said angrily. Lioreo said in surprise, that's it. Yes, that's it. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. He decided to ignore the ISP and walked toward the lecture room. When he arrived at the lecture room, Nie Wenbai found that many people were already sitting here. Except for Nie Wenbai and Lioreo, who were delayed for some time, almost everyone is here. I will never forgive you. These are Gon's words, because the coma state is not as scary as the plot. Therefore, Gon arrived at the scene earlier than Nie Wenbai. Now I am fighting with Yeermi. Don't spare me. What can you do? Yeermi said calmly. Gon said firmly, it's nothing. This is just to bring Killua back and not let you see him again. For the rest, Yeermi can treat it calmly. However, this sentence touched his bottom line. He reached towards Gon with his left hand, trying to see if he could kill Gon on the spot. However, when he was doing this action, the eyes of no less than 3 people at the scene fell on him. From the corner of his eye, he saw Nie Wenbai walking in from the back door of the lecture room. In this regard, Yeermi knew that his idea was unlikely to succeed. What are you doing? Do you want to start a war now? I am quite willing to start a war, Nie Wenbai said carelessly. Yes, Nie Wenbai is indeed not afraid of war now. Because, he activated aura nodes and learned Tangle. The enemy's strong defensive power is no longer insurmountable to him now. In this case, he asked himself not to scare anyone. Well, forget about that Netero guy. The attack speed was too fast, and he probably couldn't react. Everyone, let's stop it here. However, at this moment, Netero, who was already standing on the podium, stopped the farce from continuing. You may discuss this kind of private matter later. The lecture begins now. Netero continued. Unlike the plot, Killua simply abstained all the way and was disqualified. Therefore, no one had any dispute about Killua's unqualification. It is precisely because of this that what is happening with Killua now. But it has become a private matter for people like Gon. Obviously, Netero does not want to get involved in other people's private affairs, especially the private affairs of a group of subordinates. The words of the president of the Hunter Association, the strongest hunter in the world. Everyone is still very considerate. They all sat back in their seats. Then, let me explain it to you. At this time, the bean-faced man took over the conversation and said. First, anti-counterfeiting treatment has been carried out. This is a unique personal item that cannot be copied through various treatments to prevent counterfeiting. Second, with it, hunter can enter various prohibited areas. 90% of countries in the world that generally prohibit entry and 75% of restricted areas can enter. Third, it can also be used as a guarantee. The money obtained from its sale can provide food and clothing for 7 generations of descendants. It can also be used as a guarantee to borrow high-value loans. Fourth, with it, you can use 95% of public facilities for free, and you can also use computer web pages without spending a dime. Finally, I would like to remind everyone that since it is a personal and unique item, if it is lost, the association will not reissue it. 20% of those who pass the test will lose their license within 1 year. Therefore, the first test after becoming a hunter is to protect your license. The person with the same face is holding a hunter license was being talked about on the podium. Having said so much, it actually just highlights one theme. That is, the hunter license is extremely valuable. After saying this, the bean-faced man did not stop. He continued, "Let's talk about hunters' 10 rules. 1. Hunter must have a hunting target. No matter what it is, everyone must have a goal. Second, hunter must have a minimum level of martial arts experience, which you will know clearly later. 3. Those who hold a hunter license will not be invalidated for any reason, and the license will not be reissued for any reason. 4. Hunters shall not regard fellow hunters as prey, but hunters who commit heinous crimes are not protected by this article. 5. Hunters who have made great achievements in specific fields will be awarded 1 star. The Menchi examiner is a 1-star hunter who has outstanding performance in food. 6. When the senior hunter who meets Article 5 and serves as an executive and his junior hunter obtains a star honor, he will be awarded 2 stars. 7. Hunters who meet Article 6 and have made great achievements in multiple fields will be awarded 3 stars. 8. The top person in charge of hunter needs to obtain a minimum level of trust to be qualified to assume this responsibility. The minimum trust is a support rate of more than half. When the president's seat becomes vacant, the next president must be elected quickly. Before the next president decides, the executive power of the president will be in the hands of the vice president. If there is a president voting choice, everyone needs to return to the Hunter Association unconditionally to participate. 9. The president has the right to decide on the selection method for new compatriots. However, if the method is significantly changed, it requires the trust of more than half of the compatriots before it can be implemented. 10. All matters not recorded this time shall be voted on by the president, vice chairman and the staff committee through meetings. The selection of vice chairman and the staff committee shall be in charge of the president. Most of the above rules are actually not very useful to newcomers like Nie Wenbai. For example, the 5 items from 1 to 5 are the codes that Nie Wenbai and the others can access. Even Rule 5 is not something that happens in the future. There are many rules, but Nie Wenbai doesn't care at all now. Because he is submitting a task. Reward, Ring Nun 10000000, Truth Point 1000, Temporary Skill Level Improvement Tattoo *1. Nie Wenbai's focus is neither on monastic discipline nor on the truth. Because neither the nuns nor the truth points are enough to make him stronger now. Only the temporary skill level improvement tattoo was what he wanted most. With this thing, whether Nie Wenbai uses it for slow skills or search skills, that will greatly increase his strength. Not many people can move and attack at a speed that is slowed down by 90 times. Not many people have an attack range exceeding 100 meters. Even if it exceeds the limit, Nie Wenbai, who has learned to read Qi and his reaction speed has become stronger at this stage, cannot achieve much effect at all. Looking at the strange objects in his backpack, Nie Wenbai couldn't help feeling delighted. Then, he saw his new mission. You have become a hunter, and you must have learned Nen. After you have established strength, you decide to embark on a journey to explore the truth of the world. Task: explore information around the world. Rewards: rewards are issued based on the depth of information in the explored area. A new mission: but also a long-term mission. Obviously, the previous series of tasks were only generated because Nie Wenbai's own strength was too low. Now, his strength has reached a starting point. The system seemed to directly determine that he had the capital to explore the world. Is this weird? Obviously he has tested and found out that the system should be mentally retarded, but now he is able to react so quickly. This forced him to think more. Maybe my guess is right. The system I brought with me through time travel is actually combined with my Nianzeng. Because it is my mind beast, it can feel my subconscious. I'm afraid that in my subconscious mind, I have already recognized it, after I learned to read Qi. It's equivalent to having basic strength. That's fine, you don't need to be constantly urged by missions to explore the world. Now I just need to go somewhere and collect the information and data I need. Then I can complete most of the world exploration tasks quickly. In this way, you can harvest a lot of truth points, level up, and get skill points. Then upgrade your skills to make yourself stronger. After putting away the panel, Nie Wenbai discovered that the introduction had already been completed on the podium. Now is when Netero is talking. The general meaning is that as soon as they step out of this door, they will really become a hunter. However, for Hunter's final test, Nan study, but he didn't say anything. Even though many people still know about Nie Wenbai. But it was still hidden from those who didn't know. Because, this is also part of the Hunter test. On the other side, Gon had just asked Yamai about the direction of Killua. Kukulu Mountain. Killua's home. But, even if I know this name. But Gon and the others were still confused. I don't know where this place name is at all. Nie Wenbai felt very strange. Kurapika, I'm not surprised to say that Gon and Leorio, two people who don't absorb much information from the outside world, don't know where Mount Kukulu is. But, you, a person who knows all kinds of knowledge, even some unpopular knowledge, don't know the location of Kukulu Mountain. Kong Wenaya watched Kurapika come out. He solved the problem that he had been confused about before traveling through time. Leorio said angrily, I don't know what's so strange about Kukulu Mountain. Gon laughed dryly on the side, but looked at Nie Wenbai expectantly. Because he knew that since Nie Wenbai said this, it meant he and Nie Wenbai knew the location of Kukulu Mountain. Most of the knowledge I come into contact with is about culture. However, from what you said, Kukulu Mountain should be considered a very famous place. Is it some kind of scenic spot? Kurapika explained. Nie Wenbai looked at Kurapika with some admiration. This person is really smart. He only knew a little about it through anime before. After contacting her, Nie Wenbai discovered that he still underestimated Kurapika's intelligence. Kurapika can always get a glimpse of most of the ins and outs of an event through some subtle information. Pulse. At this point, Nie Wenbai is really stunned. If he hadn't been exposed to a lot of information through anime, he wouldn't have known so much. Yes, Killua's family is the Zaldik family, which is considered the most famous local attraction. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. Gon answered quickly and asked, where is the Kukulu Mountain? It is located in the Dentala region of the Republic of Patokia, with an altitude of more than 3,700 meters. Nie Wenbai did not hide much and directly gave the location of Kuaju Mountain. Speak up. Leorio asked confusedly, where exactly is that place? It's not that far, but it's on another continent. If you take an airship, it will take 3 days to get there. Nie Wenbai shook his head and said. I'm not afraid of distance. Gon said seriously. Leorio glanced at Gon, and then said, but our problem now is that although we know that Killua's home is in the Kurulu Mountains. However, we still don't know where it is. You don't need to worry about this, because the entire mountain of Kuku Mountain is the home of the Zaldik family. Nie Wenbai spread his hands and said. What? A whole mountain? Oh my god, is it so rich to be a killer? Leorio said as if he was eager to give it a try. Nie Wenbai joked, when are you going to debut? Don't talk nonsense. I just think killers make money. I'm not prepared to be a killer. Leorio denied loudly. When do we leave? Karapika asked, looking at Gon. Leorio jumped in and said, now, I think Killua also wants to see Gon soon. Yes, let's do it now. Nie Wenbai also nodded in agreement and said. Everyone readily agreed to this absolute. By the way, what's going on when the mind energy is activated? Can you tell me? Leorio looked at Nie Wenbai and asked curiously as he walked. As soon as these words came out, Gon and Karapika both paid attention to Nie Wenbai. Since you want to listen, let me tell you first. When you meet your mentor to teach you how to practice mind energy, you can quickly complete the activation of mind energy. Nie Wenbai thought for a while and said with a smile. Yeah, Leorio cheered and shouted. On the way, Nie Wenbai and the four of them walked very close to each other because Nie Wenbai's voice was not too loud. Damn it, is this method of activating mind energy really useful? Leorio, who had been on the airship for 3 days, was currently complaining. Obviously, they have learned the activation method of aura nodes from Nie Wenbai. However, activating aura nodes is obviously not that easy. It has only been 3 days, and even Gon has not yet activated his aura nodes and awakened his mind energy. It's too noisy, Leorio. Karapika said calmly while sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Leorio, this method is effective. I can already feel the heat. Gon explained at the side. However, it was okay if he didn't speak. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved Leorio felt. After all, let alone feeling the heat, he has not even calmed down yet. Okay, you three, let's leave the activation of aura nodes for later. Now we have to get off the airship. Nie Wenbai walked in at this time and greeted the three of them. Afterwards, a group of 4 people got off the airship. Without wasting any time, I boarded the train that was about to leave with the hunter license in my hand. The train carried several people, and along the way they quickly asked for medical treatment in the direction of Jujulu Mountain. Nie Wenbai, you said you just spent 1 night activating your aura nodes? How did you do this? Leorio wanted to learn some shortcuts from Nie Wenbai. It's very simple, as long as you are also a natural nin. Nie Wenbai shrugged and said, after all, for natural nin, aura nodes are in a semi-activated state. It is easy to stimulate activation. Nie Wenbai's words made Leorio and Karapika stunned. If they are born nin, they still need to ask Nie Wenbai how to activate aura nodes? This kind of thing is not simple at all. Not getting any useful advice from Nie Wenbai, Karapika continued to meditate. He needs power, Zhao, and nin is the power he must master. Now this power is in front of him. If he doesn't work hard, how can he avenge his compatriots? Therefore, whenever he has time, Karapika will fall into meditation and become the king. Try to activate your aura nodes as soon as possible. Faced with Karapika's appearance, Nie Wenbai and the others couldn't do anything to interfere. It took several hours of train ride along the way. Everyone finally arrived at the town where Kukulu Mountain is located. Kulu Mountain is extremely tall. Even though there is still a long distance from Kukulu Mountain, Nie Wenbai and the others can easily see the overall image of Kukulu Mountain. It's almost time to activate aura nodes. Please stop for now. After all, activating aura nodes in a place like this is equivalent to seeking death. Nie Wenbai reminded Karapika and the others and said. In fact, the most important thing is to remind Karapika. Because, after Gon had only boarded the train, he didn't try again. Obviously, for Gon seeing Ya is a big deal for him. And Leorio himself, because there has been no progress for 3 days. Therefore, he simply stopped. I plan to find a quiet place to do it. There was only Karapika, and he seemed to be going crazy. There is simply no desire to waste any time trying to activate aura nodes. Apparently, Nie Wenbai activated the aura nodes overnight, as well as the powerful Nen. They are all stimulating him, making his desire for Nen reach an extremely high level. If it weren't for Nie Wenbai's reminder, which was almost a threat, Karapika would have continued to meditate even while walking. What now? How do we get to Kulu Mountain? Leorio followed Nie Wenbai off the train and looked around and asked. Have you seen that travel agency? Let's sign up there and wait for the bus to set off together. Nie Wenbai said, pointing to the travel agency not far away. Leorio asked in surprise, is it that simple? Of course, the Zaldik family's mansion is a famous attraction here. Many people visit it every day, and this is how this town developed. Nie Wenbai nodded and said in confirmation. It's amazing. Relying on one family, you can suddenly boost the economy of a town. Leorio couldn't help but fall into ultimate envy when he said this. If he has such great ability, then he wants to treat poor people for free. It can definitely be made extremely simple. However, he doesn't have this ability yet, which is very frustrating. In this unwillingness, Leorio followed Nie Wenbai and others to the travel agency and signed up. Fortunately, there was a car leaving exactly 5 minutes later. Thanks to the blessing of the goddess of luck, we can just wait here. Nie Wenbai whistled and said. Gon didn't speak, just looked deeply at the orange mountain in the distance. Karapika also said nothing, he didn't know what he was thinking. I guess it's still a matter of Nen and his compatriots. Seeing this, Nie Wenbai and Leorio couldn't help but look at each other, and then shook their heads at each other. What they can do is just wait quietly. Both of them were in this situation because the important things in their hearts had not been resolved. And this kind of thing cannot be completed for the time being. It is really not good to directly persuade them to relax. Soon, a few minutes passed. After the sightseeing bus was loaded with tourists, under the introduction of the tour guide, it set off towards the Zaldik mansion in the Kurulu Mountains. Along the way, the tour guide used a charming voice to tell us information that she had to say several times a day. Nie Wenbai didn't listen much, he just compared the information he knew. He focused more on the scenery of Kulu Mountain. Please, he is here not only to help Gon find Killua. There is also the need to collect the information here and submit the task. Chapter 60. Oh, this is really spectacular. Standing in front of the trial gate of Zaldik Mansion, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but sigh. Although I know that the door of trial is very big, I saw it in the anime after all. That kind of impact, and the impact that Nie Wenbai has seen with his own eyes now, is not small. Even standing in front of the trial gate, Nie Wenbai felt like there was a depressing aura coming from him. Yes, what I heard from you is indeed very different from what I saw with my own eyes, but is this entire mountain really Killua's home? Leorio still couldn't believe this fact. Nie Wenbai did not answer Leorio's question, but turned to the tour guide beside him and said, Miss Tour Guide, tell him. Yes, starting from here, it is the territory of the Zaldik family, so our sightseeing ends here. The tour guide said with a professional smile. Nie Wenbai shrugged on the side and gestured, look, what I said is right, isn't it? Miss Tour Guide, how can I get in? Gon asked, pointing to the trial door. The tour guide was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, Kid, did you hear my introduction? 780. Yes, but Gon nodded, wanting to explain. No, but this is the mansion of a killer family. Once outsiders enter, they cannot come out. The tour guide explained to Gon seriously, trying to dispel Gon's intention. However, if she could easily change Gon's intentions, then Gon wouldn't be so stubborn. Gon looked at the tour guide seriously and said, we are here to find friends, not to invade, so tell me how to get in. Friend? The tour guide asked, stunned for a moment. Yes, Gon nodded and replied. Crash, As Gon nodded, the tourists and the tour guide who had just been paying attention here all retreated to the sightseeing bus with frightened expressions on their faces. "Let's go, get on the bus quickly," the tour guide shouted loudly. Then urged tourists to get on the bus. During this period, Nie Wenbai stared at Nie Wenbai and the others with horrified eyes. Chi chi chi. Then, the car left Nie Wenbai and his party behind and skidded away. "Oh, catapult start, awesome!" Nie Wenbai said with emotion as he looked at the disappearing sightseeing bus. Gon looked dumbfounded at the sightseeing bus that drove away quickly, and asked at a loss, "Then, what should we do now?" "Don't worry, I don't know how to get in," Nie Wenbai said aloud. Lioreo hurriedly urged, "Say it quickly. Have you seen the main door? It's called the door of trial. There is no key, you just need to be able to push it open. And on the right side, there is a wooden door, and the key is in the security booth." Nie Wenbai pointed to the door of trial and said, "Just push it away, it's very simple." After listening to Nie Wenbai's words, Lioreo shook his shoulders and said. Looking at Lioreo walking towards the door of trial, Nie Wenbai swallowed what he was about to say without even thinking about it. After all, Lioreo is so confident, he can't hold back at this time. "What did you want to say just now?" Karapika asked. Nie Wenbai shook his head and said, "Nothing, I just want to talk about the situation of the trial gate." "Nie Wenbai, what's wrong with the trial gate?" Gon asked in confusion. "There's nothing wrong with it. The main thing is that it's too heavy," Nie Wenbai said with a joking smile on his face. "Ah!" Just as Nie Wenbai said, agad, on the other side, Lioreo, who had arrived at the door of trial, was pushing the door in front of him with all his strength. I saw his eyes were unconvinced, his teeth were gritted, veins were popping out, and his blood vessels were swollen. The leather shoes he wore under his feet were slipping and slipping on the ground. He himself stepped back several times. But the door of trial in front of him was not to say opened. There was no movement at all. "Haha, why can't you push it open? Didn't you say you don't need a key?" Lioreo used too much force and soon began to pant. "How much?" Karapika asked thoughtfully. Strange, Lioreo's power is definitely not small. But he can't even open the door? How heavy is this door? The first door, the left and right sides are 2 tons each. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Karapika looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise and said, "The first door." "Yes, the first door, because the overall trial door has a total of 7 doors, each door is twice the size of the previous door." Nie Wenbai nodded and said slowly. "In other words, opening all the doors requires 256 tons of force? Is this possible?" Karapika said in shock. Nie Wenbai shrugged and said, "Isn't this of course? If it doesn't work, what's the point of Zaldik setting up this door? We are just here to meet our friends, why should we be tested?" Gon said angrily as he looked at the trial door. In his opinion, friends do not need qualifications, so why should they be tested by others? A friend is a friend, the kind of person you can meet when you want to meet, and you can ask out when you want to hang out. It's not that you need to test even if you want to meet, and if you want to go out to play, you need to test your existence. Then let's take that door. Lioreo, who came back panting, pointed to the wooden door on the right and said. Nie Wenbai shook his head lightly and said, "I don't recommend walking that way, because I don't want to have to hold one of you while walking." "What does this mean?" Lioreo asked doubtfully. "Because there is an extremely powerful monster over there. As far as the few of us are concerned, although I can restrain it, its momentum is probably not something you can bear." Nie Wenbai shrugged and said. "Guys over there, I just listened to what you said for a while. May I ask, what are you talking about being friends with Master Killua?" Chapter 61. Just when Nie Wenbai, Lioreo, and Karapika thought it would take some time to open the trial door, Gon wanted to force his way in. The middle-aged man sitting in the security booth interrupted at this time. Obviously, this person is very concerned about whether Nie Wenbai and the others are Killua's friends. It's true. Nie Wenbai directly answered the middle-aged security guard's doubts. Really? That's great. When I saw Master Killua in the past, he was alone except for his family. This is the first time I have heard that Master Killua has friends, the middle-aged security guard said with emotion on his face. Kurapika asked, we want to go in. Is there any other way besides going through the main entrance? No, as long as you don't enter through the front door, even if you can look through this door, Ahua will still take action against you. Since you are Master Killua's friends, I can't let you die in vain. The middle-aged security guard scratched the back of his head and said firmly. It's so weird. We obviously just came here to meet friends, but we were stopped like this. This is so weird. In Gon's mind, he couldn't imagine the complexity of this adult world. The middle-aged security guard looked at Gon's appearance and thought it was not bad. After thinking for a while, he said, let me go and ask. A few people who thought there was something interesting hurriedly followed. Only Nie Wenbai knew that this inquiry was just a waste of time. If it were so easy to let people in, the Zaldik's house would have been overcrowded. Of course, as far as Gon's current situation is concerned. Nie Wenbai also knew that no matter what he said, he could not hold Gon back. For the first time, Nie Wenbai saw the perfect example of enhancer. Obviously, Nie Wenbai doesn't like this approach very much. From here, he could estimate that he would definitely not be a conjurer. Because sometimes he and enhancers like Gon really don't get along. On the contrary, it was Leorio, the future transmuter expert. Nie Wenbai feels that getting along with him is very similar to those roommates he had before time travel. It's all such a playful and teasing style. How do you know he has no friends? Forget it, hurry up and hand over Killua. While Nie Wenbai was lamenting his character, on the other side, the call with the housekeeper was not going well. No, Gon was particularly angry when faced with the butler's neglect and expulsion. Gon thought that he could easily verify his identity by calling Killua out. Unexpectedly, his social experience is indeed too little. It's simply not clear what a world-facing killer like Zaldik is facing. Apparently, the housekeepers couldn't do it because of a few words from Gon's side. They brought their master before them. I want to go in, even if I have to be an intruder. Gon said angrily. With that said, Gon angrily picked up the key that the middle-aged security guard had put aside. Plan to go in through the wooden door on the right. Slow. Faced with Gon in this state, Nie Wenbai directly threw a slow move and landed on Gon. The slowness effect is added, slowing down the speed by 60 times, making Gon who can't walk very fast in the first place. Now it's as slow as if it's stuck. Looks like he's very angry. Nie Wenbai looked at Gon's expression and nodded. Yeah, what should we do now? We can't really watch Gon run around. Leorio nodded at the side and said. Nie Wenbai said, so, we have to persuade him. After saying that, Nie Wenbai didn't wait for Leorio to reply, turned to look at the middle-aged security guard aside and said, excuse me, for Killua's sake, can we give them a special training? Strange, how did he know my plan? The middle-aged security guard looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise. Then he nodded and said, okay, I originally wanted to persuade this child in this way. That's great, Leorio exclaimed. Kurapika on the other side is also happy about this. In this way, 60 seconds passed. Gon, who had discovered something was wrong with him, turned to look at Nie Wenbai. Why do you want me to slow down? Gon asked confused. 0, please give me flowers. Faced with Gon's inquiry, Nie Wenbai briefly explained their thoughts. At the same time, it also allows Gon to think carefully about the life safety of the people around him. Don't just be stubborn and mess around. Nie Wenbai's persuasion was very effective, and Gon finally realized that his behavior was inappropriate. Afterwards, the group passed the trial gate under the leadership of the middle-aged security guard. I also saw that Ahua on the road. Ahua, who is several meters tall, looks similar to a wolf dog. But if someone really thinks of it as a dog, then this dog will teach him how to behave. 0. This kind of behemoth strolled slowly in front of him. The pressure gave Nie Wenbai and the others the feeling that it was too dangerous. Even though Nie Wenbai knew that he could retreat intact. But facing Ahua, the feeling of mental shock did not slow down at all. Wow! I underestimated the pressure this ferocious beast would put on me. If I hadn't activated the aura nodes before and awakened my mind energy. Now I am afraid that I will fall into an extreme fear. But think about it, I am just a college student living in peaceful times all year round. The most brutal scene I have ever seen. It's still the scene of beef vendors killing cows during festivals. Compare that pediatric scene with now. Nie Wenbai feels that watching horror thrillers is not so creepy. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Because Ahua went back soon. It wasn't until Ahua left that Leorio breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that Kurapika didn't breathe a sigh of relief, but it's just that Kurapika's range of movements was not as wide as Leorio's. Soon, several people were brought to a house where the security guards were resting. With the introduction of the middle-aged security guard, everyone understood the situation of this house. Otherwise, all daily necessities are very heavy. This is what allows security guards to exercise. Chapter 62. A door leaf weighs 200 kilograms, and the 2 doors add up to a weight of 800 kilograms. This kind of weight would have been placed before Nie Wenbai crossed over. It's simply impossible to open without large tools. One slipper weighs 20 kilograms, and a pair weighs 40 kilograms. Ordinary people wearing these shoes can damage their ankles just by walking, let alone exercising. To be honest, if Nie Wenbai didn't know how to read Qi before coming here, then the best thing for him to do now is to leave here and find a hotel at the foot of the mountain to stay. It's not that Nie Wenbai has no confidence, because this is not a question of confidence at all. He finally saw his own physical condition and the physical condition of humans in this world. In fact, they are really two different things. He is able to activate mind energy, Renju, because he also has life energy and spiritual will. But this does not mean that Nie Wenbai's physical limits can be compared with people in this world. One side is the limit even less than 1 ton. On the other hand, a 12-year-old child can have 16 tons of strength. It can be seen that the training benefits between the two are definitely different. But fortunately, he has activated his mind energy now. And things like Nian Qi will still be slowly consumed and lost when not used. Therefore, generally poor people will use these thoughts as energy to exercise and strengthen their physical fitness. The energy value of thought energy is much higher than the value of the food you usually eat. That's why after becoming a ninja, one's power increases dramatically. Take Killua for example. Nie Wenbai remembers clearly, before Killua activated his mind energy, his strength is around 16 tons. And after activating the thought energy, it took just a few years. His strength actually reached around 64 tons. This kind of increase would definitely be false if it was said that it was not assisted by Nian Qi. Of course, even the same talented person has a different utilization rate of Nian Qi. There is still a big difference. Some Nin people have activated their mind energy for decades, but it is not as good as Killua's and others several years. This is the difference between genius and mediocrity. As for Nie Wenbai, is he a genius or a mediocrity? He himself didn't know this. Because when he uses Nian Qi, he always uses the slow effect to cheat. It is precisely because of this that the speed of thought is slowed down by 60 times. Let Nie Wenbai have a high rate of application of mind energy to strengthen the body. It is precisely because of this that in just a few days, Nie Wenbai's body swelled visibly to the naked eye. The strength and endurance increased many times. What pleased Nie Wenbai the most was that his reaction speed became much faster. This means that he has more reaction time for attacks within 50 meters. Nie Wenbai, who originally planned to improve his search skills at the next level, immediately changed his focus. The next skill point must be spent on the slowness skill. Now Nie Wenbai's strength has reached hundreds of kilograms. I have enough endurance to run the first marathon of the hunter test. The muscles all over the body are lumpy and will bulge when exerting force. When you relax, your muscles will relax. This is a living muscle, extremely explosive. Now Nie Wenbai, if we return to the previous world. It's definitely the kind of existence that sucks oxygen. Whenever you go out, you have to announce it to all the boys in the school, so that they can take good care of their girlfriends. He was particularly looking forward to the training time, because Nie Wenbai could feel himself getting stronger every moment. During this period, Nie Wenbai not only asked the middle-aged security guard to borrow a computer, but also collected information about the 10 Kokolo Mountains and surrounding towns. To complete your own world exploration missions. He didn't do anything else. And today, he completed his mission to Kuka Mountain. The exploration of Kurulo Mountain and its surrounding environment is completed. Rewards: Ring Nuns 100 million, Truth Points 10,000, Rare Object Cured File Expansion *1. Sug. Looking at his mission reward, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but take a breath. This was a huge reward that he didn't expect at all. It really shocked him. 100 million nuns is second, but 100,000 truth points is too much, right? Why? Why are there so many points of truth? This is unreasonable. If only there were so many points of truth. Then why is there no Whale Island or Kent City? Moreover, for this mission, the outside world is completely unfamiliar with Killua and his family. It's all based on various information provided by myself. Something is wrong, there are definitely conditions that I don't know about. What exactly is it? Reputation? Fame? Attention? Strength? Or is it, its importance to the world? There is too little information to determine this. Looks like I need to try something. Nie Wenbai, who realized something was wrong, rubbed his chin and thought about his next trip. Originally, he planned to help Gon get Killua and then go directly to the Sky Arena to practice and make money on the way. But now, he has more important things to do. Putting aside the doubts in his heart for the time being, Nie Wenbai quickly clicked on the level column with the truth he had just obtained. AJ. Nie Wenbai has been upgraded. According to his previous decision, he focused on the slowness skill. There was another ding, and his slowness reached level 3. That is, he can now slow things down 90 times in 3.0. By the way, he also used the expansion of the rare object solidification column, allowing him to solidify more strange objects. Of course, these are not the points that Nie Wenbai particularly cares about. What he is more concerned about is whether there will be earth-shaking changes at level 4 of the slowness skill. This determines his future ceiling issue. There is no reason why Nie Wenbai should not take it seriously. Slowness IV3, slow down the locking target by 90 times, lasting 90 seconds. Note, the next level slows down the locking target by 3,600 times, lasts for 1 hour, and unlocks the autonomous removal effect. An additional 10,000 truth points are required to upgrade. Confused. Confusion in capital letters is written on Nie Wenbai's face. Chapter 63. Be good. When this skill reaches level 4, the degree of change will be too great, right? Directly 90 times, turned into 3,600 times? 1 hour? And it also unlocks the same autonomous removal effect that works on me? This is too overbearing. If I had known this earlier, why would I have used other skills? Gan. So sloppy. It seems that there are still 20,000 truth points to point out the situation of slowness level 4. Nie Wenbai felt extremely uncomfortable. It was uncomfortable, but also extremely exciting. He guessed right. His skills had indeed undergone a huge change. His ceiling will definitely be ridiculously high. Slowing down the speed by 3,600 times, let alone humans, even if a nuclear bomb explodes, there will be enough time to move. The strength of his own skills allowed Chu Wenbei to even know that Gon had activated his aura nodes. I was trying to maintain Tang without paying attention to the matter 06. Anyway, he knew about Nan and told Gon and the others. In the following time, Nie Wenbai always exercised in a daze. The feeling of absent-mindedness was noticed by Gon and the others. I want to help, but I don't know how. If you ask Nie Wenbai, you will get a simple nod indicating that it is okay. But even so, Nie Wenbei's training effect has not declined. Even said that with the assistance of level 3 slowness, Nie Wenbei's exercise effect is more obvious. It's obvious that he can keep up with Gon's progress, which is surprising. Soon, 2 weeks passed. On this day, all 4 of Nie Wenbai opened the first door of the trial. Even Leorio, this guy, obviously hasn't even awakened his mind energy yet. But he almost pushed open the second door. This increase in strength is truly staggering. When Nie Wenbai opened the door of trial in front of him, he finally recovered and looked at his palm with emotion. Compared to the time when I first came to this world, with tons of power, he always seems so incredible. It feels a little unreal. But this feeling only lingered in Nie Wenbei's mind for a moment, and then was thrown away. Because he knew that what he saw before him was real. His current strength is also real. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged security guard, Nie Wenbai and his group hit the road again. The goal this time is home. As they walked along the way, they soon encountered another obstacle. It's so troublesome. I want to leave quickly. Nie Wenbai looked at the black girl with dreadlocks in front of him and thought impatiently. He no longer wanted to waste too much time here. He wants to upgrade his slowness skill to level 4 as soon as possible. Slow. Therefore, before the black girl with dreadlocks could speak, Nie Wenbai directly threw a slow effect on her. Suddenly slowed down 90 times, the black girl with dreadlocks became so slow that she couldn't even speak. The time it takes for thoughts to spin can pass by for tens of seconds. In order not to waste time, Nie Wenbai also threw 10 slow effects on the 2 mother and son who were hiding aside. Hello, we are friends of Killua. Gon walked up to the black girl with dreadlocks and said. Hey, why don't you speak? Leorio asked angrily. Nie Wenbai pushed Gon and Leorio's shoulders with a smile on his face and said, Okay, people obviously know that we are Killua's friends and they want to let us go. Others have work to do, so let's not disturb her and leave quickly. As he spoke, he pushed Gon and Leorio past the black girl with dreadlocks. During this period, Nie Wenbai saw Kurapika's thoughtful expression. I quickly gave him a look and signaled him. Really? Looking at Nie Wenbai's expression, Kurapika immediately knew that the situation of the black girl with dreadlocks was his fault. However, Kurapika is not opposed to this. After all, he also believed that it was just meeting friends. Even if it's not welcome, why don't you call Killua out and say it? Now, people are not allowed to see anyone at all, and this kind of thing has happened before. Who knows what happened here in Killua? What if I'm under house arrest? Nie Wenbai and his group of 4 passed by the black girl with dreadlocks, and slapped a delay on the 3 of them. By the time the 3 of them reacted, nearly 2 minutes had passed. During this time, Nie Wenbai and the others had already traveled quite a distance. What happened? Where were those people just now? Not good. Their invasion was successful? How did you do it? We need to inform the butler's office quickly. The black girl with dreadlocks was horrified to realize that she had neglected her duty. Ah, where are they? At this moment, a soprano screamed from the woods nearby. Madam, I don't know. 703 The black girl with dreadlocks replied awkwardly. Kalito, who was standing on the other side, said calmly, "We fell into their trap." Ah! Kikyo, Killua's mother, screamed again, "How dare they do this, Wutong, stop them, don't let them see Killua, hurry up." "Yes, madam." On the other side, the head butler Wutong, who received Kikyo's order, pushed up his glasses with a gloomy face and replied. After hanging up the phone, Wutong immediately began to worry about manpower and rushed towards Nie Wenbai and his group. Whoosh! Just when Nie Wenbai and Gon were on their way, he suddenly felt two high-speed objects approaching 50 meters to his left. The red color on it is a source of danger. Nie Wenbai, whose reaction became much faster, directly applied the slowing effect on it. Slowing down the speed by 90 times, even the speed of sound can become about 3.7 meters per second. What's more, these two coins that can't reach the speed of sound. An attack that is dozens of meters away and moves at a speed of less than 3 meters. At least 15 seconds of dodge time. If you still get hit, then stop playing and just delete it and practice again. Be careful, it seems they are planning to use strong methods to drive us away. Chapter 64. Nie Wenbai pointed to the coins not far away and gestured to Lioryo and the others. Seeing this, Lioryo and Kurapika didn't feel anything yet. Only Gon, who had also awakened his Nian Qi, frowned and said, "There is Nian Qi attached to it." Upon hearing this, Lioryo and Kurapika changed their expressions. Now they are no longer Wuxia Meng. After Nie Wenbai's introduction, they already understood something. No matter what it is, once it is attached with thought energy, its purpose will become huge. Obviously, those 10 coins in the front left were all aimed at their lives. Yes, the number of coins has changed from 2 to 10 now. Obviously, this was after Wutong discovered that his attack was not successful. Another try. Then, everything was slowed down by Nie Wenbai. Of course, although there doesn't seem to be any meritorious deeds. However, Wutong tried out the scope of this deceleration effect. When using long-range attacks, his deceleration effect is only 50 meters. Wutong told him what he had discovered. These words immediately stopped the butler, who still wanted to fight in close combat. Then they all took out the small objects they used for remote control. Needles, coins, stones, table knives, almost none of them are the same. However, even so, none of these housekeepers used guns. Nie Wenbai didn't understand this, nor did he want to understand it. Anyway, he is not worried about sneak attacks by guns and bullets. As for saying that your range was measured? Well, now that you know that my slowness range is 50 meters, then you stand up. Let me see your proud expression. As long as these people dare to stand up, he will dare to let these guys try what it means to see everything they look at. It also measured that my slowness range is 50 meters? What a fuss! However, Nie Wenbai's idea was destined to fail. Because they are almost surrounded by trees. Wutong and these housekeepers are not within 50 meters of Nie Wenbai. Therefore, he had no way of seeing the housekeepers hiding behind the trees. However, it is precisely because of this that the intensity of Wutong's attacks is not as great as imagined. Seeing this, Nie Wenbai wanted to approach like a flying prop. But he found that even after walking more than 10 meters, he still couldn't detect any butler. Obviously, he was targeted. Why is this? Because Nie Wenbai is the only one among the 4 of them who can maintain Tang stably. Therefore, he was recognized by the stewards as the holder of the deceleration and almost immediately. Ignore them and go directly to Killua. After another few minutes of battling wits with the housekeepers, Nie Wenbai decided to ignore these housekeepers who did not pose a threat to them. This proposal was highly recognized by Lioryo and others. But it also made Wutong and the others feel particularly troublesome. Just when Wu Tong was planning to destroy some plants and forcefully use powerful weapons to stop Nie Wenbai and the others, things took a turn for the better. The current head of the Zaldik family, Silva, sent a message to Wu Tong to receive Nie Wenbai and the others. Why did Silva speak this time? Just because it was just now. He heard about Nie Wenbai's prophetic magic from Killua's mouth. Originally, he didn't really believe that someone could predict it so clearly. But, after several explanations from Killua, he truly realized the magic of Nie Wenbai. After realizing the magic of Nie Wenbai, there are some things that need to be said. Why would a person who could predict the future come back to their house to pick up Killua? First, this person has determined that they will definitely receive Killua and leave. The second is that even if they don't receive Killua's departure, they will definitely see Killua. There will be no other situations, otherwise, is it possible to make them give up? And when he called Killua to talk, he was already planning to let Killua leave. That is, even without the magic of Nie Wenbai. It has become inevitable for Killua to leave the Zaldik mansion. It's just that the process is not certain. It can be cruel or it can be peaceful. Nie Wenbai did not know about this and did not know about the problem this time. It turned out to be a little changed because of the magic of prediction he showed. However, even if he knew about it, Nie Wenbai would not be shocked. At most, I was surprised. After all, he does have a way to predict the future. It's just that the prompt skills haven't been revealed yet. I'm sorry, I was so rude just now. Welcome, the master has told us to treat you as distinguished guests. After some explanation, Wu Tong was able to come to Nie Wenbai and the others normally. Otherwise, he would still be like the housekeepers next to him, standing still. Leorio beeped in a low voice and said, "It's very suspicious." Just now he was fighting for life and death, but now he suddenly changed his attitude. Can you believe it? It's indeed very suspicious, but let's see if they can take the risk of being slowed down by Nie Wenbai and then being killed to come and explain. I think the situation at Killua has improved. Kurapika guessed and said. No matter what, the problem now is not big. They are already within my capabilities. Nie Wenbai shook his head lightly and said confidently. Hearing this, Leorio and the others couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Without fear, the group of people followed Wu Tong forever. He walked towards the butler's room not far away. Please don't be formal. When Wu Tong said this, his eyes were on Nie Wenbai. Although he said there was no need to be formal. But, generally speaking, normal people will observe the etiquette uprightly. However, Nie Wenbai did not. This guy came to the corner of the hall very rudely, just because there was a computer placed there. Chapter 65. What's the matter? Didn't you say you don't have to be polite? Then I'm welcome. I need to inquire about some important things. Nie Wenbai saw everyone's eyes staring here and shrugged. After saying that, under the curious gaze of everyone, Nie Wenbai opened the web page that he had browsed before, and then clicked on the anime that he had not finished watching yet. The last battle between him and the evil heretics is not over yet. It's rare to have free time now. I don't need to travel, I don't need to exercise, and I can't practice mindfulness. Moreover, he has already found almost all the information about the major towns, mountains, and countries he will visit next. Now is clearly the time to continue purifying these evils. And purification, of course, requires careful attention. Nie Wenbai's obsession made everyone silent for a moment. Originally, they were curious about what important thing Nie Wenbai said. But I didn't expect it to be such an important thing. All of a sudden, my heart was filled with enthusiasm for exploration, as if a garden of liquid had been poured into it. Regardless of Nie Wenbai's situation, Wu Tong looked at the three people in front of him. The main thing is gone. Then suggested playing a game to pass the time. Of course, this was only after 710 learned that Killua was coming here, gone and the others agreed. The game is very simple, just guess where the coins are. Simple games, in the hands of extraordinary people, will have different effects. Just like now. Wu Tong's hands were making quick fake movements in the air, so fast that ordinary people wouldn't even be able to keep up. Because, that speed is too fast. When observed with the naked eye, it looks like it has been slapped. Slowly, Gon and the others couldn't keep up. However, this time, Wu Tong did not suggest that one person would be eliminated if the guess was not correct. Because, after the previous blocking battle, Wu Tong knew. As long as Nie Wenbai is here, it's all about speed. It is impossible to win from Nie Wenbai's side. The same goes for guessing where the coin is. As long as Nie Wenbai participates in the game will not be stretched to an incredible time. That is extremely easy to guess. Because, they can't do anything with the coins that have been given the ability to slow down. Ugbij, therefore, Wu Tong did not intend to let Nie Wenbai join from the beginning. Of course, since there is no threat, the game is more about Gon and their self-esteem. For example, unwilling to give in or something like that. Fun time, well, I mean, serious cleansing time flies by so fast. Before Nie Wenbai could react, Killua was already here. Now he has a look of emotion on his face, looking at the computer screen in front of Nie Wenbai with Gon. You really like watching this kind of thing, don't you waste any time. Killua said with admiration. Oh, here you go. Now that I got it, let's go. I have some things to do in a while. I'm very busy. Nie Wenbai calmly closed the web page and said. I really can't see how busy you are. Killua and others looked at Nie Wenbai with disbelief. What's that expression on your face? Don't you believe it? Nie Wenbai said angrily. Leorio responded, it's hard to believe that you will be busy. Yes, Nie Wenbai, you always seem to be very idle. Gon nodded and said. That's right, since I've known you, I've never seen you busy. Even Hunter's target selection, you chose to travel around the world. Killua nodded and reinforced Gon's statement. Nie Wenbai's eyes twitched, then he changed his mind and waved his hands indifferently and said, it's not a bad thing anyway, so be it. What about you, where are you going? Killua and I discussed it and decided to go to the Sky Arena to continue training so that we can challenge Hisoka soon. Gon said energetically, raising his hands. The Sky Arena is indeed a good place. If I hadn't gone back to take the medical exam, I would have planned to go there. Leorio nodded and said with regret. Killua pointed at Gon and curled his lips and said, but this guy doesn't know where Hisoka is now. Hisoka, he should be over there at the Sky Arena now, but in such a short time, Gon, you should not challenge Hisoka rashly. By September 1st, Hisoka will be active in Yokizun City. Nie Wenbai said casually. That's great, Gon. Killua said happily. Ye Gon nodded heavily and said. Leorio turned to look at the worried Kurapika and asked, what about you, Kurapika? I should learn Nen first, and then find out the location of the brigade. Kurapika paused and said. Without Hisoka's information in the plot, Kurapika has no clue as to where the Phantom Troop is. Because the Phantom Troop is not an organization that stays together all the time. They will only assemble when there is action. Moreover, it is not the kind of call for everyone. It's just a call in 2s and 3s. Only when a large-scale robbery occurs will everyone gather. Such opportunities are rare, and precisely because of this, the Phantom Troop is extremely difficult to catch. Nie Wenbai looked at the few people in front of him who had been looking at him. He twitched his eyes and said, as for the brigade, they will also lose KXIN on September 1 st. It seems that my identity as a prophet has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. What should I do? It's okay now. With the plot as the foundation, I can at least hold on. If the plot was to be laid out in the future, wouldn't I just join the cast? Well, do you want to click on the prompt skill? Forget it, never mind, if I have more skill points in the future, I'll try again. That's great, Kurapika. Gon smiled happily for Kurapika. In this regard, Kurapika also became slightly more active. At least it's not as lifeless as before. The goal of avenging his compatriots has been driving him forward. Now that he heard the news about Spider, how could he not breathe a sigh of relief? As for what will happen after seeing the Spider, that will happen later. Now, he just needs to know that spiders will appear in Yokizan. In this case, let's see you in Yokizan City on September 1 st. Nie Wenbai said. Chapter 66. After saying goodbye to Leorio and the others, Nie Wenbai directly boarded the airship heading to the next city. Along the way, he will walk through one city and one mountain after another. Then estimate and analyze the information in these places. The final destination is Lumen Wetlands and Viscan Forest, where the first hunter test was conducted. He wanted to compare the mission rewards of these enemies. Then he learned from it whether the mission reward was the same as he guessed. Nie Wenbai seems to have traveled a lot but not spent much time. Because, he can put the information he needs on the hunter private network. This saves him the trouble of having to visit every city and collect them again. Every time he passes through a city, Nie Wenbai will gain 100 to 200 truth points. But every time he passed a mountain, Wenbai could only gain 50 to 100 truth points. Comparing these truth points with the gains on the Kuru mountain side, their differences are immediately highlighted. With more and more confirmed thoughts, Nie Wenbai came to Rumani wetland. While walking in this vast wetland, I sent the information I had collected previously into the panel. That is all kinds of information about the trees here and various kinds of magical beasts. There is also some research information on soil and water quality. In short, Nie Wenbai found all the information he could find. For this reason, he spent tens of millions of ringgits as purchase funds. Yes, this kind of information that is not so popular always requires money to buy, which is very uncomfortable. He is still short of money. Exploration of Rumani wetland and surrounding environment completed. Rewards: Nuns 10 million, Truth points 10,000, Flying shoes *1. Really? My guess was correct. Once I encountered those famous scenes in the plot I had seen before. I was able to get more truth points than normal locations. Information? A key location for world development? But why is there only so little reward for the exploration mission on Whale Island? As the starting place of Gon, it can't be unimportant, right? Nie Wenbai touched his chin and looked at the panel in front of him, thinking. Then, he saw the attributes of his world exploration progress. Gan. I never thought of this earlier. What a big loss. If I could wait until now to explore again, or if it took a longer time, then the rewards I could get would probably be more. However, at that time, I didn't have any more choices. If I didn't submit the mission, I might not even be able to leave Whale Island now. Explorer, Nie Wenbai. Level 46, 0/10000000. World Exploration Progress, 14/100, Surface. Truth point 11560. Skill points, 1. Money, 100 million Rini, cash withdrawal. Avoid death, 1. Backpack, some miscellaneous items, New World Travel *1. Rare items, Explosive Pills N, Spider Silk N, Energy Candy N, Death Warrant 1, Flying Shoes 2, Overtime Sticker N, Temporary Skill Level Upgrade Tattoo *1. Skills, Slowness IV3, Search IV1, Death Avoidance LV1. Level, Nie Wenbai has already been improved in previous explorations. It's just because we haven't reached the point of truth about improving the slowness skill level yet, so it's been delayed until now. However, the world exploration progress has made a triple jump. It can be seen how crazy Nie Wenbai's previous task completion progress was. However, no matter how crazy he is and submits hundreds of missions, he only has more than 10,000 truth points. It can be seen from this that mission targets such as Kukolo Mountain and Lumen Wetland that can provide a large number of truth points are really rare. Calculated according to maximizing interests. These locations should be explored after Nie Wenbai's exploration progress has been upgraded. But now, I can explore without exploring. Nie Wenbai could only admit it. Of course, Nie Wenbai is particularly upset. Actually there is none. Because, it's like a game. Early development is also important. Give up some of the later gains in advance to allow yourself to get through the weakest and most difficult period in the early stages. 0. Please give me flowers. It's a very necessary thing. Not too much of a loss. After all, no matter how powerful you are in the future. But if it is defeated in the early stage, where will it be in the later stage? Of course, now he can't waste it like this anymore. He can be sure that this time, he has really passed through his weakest time. As long as his slowness skill reaches level 4. Without hesitation, those few skill points and 10,000 truths were focused on the slowness skill. With a ding, Nie Wenbai's slowness skill was upgraded to level 4. I don't know if it's Nie Wenbai's illusion. He found that the slowness skill no longer felt like a skill, but became an instinctive ability. No, it's not an illusion. But it's true. The slowness skill is no longer the same as before. In the past, Nie Wenbai's slowness skill was actually used indirectly through the system. But now, he found that he was using it directly. There is a big difference between the two. In the former case, if the system suddenly disappears, he will not lose all his abilities. But the ability will definitely be greatly weakened. As for the latter, no matter whether the system is gone or not, there will be no problem with Nie Wenbai's use of slowness ability. That's the difference. This difference makes Nie Wenbai wish he could increase all his skills to level 4 right now. However, he has no skill points, which is very annoying. After adjusting his mood, Nie Wenbai looked at the introduction of the slow skill. Slowness IV4, slow down the locked target by 3,600 times, lasting within 3,600 seconds. Note, the next level slows down the locking target by 3,153, 6,000 times, and lasts for less than 1 year. Upgrading requires an additional 10 million truth points. 1 year. OMG, although I know level 5 will probably have an explosive growth. However, it went from 1 hour to 1 year. This is so cool. Well, if you can still hold on, please give me some more red. Chapter 67. Because the level 5 slowness was so awesome, Nie Wenbai couldn't control his expression. In order to calm down his mood, Nie Wenbai looked at the truth points needed to upgrade. Then, the excitement just rose. All of a sudden, it was like being trapped in an absolute 0-degree space, and everything fell silent. Nie Wenbai calmed down his expression and hid the panel. Then I looked at the scene in front of me and decided to buy it. It will be impossible to upgrade skills for a while. If a few people are like this, then it would be better to find something to do for yourself. The reason why he chose this location as the final location. In addition to gaining truth points, Nie Wenbai wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Make up for the shortcomings of the strong attack method that I have never had. 830. Nie Wenbai thought a lot about his offensive methods. He found that it was possible to attack with hardness alone, and the slowing effect was supplemented, and the damage was also very good. However, the search ability cannot be further improved for the time being. He lacks a powerful long-range attack method and a fast movement method. And this time, he came here just to test these ideas after seeing that the speed of slowness reached 3,600 times. He has always been comparing his slowness ability with the slowness fruit in One Piece. In the end, I discovered the slow ability before level 4. Although the speed and accuracy of activation are perfect for the slow fruit. However, in terms of energy storage attack, it is impossible. But when the slowness skill reaches level 4, Nie Wenbai feels that he can do this. Such as now. Nie Wenbai directly let go of the stone in his hand, and then used the slowing effect. The 3,600-fold slowdown made the stone almost appear to be hovering in the air. Then, Nie Wenbai waved his fist crazily at the stone suspended in the air. Ola 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 ola. With Nie Wenbai a burst of JoJo-style Yan Yi hits. The stone hovering in the air cannot move because of its kinetic energy. It started to heat up and glow. Now this stone looks like a light bulb. Contains light. Looking at it, Nie Wenbai backed away slightly. *NE. Delay relief. Boom. The stone, which stores a large amount of kinetic energy, is relieved of its slowing effect at the moment. It showed its ferocious face. It turned into a beam of orange-red light and blasted towards the wetlands in the distance. Bang boom! A high-energy explosion, like a missile bombing the ground, exploded in front of Nie Wenbai's eyes. For a moment, there was flying sand and rocks. The shock wave spread rapidly like ripples on the sea. Both are extremely fast. Even just some gravel is as dangerous as guns and bullets. Faced with this sudden splash damage, Nie Wenbai calmly erected a paper wall in front of himself. The paper wall is very thin, but when under the slow effect, it seems to have indestructible properties. Facing the astonishingly powerful stones and shock waves, it showed no sign of wavering. Time passes slowly, waiting for everything to calm down. A large pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in front of Nie Wenbai. Although not enough to compare with the destructive power of those in Yuvajan. However, Nie Wenbai is not upset at all. Because he didn't use all his strength just now. No one stipulates that he can only fight for a few seconds, right? There's no rule that he has to start superimposing kinetic energy during battle, right? There is no rule that he cannot become stronger and then use hard to increase kinetic energy, right? Obviously, no. Nie Wenbai has the backpack ability, and he can store ammunition. As long as he is given time, he can even complete a volley of 10,000 bullets. In this situation, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is one person against the country. Ola 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 ola. Once again, Nie Wenbai waved his fist crazily at a stone. This time, he used all his strength. That is the power that can push open a 4-ton door. In addition, he beat wildly for a full minute. At this time, the stone has evolved into a state similar to high-energy particles. Boom! It was launched in a different direction. Another huge explosion sounded. Along with this, a large pit reaching 20 meters appeared in front of Nie Wenbai. Seeing this, Wenbai smiled happily. If this continues, I might be able to make a nuclear explosion with my bare hands. With this idea in mind, Nie Wenbai started experimenting with another trick he thought of. Flight. Yes, that's flying. Since slowness allows things to store energy, that means Nie Wenbai he should be able to stand on these things and fly out with them. Of course, the premise is that he can control this intensity. The power cannot be too great, otherwise it turned into a high temperature and hot object, and he couldn't stand on it. Moreover, in order to stand down stably, or sit down. Therefore, this object must be large enough. The most important thing is that the object must be harder. Able to withstand this kinetic energy without disintegrating. For this kind of thing, Nie Wenbai chose steel. The shape of the object maintains an aerodynamic style to facilitate flying farther, faster, and smoother when flying in the air. 4.1. Because it is only in the experimental stage, Nie Wenbai does not have too many opinions on this kind of flying object. Hovering this heavy object that was 2 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters thick, Nie Wenbai found the right direction and started to do crazy things on it. This time, he did not exert all his strength, but controlled the strength and intensity. In this way, Not long after, Nie Wenbai discovered that the long piece of steel in front of him had a faint feeling of redness. Making a quick decision, Nie Wenbai stopped his boxing. Then, walked aside. After standing still, he directly cancelled the slowing effect on the long steel bar. Whoosh! As the slowness effect was removed, the long piece of steel immediately turned into a flying prop. It shot out toward the sky at an angle of 45 degrees. Chapter 68. Boom! The speed was extremely fast, and there was an explosion in the air. A sonic boom appeared, which obviously broke the speed of sound. Looking at the flying prop flying out rapidly, Nie Wenbai was very satisfied with its speed. However, Nie Wenbai is even more confused about this. Because the appearance of sonic boom means that it will be very noisy during the flight. Moreover, there is no wind protection, which means that Nie Wenbai has to face the strong wind. The strong wind will definitely be strong enough to make his face fly around and his saliva will overflow uncontrollably. Therefore, it is obvious that this speed cannot be used for unprotected flight. Even with protection, the series of sonic booms were really noisy. Therefore, Nie Wenbai felt that he needed to control the flying speed of the flying props. It can be about 300 meters per second, which may be enough. Moreover, the style of flying props also needs to be changed. Since it can store energy, it does not require exceeding the speed of sound. That means that Nie Wenbai can make some improvements to the shape of the flying props. For example, change to an aerodynamic car style. Or maybe it is just this type of house style 06. When you think about it, who wouldn't love a mobile home? Wherever you want to go, just fly the house there. Wow! Nie Wenbai himself was amused by his own thoughts. Of course, these are all things that will happen after finding a factory for manufacturing. The first thing he needs to do now is to adjust the flying speed of the flying props. Whoosh 1. Boom. Whoosh. Boom. Whoosh. Time and time again, Nie Wenbai spent an hour. I finally found the flying speed I needed. About 300 meters per second. Nie Wenbai has grasped this very well. The attack method was found, and the flying props were temporarily produced. Logically speaking, Nie Wenbai should leave here now. Whether it is continuing to practice and become stronger, or running around the world and completing world exploration missions. This is all possible. However, Nie Wenbai did not do this. Instead, he returned to the previous town and found a factory. Then, he began to customize a large number of steel balls, steel pellets, and steel balls. And, most importantly, a personal steel boat. The steel boat was required by Nie Wenbai to be 5 meters long, 3 meters wide and 2 meters high. There are also some fixed tables and chairs inside. Overall, it looks like a mouse. Customization is indeed customized. But it takes a lot of time to make. Therefore, Nie Wenbai chose to stay in a hotel in this city. He had time to spare, and Nie Wenbai certainly wouldn't waste it like this. During the day, he got up early and started practicing qi chanting techniques. For example, absolute. For example, practice. And condensation. These 3 items are the main skills that Nie Wenbai now practices. As for the rest, Nie Wenbai has never practiced cultivation at all, except for the tangle that he has been maintaining. It's not that he doesn't want to practice, but that he is not yet proficient in the basic skills of reading energy. It is impossible to practice at all. In the evening, Nie Wenbai practiced for a day. I would choose to rest and borrow the computer provided in the hotel. Continuing his process of purification from evil heretics. During this time, his success has been remarkable. It has already purified several anime and movies. However, I find the anime in this world interesting. Nie Wenbai discovered the world of film and television animation, which began to become a bit old-fashioned. That said, there isn't much innovation left. Many themes are found from various rare beasts and Warcraft encyclopedia biographies. Bottleneck is something that most people and things will encounter. In this regard, Nie Wenbai can only hope that people in this world can use their brains more. Otherwise, what should he do for spiritual entertainment in his later years? Nie Wenbai sighed and turned off the computer that had not been shut down for several days. Then, he came to the sofa in the hall and poured himself a glass of water. After drinking, he paused. It seems to me that I haven't tested the neon system yet. Otherwise, give it a try. Thinking of this, Nie Wenbai decided to determine his mind system. Even if he knew that he might not be able to develop Nunan. But a clear understanding of the mind system will also help him in future battles. He poured another glass of water. Then he took out a leaf from his backpack. Those were some leaves he had left behind when he was cleaning out his backpack. Now was a convenient time when he didn't need to look for leaves. Mizumi style. A little trick used by Shinzen Ryu to test one's mind system. Materials are extremely easy to find. All you need is a water container, some clean water, and a leaf. After placing these things, just put your hands on both sides of the cup. Then, just let the thought energy cover the cup. Just like the current 010 Nie Wenbai, the hands emit thoughts and influence the phenomena in the cup. The next second, Nie Wenbai discovered that the leaves in the cup began to move irregularly. Enhancer, increased water volume. Conjurer, the taste of water changes, and different people will change it to different tastes. Manipulator, crystal-like things appear in the water. Transmuter, the color of water changes. Emitter, blade movement. Trait system, phenomenons that are different from the other 5 systems all belong to the trait system. The above are the phenomena of various systems of Mizumi style. According to the phenomenon in front of Nie Wenbai, he is emitters. It's strange, I'm actually an emitter? Then why is mine the expression of a mind beast? Logically speaking, emitters should be able to control some objects, energy, and creatures. There are very few beast versions. Although it is not impossible, none appeared according to my subconscious mind. I think I'll try my best to behave in a way that matches my reading system. For example, various types of energy and so on. Time, energy, and space can only be used in literary genres. Thinking of this, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but call out the panel, and then looked at the mind beast behind his head through the mirror. Are your eyes still full of doubts? Chapter 69. Well, wait. My situation will not be the same as Kurapika's. When showing some states, will the mind system change? No way. Nie Wenbai was thinking suspiciously. He looked at the mind beast behind his head and fell into deep thought. Then, he calmly put his hands back on both sides of the cup. Activate your thoughts. The next second, the phenomenon in the cup appeared again. But this time, it wasn't just the leaves that moved in the cup. Instead, a bead-sized piece of pure water in the cup disappeared out of thin air. The reason why Nie Wenbai could see it was because of the surrounding pure water that disappeared out of thin air. The pure water seemed to be still there. Only when Nie Wenbai observes carefully, can he discover that the pure water is not motionless. Instead, it is slowly filling the space where the pure water disappeared at an extremely slow speed. This phenomenon of different departments all means that Nie Wenbai, in this case, is a member of the special department. Obviously, this is most likely caused by Nie Wenbai's own system. These effects have a lot to do with his backpack ability and slowness ability. Compared with the current situation, Nie Wenbai has reason to believe the effects of several of his other skills are also there. However, the water view style is too simple after all. That's why there is no way to express the skills of avoiding death and searching. Shocked. I am actually a trait person. After sighing with emotion, Nie Wenbai poured the water away. For Nie Wenbai, the matter of reading is just a matter of taking a look and giving yourself a base. Even if he found out that he still had emitter, he won't develop Nen anymore either. Because his current Nen is already very complicated. It is really unnecessary to randomly develop the ability of an emitter. The most important thing for him now is to find out the true situation of Nen. And confirm the conditions for your Nen. This kind of thing may be difficult for outsiders. But for Nen holders themselves, it is not difficult. Just do some testing and analyze the situation. It's easy to get the conditions for your own Nen. Nie Wenbai spent some time on this, and then Nen, God's game experience, Nen beast. 5 centimeters in diameter, disc-shaped, with planet pattern on it. A disc-shaped telekinesis beast formed from information about Nie Wenbai's own game of searching for the truth of the world. One game characters and mind beasts can extend a link line. The person connected will have the characteristics and abilities of the game character. There is only one link line. 2 in the game field, the mind beast can expand the field and cover game items. All items in the field have game settings. The greater the expansion, the greater the loss. 3 The mind beast has no attack ability, but it will not suffer any damage and can only defeat the person it is linked to. 4 Become a god. When Nie Wenbai officially dies, the mind beast connects Nie Wenbai's consciousness and abandons his human body. Oaths and restrictions. Nie Wenbai must not load wisdom into the system, otherwise, it will be permanently forced into a state of inexhaustibility. Very easily, Nie Wenbai found his own Nen's abilities. After finding it out, Nie Wenbai was very emotional. His subconscious, coupled with the system. He actually developed a Nen who regarded himself as a game character. This is no wonder why he has so many kinds of abilities. Because, it's not like he has that much Nen. Rather, he only had a cold history from beginning to end. It's just that such an Nen can allow him to show such various abilities. Game characters just have a lot of skills. Moreover, such an Nen has other conditions and abilities, which makes Nie Wenbai himself more powerful. Let's not talk about the game field, if it weren't for this thing. Leorio and the others shouldn't be able to eat those energy candies and don't need the overtime stickers. The mind beast has no ability to attack and cannot receive any damage. This condition is the same as that of Nen, the Nen beast of Nikolu. I don't know who is in the sky, but I am the only one who loses. They are all in the non-harming mode of mind beasts, and can only attack the weak. The condition for becoming a god should be determined by Nie Wenbai's subconscious rejection of death. However, this condition is generally extremely difficult to meet. Because this requires Nie Wenbai to be completely dead. However, it is too difficult for Nie Wenbai, who has the ability to avoid death, to die completely. Moreover, as time goes by, the difficulty will become higher and higher. This is a condition that is almost impossible to achieve, but it brings a stronger bonus to Nie Wenbai. But there is nothing good about becoming a mind beast. The beast relies on mind energy to move. Just relying on the mental energy preserved by the Neon beast itself, no matter how little Nie Wenbai consumes. It is estimated that he will not be able to survive for too long. At that time, he can only parasitize the changed creatures. The final vow and restriction. It was completely caused by Nie Wenbai being poisoned by the kind of intelligent system in various novels. Sure enough, a mentally retarded system can only be a mentally retarded system. Because he subconsciously thought so, Nie Wenbai didn't feel anything wrong with this. On the contrary, he felt that this oath and restriction were too good. It can be seen that he is indeed a consistent person. After understanding his telekinesis, Zhao Li Hao, power, Nie Wenbai knew what to do for his future battles. The matter of detecting Nen's condition was just Nie Wenbai's whim. Now that I have always known it, there is no need to worry about it anymore. Another few days of waiting. Nie Wenbai was told to go to the factory to receive the goods. Notification method is by telephone. Yes, Nie Wenbai bought a mobile phone, which is a word for flip. It is impossible to play games and can only be used to make phone calls. After getting a mobile phone, Nie Wenbai also informed Leorio and the others of his communication number. However, Everyone was busy and no one called him at all. Well, it's no different from before time travel. It's just that before time travel, his phone was used for playing games instead of making calls. There is still a little difference. Chapter 70. Just these? Where's the other one? Nie Wenbai asked, pointing to the goods in front of him. In front of him, there were a pile of steel balls, steel pellets, and steel balls. But another more important flying prop was missing. Sir, the items you customized are more troublesome, so it will take some time. The factory owner explained to Nie Wenbai, I thought I would give you this part first. Then collect the money first, right? Nie Wenbai raised his eyebrows and said. The factory owner was not embarrassed, and said with a smile, it's a small factory, and it's almost time to pay wages. I just want to be able to give the workers some money. Nie Wenbai curled his lips and said, is it just a little short of me? Even so, Nie Wenbai still paid for these large and small steel balls. Not much, not enough to pay the workers. On the contrary, the flying shuttle customized by Nie Wenbai is the big one this time. It's enough for this factory to pay workers. Without him, there are too many consumables and it is difficult to process. Sir, go slowly. I will contact you immediately after the goods are finished. The factory owner sent Nie Wenbai away enthusiastically. After all, it is really rare for a buyer to pay as neatly as Nie Wenbai 777. This time, he just asked as usual. In fact, even if Nie Wenbai said he would pay later, he would not stop doing it. If he does, he may still earn money. But if you don't do it, you will really have no money at all. Ignoring the warm farewells behind him, Nie Wenbai left the city with a large box of steel balls of all sizes. Then he returned to Rumanai wetland. This time, he came not for bombing, but to reserve ammunition for himself. As for the reserve of ammunition, Nie Wenbai had no choice. He only has one person now, so he can only make them one by one. The production method is very simple, just let go, and then put the red shiny steel ball into the backpack. There is no time passing in the backpack, so during the battle, Nie Wenbai only needs to take it out to obtain an already powerful ammunition. In this way, Nie Wenbai spent nearly an hour going back and forth. Made thousands of ammunition for myself. And they are all his most powerful ammunition at this stage. Each round is a powerful ammunition that can blast a crater with a diameter of more than 20 meters on the ground. After this, Nie Wenbai did not plan to continue. He really didn't want to go on anymore. Bored. Might as well find some people to help make it. Moreover, during normal battles, you can also use it to resist other people's attacks to make the ammunition you need. Of course, this is still very troublesome. The best way is to ask a few friends for help. For example, Gonkilua and the others in the future. For now, that's it. Nothing to do. Then we can only go back to the previous city, practice and purify, and wait for the flight shuttle to be completed. A few more days have passed. Today, Nie Wenbai's peaceful life was broken again. It's so rare to meet you here. When Nie Wenbai went out to receive the delivery of his customized flying shuttle, he unexpectedly met someone here that he didn't expect. Pence. The female character who died miserably in Nie Wenbai's impression. Next to Peng Si, there was a short old man with Xiang Hui on his back. That's what I want to say? Why didn't you practice with your mentor? Also, don't look at me with that expression. Peng Si said very unhappy. Oh, I'm sorry, Agsib, don't know who my mentor is yet. Nie Wenbai shrugged and said. Peng Si was stunned for a moment, and then said proudly, oh, so you don't know yet. What do you know? Is there anything I don't know? Nie Wenbai said slightly surprised. He didn't feel like he knew everything. After all, he just got some information through the anime plot. It's not necessarily all the information. Perhaps, in Hunter's final test, there will be something he doesn't know. Ha ha ha, since you don't know yet, I can't say anything. After all, this is also part of the hunter test, Peng Si said proudly. Little Pengsi, the boy in front of you has completed the basic training of Nen. At this moment, the little old man beside him said with a smile. Peng Si stiffened, then looked at Nie Wenbai with an angry face and shouted, "Liar, you don't pretend not to know. Well, you are talking about Nen. I thought you were talking about other things. Because I opened my mind too quickly, I was left to practice on my own." Nie Wenbai said with an apologetic look. It's just that Nie Wenbai's apology didn't work. On the contrary, it made Peng Si fall into a state of surprise and helplessness. Being put away because of thinking too quickly? Stalking. Being able to be put away means that this guy has amazing talents. His mentor believed that Nie Wenbai did not need teaching at all. That's why he was released. And I was so proud just now that he didn't even find his own mentor. So embarrassing. I want to dig a hole and hide myself. What about you? Why are you wandering here instead of finding a place to practice Nen? Nie Wenbai asked curiously after seeing Peng Si's expression and laughing secretly in his heart. Who is wandering around? Mr. Chong is taking me to practice, Peng Si said very unconvinced. Originally, opening aura nodes was already a lost cause, and now it is still considered to be just messing around. As a hunter in the same class, Peng's pride did not allow him to fail like this. Chong Lao, oh, good lunch, let's go get something to eat together. Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Chong Lao. With such a general name, you can tell as soon as you hear it that this is definitely a charlatan. From this point of view, it is indeed very suitable for someone like Peng Si to control bees. We ate, we don't have time now. Peng replied hurriedly. Nie Wenbai nodded nonchalantly and said, in this case, let's say goodbye and see you too. Chapter 71. Ho ho, the future life is so scary. Looking at Nie Wenbai's leaving figure, Chong Lao said with a smile. Peng Si was very unconvinced and said, what's so scary about him? He keeps looking at me with that strange look. Indeed, he is pitying you. Obviously, according to what you said, you are just hunters from the same class, but I don't know why he has such a weird idea. Mr. Chong nodded and said suspiciously. That's right, and he doesn't just look at me, he even looks at one of my friends the same way. He is a very annoying person. Peng Si was obviously very dissatisfied with Nie Wenbai's many strange looks. Chong Lao looked thoughtfully at the direction where Nie Wenbai disappeared, and then looked at Peng Si. A person looks at others for no reason. If there is a reason, it is impossible. Having lived for so long, I didn't think there would be such a person. And if a man looks at a woman, that might be because this man got interested in S**X. A man looks at a man. He must be calculating something. But when a man looks at a man and a woman, his expression is the same. Then you have to talk about it. Because, this man probably has a two-sided plug, bah. This man definitely has some hidden secret. No matter what it is, it's better to find out something clearly. Little Pengsi, you may want to check his information carefully. Maybe you have made some mistakes and forgot to include them. Chong Lao suggested to Pengsi. Okay Chong Lao, I will do it. Peng Si accepted Chong Lao's suggestion. Although she didn't get along with Chong Lao for a long time, Peng Si knew that Chong Lao was definitely not the kind of person who liked to deal with people. Compared with people, dealing with various insects is what middle school students pursue. However, there are many things in life that you have to force yourself to accept. For example, teaching a successor. Afterwards, the two didn't say much. Continue towards their destination this time. The various insects in the Rumanai wetland will be their targets this time. Nie Wenbai, who didn't know that his glances had attracted some people's attention. Now we have arrived in front of the factory. At this time, the boss of the factory had already been waiting here. Ha ha ha, sir, you're here so early. Please come inside, please come inside. The factory owner smiled and greeted warmly. Farewell, I have something to do later, just give me my things. Nie Wenbai raised his palms and smiled. The factory owner paused, then smiled even more happily and said, yes, yes. Please come this way. With a gesture of his hand, the factory owner lifted up a covering cloth, revealing Nie Wenbai's custom-made flying shuttle. Looking at the smooth flying shuttle in front of him, Nie Wenbai nodded for its appearance. Then he walked closer and gently tapped the flying shuttle a few times with his hand. The search ability allows him to easily detect the flying shuttle in front of him. Very good, although there are still many flaws. But in today's age of craftsmanship, Nie Wenbai knows, this is already good. If you get the objects you need, then Nie Wenbai will certainly not be stingy about ordaining nuns. With a wave of his hand, a stack of ring niece was taken out in front of the factory owner's shocked eyes. Your labor fees. Nie Wenbai casually threw the ring into the hands of the factory boss and said. Then, he glanced at the excited factory owner who was counting money. He immediately put the flying shuttle in front of him into his backpack. Without even saying hello, he quickly left the factory. Ah, sir, there are more. Sir? Where are the people? The factory owner counted his labor expenses, but found that there was even more. Just as he was about to return it to Nie Wenbai, he looked up and found that Nie Wenbai had long since disappeared. Even the flying shuttle is gone. Why is it missing? Did that gentleman take it away? But, this is impossible. That thing, you know, weighs nearly 10 tons. If there is no transportation, how can you take it away? Could it be that it was moved away? The factory owner looked blankly at the location where the shuttle had disappeared, murmured to himself. 0, please give me flowers. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He looked at the ring in his hand in horror and wanted to throw it away, but he was unwilling to do so. He gritted his teeth hurriedly and ran back to the factory. Quick, everyone, come here and help me see if the money is real. Boss Guang looked at the workers in front of him with anticipation and horror. The workers looked at each other, thinking that the boss was here to pay wages. But he didn't want to, he just came here to make fun of them. Quickly, tell me, is this true or false? The factory owner urged and shouted. Fake, boss, please give them to me. Fake. The factory owner looked at the ring in his hand in despair, then, give it to. Wait, if it's fake, what did you use it for? So, it's true. The factory owner ecstatically kissed the ring on his hand several times. As for how Nie Wenbai took away the flying shuttle, it was a human or a ghost. The factory owner has long since stopped paying attention. As long as the money is real, he only needs the money to be real. Even if it was a ghost's business, he would do it. Pay wages, pay wages. That's great. When the factory was filled with laughter, Nie Wenbai had already arrived at Zhishan on the rooftop of a tall building. Standing on the rooftop, Nie Wenbai estimated the direction of the sky arena. He directly released the flying shuttle that was placed in the backpack. Slow. Stopping at a suitable position for swinging his fist, Nie Wenbai shook his fist and twisted his neck. After jumping around and stretching his body, Nie Wenbai began to wave his fist crazily at the flat spot specially reserved for the tail of the flying shuttle. Ola 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 ola. Time passed slowly, and the breeze gently blew through Nie Wenbai's hair, making it flutter. That's it. Thinking like this, Nie Wenbai put away his fists, then opened the closed door of the flying shuttle and walked in. Father-in-law. Chapter 72. Whoosh whoosh. 1,000 meters above the ground, a bright silver shuttle was rapidly passing through the air at a speed of 300 meters per second. The sun shines on it, shining brilliantly. The creatures on the ground could only see a flash of light flashing across the air. This object is nothing else, but Nie Wenbai's flying shuttle. At a speed of thousands of kilometers per hour, he quickly set off towards the sky arena. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, this part belongs to humans. The size is the same as the Earth. The size of Lake Mobius outside the circle is really too big. Let's not talk about this aspect for now. Since the size of human territory is similar to that of the Earth, this means that the position between the continental plates is not actually too big. At least the straight line distance between Nie Wenbai and the sky arena will not exceed about 3,000 kilometers. That's 3 hours of flight time. Compared to the 3 days it takes to fly an airship, it is much faster. The airship is so slow. If it weren't for the airship, there would be no ups and downs caused by waves. You can also see various high-altitude scenery, as well as if the straight line distance is relatively short. Some cars can be much faster than airships. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Such a big balloon, although it provides lift, but it has also become a limit to the speed of improvement. Tons. It's so cool. Nie Wenbai couldn't help but exhale after finishing a bottle of carbonated drink. Putting away the empty bottle in his hand, Nie Wenbai leaned casually on the back of the chair behind him. Then he looked at the blue sky outside and then closed his eyes. Continue to play the game console he bought. At this time, Nie Wenbai was sitting on a sofa. Beside him, there were several sofas. These sofas are installed against the walls of the shuttle, and in the middle is a table that can be folded down. You know, the area of 5x3 meters is not small. It's enough to put these things down. If it weren't for the fact that this flying shuttle was not yet perfect, it could even be made into a kind of RV. Of course, Nie Wenbai also doesn't need these. Nie Wenbai made this flying shuttle because he wanted to be able to sit or even lie down on it while flying. And play games while flying? This is just incidental. After all, the flight lasted several hours, couldn't he find something to do for himself? Time continues to pass. Nie Wenbai sits on the shuttle and is on his way. But he didn't know what he was doing. But it put bad military forces on alert. Because they don't know what this flying shuttle is. And the shape is very similar to some kind of airstrike weapon. In this situation, who can not worry and be vigilant? However, the warning was useless, because the shuttle quickly left the airspace they could see. In this regard, Nie Wenbai was unable to see the situation on the ground because his search skill was only level 1. Therefore, he was unaware of it. In this way, several hours passed. During this period, Nie Wenbai got off the ground, replenished his momentum, and adjusted his direction several times. He finally arrived at his destination. To avoid causing commotion and panic, Nie Wenbai directly put away the medium-sized flying props like the flying shuttle before approaching the city of Sky Arena. Then it was replaced with a small flying prop. For example, a steel plate the size of a skateboard has become a convenient flying prop for Nie Wenbai. Originally, Nie Wenbai was thinking of using a sword type. However, Nie Wenbai found that his flying situation was really embarrassing for Fijian. Therefore, he still chose the skateboard look. Standing sideways on the flying skateboard, Nie Wenbai used an instant kill of hundreds of meters to fly towards the tall building of the Sky Arena. Hey, look, there's someone flying in the sky. Damn, that's a skateboard, why can't it fly in the sky? Envy, I want it too. I don't know which company's product it is, or whether it can be sold. I haven't heard anything about it, so it's probably not for sale. Damn capitalists, they've already done it, why do they still need to set up items not for sale? It's just money, I really don't have any. Ah! Even if it was just a flying skateboard, the commotion it caused was quite large. All because this kind of thing is too novel. Along the way, wherever Nie Wenbai flew, the people below were surprised. Until, Nie Wenbai came to the sky above the Sky Arena, and then jumped down from the sky. Ah, no, he fell. This is too dangerous, I don't even want to give it away. Tisk, it sounds like someone else will give it to you. VR. Look, is he okay? Impossible, how can it be okay? How is this possible? It's really okay. The passers-by talking about it could not attract Nie Wenbai's attention. Even if he knew these people, it was because of him that the discussion was so intense. But so what, it has nothing to do with Nie Wenbai himself. He flew here on a skateboard, not to give passers-by something to talk about. They don't have to talk about it, Nie Wenbai won't ask them to talk about themselves. In this case, Nie Wenbai used his slowing ability to slow down his descent a few times and landed on the ground. I walked to the 4.4 strong registration line at Sky Arena and lined up. The queue is so long that it can become a unique attraction of Sky Arena. No, this is already a famous world attraction. No, as soon as Nie Wenbai queued up, he saw reporters from several entertainment media reporting on it. Looks very hard-working. Just as Nie Wenbai was looking at the situation around him, the players in front of him came up. I don't know why, but I walked away quickly. Nie Wenbai, who didn't know why, didn't care and took a step forward. What Nie Wenbai didn't expect was that while he was lining up, from time to time, registered players leave the team. This made him line up faster. This is a good thing, it's best to leave them all. Chapter 73. Hello sir, can I have an interview with you? Just as Nie Wenbai was waiting in line, a petite female reporter asked Nie Wenbai with a microphone. Why do you say she is petite? This is because according to Nie Wenbai's estimation, the person in front of her is obviously an adult woman. But the height seems to be less than 1.5 meters. Of course, Nie Wenbai is not discriminating against other people's height. On the contrary, he is relatively taller than women. He prefers petite women. The reason why he is here now is to pay attention to the height of the female reporter in front of him. It's not because of the players who signed up in the Sky Arena. Most are very tall. And the female reporter who is less than 1.5 meters tall, during the interview. Almost all of them have to work hard to straighten their arms and raise their heads to look up at others. It's okay if the time is short, but it would be better if the time is longer. At the end of the day for the female reporter, her neck would definitely be sore and she would be unable to lift her arms. In this case, Nie Wenbai has reason to believe. The female reporter in front of me has definitely offended someone. That's why I was put in such a tight spot. Otherwise, why would she be sent to such a completely inappropriate street interview? It's just that Nie Wenbai just thinks about this kind of thing in his mind. After all, he was not familiar with the female reporter and had no reason to interfere in other people's lives at will. Behind her, a reporter carrying a camera politely pointed the lens at the female reporter. But Nie Wenbai was not included. As for how Nie Wenbai knew it, it's very simple. Just search and find out. In view of the courtesy of these two reporters, Nie Wenbai did not refuse the interview. On the contrary, as Nie Wenbai was on TV for the first time, he was particularly curious about it. The female reporter was overjoyed and hurriedly raised the microphone to Nie Wenbai's mouth with her right hand. During this period, she paused and then moved her arm secretly. Then, while maintaining a smile, his left hand calmly held his right elbow. Nie Wenbai glanced at the female reporter in front of her who was obviously sore in her right hand, but her face showed no sign of it at all. It also recognized her strength. I don't like being pointed at. So can you hold this microphone for me? Kang Wenyu pointed at the female reporter's hand and said with a smile. The female reporter was stunned for a moment, then a hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes and said, "Okay, please." She didn't think anyone would take the phone because they didn't like being pointed at. After all, if you don't like being pointed at with something, then just don't agree to the interview. Therefore, the female reporter guessed that this should be because of what she did just now was discovered by Nie Wenbai. When he discovered her discomfort, he did not choose to watch, but chose to help in a way that would not damage her self-esteem. How could she not be grateful for this? However, the interview is ongoing now, and she has no way to express her gratitude to Nie Wenbai for the time being. She had no choice but to continue her interview mission. It's just that there is no microphone. She wants to conduct an interview, but there is no microphone. This is how to do. At this moment, a microphone was placed to her mouth. This is great. The female reporter looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise, and was shocked by Nie Wenbai's carefulness. But she didn't know that Nie Wenbai before time travel was not so careful. However, since he clicked on the search skill, he discovered that the details around him could be seen as clearly as he wanted. It doesn't even require special attention, everything is as clear as if it were placed under a magnifying glass. Nie Wenbai can see all kinds of clothing textures, let alone some small movements. In fact, if living things don't possess such things as biomagnetic field and spiritual power, he can even see clearly the operation of cells in the human body through his search ability. What? Clothes don't have magnetic field or spiritual power, right? Well, yes, there is no doubt about that. It's just that an upright person like Nie Wenbai, how could he do such a thing? At most, it's just about understanding art. Excuse me, which company's product is the flying skateboard you just used, and when will it be launched? The female reporter asked in a professional manner. The flying skateboard is a product from the Hunter Association and will not be put on the market. Of course, as long as you become a hunter, you will be able to have similar products. Nie Wenbai said matter-of-factly. But he didn't lie, right? Nie Wenbai's flying skateboard is the product of Nan, who only became hunter. Let alone a flying skateboard, even a flying aircraft carrier might be taken out by someone. Ah, sir, he is still a hunter, the female reporter looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise and said. The female reporter couldn't help but be so surprised. In this world, hunter is a representative with money, strength, and $73 rights. There is a saying that has been circulating in society. The rich person may not be hunter, but hunter must be rich. Because there are various situations regarding hunter's benefits, even if a hunter is not too rich. But it is not comparable to ordinary families. Although the salary of female reporters is good, it is only good. She was not happy in this media where she was put on the back foot. Compared to the few hunters in the world, it was enough for her to cast an envious look. Not only her, but also the people who heard this exclamation showed surprised expressions. At the same time, I felt relieved again. I think I now understand why Nie Wenbai has a flying skateboard. Although it may not be correct, it is indeed close. Yes, I'm lucky to be one of them. Nie Wenbai said with a very lucky look. The female reporter also nodded. She knew that the hunter test was a difficult test. It is said that no hunter has qualified for several years. Then, sir, why did you come to the Sky Arena to sign up this time? The female reporter continued to ask. Nie Wenbai straightened his posture and said, it's to practice his martial arts. Chapter 74. Otherwise, I came to the Sky Arena not to exercise my combat experience. Is it possible to collect information here and submit tasks? Of course not, when you know that task submission is affected by the progress of world exploration. He planned to save the famous scenes in these plots until the end and submit them to maximize the benefits. And this time coming to the Sky Arena, in addition to increasing my combat experience, the hundreds of millions of bonuses are what Nie Wenbai wants to get. He needs some money for startup capital. Then use business methods to make more money. Otherwise, he believes that his ordination is definitely not enough. It's just hundreds of millions of nuns, which is just the amount of tattoos that can be obtained by dozens of temporary skill level upgrades. Moreover, are all the rights and nuns used on rare items? Don't you need it for daily life? It's rare that I'm so good at making money, so why should I be so stingy? Eat better, dress better, and live better. This is what it should be. Therefore, commercial means are imperative. However, Nie Wenbai knew that he would never be able to stay in the company and be busy with such small things. So, he also needs a manager. There's no rush, just look for it slowly. After becoming a hunter, sir, you still need to come to the Sky Arena to practice your martial arts. Is it because martial artists from all over the world gather here? The female reporter continued the interview. Nie Wenbai nodded and said, that's true. After becoming a hunter, I felt that my martial arts still needed training, so I thought of the Sky Arena, a holy place for martial artists. To be honest, Nie Wenbai picked it up casually and would not mention the fact that he was here just for money. Martial arts? That's just to increase your knowledge. His Nan is doomed to make it almost impossible for him to fight by close combat. After all, anyone who comes within 50 meters of you will be slowed down. There's no way close combat is his weakness. Unless, his Nan fails to treat others. But even if it fails to work on others, he can still work on things on his own body. After slowly upgrading to level 4, Nie Wenbai discovered something very critical. Except the slowdown rate becomes extremely high. More importantly, he can remove the slowness effect of other objects. This effect sounds like it just gives Nie Wenbai a skill to make bombing ammunition at any time. However, Nie Wenbai didn't think so. Nie Wenbai was developed when slowness was only level 1. Utilize the characteristics of the slowness effect, coupled with the quickness of the backpack, and the range awareness of the search. He can place blocks around himself to block attacks at will. Reuse the backpack to recover and block almost any attack without any damage. And this kind of thing, because of the time of the slow effect, there is no way to remove it. Therefore, it can only be used on foreign objects. But when the slowness reaches level 4, it is also confirmed that the thought energy can also be slowed down. Then the situation is different. Even if he only maintains Tangle, Nie Wenbai is equivalent to owning a harmless protective suit. Even because of the characteristics of Nian Qi, he can resist even mental attacks that seem invisible but are tangible at the micro level. Just needed, before removing the slowness effect. Just give up the bit of thought energy that was attacked. Contrast the cost of not using slowness to assist in resisting attacks. This consumption is almost equivalent to no loss. Of course, Nie Wenbai would not say this kind of good thing casually. The interview continued, during which the female reporter asked many questions. However, Nie Wenbai also answered selectively. For example, how big, how tall, etc. Another example is goals. It's all information that is available but not available. During this interview, Nie Wenbai accidentally obtained the female reporter's email address and phone number. Yes, there is only an email and no communication software. It is precisely because of this that Nie Wenbai learned the name of the female reporter. Yan, a college student who just graduated this year. No more information has been obtained, because it is not appropriate to talk about this during the interview. Soon, a few people left the team from time to time, and then Nie Wenbai was at the front of the queue. Welcome to the Sky Arena, please fill in your information above. A receptionist handed over a registration form while looking at Yayin behind Nie Wenbai and the man carrying the camera strangely. Tool man. Nie Wenbai didn't pay attention to the weird look from the receptionist, but filled in the information above seriously. Instead, Yayin gave the receptionist a friendly smile and gestured. Name, age, fighting experience, achievements, and stuff like that. If you have achievements, fill them in, if you don't, you don't need to fill them in. According to Killua's experience, he also has 10 years of fighting experience. However, at his age, he has 10 years of fighting experience, which is much more credible than Killua, who is 12 years old and has 10 years of fighting experience. After filling it out, Nie Wenbai handed the registration form to the receptionist's hand. Later, after the receptionist entered the information into the computer and found that there was no problem, he gave Nie Wen, "Niu Hao, by a sign with a number on it. Number 2342. This means that Nie Wenbai is the 2342nd player to register today. This number does not extend forever, but is updated every day. Because, in the first level qualifying competition, once you can grade, you will use your name instead of your number. Mr. Nie Wenbai, I just took a look at your registration form. You don't seem to have written that you are a hunter. Yin followed Nie Wenbai and asked in confusion. Because it's not necessary. Nie Wenbai said casually. He came here to gain more knowledge, not to quickly reach the summit. Why write hunter? Only by slowly playing up can he get in touch with more different players. By the way, Yin, are you still going to follow me? Nie Wenbai paused, looked at Yakuo and asked. Chapter 75. Nie Wenbai remembers that Yin did street photography, not follow-up photography. Therefore, when he saw Yin still following him, he asked this question. Mr. Nie Wenbai, I want to do a follow-up shoot of you fighting in the sky arena. Is that okay? Yin asked uneasily. She didn't bring it up before, but just followed it as if it didn't happen. It wasn't because she was worried that Nie Wenbai would refuse her unreasonable request. In fact, in the sky arena, there are not many players who are being followed. But, definitely not much. It's either that they don't have enough strength or they don't want to see reporters. At present, the most common form is to give some time for a brief interview before the battle. And, most importantly, the reporters who followed these powerful men were all well-known reporters in the media circle. It is obviously impossible for a little reporter like her to have such a chance. So, how could she not be eager when she met Nie Wenbai, the blank hunter? Follow up? Nie Wenbai did not expect Yin to make such a request. To be honest, if it was just an interview, he actually wouldn't mind. After all, it was very interesting. But, follow up? If you want to take pictures of everything you need, 940 would be too much. Although I don't mind interviews, if you ask me to take photos of my daily life and publish them, I can't do it. So, I'm sorry. Nie Wenbai looked at Yin and shook his head. Yin was anxious, and hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, Mr. Nie Wenbai, we don't want to follow your daily life, but we want to follow every battle of yours. Really, you believe me? Just fighting. Nie Wenbai touched his chin and looked at Yakuo, who was very anxious. Yes, it's just fighting. Ye Yingquang replied, nodding his head. Nie Wenbai pondered. Looking at this, Yin's whole heart was in knots. Don't say no. Promise me. Promise me. At this time, Ye Yin's mind was full of such thoughts. Because she was nervous, she didn't even know that her fingernails had already pricked her palms red. If I use more force, I'm afraid it will break directly. Then it's up to you. Nie Wenbai thought for a moment and felt that there was nothing wrong, so he agreed. Yin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to Nie Wenbai and thanked him. Thank you very much for your help. Wow! Are you so polite? Unexpectedly, I am not tall, but I am so talented. The estimate was wrong, failed. Nie Wenbai sighed with emotion and helped Yin up. Let's go. Since you want to film my battle, come with me. After Nie Wenbai finished speaking, he took the lead towards the lively first floor arena. Yes. Yin responded happily. Then he called to his partner and followed Nie Wenbai's footsteps. Ye Yin was so excited that he didn't notice it. While she was enjoying herself, the photographer behind her had a meaningful look in her eyes. Then, without Yin noticing, he took out his mobile phone. Nie Wenbai saw this action clearly. I couldn't help but wonder what was so weird about this toolman photographer. With the idea of exploration, he paid a little attention to the past. Then I saw the text message that the toolman photographer had just edited. She has invited Hunter to follow the battle, come quickly. 3 exclamation points in a row all indicate the urgency of time. Duan is an undercover agent with strong professional qualities. Seeing this, Nie Wen couldn't help but look at Ye Yin aside. Then he shook his head. This girl's working environment is really like a TV series. First, through my own hard work and luck, I met a hunter who was willing to let her fight and film. Then, her own partner sold her out with a backhand. Well, let's put it this way, maybe a reporter will come later and drive her away with justice and orders. The next step is to monopolize my qualifications to follow. Judging by the conditions, I am a male, and there will definitely not be a male reporter sent over there. Therefore, I am afraid that a female reporter will come soon. Moreover, there will also be a flirtatious female reporter. Well, in that case, should I just go along with their wishes? Maybe, there might be a fight between people in Zioqialia tonight. Thinking like this, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but smile. Of course he wasn't really ready to accept it. Although I don't care who is following me, a group of reporters are doing such dirty things. Nie Wenbai found it hard to believe that those guys would abide by what he said and could only fight and film. What's wrong? Yin looked at Nie Wenbai's weird eyes and weird smile, and couldn't help asking strangely. Nie Wenbai waved his hands and said, "It's okay, I just realized that reality is just like a TV show." Yin didn't know why, so he nodded and looked around. Before the follow-up shooting started, Yin approached Nie Wenbai and asked in a low voice, "Well, Mr. Nie Wenbai, if someone comes to compete with me for your right to follow up the shot, can you, give me priority if conditions permit?" Nie Wenbai paused, and then looked at Ye Yin in surprise. It seems that this girl is not stupid. She must have noticed the company's problems. However, a few people were aware of the company's problems, so why didn't they just resign and find another job? Without enough information, Nie Wenbai could not guess why Yin still stayed in this company. "Don't worry, not everyone is good enough for me," Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Yes, Nie Wenbai is right, he is indeed not liked by everyone. If it weren't for Yin's strong words when interviewing him. To be honest, even if Nie Wenbai didn't care about being filmed while fighting, he wouldn't let Yin do it. "Thank you very much for your recognition." Yin bowed and thanked with great joy. Sure enough, the capital is strong. Nie Wenbai was very moved by Ye Yin's politeness. Well, should I remind her? Chapter 76. P.S. Nie Wenbai just plans to find someone to manage the company and make money, not necessarily the protagonist. I received your thanks, but it's better to hide it a little more. After all, not everyone is as upright as me. Nie Wenbai tugged on his collar and said. After such an obvious reminder, Yin was slightly stunned. I discovered something was wrong with me. Holding back her cry, she blushed and held her collar. The two didn't talk much after that, but walked into the competition hall on the first floor. There was a roar of people and heads standing. The audience cheered lively and cheered for those they liked. The players, on the other hand, are trying their best to defeat their opponents in order to climb to a better level. The lively scene made Nie Wenbai's blood boil with excitement. I don't blame Nie Wenbai, it's just that he had never seen such a scene before traveling through time. The competition hall on the first floor is very large, even with a large number of auditoriums. There are also many areas used for competition. Therefore, in the first level of this screened competition area, one competition hall has 16 stages. 16 stages are held together, and 32 people can be screened at once. And each game time is only 3 minutes. In other words, one arena can complete at least 20 screenings in 1 hour. There are 40 people in total. The 16 arenas can screen at least 640 people in 1 hour. In one day, even if it only lasts for 10 hours, at least 6,400 people can be screened. Therefore, Nie Wenbai's license plate number 2342 is nothing at all. No, just after Nie Wenbai sat down, his number was called. Number 2342, number 2213, please come to the G arena to compete. Bang bang. Nie Wenbai patted the dust on his clothes and walked towards the ring. Quick, let's follow. Seeing this, Yan hurriedly called for the tool man, undercover, and photographer to follow. Sito. When they reached the edge of the fence of the competition area, they were stopped by a staff member maintaining order on site. Please stop, no outsiders are allowed near the ring except the referees and players. Yan was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly led the tool man, undercover cameraman, and photographer to the side closest to the G arena. After arranging his instrument, Yan adjusted his breath, smiled and said, "Dear viewers, please look over here, our Mr. Nie Wenbai is about to start the first top-level competition. It can be seen that Mr. Nie Wenbai has extraordinary magnanimity. He did not show any timidity when facing his opponent's height of 3 meters. Sure enough, as a hunter who deals with all kinds of magical beasts, Mr. Nie Wenbai is already used to the ferocious beast-like atmosphere in the wild. When facing opponents who are also human beings, he is extremely calm. Look, the game has started." Mr. Nie Wenbai's opponent seems to be very dissatisfied with Mr. Nie Wenbai's calmness. Maybe he thinks that Mr. Nie Wenbai is too small compared to him. The opponent took action and rushed towards Mr. Nie Wenbai at a very fast speed. It is hard to imagine that the opponent with such a huge body can still have such speed. Facing the opponent's attack, what will Mr. Nie Wenbai do? Yes, he just raised his arm and blocked the opponent's right straight punch with his palm. It's so surprising, so. Listening to the excited and enthusiastic explanation behind him, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but twitch his eyes, then grabbed his opponent's fist and threw it out of the ring. Bang! The huge body hit the ground heavily. Even Yan felt a vibration. Mr. Nie Wenbai threw his opponent out of the ring in one fell swoop. What an amazing power this is! After receiving the 50th floor ticket from the referee, Nie Wenbai walked over to Yan and said, "Stop, I have something to tell you." After saying that, Nie Wenbai walked out of the competition hall. 0. Please give me flowers. 0913044006 Fila 1402804030. Mr. Nie Wenbai, please wait. Looking at Nie Wenbai, who seemed to have a bad look on his face, Yan couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was a rare opportunity, and she didn't want to throw it away for any reason. Looking at Yan's back, the tool man, undercover agent, and photographer couldn't help but smile to themselves. Bai has a pretty face, but he actually wants to compete for business with the first lady in the company. Doesn't she know that the first lady in the company has long been the boss's employee? Sure enough, college students who have just stepped out of society just lack the beatings of society. Thinking that many good-looking female employees had been kicked out of the company in this way in the past, the tool man, undercover photographer, and Yan felt that Yan would be no exception. However, it was her fault that she was kicked out of the company. This kind of credit was due to hunters fighting and filming. If I am also involved, I can't be screwed up like this. Another text message was sent hurriedly. Things have changed, she may be screwed up. This time, the tool man, the undercover, and the photographer used 4 exclamation points to express the urgency of the matter. "I've already arrived." The reply to a message was extremely fast. It can be seen that the person on the other side has been paying attention to his mobile phone. And just when the tool man, undercover, and photographer tipped off the news, Nie Wenbai was currently looking at the anxious Yan. "Oh, you are a reporter?" Nie Wenbai sighed and said. Yan hurriedly replied, "Yes, I saw the press pass." "Since you are a reporter, why do you act like a commentator?" Nie Wenbai asked, feeling very ridiculous. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Nie Wenbai, Yan is still lacking in her functions. The company will teach her well. Next, I will follow and record the scene for you." Just when Yan wanted to explain, the company will teach her well. At that moment, a hot and fiery woman came from a distance and said in an ambiguous tone. Oh, here it comes, the classic plot in the TV series is here. What should I do? Watching a show is like eating? Chapter 77. Why, I won Mr. Nie Wenbai, and you just want to take it away with just one word. Yan's arms trembled with anger. Nie Wenbai said nothing and turned to look at the hot woman on the other side. Wearing a fiery red tight-fitting outfit, her professionalism is clearly expressed. The red lips looked like blood, which made Nie Wenbai couldn't help but wonder if the wound would not be found if it had been cut. The big wave at one end looks extremely elastic. This style of yuja is similar to the dark Xiaojiabiu. The gap is really too obvious. Look, the eyes of passers-by have never left this royal sister's career. You can know how much passers-by admire Sister Yu's career achievements. 253 Mr. Nie Wenbai, I'm sorry, we have some internal company matters to deal with, please wait a moment. Sister Yu wanted to avoid Nie Wenbai to deal with these matters. However, in response, Nie Wenbai shook his head and said, I think I am also a party to this matter, so I don't have to walk away. Nie Wenbai's words made the lady stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile and said, Of course, Mr. Nie Wenbai, if you don't mind this little thing. After saying that, under Nie Wenbai's nodding gaze, Sister Yu turned to look at Yan who looked dissatisfied and said, Yan, you have already caused great trouble to Mr. Nie Wenbai. We can't let you do it again. I'm going to be willful. I. Yan wanted to retort, but the scene where she was questioned by Nie Wenbai just a few minutes ago echoed in her mind. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. You should go back and adjust first, and then continue to work hard when you have the opportunity in the future. You are still young. Sister Yu looked at Yan's situation and couldn't help but smile, seeming to comfort her. Wow, it's wonderful, you can't help but suppress it. The workplace is so dark. Fortunately, I had not graduated before I traveled through time. After traveling through time, he also mastered Nen and became the most elite group of humans in one fell swoop. Sir, we have taken care of it. Now let me follow you and take pictures. Sister Yu turned to look at Nie Wenbai and said with her posture. She should try her best to show her advantages in front of Nie Wenbai, as long as she wins Nie Wenbai. She believed that she would never have to deal with that disgusting fat pig again. However, she probably didn't know that Nie Wenbai, like many men, has a slight misophobia. After confirming that she had the aura of dozens of people on her body, Nie Wenbai became even more firm in her previous thoughts. Of course, the most important thing is that the woman in front of her is too scheming. Nie Wenbai felt that it was not suitable to stay with him. This is troublesome. I just agreed to let her follow the filming, and I didn't say that I would let your company do the filming. But now, it seems that you are planning to help me make this decision yourself. Well, what makes you think that you have this right? Nie Wenbai seemed to be very embarrassed and said. Nie Wenbai's words stunned the two women present. Then his expressions changed at the same time, one was surprised, the other was anxious and a little angry. Mr. Nie Wenbai, I'm really sorry, we don't have this right, but as you can see, Yan still needs to continue studying. I may not be able to bring you a better experience during the filming period. I'm different. I have rich experience and will never cause you, sir, the trouble of such low-level mistakes. Before Ye could say anything, he was interrupted again by the woman in red. While speaking, she leaned forward slightly, trying to use her strange fragrance to interfere with Nie Wenbai's judgment. It is indeed very fragrant. However, the fragrance is a bit too strong, it doesn't look like a normal perfume at all. There seems to be something unknown hidden in this old SIG. However, Nie Wenbai is not interested in this and only finds it boring. Okay. Nie Wenbai nodded and said slowly. However, before the woman in red could become happy, She heard Nie Wenbai continue to say, then let Yan continue. It's better if you don't have much experience. It will probably be interesting. These words made the woman in red freeze at that moment, looking at Nie Wenbai zero in disbelief. Sir! Are you telling the truth? Yan asked in surprise. Let's go, I should be about to start the second game. Nie Wenbai said with his hands. Yes, sir. Yan walked past the woman in red proudly. Damn it! How dare you tease me like this? Damn it! BD! Yan, don't be proud, do you think you won? Impossible! As long as I open my mouth, you will never come here again. Just wait. It won't be long. Thinking of this, the woman in red adjusted her emotions. Restored its previous attitude. With seductive movements, he walked out of the Sky Arena Hall. It can be seen from here that no matter how angry she is. But he's still not stupid enough to get angry at a hunter. Because she knew that the gap between her status and Hunter's status was still too big. Even if her hip is leaning against the boss of a company. However, even the boss of that company was unwilling to offend a hunter. How could he deal with a hunter because of her? Are you happy? Nie Wenbai asked casually as he walked. Yan slightly suppressed the 5.5 smile on her face, and said with a smile, of course, this is the first time I've seen her look like this, thank you. Thank me for what I did. You should think about your own affairs. After this time, I don't think that woman will take action against me. Then the only person she can take action against is you. Are you ready to be scolded by the whole company and make things difficult for you? Nie Wenbai pressed the elevator button and said jokingly. This time, the smile on Yan's face completely disappeared. With a hard face, she was very bitter. What can I do? I can only fight to the end. I won't let go easily. Yan said firmly, his face became firm. I've never thought about leaving that company. Why do I do it myself? Nie Wenbai stood in the elevator and looked at Yan who walked in with a smile. Chapter 78. After Yan walked into the elevator, Nie Wenbai casually glanced at the photographer who was a few meters away and wanted to follow him in. Slow. Then, the photographer froze in place, unable to move. Senior? Why don't you come in? Yan wanted to answer Nie Wenbai's words, but saw the photographer standing outside without coming in. Maybe there is something else. We won't wait for him and let him go up to the 50th floor by himself. Nie Wenbai pulled away Yan's hand that pressed the elevator door button and said. Yan thought about it and saw that the photographer had no reaction. He just nodded and watched the elevator door close. What about you? You haven't answered me yet. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Yan paused, then said with a wry smile, don't make fun of me. It's not that easy to do it alone. I don't even have the capital to start. You don't have it, but I do. How about coming to my company to help? Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Yes, Nie Wenbai took a fancy to Yan's strength, and he planned to let Yan help him. For such a principled 06 person, Nie Wenbai believes that he will have fewer troubles in the future. Otherwise, if you find those guys who are thinking about how to swallow money all day long to manage the company, then wouldn't he have to lose a lot of nuns? It's okay to lose some nuns. If you can make more, that's it. But the problem is, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to search and rectify the company later? So, to avoid these hassles in the first place, the best way is to find someone you like. And, it has to be appropriate. Obviously, Yan fits this point very well. What? You want to open a company, and don't invite me to join? Yan looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise and said. Of course, I need someone to help manage the company. I am very optimistic about you. You are very suitable. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. Yan said nervously, but, I'm not studying business management. Who doesn't know how to take care of people? You just need to do the things I assigned you. Nie Wenbai waved his hands and said nonchalantly. B. No buts. You just need to tell me whether you agree or not. In addition, the company's registered amount will be 200 million ringgits, and your salary will be 1 million yuan per month. Plus 1% dividend, Nie Wenbai interrupted Yan and said. 200 million ordinations. If I had 1%, wouldn't I get 2 million ordinarias in one fell swoop? Yan looked at Nie Wenbai in shock and said. Obviously, she really didn't expect such a situation. Nie Wenbai smiled and said, yes, so, what is your answer? I am willing, I will go back and resign now. Yan quickly replied, well, you didn't lie to me, did you? Looking at the worried girl in front of him, Wenbai couldn't help but smile. Then he took out a card that he had not taken out before. Hunter license. I understand, boss, I wish you good luck in martial arts. The elevator door opened, but Yan did not go out, but solemnly blessed Nie Wenbai. In response, Nie Wenbai nodded and said with a smile, okay, you go handle your affairs, and then come over and help me register the company. Yes, boss. Yan entered the role very quickly. Obviously, she really didn't have much nostalgia for her last job. If she hadn't known that in the media circle, it would be difficult to find a job once her reputation was ruined. She wouldn't endure so much injustice and just stay in her current company. Not bad, I gained a general. When Yan was still at a low point, I showed up to help her, according to her character. I'm afraid you'll have to work for me for the rest of your life. Unexpectedly, I also have the potential to be a capitalist. Nie Wenbai shook his head with a smile and walked to the player waiting room on the 50th floor. After finding a seat, he sat down, took out the game console, and waited for his next game to start. As for Yan, she returned to the first floor and saw the photographer who had recovered. When the photographer asked about Nie Wenbai's situation, Yan smiled and said. Nie Wenbai no longer has anything to do with the company. Then he drove towards the company. As for how Yan slapped those who looked down on her in the company in the past, Nie Wenbai could guess it with her toes. After all, before he traveled through time, his brain was polluted countless times by the TV series his mother watched. For this kind of plot, he can recite it with his eyes closed, right? It's nothing more than some. Yan resigned, and everyone thought Yan was crazy. Yan said that he wanted to become a manager of a company, and everyone laughed loudly. Yan said if you are not convinced, just wait and see. Everyone imitated the words and made sarcasm. Yan got the money from Nie Wenbai and really opened a company. Everyone was in a daze and then they wanted to please him. Yan was laughing at everyone, and then the adults ignored the villains and waved his 750 hand. Pull away some employees who are close to her. Well, there is a high probability that this is the development, and you can think of it at once. There is nothing to look forward to at all. Nie Wenbai, who was playing the game, couldn't help but shook his head with emotion. He doesn't have enough money now, he is a bit short. So, when that girl Yan came to get money. You won't be embarrassed if you can't get the money. Nie Wenbai decided to fight quickly. At least we have to earn another 100 million ring nini. Mr. Nie Wenbai, Mr. Longgu, please come to Arena B on the 54th floor. At this moment, the announcement in the player waiting room finally called out Nie Wenbai's name. Putting away the game console, Nie Wenbai walked quickly to the player elevator. Then we came to the 54th floor. The battle scenes are really boring. Because Nie Wenbai wanted to reach more than 150 levels quickly, he used the first level combat method. Grab the opponent's wrist and throw them out of the ring. Generally speaking, people who fall into this trick. As long as you don't know how to move in the air, it's almost equal to defeat. There is no way to accumulate combat experience as Nie Wenbai had imagined before. Chapter 79. There are many unexpected situations in reality. I thought I was going to quickly reach over 150 levels of Nie Wenbai. After leaving the ring, he walked on the aisle and looked at the display screen above the aisle with a surprised expression. On it, the messages of two people were being played. The information on these two people is that they are all players above level 200. Moreover, they are all familiar people from the previous series. One is gone, which almost goes without saying. He is the first person Nie Wenbai meets when he travels to this world. It has a unique meaning. People from two worlds meet for the first time. The other one is Guido, who has no legs and is dressed in a spinning top. Nie Wenbai seems to have bumped into Gon's first battle on the 200th floor. But compared to Gon now, compared with that at that time in the plot, who could only know Tang and Absolute, the gap is huge. Now, will Gon still lose the game like in the plot? It's hard to imagine, so Nie Wenbai is particularly curious about it. Of course, at the same time, Nie Wenbai also found a way to make money quickly. For example, go to Killua to buy energy candy. He took a fancy to the bonus that Killua had just pocketed. Now Killua has 400 million nuns. He. Nie Wenbai couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the beauty. Kne. I left the Sky Arena and planned to find a house to rent and live in for a while. There is no way, now is not the time to look for Killua and the others. Sky Arena will not disclose player information casually. Even if he said he was friends with Killua and the others, no one would believe him. In this case, he might as well wait until Gon and the others finish fighting tomorrow before meeting them. The next day soon came. Because Yan needed to deal with his own affairs, he had not been entrusted with important tasks yet and went directly to open a company. Therefore, Nie Wenbai got a good opportunity to increase his combat experience. The antagonist is a kid. This child Nie Wenbai is also relatively familiar, because his name is Zoisai. What an unexpected surprise, I met Zoisai here. Well, an apprentice of Shinjinryu boxing is my opponent. It really couldn't be better. With this idea in mind, Nie Wenbai waved to Zoisai, gesturing for him to attack. However, Zoisai is very stable. There is no direct choice of stride attack as Nie Wenbai intended. Instead, he assumed a fighting stance and moved slowly around Nie Wenbai. This is a test to see if Nie Wenbai can do martial arts. Because, no matter who they are, as long as they have studied martial arts and have fighting experience, no matter how hard he hides, he will still be exposed. And obviously, ordinary people? Zoisai looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise, wondering how Nie Wenbai reached the 60th floor. In his opinion, Nie Wenbai was indifferent when he carried out several trial attacks. There was no intention of defending against his attack. For a moment, Qianxi was a little confused. He came here to practice. But he didn't think that playing with Nie Wenbai would bring him any experience gain. Then, Zoisai looked at Wing in the audience. However, Wing nodded solemnly to him. Zoisai was still too inexperienced. He didn't realize that the other party was a nervous person. With this kind of experience error, could it be possible that he believed that there are no nin people below the 200th floor? It seems that we need to teach him well. As for the other person, Nie Wenbai, is Menchi the new guy that the food maniac likes, and he doesn't know what he is capable of? Sorry, I can only defeat you, Zoisai said heartily to Nie Wenbai. After saying that, Zoisai launched a charge towards Nie Wenbai. Then, with the idea of sending Nie Wenbai off the ring gently, he did not use punches, but pushed with his palms. Go down. I controlled the intensity, you won't get hurt. Zoisai, who was thinking like this, thought he could see the figure of Nie Wenbai being pushed away. But in the end, his palm was blocked by Nie Wenbai. His body remained motionless. Hey, kid, when you fight with someone in the future, it's best not to make preconceptions. You have to pay close attention to all the situations of your opponent, Nie Wenbai said helplessly. Obviously I came here to gain combat experience, but why did he end up teaching others? Damn it! Boy, if you can't come up with some eye-catching moves soon, then you can eat my slowness. Thinking fiercely in his heart, Nie Wenbai let go of Zoisai's hand. Yes, after Zoisai was freed, he did not put on a fighting posture, but performed a ritual towards Nie Wenbai as if he were meeting a senior. I'm coming, please be careful, Zoisai shouted, and then started a heart flow punch attack on Nie Wenbai. Zoisai's attacks are wide open and wide, completely unlike the moves used by children like him. However, this kind of wide open attack does have a good effect. The shortcoming is just a little flexibility. Faced with this kind of attack, Nie Wenbai felt a little bored. Because he is the most restrained in his fighting style. There is really no way to find any good combat experience gain on Zoisai's side. But, come on, after watching Zoisai for a while, Nie Wenbai discovered it. Zoisai's attacks were somewhat similar to the back-to-back punches he had seen before traveling through time. Apart from the fact that the main fist is a must, it seems that Shinjin-ryu boxing does not have a standard fist style. Nie Wenbai has seen Menchi's boxing style before, and she uses an agile style. With a variety of boxing techniques, and supplemented by Menchi's knives, her attacks are the most out-of-the-box fighting style Nie Wenbai has ever seen. Because, Menchi doesn't care which part of her body is holding the kitchen knife at all. You can stab anyone close to you at any time, which is extremely dangerous. Although Zoisai worked hard, she gradually lost interest in Nie Wenbai. But he is still not strong enough. Even though Nie Wenbai didn't use slowness to control Zoisai, but relied on the extra reaction time from searching, he still easily defeated Zoisai. Chapter 80. Young man, keep working hard, you will have my strength in the future. Nie Wenbai said matter-of-factly. He didn't care at all whether Zoisai's potential could really reach his level. After all, he himself is a bug. Yes, but Zoisai didn't care about this, he just thought that his efforts were recognized by Nie Wenbai. I was very happy and bowed to Nie Wenbai again. Polite children are always so reassuring. Nie Wenbai is particularly satisfied with this. Once he was satisfied, he couldn't help but think of the naughty boy from his cousin's house before he traveled through time. For a moment, my teeth started to itch again, and I wanted to go back and give him a kick. Because I was unhappy and didn't want to compete so soon. Nie Wenbai was free after finishing the game with Zoisai. In his spare time, Nie Wenbai did not choose to watch animation movies or play games. Instead, he started to develop problems after starting his own company. According to the current situation, Nie Wenbai feels that communication software on computers and mobile phones is very suitable for him. After all, he checked the information recently. There are more and more households with 900 personal computers in the world. He just had such a good time. As for other platforms, they were not suitable for development before the internet became popular. Those can be left for subsequent development. Now, it mainly specializes in communication software. When it replaces the mailbox, it means that his software is successful. After the success of the communication software, no matter what he develops next, it is almost impossible to fail. Thinking of this, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but chuckle. He seemed to see money rolling into his pocket. At that time, he didn't just buy whatever rare things he wanted. You definitely won't miss these wonders. Well, this little girl Yan, why haven't you taken care of your family affairs yet? Just explain that you will resign and come over to open a company for me? Is it so difficult? Time flies. Nie Wenbai didn't even wait for Yan to arrive when Gon's game started in the evening. There was only one phone call, which seemed to indicate that he would take care of the family affairs as soon as possible. On the other side of the phone, Nie Wenbai heard a middle-aged male voice that seemed to be asking Yan why he wanted to resign. The middle-aged female voice is persuading the middle-aged male voice from the side. The parents are short-circuited, and as an outsider, it is really difficult for Nie Wenbai to interfere. So, just get Ye Yin as soon as possible. Although he was very willing to have Ye Yin as a tool, he did not want to use tutoring as his own money-making plan because of Ye Yin. Therefore, if Ye Yin really has no way to join in the end, then he could only abandon Ye Yin. These are things that will happen later. Now, the most important thing is Gon's game. Nie Wenbai, who bought his tickets early, followed a large group of spectators and sat down in his seat. Then he looked at the surrounding audience in surprise. It's almost full. According to the price of the ticket, Nie Wenbai also knows where the player's bonus comes from. And, beyond that, there are openings about gambling. This will allow Sky Arena to make a lot of money. The amount of transactions in one day made Nie Wenbai wish he could open this Sky Arena by himself. However, he could only be greedy. If the forces behind the Sky Arena were not good enough, it would no longer be just a Sky Arena. Look at the Sky Arena making so much money. If possible, who wouldn't want to open one himself? However, no one can do this. From this, it can be seen that the power behind the Sky Arena is really boundless. In this case, Nie Wenbai just doesn't intend to touch this brow. Although he was not afraid, he felt it was unnecessary. Moreover, if you are targeted by some madman, wouldn't that interfere with his enjoyment of living in this world? The battle between Gon and Gido begins. In order to show his support for Gon, Nie Wenbai placed a bet of 100,000 gots on Gon. According to Gon's odds, if Gon wins, Nie Wenbai will get 500,000 ring nip. What if you lose? So be it, it's just 100,000 nuns. Gon already has 400 million in his pocket, so are you worried that he will no longer spend money with Nie Wenbai? He himself may not need energy candy, but doesn't his mother-in-law and Aunt Mito? Obviously, when you reach Mito's age and above, you really need some supplements. With this idea in mind, Nie Wenbai straightened his collar and waited for Gon and the others to appear. This is a highly anticipated match. Mr. Gon, who is unstoppable, has already stepped into the ring, and on the other side is Mr. Gido, who has maintained a record of 4 wins and losses. Let's see how they perform in this game, the commentator explained enthusiastically. Gon and Gido came on stage one after another. For Gido, Nie Wenbai doesn't pay much attention. I glanced at it casually and ignored it. Without him, it would be too relaxing. Although developed its own nin. But the strength is not that good. As for his signature stunt, the battle waltz. Wasn't that thing beaten to death by Nie Wenbai? As long as Nie Wenbai is willing, Gido's top, let alone move, even spin, will look like it can't spin. Although, in fact, in the ring, everyone will be defeated by Nie Wenbai. However, this still depends on Nie Wenbai's wishes. If you don't use slowness on people, then it will be fine. Look at my sincere eyes, do you think I can use it? With that little trick? Oops, you really underestimate me. If necessary, I can use it until his wife and children are born. Nie Wenbai's sincerity is beyond doubt. Then focus on the arena. Gido Nie Wenbai didn't care, but Wenbai was quite interested in Gon's situation. Unlike the plot, Gon's contact with Nian Qi was really too early. Moreover, the time for activating aura nodes and awakening the mind energy has been advanced by nearly a month. During this period, Gon had not suffered any injuries that required him to rest for 2 months. So, how will his strength increase? Chapter 81. In fact, Nie Wenbai is not very clear about Gon's strength growth. Because he didn't know what kind of practice Gon did during this period of time, and what kind of thinking he did. It is even said that Nie Wenbai and even Gon developed their own nin. A different nin from the one in the plot, he doesn't know anything about it. Of course, he didn't know this, but he was aware of the calm and stable mind-air membrane on Gon's body. But Nie Wenbai saw it clearly. Perhaps, Gido chose the wrong hunting target. However, Nie Wenbai underestimated it. That's Wing. As a person who would feel sorry for a genius if he took the wrong path, Wing couldn't see Gon wasting his talent. When Gon wanted to develop Nen as powerful as Nie Wenbai, Wing stopped Gon in time and told him about the last test of Hunter's test. Then he began to restrict Gon and made an agreement that Nen must not be developed before he has mastered Nian Qi to a certain extent. As for this agreement, Gon, a stubborn guy, abides by it extremely strictly. The battle began, and with Gido's first attack, the arena was almost covered with tops. These tops are wrapped in thought energy, and their attack strength is far beyond ordinary people's ability. The power is very impressive. However, for those who can read Qi, as long as they can find the right time, it's actually not that hard to crack. For example, Gon is much stronger now than he was in the plot. Facing these tops that collided randomly, Yu Shen dodged with precision and proficiency. Hey! He is now able to skillfully concentrate his energy where he needs it. Sure enough, there is only one among millions of people. This talent is amazing enough. Nie Wenbai never expected this. Just a little change has allowed Gon to grow to this point. You know, Killua has only just awakened his mind energy not long ago. Although the awakening speed is not much different from Gon. However, the time he has been exposed to Nian Qi is much lower than Gon. In order not to fall behind, we started to catch up. Of course, Nie Wenbai is still unclear about this. All he knew was that the 100,000 ringgit he had won by buying Gon seemed to be a profit. Just when Nie Wenbai was thinking about these various things, the battle in the ring has changed again. Then Gido saw that his battle waltz couldn't do anything to Gon. Turn your body directly and transform yourself into a large top. Then, they started to bump into each other all over the ring. Tisk, boring ability. I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave the shackles of the ring for the rest of my life. It's not that Nie Wenbai underestimates Gido, but because Do is the third victim of the initiation. In order to make his Nen stronger, he seems to have set up stupid oaths and restrictions for himself that Nen can only use in the ring. This point appears many times among the initiation crowd. However, such people cannot stay in the sky arena for long. Of course, if Gido could regard the entire planet as a arena, that's a different question. However, Gido's vision obviously does not reach this level. Nie Wenbai's contempt is not without reason. Although Gido turned into a large top, for the quick-witted Gon, it was too difficult for him. There are indeed too many ways to deal with him. Lifting the floor is one of them, and it is also the simplest one. Just watch the timing right when Gido hits a floor, lifting the floor beneath him. Then, before Gido could react, he pushed him out of the ring. Gon even won this game. The fight was clearly inextricable before, but it ended in such a dramatic ending. For a while, the audience always felt that they had watched a farce. I can't get over it anymore. Fortunately, the commentator didn't deserve his reputation, so he immediately gave Gon's attack a name. All of a sudden, the audience's attention was attracted by this speechless name. 0. Then they all complained, saying that if they had to choose the name themselves, it's definitely much better than the narrator's useless name. Awesome! As expected of the commentator on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, it was only for such a short period of time. The audience's attention was diverted from the bizarre battle situation in the ring to Gon's lifting of the floor and a shocking jump out of the 8 moves of the ring. Hey, this naming method is similar to that of the 4th Hokage. Obviously, Nie Wenbai was also attracted by the commentator's name. Because this name really makes people want to complain. But because there were so many flaws, for a while, Nie Wenbai didn't know how to complain. 0. Shaking his head, Nie Wenbai came to the prize redemption area. He won, so of course he came to get the money. A lot of 500,000 ring nuns, if you put them in soft girl coins before time travel. That's a full 10,000 yuan. Let me ask, before time travel, who could earn 10,000 yuan in less than a day? Obviously, there weren't many of them. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Nie Wenbai to give up 500,000 ordination. If I had known this, I would have placed more bets. If the next 100 million nuns are given, wouldn't I be able to have 500 million nuns now? So sloppy. Nie Wenbai, who was thinking like this, soon got the money he won. After putting it away, he quickly walked to Kilua's position. Not looking for Gon is entirely because Gon still needs to come out through the player tunnel. Only then can you meet up with Kilua. Therefore, finding a department at this time is the most correct approach. Hey, Nie Wenbai, when did you get here? Kilua immediately sensed it when Nie Wenbai paid attention to him. It is impossible for people like him not to pay attention to the gaze. I just arrived yesterday, and then I bumped into Gon's battle. Nie Wenbai explained and said. Kilua nodded, and his eyes instantly turned into cat eyes. He said to Nie Wenbai like a cat, "Quick, I want to buy candy, it's Kyunjiu." Chapter 82. I'm going. I didn't even say I wanted to buy it, so you took the initiative. Love it, love it. I'll sell it to you again in the future. Nie Wenbai thought with emotion, and then took the bank book from Kilua's hand. How much did you buy? Nie Wenbai asked, looking at the 400 million yuan deposit in the bank book. Kilua said with a strange look, how much? Of course it's all. All? 400 million? Are you sure? Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise. Of course, I'm sure. Kilua nodded and said firmly. This time, Nie Wenbai was even more satisfied. Such a big customer, and a customer with no after-sales troubles. It's simply a treasure in the world. According to the method, the physical candy is just sold to Kilua and others for 100,000 ring ni. Nie 267 heard that he needed to provide 4,000 physical candies. This is actually not much. Because according to the size of the physical candies, 4,000 physical candies can only fit in one bag. Okay, Chinjui 400 million ring nuns, but what I need is a ring, banknotes, not a ring nun passbook, you know. Nie Wenbai casually handed Kilua's passbook back to his hand and said. Kilua looked disappointed and said, why, isn't this also money? No, strictly speaking, they are numbers. They are just used to calculate the amount of ordination. Then I corrected me seriously. Okay, I'll get the money later. Kilua said helplessly. After saying that, he curled his lips and muttered secretly, damn it, I thought I could eat candy. After hearing this, Nie Wenbai glanced at Kilua. Then I saw Kilua turning his head as if he was guilty. This guy. Nie Wenbai twitched the corner of his mouth, and then threw out a physical candy. Please eat, Nie Wenbai said angrily. Thanks. Kilua happily took the energy candy and threw it directly into his mouth before he had time to say. In response, Nie Wenbai could only roll his eyes. I didn't think too much about it, so as not to make myself angry. Anyway, it's just a slight loss now. After Gon comes over in a while, he will be able to make a lot of money. 9 times the profit, he wants to double it. Although if you sell it to someone else, you will get 1 million ring nuns. However, he did not find such people. Of course, this is also because Nie Wenbai did not let the news out. If Nie Wenbai released the news that he owned these magical objects, let alone 100 million. Even if it is tens of billions or hundreds of billions, he can easily obtain it. However, Nie Wenbai can already think of his scene at that time. For example, when walking on the street, thieves will bump into you and want to steal. For example, if you sleep in your own home, there will be uninvited guests, which is also theft. Stealing is just child's play. For example, someone might rob him at gunpoint. For example, someone might poison him and use poison to control him. In addition, there are more various means waiting for him. Once he openly admits to himself about the strange objects, then it is absolutely impossible for him to calm down in the future. Different from now, although he does have some people who know about it now. It is even said that more people may know about this matter. However, compared with the targeting of so many people around the world, it's just a group of people targeting, and they still understand Nan's powerful targeting. For Nie Wenbai, it is not a big deal at all. What bothers him is just those idiots who don't know the difference in strength, but are still arrogant and think they can do it. It is often these people who create a lot of conspiracies. Then he flies around like a fly next to you, making people want to slap him to death. But the most disgusting thing is that the prompt skill has not reached a certain level. Even if Nie Wenbai wanted to figure out where this disgusting fly was, he couldn't do it. Is this the most annoying thing? Not really. Nie Wenbai finds the most annoying people among ordinary people who are stupid but think they are smart. Such people often like to use morality to kidnap others to gain their benefits. If you encounter such a person, kill him or delay him for a while. Nie Wenbai thinks there is no problem. But the problem is that those ordinary people who have been guided are the most difficult things. Kill? No, Nie Wenbai is not a murderous person. Killing ordinary people who were guided for no reason, he asked himself that he couldn't do it. At most, no matter what difficulties these people encountered, no matter how much they begged him, they would just ignore them. That means ignoring Dafa. But the problem is, if you don't kill, anyone would be irritated if these people pointed their fingers every day. Therefore, Nie Wenbai especially hates these guys who like moral kidnapping. The only way Nie Wenbai could think of was before he was caught by the clutches of moral kidnapping. Just kill the person who caused the moral kidnapping. And this still requires the assistance of prompting skills. Therefore, before the prompt skill reaches a certain level, Nie Wenbai doesn't even intend to publicly admit that he can sell all kinds of strange items. Ah, Nie Wenbai, you're here too. At this moment, Gon finally walked out of the contestant tunnel of the ring, and then saw Nie Wenbai chatting with Killua. Joy filled his heart, and Gon hurried over. Because I have some spiritual practice to do, I came over after finishing my business. It's you, Gon, it's been so long since I last saw you, your Nian Chi has improved a lot. Nie Wenbai explained a little, then smiled and congratulated Gon on his improvement in strength. Gon smiled and said, this is all thanks to Master Wing. Yes, what Master Wing taught is much better than what you said. I don't even know how Gon used your method to awaken his mind energy. Killua interjected at the side. What do you mean? Nie Wenbai asked in confusion. He asked himself that there was nothing wrong with the method he told Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika. But why did we come to Killua? This statement actually appeared? Curious, Nie Wenbai asked directly. Then it became clear why Killua said that. It turns out that it wasn't Nie Wenbai himself who was wrong, but Gon, the guy who was wrong. Chapter 83. Why do you say that Gon himself is wrong? This is because Gon himself described his experience in opening aura nodes and awakening his mind. Made a little tweak to the awakening method that Nie Wenbai said. Then he told Killua. And Killua used this method that was suitable for Gon, but it was not necessarily suitable for him. He even said that it might be contrary to him. And Killua does. After Killua spent some time and fine-tuned the movements he was most comfortable with, only then did he successfully activate his aura nodes and awaken his mind energy. Then, Killua felt that what Nie Wenbai said was wrong. Well, Killua, there is good news and bad news, do you want to hear it? Nie Wenbai said with a smile. What news? Killua looked at Nie Wenbai suspiciously and asked. Nie Wenbai glanced at Gon, who was also curious, and said, Gon, maybe you don't know, I taught you the set of actions to open 06 aura nodes. In fact, it is the most original version, that is, the most basic version. Judging from the current situation, only Netero relies on this version to open aura nodes. Others opened aura nodes after fine-tuning a version that suited them. Let me add another point, this version is also the easiest to fine-tune. Killua used the version of Ganyu at the beginning. If he is not talented enough, it is almost certain that it will take half a year or a year to open aura nodes. This is bad news. Killua's talent is indeed very good. He fine-tuned his own version in Gon's version, and was able to successfully open aura nodes early. Killua, I'm sorry, it was all because of me that I almost let you. It's okay, doesn't this show my genius even more, but you are pretty good at just randomly changing something as important as this without asking anything. Killua interrupted Gon's next words and said. Saying that, Killua poked Gon's face with a weird look on his face. Poked Gon's collagen-filled face deep into his cheeks. Gon believed that he had done something wrong, so he did not resist and just smiled on the sidelines. Well, if this isn't true love, why should we mention it? The world of Hunter x Hunter is always full of these friendships. And the friendship between these men. But because the person concerned has a good appearance, some Fujoshi will regard her as a CP. This is very frustrating. Fortunately, my life is not anime. Otherwise, wouldn't I also be at such risk? Nie Wenbai was thinking about all kinds of things, but he did not stop the interaction between Gon and Killua. This is their time. Nie Wenbai thinks that as an adult, it is better not to participate. Ah, by the way, come on, come with me to get the money. Killua suddenly paused, then urged Gon to follow. Hey, okay. Gon was stunned for a moment without knowing why, but finally chose to follow. Oh. Are you coming? Keep up, keep up. Nie Wenbai felt that he had not waited in vain and hurriedly followed Killua and the others. What he looks like now, in the eyes of outsiders. He looked like a demon trying to trick children into getting lucky money with candy. It's just that Nie Wenbai doesn't think he is. Time passes slowly. But no matter how slow it is, it will always pass. Half an hour later. Hey. I made a lot of money this time. Looking at the more than 400 million nuns in his backpack, Nie Wenbai smiled happily. Equally happy was Killua himself. He was also very happy now and threw 10 pieces of energy candy into his mouth. Directly ignoring the most important physical recovery effect of the energy candy, he only focused on the fantastic taste of the energy candy. This is really a waste of time. How about it, Gon, do you want to buy some? Nie Wenbai looked at Gon and asked with a smile. Okay, I want 10. Gon nodded and said. How much? Nie Wenbai looked at Gon in surprise and asked. Gon said clearly 10. Aren't you going to prepare more of this kind of good stuff? Nie Wenbai persuaded. No, I'm afraid I will rely too much on this kind of prop. I want to rely more on myself. Gon shook his head lightly and said as if he was very worried about the future. In response, Nie Wenbai said a little weirdly, I didn't tell you to eat more yourself. You can also buy some for your mother-in-law and Aunt Mito. They are busy working all day long, so they must be very tired. Ah yes, then, let me buy 100 million. Gon was stunned for a moment, and then it was time to change his attention. Didn't buy them all because Gon thought it would be better to bring some money back. Aunt Mito can also be more relaxed. With another 100 million yuan in income, Nie Wenbai was smiling even more from ear to ear. It's really amazing, if I had so much money before I traveled through time. I'm afraid that I will be useless in my lifetime, day by day, and maybe I will just be an entertainment nerd waiting to die. Thinking of this, Nie Wenbai was particularly emotional. Then I went to have a late night snack with Gon and the others, and then returned to my rental house in 023. After waking up one night, Nie Wenbai ate breakfast and came to the Sky Arena again to start his training plan to collect combat experience again. Here, the people Nie Wenbai met were finally no longer famous characters in anime. But even if there is no name, it cannot be underestimated. The fact that these people can reach dozens of levels means that they have such strength. Let's not talk about ordinary boxers, but just talk about martial artists, who are emerging one after another. In 2 days, Nie Wenbai played 4 more games. In 3 battles with martial artists, I encountered an opponent from a completely different school. Good guy, Nie Wenbai was very happy at that time. This situation is what he wants. I thought I was going to continue fighting like this, but I didn't expect that Yan, who had disappeared for several days, finally came back. I'll go if you hadn't called me every day, I would have thought you weren't going to do it. Nie Wenbai looked at Yan in surprise and said. I'm sorry, sir, where was my house before? Yan said distressedly, seeming to find it difficult to speak. Forget it, since you agreed to help me, let's get started directly. This is the money card, and there are 200 million rennies in it. Chapter 84. Yan left again, taking away the card with 200 million. Nie Wenbai was not too worried about what he was going to do next. As for what the company he will open in the future will be like, Nie Wenbai just gave Yan some opinions and suggestions. Just leave it to her to handle. There is no way, Nie Wenbai has never opened a company, so he knows what it takes to open a company. He just had a little money and an idea. As for whether Yan will run away with the money? Nie Wenbai is confident and thinks not. Why? Not only because of Yan's character, but also because Nie Wenbai is a hunter. In this world, no ordinary person is willing to offend a hunter. Because there are examples. Since you are not worried, just wait slowly. At this time, Nie Wenbai did not wait for Yan's arrival, nor did he wait for himself to reach the 200th floor. Instead, it was level 150 in Nie Wenbai, which was a few days later. An unexpected but expected person came to Nie Wenbai's door. Menchi. Come in. Opening the door, Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi who appeared in front of his door in surprise. He stepped back, wanting to invite Menchi into his rental house. Yes, even if it is built to 150 floors, Nie Wenbai still lives in a rented house. Because the room on the 100th floor is not big, he might as well live in a rented house outside. Not short of this little money. No, I'm here to see you this time. I have an urgent matter that I want your help with. Come with me now. Menchi did not enter the door, but looked at Nie Wenbai and said seriously. Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi in surprise, and then asked, what's the emergency? Don't blame him for being curious, because he almost reached level 200 and got a lot more money. If we leave now, wouldn't it be equivalent to throwing away hundreds of millions? What urgent matter is worth hundreds of millions? So, you have to ask clearly. You still remember what you promised me, help me transport something. Menchi did not say anything directly, but pointed out the conditions that Nie Wenbai had promised before. Remember, but do you have to leave now? Nie Wenbai asked in confusion. Menchi said anxiously, of course, this matter cannot be delayed. If we don't hurry up, someone else will succeed first. According to the methods of those guys, if they get the thing first, the effect and deliciousness will be greatly reduced. Having said so much, what is the thing you mentioned and where is it? Nie Wenbai knew Menchi's urgency, so he was a little curious about this thing. Come with me quickly, I'll talk to you on the way. Menchi doesn't want to waste time talking about these things here anymore. He started directly, grabbed Nie Wenbai's wrist and walked outside. Of course, this is because Nie Wenbai did not feel Menchi's malice, otherwise. According to his current situation, it is impossible for Urkai to catch him easily. Hey, then you also want me to change clothes? Nie Wenbai was pulled to jump on one foot, but he wanted to make Menchi stop. Whatever clothes you want to change into, you can change them after you get on the airship. You can change whatever you want. If it is really necessary, I can change it for you. Menchi said angrily. Hey, it's so good, then it should be faster. Nie Wenbai's eyes lit up, and he walked quickly to Menchi's side and smiled. Menchi rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything more. Look, I've already left with you. You have to tell me where your destination is and how long it will take, right? Nie Wenbai let Menchi hold his wrist and asked as he walked. Menchi did not refuse. Walking quickly, he began to talk about the purpose of this time. Our target this time is a plant that grows in extremely cold places, called zero ice fruit, a fruit that can only exist in extremely cold places. Once the temperature changes, the greater the change, the softer the skin of the Ling Binguo will be. At that time, its taste will be completely different. I have been staring at this zero ice fruit for 2 years because I couldn't find a way to bring it back. So it can only be placed there, but now, a group of bounty hunters are eyeing it. Just for a ridiculous bounty, I want to bring back the zero ice fruit to the bounty person. Damn, that's disrespectful to the ingredients. Not to be eaten in its most delicious state, that's an insult. Therefore, we need to get to the extremely cold place within half a month, the sub-zero realm. Yeah, it's a very exciting plot, and then, you are going to beat up those bounty hunters. And then leave with those zero fruits, right? I understand. However, as far as I know, the sub-zero realm is a secret realm in the south of the map. Can we get there in half a month with the help of an airship? Nie Wenbai nodded. I said as if I was very confused. Hearing this, Menchi paused and said unwillingly, no matter what, I have to do it. If it weren't for coming here to find you, I would definitely be able to get there within half a month. Hey, don't blame me for this. I didn't ask you to come to me. Nie Wenbai didn't want to admit this nonsense. Menchi also knew this, so she just curled her lips but did not refute. It was indeed because she needed Nie Wenbai's help, not that Nie Wenbai had to help her buy it. However, she was really angry before. Seeing Menchi hurried away with his head down, Wenbai thought for a moment. Then he patted Menchi's hand with his hand that was holding his wrist. What are you doing? Menchi asked angrily. FK. Well, what I want to say is, if you can wait for me here for a few days, I can help you get to the sub-zero realm within half a month. How about it, do you want to believe it once? Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Menchi stopped and looked at Nie Wenbai seriously, wanting to see through Nie Wenri. But in the end, she could only see a smiling face, which made it hard for her to believe what Nie Wenbai said. Chapter 85. Seriously? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and asked seriously. Nie Wenbai kept a smile on his face and said, of course, I'm absolutely serious. Okay, I believe you, I hope you are not lying to me. Menchi said seriously. Don't worry, then, can you go back now? Nie Wenbai waved his hands and smiled. With that said, Nie Wenbai turned around and pulled Menchi towards where he came from. Along the way, Menchi was looking at Nie Wenbai, seeming to be thinking about what method Bao Wenyu planned to use so that she could reach the southernmost secret realm of sub-zero territory within 15 days. After thinking about it again and again, Menchi still couldn't figure it out. In order to keep an eye on Nie Wenbai, Menchi decided to follow Nie Wenbai closely during this period. Menchi, who thought so, also did the same. When she came to Nie Wenbai's rental house, she walked in without hesitation. Then he stayed. Then, it was the next day. Is this why you have to stay for a few days? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai with a black line on his face and asked. Of course, I'm still a few games away from reaching level 200, and I'll still have hundreds of millions of ring coins in my pocket by then. Nie Wenbai nodded and said with a smile. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai speechlessly and said, then do you know how much the reward for zero ice fruit is? How much? Nie Wenbai asked curiously. 81.87 trillion. Menchi said quietly. Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi in surprise, what the hell, 80 billion? No wonder those guys want to rob you. You want to grab it? Menchi glanced at Nie Wenbai and said. No, just talking. Nie Wenbai said sadly. If it weren't for the fact that he had promised to help transport things, Nie Wenbai would definitely grab it. After all, if he had 80 billion ring Ni in hand, he would be able to leave a lot of room for many things. You don't need to just talk, if you want it, I won't stop you. Menchi said casually. Are you so nice to me? What are your intentions? Nie Wenbai didn't believe this kind of thing, looking at Menchi with a funny expression and said. Menchi glanced at Nie Wenbai and said, I don't care who brings back the Ling Binguo, because in the end it will be cooked by my hands. I'm just annoyed by those assholes' disrespect for the ingredients. What ABD, you actually want to use a refrigerator to bring back zero ice fruit? Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't hunt my companions, I would have killed them one by one. By the end, Menchi became particularly angry. Nie Wenbai, standing next to Menchi, faithfully felt the momentum coming from Menchi. That is the spirit of a first-class spiritual person. Although the Menchi is only marginally top-notch. However, compared to Nie Wenbai, who is just a third-rate nin, there is indeed a lot on the wall. Of course, if you count nin, it is clear at a glance who is strong and who is weak. Then you're welcome, I'm really short of money now. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. In that case, then come with me now. Menchi's eyes lit up and he wanted to leave with Nie Wenbai. Nie Wenbai quickly stopped Menchi and said, wait until I reach the 200th floor of Sky Arena. Number 400 million Rini and 80 billion Rini, which one do you want? Menchi asked angrily. Both. Nie Wenbai replied simply. Children only want one, of course adults want them all. He is an adult who has just grown up. Obviously, only if you want them all can you meet his standards. Menchi became furious after hearing Nie Wenbai's natural words. It's just that now she wants something from him, and she also needs the method that Nie Wenbai said to reach the Sub-Zero region within 15 days. So, Menchi decided to endure it. However, if you have to endure it, you still have to do what needs to be done. She couldn't really let Nie Wenbai play one game a day and then start again 5 days later. She asked Nie Wenbai to attend 2 shows a day. In this way, as long as we continue to win completely, then, at noon on the 3rd day, they can set off. This was a good idea, so Menchi didn't let Nie Wenbai refute it. In this regard, Nie Wenbai did not say anything to refute. Therefore, the two quickly reached a consensus. So and so. 1 day, 2 days. The 3rd day has arrived. During this period, Gon and Killua met Menchi. The few people didn't talk about anything. After saying hello, they didn't say any more. Wing also met Menchi. The two are quite familiar with each other, but it seems that Menchi is not very satisfied with Wing. It seems to be because Wing often misses everything. For Menchi, a gourmet hunter who has precise requirements for ingredients, the shortcomings are really too deceiving. It was even said that Menchi did not want to stay in the same place with Wing for a long time. Especially in some stone library. Because she didn't want to kill Wing just because she couldn't stand it. What now? What should we do? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and said seriously. Nie Wenbai smiled and waved his hand and said, don't worry, I said I would arrive within 15 days, and I will definitely arrive within 15 days. While talking, Nie Wenbai didn't say as much as Menchi. He took out 2 pairs of strange shoes directly from his backpack. Flying shoes. A strange item that Nie Wenbai obtained before, but has never been used at all. It's not because Nie Wenbai can't be used, it's just that it's not necessary and it can't be used temporarily. As for the function of flying shoes? Very simple, it allows the user to quickly return to the place where he has been before. As you can see, this thing requires people to have visited the place before it can be used. Moreover, this place that we have arrived at is not based on others. It will only be judged by where Nie Wenbai has been. So, where did Nie Wenbai go before? Whale Island, Dulay Port, Kent City, Lumen Wetland, Trap Tower, Glasses Island, etc. These are all places Nie Wenbai has been to before, but none of them are places he wants to go back to. If that's the case, then of course he won't use these flying shoes that cost 10 million denies. As for why it didn't work that time Nie Wenbai wanted to return to Rumanai wetlands. Chapter 86. The reason why I didn't use flying shoes when I went to Rumanai Marsh. It was entirely because Nie Wenbai wanted to visit the cities along the way. Shoes. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai suspiciously, but did not directly confirm that Nie Wenbai was playing tricks on her. After all, this world contains magical beings like Nen. The name of my Nen creation is Flying Shoes, which can allow the user to return to the place where I have been. It's very fast, so no need to worry about time. And the closest place to the south is Whale Island. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Menchi frowned and said, not Whale Island. Although it is much closer, there is no airship there. If we take a boat, it is impossible for us to reach our destination within 15 days. I know, don't worry, I didn't say I wanted to take a boat. Nie Wenbai comforted Menchi and said. Not taking a boat? What are you going to take? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai suspiciously and said. Nie Wenbai smiled and said, it will be kept secret for now. Without giving Menchi time to continue asking, Nie Wenbai urged Menchi to get the flying shoes. Then softly called Whale Island. As Nie Wenbai softly called out, the flying shoes in Nie Wenbai's hands turned into a shimmer of light and fell on Nie Wenbai's shoes. Immediately afterwards, Nie Wenbai's whole body turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The next second, when Nie Wenbai came to his senses, he had already landed on the dock of Whale Island. The speed is so fast that it is almost equivalent to teleportation. This method of movement is very similar to the movement cards on Greed Island. Standing there, Nie Wenbai waited for a while. But Menchi never arrived. That's weird, haven't you already taught her how to use it? Why hasn't it arrived yet? With this in mind, Nie Wenbai took out his mobile phone and called Menchi. Beep. Beep. Brush. As the phone rang twice, the next second, a light appeared in front of Nie Wenbai, hitting him directly. After the light source gathered, Menchi's figure appeared in front of Nie Wenbai. Beep. At this time, the third phone rang. Click. Menchi hung up the phone, explained to Nie Wenbai and said, I just tested your props. Oh, how was the test? Nie Wenbai asked curiously. It's true that I can't go to the places I've been to, and I can't carry too many objects. Menchi briefly talked about the test she just conducted. Oh, that's it. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. Menchi glanced at Nie Wenbai, then looked at him and asked seriously, so, how should we go to the Sub-Zero realm now? Simple, Nie Wenbai said. Later, Menchi came to the top of the mountain with doubts. I found a deserted place and took out the flying shuttle. Then, under Menchi's even more suspicious eyes, he stopped the flying shuttle in the air. Ola 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 ola. With Menchi's confused expression on his face, Nie Wenbai began to hit the flying shuttle frantically. In fact, it would have been Menchi's first time flying a shuttle and he didn't know how to control the intensity. Nie Wenbai actually wanted her to do this kind of hard work. However, now he can only do it by himself. The hitting time didn't take too long, and it quickly reached Nie Wenbai's own standards. He stopped and opened the shuttle door. Come in. Nie Wenbai did not explain why, but just invited Menchi to enter. Menchi, who didn't know why, was not worried that Nie Wenbai would harm him. So, she just paused and walked directly into the shuttle. Menchi was surprised to see that the shuttle looked like a car in a room. Then, she quietly waited for Nie Wenbai to give herself an explanation. Hey, I'm very confused. Nie Wenbai closed the shuttle door and said with a smile. When Menchi nodded in confirmation, he directly put away the slowing effect of the flying shuttle. Whoosh! The next second, the flying shuttle sprang out directly, and Menchi was stunned for a moment by the strong push on his back. Then, Menchi saw the scenery receding rapidly outside the window. This time, she was even more stunned. We're flying! Menchi said, slightly surprised. There are many people who can fly. She has encountered it too. However, like Nie Wenbai, using Nen, which is not flying at all, has the effect of flying. It was indeed her first time meeting her. Because, Nie Wenbai does not use transmuter's thoughts to force objects to move. Instead, a different technique was used. This is amazing. Menchi never expected that Nie Wenbai was so talented in developing his own Nen. Surprise, don't be too surprised, it's just a small thing. Many people can do it, or even do it better than me. Nie Wenbai said with a smile. 0. Menchi rolled his eyes and decided to change the subject and asked, what is the flight speed and how long does it take for us to reach our destination? About 300 meters per second. During this period, you need to stop to replenish kinetic energy and rest. It will take about a few days to reach it. Nie Wenbai estimated the time and said. A speed of about 1000 kilometers per hour. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai in shock and said. Obviously, in this day and age without airplanes, the speed of 1000 kilometers per hour is really too advanced. Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi's surprised expression and couldn't help but smile even more. He just likes to see other people's shocked expressions, it's really interesting. Although Nie Wenbai's expression makes people want to beat him up. However, Nie Wenbai does have such proud capital. So, Menchi decided to endure it and began to look at the environment around him. Time passed slowly, and at this time, the speed of the flying shuttle had begun to decrease. This is caused by the loss of kinetic energy. In order to maintain speed, the Nie Wenbai flying shuttle stopped in the air. Then, he opened the door that was not covered by the slow effect and walked out. Menchi, this time it's up to you. Walk over, punch the back of the shuttle hard. Nie Wenbai greeted Menchi and said. Chapter 87. Menchi rolled his eyes and said, this is the sky, where do you want me to go? No need to worry, you can just walk out. Nie Wenbai pointed at the sky outside the shuttle and said. Go out. Menchi glanced at the sky outside, then asked suspiciously. Could this guy want to regret it? Then you thought of this way to get rid of me? Different. Probably not. If he wants to get rid of me, when I'm close, he can slow down my movements at any time. Then there was no way I could keep up with him. Could it be, is it true? Menchi thought in surprise. Yes, go out, don't worry, I can stop such a big thing, let alone some stepping stones. Nie Wenbai nodded and said 553 with a smile. As he spoke, a thought came into his mind. A large amount of paper appeared in the air, forming a 10x10 meter plane under the flying shuttle. Such a huge area. Not to mention walking on it, even sleeping on it, there is no need to worry about it rolling down. Looking at this scene, Menchi's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Then he walked out of the shuttle and stood on the ground made of paper. Boom! Suddenly, Menchi stepped hard on the paper under his feet. No change. Where did the power go? By the way, the stopped object is not without kinetic energy. It's because your own time has been slowed down, so you need time to react. And this time? Menchi doesn't know at all, only that it may take a long time. With shock and confusion, Menchi came to the back of the shuttle. According to what Nie Wenbai said, he punched the back of the shuttle. Then, Menchi walked toward the shuttle while stepping on the paper under his feet. However, after returning to the shuttle, she did not see any piece of paper having any effect. This kind of defense. Menchi couldn't help but look at Nie Wenbai deeply, wanting to see what other skills Nie Wenbai had developed with his Nen. However, since she does not have the ability to digitize, it is obviously impossible to see these things. Sit down, let's continue. Nie Wenbai closed the door next to him and greeted him. After saying that, as soon as Menchi touched the chair, he immediately cancelled the slowdown effect. Whoosh! Once again, the flying shuttle rushed out. Time passed slowly, and as they got closer and closer to the Sub-Zero realm, Menchi's mood improved a lot. Right, you should smile more as a human being. No matter how urgent it is, if you can't do it, you just can't do it. In this case, no matter how anxious you are, it is useless, Nie Wenbai said with a smile. Menchi sat relaxed in the chair, leaning on the back of the chair, looking at the ceiling. She didn't care at all about Nie Wenbai's words, they were just nonsense. After all, who wouldn't say this? You can find a lot of them just by searching on the internet. Okay. Nie Wenbai shrugged, knowing that Menchi was not interested in this topic. He was bored and had no choice but to lie down on the long sofa next to him. He turned sideways and took out the game console. In response, Menchi couldn't help but shook his head. She thought of a person who never left his cell phone, the rabbit from the 12 earthly branches. It feels like I have a disease that will kill me without electronic products. Time passed, and soon the two of them arrived at their destination. A very cold place. After getting out of the flight shuttle, Nie Wenbai had already put on the cotton clothes that had been prepared for him. The cotton coat was very thick, wrapping Nie Wenbai's whole body into a big fat man. Menchi, who came down with Nie Wenbai, appeared lightly. There is no difference between dressing up and meeting Nie Wenbai. Therefore, when Menchi saw Nie Wenbai's outfit at this time, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. As a Nen, as long as you maintain tangling, you won't be cold in general. How can you act and fight when you are dressed like this? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and said angrily. Nie Wenbai didn't feel anything wrong with this at all. He casually glanced at Menchi and said, "You don't understand." Yes, you don't understand. Nie Wenbai certainly knows that he only needs to maintain entangle to enter the snow and retreat to the desert hot land. But, does it matter? No, because this is just Nie Wenbai's feelings. As a southerner, Nie Wenbai has never seen snow with his own eyes in all his life, and he has no impression of the sub-zero temperatures. All temperatures are supported by imagination. So, it's a rare opportunity to experience it. Even if he is not cold, he still has to dress up as if he is moving in a very cold place. Stupid? Of course not stupid. So much fun. Cheering, Nie Wenbai put away the flying shuttle and rushed out. He didn't see any snow here, all he saw were some ice cubes. Big ones, small ones. Blue and white. Hard and crispy. Nie Wenbai enjoyed seeing all kinds of ice cubes. In order to feel the chill of the ice here and the temperature here, Nie Wenbai also specially entered Absolute. Good guy, I'm just a good guy. Damn, why is it so cold? I'm so thickly dressed. The chill was completely beyond Nie Wenbai's expectation. Just as he entered the Absolute state, Nie Wenbai was stunned by the chill that hit his face. But when he was confused, Hanfan would not be polite to him. When I saw a 0.8-inch gap in Nie Wenbai's collar, I immediately filled it. The extreme cold made Nie Wenbai shiver involuntarily. Gan. So sloppy. Slip away, slip away. Nie Wenbai, who was almost frozen into a dog, quickly entered the material factory. Phew. It's getting warmer. Ptahaha, thank you for the show, I laughed very happily. Menchi laughed at Nie Wenbai's behavior. His whole body was shaking up and down with laughter, which made Nie Wenbai a little dazzled. Nie Wenbai originally wanted to talk to Menchi about making fun of herself, but when she saw Menchi being so polite, she decided to forgive her. If you've laughed enough, let's talk about where we should go. Nie Wenbai, who had resumed his light clothes, urged him as he looked at the blue and white scenery all around him. Chapter 88. It's not far, just walk in this direction. After walking for 2 kilometers, we can enter the sub-zero realm. Menchi calmed down his expression, then pointed to the east and said. Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment, and then asked, we haven't entered the sub-zero realm yet. Of course, the temperature in the sub-zero realm is much lower than here. Menchi said seriously. In response, Nie Wenbai nodded guiltily. Fortunately, I didn't test the temperature in that sub-zero realm. Otherwise, I would become a popsicle. Afterwards, the two of them walked towards the entrance to the secret realm of the extreme sub-zero realm while talking about it. Mainly Menchi was talking, and Nie Wenbai was just nodding in agreement. 2 kilometers sounds like a lot though. For ordinary people to walk, it would only take dozens of minutes. But Nie Wenbai and Menchi are not ordinary people. As powerful Nin people, their speed on the road will not be lower than 0.6. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of their destination. It was a strange valley entrance. When I walked in and took a look, it was indeed as bare as Menchi said. This scene reminded Nie Wenbai of the ancient plots he used to watch in TV series. In most of these valley places, there will be ambushes. What's wrong? Menchi said helplessly. It's nothing serious. I just want to know if there will be an ambush here. Nie Wenbai looked at the valley in front of him and said suspiciously. Menchi paused for a moment, then nodded and said, there is no ambush, but there are some rare beasts living on both sides of the valley. They will attack the creatures with things when they pass by. While talking, Menchi and Nie Wenbai walked into the valley. What kind of rare beast is this? Nie Wenbai asked curiously. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and said with a joking smile, the ice ape is a rare beast that feeds on ice. Its attack method is to throw its own feces at other creatures. Eating on ice? Can they eat enough? Nie Wenbai asked in surprise, wait, you just said they will attack with their own feces. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of ice apes appeared on both sides of the valley. Then the karma came towards Nie Wenbai and Menchi like a cloud in the sky. Gan. Nie Wenbai was so angry that his face was distorted. When did he get shit thrown at him by other creatures? Damn it, don't really get stuck. Nie Wenbai cheered up. I plan to put them all together when the feces above my head are 50 meters away from me. Nie Wenbai, who was getting ready to go, suddenly saw Menchi beside him from the corner of his eye. But he was not anxious about this matter at all. On the contrary, Menchi seemed to be waiting. What are you doing? Nie Wenbai didn't understand this very much and asked while paying attention to the feces in the air. Menchi smiled and said, actually, you don't need to worry so much. Ice Garden is a rare beast that lives by eating ice. Because of the diet, the feces of the ice ape is not as disgusting as other creatures. On the contrary, the feces of the ice ape is more like a jelly-like object. Then what? Nie Wenbai narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously. Then? Of course there is no need to take care of it. We can even collect some. This is a very good medicine for medicinal use. Menchi said in confusion. Nie Wenbai was stunned. You actually plan to collect some? Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi in horror and said. Menchi nodded naturally and said, this is our hunter's job. It's hunter's job to collect feces. Nie Wenbai curled his lips and said. Of course there are more, but as one of the food hunters, I cannot remain indifferent to these ingredients that can be used medicinally, which means they can be eaten. Menchi explained, shaking his head. Nie Wenbai nodded clearly, and then moved slightly away from Menchi. The expression of disgust was conveyed to Menchi's eyes without any concealment. What do you hate? Do you think you haven't eaten it before? Menchi roared and shouted. What? Have I eaten it? Absolutely impossible. Nie Wenbai retorted in shock. While the two were talking, the feces in the air finally fell within 50 meters of Nie Wenbai. Without thinking much, Nie Wenbai directly applied the slowing effect on all the feces that enveloped them. A large piece of feces is suspended in the air. What a spectacular scene! Seeing Nie Wenbai's retort so firmly, Menchi couldn't help but laugh jokingly. Does coke taste good? Menchi asked quietly. Nie Wenbai nodded in confusion and said, of course, it is a perfect combination of snacks and games, but this is related to the topic we are talking about. Wait, don't you mean to say that? No, I can't draw. Coke is made from this thing. Vomit. It doesn't seem impossible when you think about it, but the formula of 930 Le has never been released at all. Therefore, even if these materials are really needed, maybe it is true. Thinking like this, Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi with some despair, trying to see signs of joking from Menchi. However, Menchi far from saying it was a joke. And he was still laughing crazily, gloating about his misfortune. She herself didn't care whether she ate these things, but Nie Wenbai did. It is precisely because of this that Menchi was able to tease Nie Wenbai with this and then take pleasure in his misfortune. No. Why does something so delicious like coke need to be made with something that is not edible by humans? The person who made coke, is he mentally ill? Why did he do this? Nie Wenbai said in despair. Saying this, Nie Wenbai did not do anything stupid like vomiting out the coke he drank. After all, after drinking it for so long, who knows where those cokes have gone now? After suffering a headache for several minutes, Nie Wenbai finally accepted this fact. Then, he saw the unhappy expression on Menchiki's face. What's wrong? You look like an ant. Chapter 89. Auntie, I'll make you an auntie. Menchi's originally sullen face could no longer hold back, and he roared at Nie Wenbai. Then what happened to you? It was me who ate something I shouldn't have eaten, not you. Why are you upset? Nie Wenbai asked with a shrug. Menchi gritted his teeth, kept a cold smile, and said slowly, no, my family is the family that made coke. The person who made coke is my grandmother. The scolding has reached someone else's granddaughter. However, I never expected that this little girl Menchi is not an invisible wealthy woman. Darling, if I had known this, I would have asked her to sell energy candies. Sorry, I didn't know that the person who made coke was your grandmother. If I knew, I would never scold her in front of you. Nie Wenbai apologized. If you don't scold my grandmother in front of me, you probably want to scold me behind my back. Menchi said quietly. Ha ha ha, how is that possible? Nie Wenbai said with a dry smile. Yao, you are so smart, you deserve it and no one wants you. Men still like some stupid girls. By the way, aren't we going to find that zero ice fruit? Come on, don't let others beat you to it. Nie Wenbai changed the subject and pushed Menchi's back towards the front. Seeing this, Menchi did not continue to pursue the matter. It is true that zero ice fruit is more important. Mr. Menchi, I would like to introduce my product to you solemnly. Physical candy, no matter how strong you are, is a good product that can restore your physical strength to its optimal state. One is 10 million, and we have a special offer right now. I'll give it to you for 1 million. How about buying some back? Nie Wenbai seized the opportunity to introduce his physical candies. Menchi said angrily, don't call me a rich woman. Also, although your kind of physical candy is very good, generally speaking only those third-rate nuns will use it. Listening to Menchi's words, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but be surprised. Because this was the first time he heard of this kind of thing. How do you say it? Nie Wenbai asked curiously. No matter what props they are all composed of mind energy, and personal mind energy will carry personal will. No matter how small the amount is, it will disappear after a while, but it is still a fatal flaw. Therefore, in the ninja prop circle, the popular props are all external props. Once it involves the circulation of mind energy within the body, as long as you have some foresight, it will definitely not be used. After all, no one knows who made this prop when it came out. Are there some unknown malicious conditions added to it? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai, and then introduced the relationship seriously. After hearing this, Nie Wenbai found that his idea of gaining a large number of nuns by selling rare items was impossible to realize. Among the weak, only the strong will be the rich. A third-rate naughty person. How much money can you have? The money earned by the Sky Arena has probably been squandered by them long ago. Don't ask why Nie Wenbai is so sure. This is because Nie Wenbai found that these people really rarely have the idea of making a good deposit. Moreover, they all have hundreds of millions of nuns. No, or don't think about making more money. Do such people exist? Obviously not. No one really wants to be satisfied, enough is enough. People just think, if I can make so much money, why can't I make more? Therefore, these third-rate men cannot hide their money. Either it was spent on having fun, or various investments failed, and all the money was lost. A third-rate person cannot make up his mind, but a first-rate person cannot make up his mind. I won't use Nie Wenbai's magical items. Likewise, I can no longer make up my mind. Gan. There is such a saying, no wonder the game Greedy Island is only played by bounty hunters. No wonder those old monsters don't care about Greed Island at all. If they take action, what will happen to the younger generation of nuns? Now, Nie Wenbai has finally eliminated some of his previous doubts. In other words, I can no longer use many of the props on Greed Island. Tisk, I plan to go there to collect some props and sneak them out. Now it seems that it is better to forget it. Are you short of money? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai, who looked pity, and asked doubtfully. Although she had just become a hunter, according to what she had learned before, Nie Wenbai has at least nearly 1 billion ring nuns on his body. This number is not a small amount. If an average family lives a normal life, it will be impossible for them to use it up in several lifetimes. Therefore, Menchi does not think Nie Wenbai will be short of money. But now, looking at Nie Wenbai's performance, Menchi also discovered. Does Nie Wenbai really need money? Of course we are short of money. Money is never enough. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai, thought for a moment, and then asked, can your energy sugar be diluted? Dilute? Yes, but if you dilute it, the effect will become weaker. What's the use? Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment, and then said doubtfully. Do you want to cooperate with Wang Niuhao, me, in a company that sells recovery products? Menchi said. Recovery products? Well, you mean energy drinks. Indeed, although Nan people are unwilling to eat other Nan people's props. However, ordinary people don't have this kind of entanglement. The functional drinks industry is indeed possible. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. As for drinks, before the time travel, the market price seemed to be pretty good. Moreover, my energy drinks are indeed very effective. I'm just afraid it can sell better. As for working with Menchi, well, the Menchi family, as the family of the Coke Company, can indeed give our new company some great help in the beverage sector. With this in mind, Nie Wenbai stretched out his right hand, took Menchi's hand and said with a smile, it's a pleasure to cooperate, so let's decide on a name for the company. Chapter 90. Hey, our company name hasn't been decided yet. Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi, who was walking quickly, and shouted. While shouting, Nie Wenbai also followed. You can decide the name of the company yourself. The most important thing for us now is to get to the place where the Lingbing fruit grows as soon as possible. Menchi raised his palms to stop what Nie Wenbai wanted to discuss. The topic said. In response, Nie Wenbai shrugged and said nonchalantly, okay, to be honest, I'm quite good at naming things. Well, I thought of a name, look. My name is Nie Wenbai, your name is Menchi. I think we can take one of our words and combine them to form a name. For example, how about the White Gate? Oh, I don't like it. What about Bai Qi? Still don't like it. You are difficult to deal with. In this case, otherwise, we will call. Nie Wenbai wanted to continue, but seemed to be a bit talkative. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Menchi. There's no need to change, just keep the door blank. It doesn't matter whether the name matters or not, as long as you don't say it anymore. Okay. Nie Wenbai nodded boredly and said. Now that it's settled, there's nothing more to say. Nie Wenbai, who was doing nothing now, looked up at the ape dung still falling in the sky. Immediately there was another burst of melancholy. Anyone who knows that he has eaten such excrement will probably not be calm. Even though Coke is really delicious. But what about that? Nie Wenbai's current situation is like choosing between a poop-flavored apple or an apple-flavored poop. No, he didn't even get a choice. Because he passively chose cola-flavored shit. Gan. Just thinking about this makes me feel sick to my stomach. Nie Wenbai couldn't help but cover his stomach, with a tangled look on his face. Although he didn't say it, Menchi knew what Nie Wenbai was thinking at this time. Phew. Sorry, she didn't want to laugh, but Nie Wenbai's expression was so funny. It was so funny that she couldn't help but think of the first time she learned that Coke was made from ape dung when she was a child. At that time, she also looked like the sky was falling. However, after a few days, her family often came to seduce her with Coke. Only then did she slowly let go of these prejudices. Nie Wenbai ignored Menchi and ignored her. The two walked and talked, and soon passed the ape dung area and arrived at the entrance of the secret realm of the Sub-Zero realm. It was a cave glowing with blue light, and it looked like a world inside the cave. Nie Wenbai, who was full of doubts and curiosity, followed Menchi, who was familiar with the road, and quickly walked into the Sub-Zero realm. As soon as he entered it, Nie Wenbai felt the strong wind blowing at him. The wind was so strong that if Nie Wenbai hadn't maintained his entanglement, he would have been knocked over several times by now. Along with the strong wind came a large number of snowflakes. Judging from the situation of these two things, Nie Wenbai and the others have encountered a snowstorm. Menchi, is it always snowing here? Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing earlier? Nie Wenbai approached Menchi's ear and said loudly. The hot breath from his mouth sprayed on Menchi's ears, which made Menchi very uncomfortable. It's not always a snowstorm here, most of the days are sunny. In order to be able to explain clearly, Menchi also leaned close to Nie Wenbai's ear and said loudly. Well, it turns out that this is how a girl blows into her ear. It's so strange, I always feel itchy. With these things in mind, Wenbai didn't waste a moment. Doesn't that mean that we are very unlucky? Anyway, our competitors haven't arrived yet, how about we go back first and come back tomorrow? Aged, Nie Wenbai said loudly. No, a snowstorm can last for several days or even half a month. In this case, no matter how many days we wait and come here, we may encounter a snowstorm. So, it's best to go in now. Menchi shook his head and said loudly in Nie Wenbai's ear. Nie Wenbai looked at the visibility of no one visible 3 meters ahead, and couldn't help but look at Menchi in surprise. The look in his eyes seemed to reveal it. Darling, are you looking for death? Although both of them are very good in strength, they are compared with the power of nature. It is indeed far from enough. Moreover, it was a blizzard with extremely low visibility and heavy snow cover. Nie Wenbai really didn't think they could really reach the Ling Bingguo without any accidents. Of course, he was not worried that he would get lost in this secret realm. With the existence of flying shoes, he can use the flying shoes at any time to leave the Sub-Zero realm as long as he is willing. Menchi will not reject this kind of external props, so she doesn't need to worry either. However, I want to find the location of Zero Hyogo. Nie Wenbai couldn't help, so he had to rely on Menchi to lead the way. And to guide the way based on experience, this kind of thing is a difficult task on the ice sheet in the sub-zero realm. Now there is a snowstorm to interfere. I'm afraid, even for a senior hunter like Urkai, it will be difficult for him to get through. Nie Wenbai's current search level is only level 1, and its effect is only limited. According to the growth pattern of skills, Nie Wenbai needs at least level 4 to be able to play a role in the current situation. And level 4. Ouch, where did he get the truth? I stayed at the Sky Arena some time ago and temporarily stopped exploring the world. Now, all over. Nie Wenbai still only has 1560 truth points. That look in your eyes, I decided to go in after confirming that your props are feasible. Anyway, we don't need to worry about not getting out. If that's the case, what else do we need to worry about? Menchi said loudly. Nie Wenbai rolled his eyes and said, the problem is, that thing requires money. I know, I'll give it to you after I get out. Menchi said angrily. Do you think I'm trying to trick you? Are you asking for money? Please, am I that kind of person? If I really wanted money, I would have asked for it just like you did that time. Chapter 91. Nie Wenbai's words stunned Menchi for a moment. Seeing that Nie Wenbai didn't look like he was lying, Menchi's brain began to think crazily. I didn't need money before, but now I need money, and I still have to. There is only one situation where such necessary conditions can exist. That's Nan. Your Nan still needs money? I understand. No wonder you have so many kinds of abilities and why you are short of money. I guess your abilities are all related to money, and activating abilities also requires money. The abilities you set are really weird. Could it be that you can only use banknotes? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai with a strange expression and said. Nie Wenbai paused for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, that's pretty much it. He did not refute Menchi's statement that using the slow ability also requires money. Because there is really no need, he just needs money anyway, this is not wrong. How much does it cost? Menchi asked with a headache. Don't take too much. How could I bring so much money out here? Menchi was looking forward to Nie Wenbai saying a nice number. 100 million ring nuns. Nie Wenbai didn't hesitate and raised the price 10 times. Anyway, his energy candy can't be sold. And the company hasn't started yet. So, now, shouldn't he find other businesses to increase his income? The numbers sounded so good that Menchi's eyes became wet when he heard them. She looked at some banknotes she had with her. Very good, 173,823. A good amount of cash, but the gap between it and the 100 million required by Nie Wenbai is indeed too big. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai tangledly and said, don't you have the ability to store things? Don't you prepare some Nie? Of course I'm ready. Nie Wenbai nodded and said. In this case, then you can help me out first, and then I will pay you double the amount. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and said while discussing. Nie Wenbai said with bright eyes, no problem, picture board. With that said, Nie Wenbai bought 2 flying shoes from his store. In an instant, 200 million yuan in cash disappeared from his backpack. In the rare items column of the backpack, there are 2 more flying shoes. Taking one out, Nie Wenbai gave it to Menchi. Let's go. Menchi took the flying shoes from Nie Wenbai, then waved and said. After finishing speaking, he took the lead and walked in the direction of the blizzard. In order not to get separated, Nie Wenbai followed closely behind Menchi. Looking at Menchi's back, he waited idly for Menchi to find his way. And he himself was casually looking at the white surroundings. This is all that can be seen with the naked eye. Fortunately, Nie Wenbai can also use searches to observe the world. This way. No, it should be over here. Be careful, it's slippery here. Along the way, Menchi concentrated on looking for the marks made before the storm. However, the snowstorm was so heavy that many of Menchi's marks were buried. In this case, Menchi can only rely on guessing most of the time. If the guess is correct, then it's not a problem at all. And if you guess wrong, then Nie Wenbai and Menchi can only look for signs in the same area. If they don't do this, they will have no way of reaching their destination. In order to prevent himself from going too far, Menchi must be very energetic. She carefully looked at possible signs on the road. What are you looking for? Nie Wenbai couldn't help but ask as he looked at Menchi, who had been busy here but not taking any action. Menchi kept his head down and looked at the ground when he heard Nie Wenbai's question. Without raising his head, he said casually, I'm looking for a mark. Look for the mark. Then tell me what the mark looks like. I will help you find it much faster. Nie Wenbai said clearly. Help me find it, how can you? Wait, if you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. Didn't you know how to predict it? Just predict the location of the destination directly. Menchi was stunned for a moment, then said to Nie Wenbai Yukui. 0, please give me flowers. Faced with Menchi being so optimistic about himself, Nie Wenbai said without any anxiety, it can't be done now. Why? Menchi asked in shock. Because, my knowledge requires money, Nie Wenbai said, shaking his head. Menchi paused for a moment, and then continued, don't you still have money? Use it first, and then I will pay you back double. Not enough. I used it many times forcibly for the hunter test. Now I have to wait until I save enough money to unblock it. Nie Wenbai said matter-of-factly. How much do you need? Menchi asked melancholy. A lot. Nie Wenbai said with a shrug. Well, there are indeed a lot, but what is needed is truth rather than money. 0. If it's suitable, I can quickly have the means of prediction. It's not appropriate. It might take me a long time to activate the prompt skill. I don't know how much truth this sub-zero realm can bring me. Isn't it still only a few hundred points? Well, the situation is not optimistic. Nie Wenbai thought helplessly. On the other hand, Menchi was obviously disappointed after listening to Nie Wenbai's words. Although I can't predict it, one more person means more effort. Tell me, what do your marks look like? Nie Wenbai said, waving his hands. What Nie Wenbai said is indeed correct, and Menchi also agrees with this statement. My mark is a kitchen knife and spoon. If you find them, just call them. But in order not to get separated, you can't leave me 3 meters away. I don't want to find the Ling Bingguo later, but because you are lost, there is no way to take it back. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and said his words seriously. Mark. After getting the mark pattern, Nie Wenbai began to change his search settings. As the settings were changed, Nie Wenbai immediately discovered that there was indeed a mark that Menchi had mentioned 30 meters to his left. After thinking for a moment, Nie Wenbai walked behind Menchi. He raised his hand and patted Menchi on the shoulder, attracting Menchi's attention. Chapter 92. Go this way. Nie Wenbai pointed to their left side and said. After saying that, he picked up Menchi and walked to the left. Being pulled by Nie Wenbai, Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai in surprise, and at the same time, there seemed to be some doubts in his eyes. Ming Ming said before that the prediction was blocked, but now he pointed out the location of his mark. How does this make Menchi believe what Nie Wenbai said? Especially when Menchi found the mark based on Nie Wenbai's guidance. Menchi became even more suspicious. If you have questions, you need to find the answers. Based on Menchi's temperament, she asked Nie Wenbai directly about this matter. Hey, I really can't use prediction anymore. What I use now is that I can see the surrounding environment. Well, it is very similar to Yuan and 137, but it is not Yuan. Nie Wenbai paused, then explained a little and said. Menchi somewhat didn't believe this. But since Nie Wenbai had said so, she didn't want to say anything more. Take Nie Wenbai and continue to move forward in the direction pointed by the mark. Just like that, step by step, mark after mark. The two of them soon arrived in front of the zero ice fruit. It was a completely blue fruit. It looks like a blue dragon fruit. Ling Bing fruit grows on a blue plant rooted in the ice sheet, and looks particularly dreamy. This is the Ling Binguo. Is this thing really just delicious? Nie Wenbai said, looking at the Ling Binguo in front of him. Menchi on the other side breathed a sigh of relief, and then replied with a smile, in addition to being delicious, zero ice fruit has another important effect. What? Nie Wenbai asked doubtfully. It can slow down the speed of human cells and increase the user's lifespan in disguise. Menchi said slowly. Nie Wenbai was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the Ling Bingguo in front of him passionately. No one wants to live longer. In the history of mankind, all kinds of people, in order to extend the human lifespan, have always been thinking of various ways to live longer. Even though Nie Wenbai has just grown up, it doesn't stop him from wanting to live longer. Wait, if it can really increase lifespan, this zero ice fruit won't stay here at all. It should be said that it increases the user's lifespan in disguise. Those who eat this thing should trade speed in exchange for a longer life. Slowing down the speed of cells should be a huge disadvantage for weak people. It is precisely because of this that there is no wise person who just eats it without doing anything. And this side effect is for ordinary people who are dying. But it is equivalent to the existence of a miracle medicine. With it, it is very possible that you may only be able to live for 1 year, but it will be delayed for 5 years. It seems that you have discovered that, yes, zero ice fruit is useful for ordinary people. If those of us who are weak eat it without some treatment, it is equivalent to taking poison. Menchi looked at the change in Nie Wenbai's eyes and understood that Nie Wenbai had discovered these problems. Your sweetness is like arsenic. Nie Wenbai said with emotion. What do you mean? Menchi asked confused. Nie Wenbai casually explained the meaning of this sentence, which means that it may be a good thing for you, but it is poison to others. It's very vivid, but you should put it away. Menchi nodded and said. Nie Wenbai didn't say much, and immediately put the Ling Bingguo in front of him into his backpack. Okay, now, are there other zero ice fruits? Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi and asked. Nie Wenbai's words made Menchi roll his eyes. This guy, are these ingredients really cheap? Is it possible that they still appear in large groups? No, let's go, there's nothing to see here. Menchi said angrily. After saying that, I wanted to pull Nie Wenbai back to where I came from. However, Menchi wanted to go back, but Nie Wenbai didn't want to go back. It's a rare trip here and I don't know when I will come back. Therefore, he might as well take this opportunity to collect the information here, submit the task, and earn some truth points. You want to collect information here? How to collect it? Are you going to travel all over here? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai and felt extremely ridiculous. Although she knew what Nie Wenbai was going to do as a map hunter. However, this also depends on the situation. Do you want to make a map in a secret place with visibility less than 3 meters? Isn't this a joke? Of course, no need, I just want some information here. If you have it, that would be the best. Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi and said with a smile. After hearing what Nie Wenbai said, Menchi breathed a sigh of relief. She should be really worried. Nie Wenbai lost his temper and insisted on staying here to collect information about the secret realm before leaving. In the current situation, if Nie Wenbai doesn't help, there is no way Menchi can bring back the zero ice fruit freshly. The information is no longer on me. After we go out, you can come back with me to get it. Menchi said slowly. Nie Wenbai nodded and said, no problem, but I'll take some photos first. Nie Wenbai, who was worried that there was not enough information about Menchi, took out his mobile phone. Then he dragged Menchi around and took pictures. The snowstorm created a vast expanse of white, and there was really no scenery to speak of. If this kind of picture is used as an introduction, let alone 1.1. At that time, even Nie Wenbai himself might not have recognized it. However, Nie Wenbai didn't care about this at all. He felt that this thing was not for him to see. If the system doesn't recognize it, then just blame the system. Menchi, who thought Nie Wenbai needed some time, was very uncomfortable with it. In the end, Nie Wenbai was pulled around, and Menchi, who was worried about walking astray, took over the job of leading the way. However, Menchi, who went to lead the way, discovered a surprising problem. That is, Nie Wenbai has always been right in leading the way. This made Menchi even more convinced that this was Nie Wenbai's precognitive ability. As for Nie Wenbai saying that his precognitive ability was sealed? Chapter 93. Obviously, Menchi now no longer believes that Nie Wenbai's precognitive ability can no longer be used. Of course, she still chose to believe that money was needed for predicting ability. After all, Menchi felt that there was no need for Nie Wenbai to tell this lie. No matter what Menchi's thoughts were, the two of them had now finished taking the zero ice fruit and taking photos. After walking for a while again. Soon, they arrived at the exit of the secret realm. Quick, hold up the iron umbrella, and everyone else, try to kill these beasts. Come and help, there are too many rare animals here. Trash, I don't know what to do with bringing them here. Yet, leave them alone, let's take the first step. That's right, with fewer people, more people can share the money. If you ask me, let's just leave them here. It's just a hindrance anyway. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was fighting the ice monkey in the valley stopped talking. Then, while they were dealing with the ice ape, they turned their attention to a person who had just hidden in. This person was none other than Nie 06 Wenbai, who had just walked out of the secret realm. He saw this group of people fighting with the ice monkey before, and Nie Wenri decided to use the easiest way to solve the problem. Anan joined them quietly and was planning to use this method of fishing in troubled waters to deal with this group of people. Unexpectedly, things seemed to be a little unexpected. What's wrong? Is my proposal bad? Nie Wenbai said doubtfully. Damn it, the team that was just madly asking for more money. Are you so cooperative now? Who are you? A middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader asked with a frown. Nie Wenbai said casually, I'm new here. As soon as he finished speaking, Nie Wenbai saw the group of people around him looking at each other. Oh, shit, these guys are acting. Or perhaps, these guys just love to fight like this. Maybe, they are not a temporary team. It's a team that has been together for a long time. Do it. Sure enough, Nie Wenbai's guess was correct. The team looked at each other and followed the leader's instructions. In an instant, a combination attack and strangulation formation was used, and he rushed towards Nie Wenbai. There's Nan Bomb, and there's the weird Nan. There are those who are quick, and there are those who stretch their arms. No matter which one it is, these people are attacking targets. These are all the key points of Nie Wenbai. Darling, I thought I could fish in troubled waters like anime. It's okay now, I'm under siege. Slow. Thinking that there was nothing wrong, Nie Wenbai didn't care about the siege of this team. As soon as he thought about it, everyone in the team, including those who were attacking from a distance, were frozen in place by Nie Wenbai. Menchi, see if these people are your opponents. Nie Wenbai shouted to Menchi who was snickering from a distance. Menchi calmed down his expression and walked over to take a look. Then he nodded and said, yes, that's them, but this is just one of the teams. It's just a small team, so there are many more. Tisk, it's too much trouble, Nie Wenbai said, very unhappy. Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai's expression and almost laughed again. She wanted to remind Nie Wenbai before that there was no way for this group of people to separate. But before she could say anything, Nie Wenbai slipped into his team. What could she say? She could only watch Nie Wenbai's affair come to light. After that, those people will not be in the same team. You can try as much as you like. Menchi calmed down and looked at Nie Wenbai and said seriously. Really? Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi suspiciously and asked. Menchi nodded in confirmation and said, of course it's true. It's best if it is, otherwise, just wash it off and wait. Nie Wenbai glared at Menchi fiercely and said. Tisk, even if I'm lying down, do you dare to do anything? Menchi said in disbelief. Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi suspiciously and said, you have such a dirty mind. I just asked you to wash it off and wait, but you wanted to lie down and let me do it. I misjudged you. Menchi _. Looking at Nie Wenbai's innocent face, veins popped out on Menchi's forehead. Let's go. Not wanting to talk to Nie Wenbai anymore, Menchi pushed Nie Wenbai and walked forward. You are just kidding me. It's true. Remember to wash yourself and lie down and wait for me, Nie Wenbai said with emotion. Dream on you, Menchi said angrily. The two of them talked about this matter without giving in. During this period, they passed the group of immobilized bounty hunters and the group of ice apes. Most importantly, those ape dung, Nie Wenbai special attention. Even if he knew that there were these things in the coke he drank, it didn't mean that Nie Wenbai could accept a lump of soda falling on him. After leaving the valley, Nie Wenbai took out the flying shuttle again. Hover and let Menchi punch the shuttle, storing 637 kinetic energy. When the kinetic energy was sufficient, the two entered the flying shuttle together. With a whoosh, the flying shuttle took the two people towards the location guided by Menchi. And those bounty hunters who came over later, could they find out whether they had left? This is not on Nie Wenbai's attention. The estrangement mentioned before was just Nie Wenbai's sudden idea. There is no need to specifically look for opponents to try, you just need to give it a little try when you encounter it. Time flies, and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. In order to get the information he wanted, Nie Wenbai followed Menchi to her residence. Then I got the data and information I wanted from it. Relying on this information, Nie Wenbai completed the task submission of extremity below zero. Then, he got 2000 truth points and the reward was just that Nie Wenbai already had a lot of overtime stickers. Looking at this, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but sigh. 2000 truth points compared to his millions of upgrade requirements. There are really too few. This is really frustrating. What's wrong? Is the information wrong? Menchi looked at Nie Wenbai's expression of sighing and asked in confusion. Chapter 94. The information is correct, it's just that I feel a little emotional. Okay, where are we going now? If nothing goes wrong, I will go back to the Sky Arena to continue practicing. Nie Wenbai shook his head lightly and said. Menchi nodded and said, don't you want money? You don't want the 80 billion reward? Really, give it to me. Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi in surprise. He thought Menchi was just talking. Because he agreed to help transport things, even if Nie Wenbai wanted the 80 billion again, he would endure it. But I didn't expect that now Menchi took the initiative to bring it up again. I can still do what I promised you. Don't you need money to display your abilities? Of course, when your precognitive ability is restored, you have to find something for me. Menchi nodded and said seriously. Nie Wenbai looked at Menchi thoughtfully and said, you want to find ingredients? Yes, there are still many places in this world where there are ingredients, but I haven't discovered them yet. Once you can provide me with this information, it will be of great help. Menchi nodded and said with a little enthusiasm. Menchi is always so excited when it comes to things like ingredients. However, Menchi didn't know that Nie Wenbai's so-called precognition ability, he himself didn't know when he would reveal it. Of course, at least he won't completely deceive. He does have such ability. No problem. Once I regain my ability to predict, I will help you. Nie Wenbai responded directly. Very good, then let's go to this location. Menchi said with a satisfied smile. After speaking, She handed over a map and pointed to a location above. Nie Wenbai looked at it and estimated the distance. He took out the flying shuttle and headed towards the target location with Menchi. Time flew by, and soon Nie Wenbai and the others arrived at their target city as ministers. Then, we took a taxi all the way to the front door of the rewarder's house. As soon as he got out of the car, Nie Wenbai felt a lot of eyes on him. Within his 50-meter search range, a large number of red human-shaped signs kept reminding him. These people were hostile to him, and they were the red ones who wanted to kill people. Oh haha, there are so many people here, I think they just want to wait and see. When you said while blowing 10 blowjobs. Don't worry about it, let's go straight in. Menchi said, ignoring the eagerly looking bounty hunters. Nie Wenbai shrugged and said, it's up to you, but they probably won't let us enter so easily. Sure enough, as soon as Nie Wenbai finished speaking, 2 people jumped out of the bounty hunter hidden in the dark, blocking Nie Wenbai and his team's way forward. What do you do? What do we do? It's none of your business. When you said directly with contempt. It's them, they must have 0 ice fruit. Forward. What the hell? I haven't said anything yet? Are they so sure that the 0 ice fruit is in our hands? Oh, I get it, this BD saw that I was yelling at him, and he wanted to try this method to get everyone to beat us up. Be obedient, that's exactly what you're doing. I will look for an opportunity to do the same next time. So what to do now? Just settle down and walk in? No, I'm upset and I'm going to beat that BD up. Thinking like this, Nie Wenbai stared straight at the bounty hunter in front of him who told the truth. He, boy, who made you so arrogant? If you answer my question seriously, nothing will happen. Now, you just wait to be beaten. Don't worry, they won't kill you, so you won't die. Such arrogance made Nie Wenbai burst into tears. You are very courageous. You can still laugh. It's amazing. It's amazing. I admire you. I will focus on your face in a while so that your charming smile will never appear again. Wow, it's so scary, Nie Wenbai said with a scared expression. Nie Wenbai's words caused the bounty hunter's expression to change suddenly, and he looked at Nie Wenbai with a chill. Boy, I'm going to destroy your limbs. The 2 bounty hunters in front thinking about Kong Wenai rushing towards me with a strong wind howling. The speed of one of them is definitely the fastest one Nie Wenbai has ever seen. Hundreds of meters per second, this speed is beyond the reach of many capable people. It can be seen that this person's strength is indeed very good. Of course, the pressure he put on Nie Wenbai was not as great as Hisoka's. Therefore, Nie Wenbai can be sure that humanin is definitely related to speed. Boy, you've never seen this kind of speed, ha 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 ha. Bounty Hunter A quickly appeared on the left side of Nie Wenbai, smiling proudly, without stopping his fists. Whoosh! His right fist hit Nie Wenbai's cheek like a bullet. Boy, if you want to blame it, just blame it on yourself. Don't worry, I will be more decisive and your bones will be broken neatly. Got it? Bang! The heavy punch hit a piece of paper that suddenly appeared in front of Nie Wenbai's face. 1 plus 4. When? A mere piece of paper can actually block my fist? It seems that this guy is indeed not a simple guy. But, Li Dihao, do you think a piece of paper can withstand my attack? Even if you can block it once, how many times can you block it? Okay. Bounty Hunter A is very confident in his speed. When his first blow was blocked, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he just felt that Nie Wenbai was just a fluke. Audadadadai. The bounty hunter turned into an afterimage and launched a crazy attack on Nie Wenbai. Sometimes at the feet, sometimes at the top of the head, sometimes at the back, sometimes at the side. He tried every attack direction that Bounty Hunter A could think of. The more he tries, the uglier Bounty Hunter A's face becomes. Because, every attack he made was firmly blocked by a piece of white paper. That's it. At this moment, Nie Wenbai raised his head and said with a puzzled expression. Chapter 95. The bounty hunter's eyes suddenly widened. Ah! How dare you look down on me so much? Extreme mode. As the bounty hunter's mood agitated, the thought energy in his body began to riot. A trace of blood overflowed from his pores, and after a while, bounty hunter A looked like a bloody man. However, although he looked miserable, his speed increased a lot. All of a sudden, the previous speed of hundreds of meters changed to 150 meters per second. Bang! At the extreme speed, the bounty hunter's armor suddenly bowed like a cooked prawn. When he looked carefully, he saw a piece of paper firmly blocking his abdomen. Obviously, he was in a hurry and directly hit the paper set by Nie Wenbai. In this situation of hitting an object at high speed, you only need to look at the car accident scenes to know how dangerous it is. If it were an ordinary object, the hunter armor would only hurt for a while at most. However, Nie Wenbai's paper is not only wrapped with thoughts 453, but also covered with a slowing effect. Phew! The contents and blood in the stomach were spurted out directly. Afterwards, bounty hunter A's expression immediately became depressed. With a sad expression, he fell to the ground. At this moment, another bounty hunter B joined the battle. He also followed in the footsteps of his predecessors. Together they became prawns on the ground. In fact, they really have to thank Nie Wenbai. After all, Nie Wenbai placed the paper upright, not flat. Otherwise, follow the thickness of the paper. It's not much worse than a steel knife. So, then, who else? Nie Wenbai raised his head and glanced around and said. Hee, do I look like those handsome protagonists in the movies I used to watch? Well, I think I can give myself a 9, leaving room for improvement. GGG boy, you are too careless. Your defense is indeed very superb, but can you defend against my poison? Just when Nie Wenbai felt that he had shocked the peepers around him, 10 voices sounded darkly from behind him. As these words rang out, Nie Wenbai couldn't help but curled his lips. He can sense almost everyone within 50 meters of him. If he wasn't willing, how could this guy get close to him and come behind him? As for his so-called poison, he had already been locked in place, and he couldn't get even half a step closer to Nie Wenbai. Nie Wenbai turned his head and looked at the poisonous green-haired man behind him, as if he was laughing at him. Why are you okay? The green-haired poisonous man laughed, then asked in horror. Is that it? Are there any other means? Nie Wenbai did not explain anything, but said with a very disdainful expression. The green-haired poisonous man looked at Nie Wenbai deeply, then suddenly turned his head and ran away into the distance. He wanted to escape from Nie Wenbai. He finally saw that Nie Wenbai was not someone they could deal with. In the past, I only saw that Nie Wenbai could not achieve success with other people's physical attacks. I thought poison would be Nie Wenbai's weakness. Unexpectedly, he didn't even find where his poison went. He can obviously sense where his poisonous mist is. But no matter how hard he tried to control it, nothing happened in the end. Seeing this, of course he wanted to retreat bravely to protect himself. If you run away again, I'll take action, Nie Wenbai said leisurely while looking at the green-haired poisonous man's back. While he was talking, an object glowing with red light stood beside Nie Wenbai. That was one of the kinetic energy strikes prepared by Nie Wenbai before, and it was also one of the least powerful ones. Tisk! The green-haired poisonous man who originally ran dozens of meters away suddenly stopped. At this time, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his whole body was trembling. He felt an unprecedented life and death crisis. Looking ahead, there is clearly an unobstructed escape route. But now the green-haired poisonous man sees it as a path to death in an abyss. The intense crisis reminded him that as long as he dared to take a step forward, he would definitely die. He fully believed in this sense of crisis. Because for many years, he has relied on his crisis sensing, which seems to be a natural talent. I have avoided one crisis after another and allowed myself to live until now. However, he really couldn't understand why a young man who looked so young. But can it bring him this sense of crisis? Why is he so strong? Is it true that genius is so unreasonable? With this thought in mind, the green-haired poisonous man turned to look at Nie Wenbai. Then, amid the puzzled looks of the surrounding peepers, he silently walked back to Nie Wenbai not far away. He sat down on the spot, looking like he was being slaughtered. This caused many peepers who knew the green-haired poisonous man's talent to change their expressions. Retreat. In an instant, the number of peepers in this mansion dropped by 30%. There are still 70% who are staying put and watching. Of course, after confirming whether Nie Wenbai's strength is indeed a piece of cake. The intention of taking action against Nie Wenbai and the others was suddenly weakened to the minimum. Especially when you are not sure whether the zero ice fruit you need is really with Nie Wenbai and the others. They don't want to act rashly, lest others think of them as thugs. In this case, Nie Wenbai's idea of showing force achieved a great success. How Nie Wenbai raised his eyebrows at Menchi proudly and said, "What?" Menchi asked confused. Nie Wenbai smiled and said, "How is my strength demonstrated? It's very boring. It's completely unnecessary. With your ability, you can immobilize everyone and enter this mansion quietly." Menchi said, not optimistic about Nie Wenbai's approach. In response, Nie Wenbai curled his lips and said, "You don't understand, people don't act like teenagers." After finishing speaking, Nie Wenbai walked toward the mansion ahead, shaking his head. Looking at Nie Wenbai like this, Menchi couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Then he stepped in. After Nie Wenbai disappeared, the remaining peepers ran out one after another and asked the green-haired poisonous man,